First Zerstorer Flottille near Toy Island, November 20, 1914. The German destroyers sailed past Toy Island and very soon found their first prey. Führer der Zerstorer Erich Bay had avoided contact with the enemy throughout the voyage and could now give his subordinates complete freedom. The Germans detected a large freighter traveling at about 7 knots and immediately opened fire on it. Their victim was St. Egbert, 5,597 GRT, which had about 400 refugees on board who were trying to get out of Hong Kong at any cost. The crew of the unfortunate cargo ship had no chance to even send a distress signal, and the German 127mm guns mercilessly sent it to the bottom. Less than 20 minutes later, the Germans found the Australian freighter SS Matunga, 1,618 GRT, carrying a cargo of coal and ammunition to the colony. This diabolical combination of cargo meant that after the first hits from the 127mm guns, she literally evaporated from the surface of the sea after a huge explosion. This deprived the Germans of a moment of surprise. The Japanese cargo ship Unkei Maru, 2,143 GRT, which saw the explosion of the SS Matunga, started sending an SOS message and sailed to her aid. The Japanese captain believed that an accident was behind the destruction of the ship and wanted to save any castaways. This humanity turned out to be fatal for him, because in less than 10 minutes he was sent to the bottom with his ship and more than 200 refugees. Just a few miles from the Unkei Maru, the Australian passenger ship Wimmera, 3,622 GRT, crowded with almost 500 people, was sailing. Her radio operators picked up the Japanese ship's call and tried to relay it. In doing so, however, they attracted the attention of German destroyers, whose crews enjoyed the luxury of operating in an area of very rich prey. Because Wimmera was their fourth victim in less than an hour, the Australian steamer did not stand a chance and was very quickly sent under the surface. At 2:28 the GHGs of the German destroyers intercepted other vessels and headed towards them. This was the large British steamer Mongolia, 9,505 GRT, which was carrying food and military material to Hong Kong, and the French schooner Maréchal Davout, 2,192 GRT, was sailing nearby with a load of coal. Both ships heard signals from the sunken ships and their crews were alert. However, this did not change the fact that the Germans brutally shot them again without mercy and quickly sent them to the bottom. At 2:49 the old light cruiser HMAS Psyche made contact with the German First Zerstorer Flottille. The New Zealanders had just witnessed 2 Entente vessels turn into giant burning wrecks and immediately opened fire on the nearest German ship. That ship was the Z-14 Friedrich Inn, which had sunk a French sailing ship a short time before. The light cruiser HMAS Psyche reported contact with an unknown light cruiser, probably German. However, his crew did not see the German flagship in the darkness of the night, which fired 4 torpedoes in its direction. At 3:05 there was another giant explosion when HMAS Psyche exploded and disappeared below the surface after being hit by at least 3 torpedoes from Z-16 Friedrich Eckelt. Any somewhat rational commander would have called off the action at this point and headed home, but not Führer der Zerstorer Erich Bay. Bay, like many Germans, returned to the past at the moment of his death, bringing with him quite a bit of psychological trauma from the future. His death in December 1943 aboard the battleship Scharnhorst made him one of the few Germans in the fleet to die while the Third Reich was losing. There were also many of his personal failures from a past life where he was responsible for German defeats, which he certainly did not take lightly, and he wanted satisfaction tonight. It was clear to him that there was an evacuation going on in Hong Kong and he wanted to drown it in blood today. He had a sword in his hand today, and from his perspective, it wasn't nearly bloody enough to wash away his memories of the time he died. A report of the sighting of German warships was received by Vice Admiral Martin Jerem before 3 o'clock on the morning of November 20. He immediately raised the alarm and wanted HMAS Psyche to send details, but received none. This old cruiser was originally due to be decommissioned later this year. But a desperate shortage of warships forced Jerem to deploy HMAS Psyche to shell the Chinese coast. Now the cruiser was lost and the Germans were rampaging off Hong Kong as if they were bereft of meaning. A difficult night awaited the British and their allies. Around 4 o'clock German destroyers intercepted another freighter, the SS Issei Uz, 7,781 GRT, which was desperately trying to leave the scene of the battle but was unable to do so. The burning wreck of the ship turned night into day again for a short time. This attracted another of the British cruisers, which was headed for the scene of the battle. This warship was the protected cruiser HMS Topaz. Its crew, thanks to the burning wreck of the cargo ship SS Issei Uz, spotted one of the German destroyers, which they identified as a light cruiser and immediately reported it. Commodore Erich Bay wanted to use better technology on his warships, which gave him a great advantage for fighting at night and destroy as many Entente warships as possible. He knew in advance that the enemy cruiser was approaching and used Z-15 Erich Steinbrink, Fregattenkapitän Rolf Johannessen, as a decoy. The protected cruiser HMS Topaz opened fire on Z-15 with her 102mm main guns. It was completely ineffective and soon HMS Topaz itself came under fire from German destroyers. They literally pounded the protected cruiser with a combination of 127mm AP and He shells, which the British warship could not withstand. At 4:33 the burning cruiser turned to starboard and capsized. Soon after at approximately 4:45 there was another large explosion below the surface as the warship's boilers exploded. This explosion killed the handful of survivors who managed to leave the cruiser before it sank. The flagship destroyer Z-16 Friedrich Eckel then detected other warships on its radar, soon after picking up their noise and the GHG operators. It was clear that this time it was going to be something really big, definitely an armored cruiser, or even a pre-dreadnought. Sinking such a warship would be a huge victory and further enhance the triumph of this highly successful combat mission. At around 5:10, word came to the flagship that Z-14 Friedrich in, corvetting Captain Gunter Watchsmith, had made further contacts, at least 2 large warships, approaching from a different direction. The Germans were now faced with the decision of what to do next. Commodore Erich Bay still wanted to fight, he wanted and needed a crushing victory. It was not long ago that it ceased its action during the Battle of the South China Sea, when Kampfgruppe Bond fought the Japanese fleet. It was then that his flagship was slightly damaged by Japanese battleship fire and he decided to retreat. His superior approved this decision, but Bay himself did not feel good about it. If he ran away today and let an opportunity slip through his fingers, an opportunity that may never come again, he would regret this decision for the rest of his life, but the risk was too great. He had responsibility for 3 important warships and nearly 1,000 sailors, nearly 800 Germans and a little over 200 Chinese. Deciding to fight, his destroyers headed for the large warship and would attempt to torpedo her as the 127mm guns would not be effective against this opponent. HMS Swiftsea tried to sail to the scene of battle at her top speed of 19 knots, but the reality was that 17 knots was all this pre-dreadnought was capable of. She was escorted by the small protected cruiser HMS Pyramus, another Polaris-class antique like HMAS Psyche. The news that Vice Admiral Martin Jerem was receiving on his flagship was not good, and around 4:20 HMS Topaz fell silent. Despite all efforts, communication with this warship could not be restored. Jerem was trying to get as many warships into the battle site as possible. He needed as much firepower as possible because he didn't know exactly what he was up against. The reports were terribly confused and he didn't even know how many warships the Germans had here. In fact, he feared the worst, beginning to think that the Germans had sent all their remaining warships off Hong Kong. This was a terrifying thought as his own powers were scattered and weakened. He sent word to the Admiralty that the German fleet had launched a general attack against this British colony. And he and the Germans enter the battle. At 5:36, patrols on the flagship sighted enemy ships, which they identified as light cruisers. HMS Swiftsea opened fire at long range. Jerem expected the Germans to attempt a torpedo attack and immediately ordered an evasive maneuver, which HMS Pyramus was supposed to copy, but the old protected cruiser was also not in the best technical condition and had problems maintaining speed. At 5:58 a huge column of water rose near the side of HMS Pyramus and soon another. 2 German torpedoes found their target and the old protected cruiser immediately exploded. The force of the explosion was so strong that it turned night into day again and illuminated the nearby area. Jerem and his subordinates could thus see 3 German warships of unknown type withdrawing from the British flagship. At 6:05, the British armoured cruiser HMS Roxburgh opened fire on the German warships, soon followed by the protected cruiser HMS Diamond, but her fire was ineffective as her 102mm guns were still out of range. The German attack was only partially successful. Of the 12 torpedoes fired, only 2 hit the secondary target, not the British pre-dreadnought, which shot itself and around the destroyers of the 1st Zerstora Flottille. Heavy shells of caliber 254mm fell, which raised large columns of water. In addition, other ships were also firing at the Germans and they were desperately trying to maneuver and avoid being hit. The decision made by Commodore Erich Bay to attack the enemy pre-dreadnought proved to be a mistake. However, the Führer der Zerstörer did not give up and ordered to make another turn towards the enemy and attack again, this time from a different direction. There was no longer any element of surprise for the Germans. But the turn the destroyers made allowed their warships to be exposed to the fire of only one British ship. By 6:27 the flagship Z-16 Friedrich Eckel had already been hit several times and badly damaged, but she continued her attack. At 6:38 the destroyers of the 1st Zerstora Flottille fired another 12 torpedoes towards HMS Swiftsea. Their attack was carried out from a distance of less than 6,000 meters. By that time, Z-16 had already stalled and lost power. And both of his sister ships left him and retreated towards Shanghai. Between 6:49 to 6:55 HMS Swiftsea was hit by at least 5 torpedoes and the British flagship disappeared below the surface in a gigantic explosion. The entire crew perished, including Vice Admiral Martin Jerem and his entire staff. The destroyer Z-16 Friedrich Eckel capsized and sank shortly after 7:02. When the crippled German flagship was shot up by the armoured cruiser HMS Roxburgh. The British 190mm guns literally tore the German destroyer to pieces. The British, like the Germans, took no prisoners and the entire crew perished, 226 Germans and 68 Chinese. Z-16 Friedrich Eckel was the first lost German warship to come with the fleet from the future. The naval battle of Toy Island, or the Battle of Hong Kong as it was later called by many, was over. November 20, 1914. SMS Scharnhorst. On approach to New York Harbor, Admiral Spee watched as the ship slipped into the harbor. Trailing behind his flagship was SMS Karlsruhe, SMS Leipzig, and Z21. The others would come in when he finished. Despite having Karl's squadron available as guardians, he felt better having part of the squadron acting as guards. Besides that, it might confuse the British spies that were no doubt watching. The harbor was enormous. He could see a dock some distance off where he could see those strange cage masts that the Americans were so fond of for their capital ships. It certainly made them easy to identify. After pulling up to the coaling dock, Spee and Flag Lieutenant headed to the German consulate, while the captain handled the business of coaling and provisioning. Bernstorff had done his business well, and supplies were waiting to be loaded aboard the ships. German consulate. Admiral Spee greeted Count Bernstorff. "Welcome to New York, Admiral. You've made quite the trip. And quite the impression. Destroying 2 British cruiser squadrons, raiding up and down the Indian Ocean, and defeating a Japanese fleet. You are certainly the pride of the German fleet," Bernstorff proclaimed. Spee felt thoroughly bewildered by the praise of the Count. 2 squadrons? Perhaps von Muller in Emden accounted for the Indian Ocean raid. He knew Karls had destroyed a Japanese fleet but declined to make a correction of that at this time. "Thank you, Count Bernstorff. We all do our part for the fatherland," Spee acknowledged. "What have you prepared for me to take home?" Bernstorff pulled out a sheet and began reading off. 10 ships ready to leave, 1,035 Germans that are embarked, ready to return home, 127 American adventurers wishing to go to Germany. The guns and turrets of the Greek battleship. Cargoes of copper, rubber, tires, coffee, sugar, tea, tin, barrels of gasoline, barrels of lubricating oils, and cotton. Not enormous amounts, unfortunately, only what I could get. Excellent work, Count, praised von Spee, all things that should be well appreciated in Germany. This truly is a splendid service to the fatherland. Thank you, Admiral, Count Bernstorff replied. "Shall we have dinner? I imagine a proper meal would be appreciated after months of shipboard fare." Spee laughed. "Things are better than they were when I joined the Navy, but I'll not refuse your offer." November 19, 1914. Chinese cruiser Haichi, Shanghai. Admiral Zhenbing sat in his cabin. The mission had gone better than he had any hope to expect, but the losses were still painful. A cruiser, a destroyer, and a liner all sunk. A not insignificant portion of the strength of his navy, gone. And for what? Intellectually, he knew that his had been a faint plan in order to get the convoy safely to America. That had been a success. On another level though, he had lost those ships in exchange for a single Japanese cruiser. The Germans had reported at least one other sinking, but not what had been sunk. Brooding would not change anything. Aid would be coming. If they could defeat the Japanese, then the losses could be made good. Perhaps he would even live to see the day when they stood amongst their peers with regards to the navy. German admiral thought that, perhaps after the war Germany might sell them some dreadnoughts. It would be good to have their own, and not cower in port. Someday. November 20, 1914. HMAS Sydney, shadowing the tanker convoy. Captain Glossop looked through his binoculars at the distant ships again. It showed a measure of the importance that the Germans attached to the convoy that the Germans had 3 escorts for 2 ships. One was certainly Emden, the other 2 he couldn't identify, though trying to identify ships from behind them was not exactly easy. They must have access to very high-quality coal. Those 2 didn't have much in the way of a plume, though being at 10 knots helped as well. The one tanker though, was a huge beast. He had reported the contact to Admiral Jerem, who had told him to maintain contact with the convoy, and report regularly. The convoy had to know he was there but had so far ignored him. He'd had thought that the enemy light cruisers might try to drive him off, but they hadn't. They might attempt to attack him after dark, so he would double the forward lookouts. He'd also have to close in a little, to be able to keep contact. The moon was a crescent, so moonlight was not to be relied upon. Darkness was rapidly approaching. The sun was brilliant on the horizon. November 20, 1914. SMKMS Z20. Darkness had fallen at last. F.K. Schmidt gave the orders for Z19 and Z20 to increase speed. After laying their mines, they had increased speed to catch up with the tanker convoy. Now they did so again. He had received a transmission from K.K. Holterf of Z17 that they had picked up a shadow. He was hoping to find that shadow during the night and deal with it. By his estimation they were approaching the convoy now. "Energize the radar," he ordered. He waited impatiently as the radar operator worked whatever magic he did. "Contact, dead ahead sir," reported the radar operator, "perhaps 5 kilometers. "Excellent. General quarters," ordered Schmidt. The men ran to quarters, guns were prepared, and the ship prepared for action. He planned to come up next to the enemy vessel, illuminate it with his searchlights and open fire at close range. There was a risk involved, but he considered it minimal. A flurry of sparks showed ahead. The enemy engineers cleaning grates, no doubt, which sent a shower of sparks out of the funnels. One of the advantages of oil, it didn't require such actions. Scudding clouds were obscuring what moon there was. According to the radar, it was nearly time. The guns were trained out. Behind him, he was confident that Z-19 was doing the same. HMAS Sydney. Captain Glossop suppressed a yawn. He should turn in and sleep for a little while. You have the con, he said to his first lieutenant. Call me if anything changes. Keep the ship at half readiness. As he turned to go, the lieutenant called after him. Sir. Before you go, look off the starboard side. I thought I saw something over there. A wake perhaps. Captain Glossop took the proffered night binoculars, with their large, light-gathering lenses, and looked where the lieutenant indicated. He slowly began sweeping the area, and was suddenly struck blind, and dropped the binoculars, reeling backwards holding his eyes. As he had been searching for the enemy ships, searchlights had suddenly illuminated the ship, where he had been staring with his binoculars. Explosions rocked the ship. Screams echoed through the ship. More explosions. Where is the enemy? Asked Captain Glossop, blinking furiously and rubbing his eyes, trying to see. So far, not much. Blue triangles danced in front of his face, and vision eluded him. Starboard, maybe 3,000 yards. Guns still aren't firing, sir, came the frantic voice of the first lieutenant. Send a message that we're under attack. Ordered Glossop. Can't, sir. Came a voice he couldn't place, in the middle of another round of explosions. Wireless shed was hit. It's gone, sir. Somewhere aft came a forlorn boom as a gun returned fire. What is our status? Asked the captain. Vision was beginning to return around the edges. SMKMSZ-20. FK Schmidt watched as fires and explosions peppered the enemy ship. Z-19 behind him had also illuminated the ship, and the guns were firing as quickly as they could. Blasts pocked the ship, and he quickly lost count of the hits. The enemy ship was rapidly becoming an inferno. A single gun fired from the enemy ship somewhat raggedly for 3 or 4 shots, before falling silent. The searchlights were turned off, being unnecessary, with the enemy ship burning like a torch. In the glare of the fire, it was apparent that 2 of the ship's funnels had fallen. She veered off, away from the 2 destroyers. Extinguish light. He called. The searchlights went out, followed a moment later by Z-19's lights. The ship was an inferno, now, staggering through the water. 2 funnels had collapsed, and perhaps steam was billowing from one of the remaining funnels. Cease fire. He ordered. He glanced at the chronograph. 5 minutes had elapsed since the order to open fire. For those 5 minutes, the guns would easily have managed 15 rounds a minute. The enemy vessel abruptly turned towards them, as though in preparation to a ram. Before Schmidt could give any orders, the fires abruptly went out. Searchlights back on, ordered Schmidt conduct rescue operations. He had no confidence of finding anyone alive, but he would try. November 21, 1914. French cruiser Jeanne d'Arc. The feeling of being about to break increased on Admiral Favreau. For a few blessed hours he had enjoyed a feeling of relaxation and accomplishment after driving the Chinese into Shanghai. His attempt to sleep, however, had brought the nightmares right back into his mind. At Hong Kong, he had experienced something possibly unique in the annals of French history. A British admiral, all but begging him to intercept a German convoy sailing for oil. Gratifying as it would have been to prolong that interview, he had agreed, and they had set out at once. Mere hours after leaving Hong Kong, a confusion of wireless messages erupted from the ships there. His wireless operators had been unable to make out much, except that a German attack was in progress. Well, he had his own mission, and whatever happened there would be long over by the time he could actually get there, if he were to turn back. As he plotted it, he would intercept the convoy at Surabaya itself. The escort was 2 light cruisers, something his squadron would effortlessly dispatch. His attempts to contact the shadow that the British admiral had told him about had failed. He would continue trying. The burst of wireless during the battle might have caused him to miss something. They would continue attempting to raise the HMAS Sydney. November 21, 1914. HMS Princess Royal, coaling in Aden. Admiral Stiddy glared at the message sitting on his desk. When he had docked in Aden, it hadn't been half an hour, and a runner had brought a message to him from the consulate. It was a telegram from the Admiralty, urging him to expedite his trip home. The Germans were apparently getting restless, and his ships were wanted home. Now. Grumbling to himself, he charted out increasing his speed to 15 knots. If he refueled in Gibraltar, then he could make the last dash at 20 knots. That would put him back in Rosyth on December 7. He wrote a message to give that information to the Admiralty and sent a runner to take it to the consulate. November 21, 1914. SMKMS Prinz Eugen. 15 knots. Prinz Eugen and her consorts plowed through the water, heading for the newly planned rendezvous with the tankers. Upon hearing the tankers had picked up a shadow, it became clear that a heavier escort would be required. Hopefully, nothing would come of it, but Admiral Schmundt could take no risks with his precious tankers. He had received a message that the shadow had been sunk, identified by rescued men as HMAS Sydney. 23 survivors had been picked up after the battle. Still, that shadow would have blabbed the position and composition of the convoy to anyone in hearing. There was a French fleet unaccounted for. The Royal Navy squadron was somewhat reduced now, following Commodore Bay's antics off Hong Kong, which had cost the Commodore his life, along with Z-16 and the crew thereof. He had announced that loss to the crew, and they had held a moment of silence for the fallen. When they had a rest, he would hold a proper memorial service for them. May they find the peace they didn't find. They had sold their lives at a high price to the Royal Navy, nobly done their duty to the last. November 21, 1914. New York Harbor. Scharnhorst and her consorts leave New York Harbor, and sail to the rendezvous with the newer ships. Accompanying them are 5 of the ships slated for rescue. As they pass the limit of American waters, Gneisenau and the remaining vessels to coal sailed in. Not for the first time, Admiral von Spee found himself envying the newer vessels with their oil firing. They had filled in the Caribbean, and all but the smallest felt no need to refuel. They were staying somewhat off the main tracks, though at this point most secrecy was pointless. There were probably more British agents amongst the American shore watchers than actual Americans, and they'd have the time to the second when they left. The plot had them arriving in Wilhelmshaven, God willing, on December 14. Messages from the Admiralty had come in, assuring him that the High Seas Fleet would be coming out to assist him. Between them, the admirals had done what they could to ensure they were ready. Spee had seen his sons onto 2 of the most powerful ships, the Tirpitz and Scheer. He thought with amusement of what a stir the new ships would cause in Wilhelmshaven. The Admiralty offices might not have sufficient room to contain Admiral Tirpitz's head upon his discovery that the largest and most powerful vessel was named after him. The Kaiser's reaction would also be quite entertaining, he was sure. First glee, that God had seen fit to send such help to them, secondly anger and disgust that the flagship of this fleet was named Bismarck. He wondered idly what ships would be getting renamed to. Though as any sailor knew, it was devilish bad luck to rename a ship, it would be hopelessly confusing to have 2 ships named Scharnhorst and Gneisenau in the fleet. Note 1. November 21, 1914. HMAS Australia, north of the Sulu Sea. Admiral Patey combated a growing sense of unease. The wireless operators had picked up a confusion of transmissions from the China fleet, and then nothing. He would need to wait until evening to try to contact Admiral Jerem now. Note 2, they should arrive in 4 days, by his navigation. He had polled his captains and decided that there was sufficient coal stocks to increase speed to 12 knots. It wouldn't shave a lot of time off of the journey, but every hour helped. Note 1, I don't know if Spee was superstitious, but it's a trope for a reason. Even in OTL WW1 the Royal Navy resisted having ships sail on Friday the 13th. Note 2, wireless works better at night. November 20, 1914, Antung, China, Northern Army's headquarters. General Konstantin von Hanneken felt tired. Especially after being in a room with the Chinese generals for more than a few minutes, if he knew how difficult it would be to herd them, like vicious cats, he might have refused Shikai's call for help. He internally sighed. He would still, in the end, have answered the call of duty, if not on the behest of the Chinese, then, of the Germans. It would have been particularly hard not to win faced with the hand of God aiding his fatherland. Von Hanneken was on the pier on that fateful day, when he saw with his own eyes the changes done to the port, the impossible ships appearing from nothing and how they bested the Japanese blockade, that would make even Schopenhauer turn over a new leaf, let alone him. 8,000 men dead in a single day. 8,000 of my men are dead and all the fault lays at your feet. Zhang Ziulan was throwing daggers at Meng and Yuan, not that von Hanneken expected something different. The Japanese suffered twice the casualties. It was ironic that the Chinese generals showed more care than even some of his acquaintances in the empire proper in regards to casualties. It would have been admirable, if it wasn't born from the selfishness of not losing prestige, face, or some form of power to their rivals. November 22, 1914. SMKMS Bismarck. The fleet was finally en route to Germany. The last leg. The convoy of merchant vessels was in a formation, surrounded by Karl ships. Beyond that, Admiral von Spee had his ships in a hunting formation. Lutzow joined Spee's ships, and using the radar, they planned to direct the light cruisers to contacts. They would be sailing through some of the busiest waters in the world. It would be impossible to go unspotted the entire time, but they could capture some British merchants. Indeed, 2 had already been captured and dispatched. Nothing of any worth, a load of furniture, and a load of coal. November 22, 1914, SS Phoenix, 12 knots, barely. Captain Hanger cursed Commodore Green. He had insisted on maintaining 12 knots, and the machinery of Phoenix was not appreciating being run on such a high bell. One of the condenser pumps had failed, and the other didn't sound good. Note 1, the engineers were attempting to repair the first, but they really needed to reduce speed to take strain off of the other until they were finished. Commodore Green, however, was having none of it. Personally, Hanger suspected that the Commodore was trying to impress the muckety-mucks higher up with his efficiency. Well, how would that look if one of his ammunition ships packed it in? 8 knots for a few days. That would let the engineers repair the first pump, then once it was working, take the other apart and figure out what its problem was. The first time he had made the request, he had received a curt denied. The second time was a sharp maintain ordered speed. The third time, the flagship, and drawn up beside him, and cutting off his explanation and protests, Commodore Green had let him know in no uncertain terms that they would maintain ordered speed, and if they couldn't, it would be a reflection of Hanger personally, and the care he gave, or didn't, his ship. If any more was said about it, a Royal Navy officer would take command of his ship, and he would be landed at the next stop. So, Hanger held his tongue, and urged his engineer to do as much as he could. The engineer was extremely competent, but a slow, methodical man. When he got that pump fixed, it would be at least as good as new, but it would take time to get there. Providing they had the necessary parts on hand anyhow. November 22, 1914. SMU-5. Lieutenant Urban Passerar looked hungrily through the periscope. He could see several ships steaming by, but unfortunately, he was in no position to intercept. They must be steaming at better than 12 knots. He'd never get himself into a position to torpedo any of them. Not at the 6 knots he could manage submerged. Instead, he'd have to watch as 4 cruisers, and 3 fat merchants sailed merrily away, unable to do anything about it. He pulled his head away from the scope and shook his head. The gasoline fumes from the engines were making him lightheaded. He looked back in the scope. There was a 4th merchant vessel. Bringing up the rear, clearly slower. Perhaps he could get her. As he watched, clouds of steam belched out of her funnels, and she eased to a stop, gently bobbing in the waves. He was approximately 9 kilometers from the ship, which while nominally well within range of his 45 centimeters torpedoes, it was better to get close. He'd likely only have one shot at this. He would strongly prefer to be inside of a kilometer. He lowered the scope. A head full, he ordered. He'd ease closer and have a shot. November 22, 1914. HMS Natal. 10 knots. Dropping. Commodore Green was livid. They had been making such good time. Now one of the munitions ships had stopped with a disabled engine. Why hadn't the master of that scow kept her in better shape? Why hadn't he warned the fleet that her engines were having issues? If he was honest with himself, it was his orders that were really grating on him. Not 24 hours after they had left port, they had gotten orders to proceed at best speed. Best speed was 12 knots. Yes, it was hard on the merchants, but orders were orders. The First Lord was not one to take failures of that sort kindly. To top that off, the merchants had been grating, and the captain of the Phoenix the most. Complaining about the speed, about the station keeping and anything else they could think of. No discipline whatsoever. Signals, he snapped, order Gloucester to see if they can assist that hull to get moving again. If not, have her take it under tow. We'll head to Alexandria. He watched as Gloucester acknowledged the signal and peeled back. It would take some 6 days for them to tow the ship to Alexandria if that was what they needed to do. Hopefully, the ship would be repaired before it came to that, they'd refuel, and be on their way at 12 knots again. Gloucester eased beside the disabled merchant. Fine ship handling, that. Gloucester's captain was extremely experienced with towing, easily the best in the squadron, which was why he was chosen to tow. Lines were being passed and made fast. The rest of the squadron was about a mile and a half off from the disabled vessel now. They would proceed at reduced speed once the Gloucester started her tow. He wasn't that worried about being attacked here. The Austro-Hungarian Navy hadn't shown any of the mettle that the German Navy had. SMU-5. Lieutenant Passerar stared through the periscope again. He was 400 meters away. A light cruiser had come up on the other side of the disabled ship. Pity, he'd like to collect that too. Still, he could be reasonably sure of hitting from this distance. Tube 1, fire, he ordered. If that missed, he'd get closer and try again. With only 2 tubes, he couldn't afford to be wasteful. He'd left behind his 2 reloads to carry additional gasoline, so these were it. Hiss. The torpedo sped away. He watched the target carefully, while the stopwatch ticked away. Note 2. A column of water rose alongside the ship, in the area of the cargo hold. An exultant cry to the waiting crew was cut short. The ship seemed to fall apart in a brilliant orange fireball. Before he could shout a warning to the crew, the shockwave was upon them. The boat bucked crazily, and the lights went out. Urban was slammed into a bulkhead. Urban's consciousness slowly faded. Before he completely fainted, he heard cries of wounded, and the rush of water. U-5 settled deep into the arms of the waiting Mediterranean Sea. HMS Natal. Commodore Green watched incredulously as an enormous fireball, topped by a mushrooming cloud, rose over what was once HMS Gloucester, the excellent Captain Howard Kelly, SS Phoenix, and the detestable Captain Clifford Hanger. Note 1. Marine practices to have duplicates of everything, so in case something fails, the backup takes over until repairs are finished. Note 2. Target fixation. A dangerous habit to have, and common early on in the war. November 20, 1914, Sofia, Bulgaria. Tsar I Ferdinand sat in his bedroom, thinking, and what he was thinking about was the war. Bulgaria was sitting right in the middle of the war, to the west is Serbia, one of which belonged to him. To the east were the Ottomans, though traditional enemies' relations were warming, as both countries saw Russia as a threat. Both sides tried to court Bulgaria to their side, but so far Ferdinand was standing firm on neutrality. On the one hand, if he joined the Central Powers, he could get Macedonia, but on the other side, much of the Entente was family, not that that mattered to the belligerents. Plus, while the Germans were doing well in the Pacific, that was the sideshow, and their fortunes could quickly change back in favor of the Entente. Ferdinand was not ready to have the Serbs and Russians overrun his kingdom. No, he would bid his time and strike when the time was right. Even if he wanted to join now, he would have to gain the support of all the cowardly politicians. All of them feared a repeat of 1912, but how could the Prussia of the Balkans fail again, this time with the support of great powers no matter who they joined? Personally, Ferdinand supposed that joining the Central Powers might be the best choice. It was a high-risk, high-payoff situation. He was supposed to meet the Kaiser's son tomorrow. He had heard that he was much softer than his brothers, less rough and tough, more artistic. He smiled as he blew out the candle and wondered how the boy would do in a hunt. November 21, 1914, Hu, French Indochina. Emperor Du Tan was walking through the imperial gardens. 7 years ago his father was deposed and exiled to southern Vietnam. Now at the age of 14, he was starting to understand, though he was emperor, that meant nothing. The French ran everything, and their spies were everywhere. He was little more than a puppet. With the Chinese entrance to the war, his people would now die on the border. This was far too much for him. But he was just a child, and could not do anything. In the south, his father had caused a scandal by declaring that he would not buy any French goods, and would only purchase Chinese, German, and principally Vietnamese goods. He would know what to do. November 21, 1914, Vien Tao, French Indochina. Former Emperor Tan Tai sat on the floor of his small cottage eating lunch. Sitting next to him was a French soldier, Jean-Pierre Claude, assigned to protect him from danger. Of course, Tan Tai knew that Claude was just a spy for the French, but what could be done about it? As he took a sip, a shout was heard outside, "Long live the Emperor," and then an explosion. Claude immediately got up and said, "Stay here, do not leave the room until I come back, or else." The rest of the threat was left hanging in the air. The ex-emperor nodded in acknowledgement and Claude stepped out. Then even more shouts were heard, some in French and some in Vietnamese. Claude was pushed back into the cottage by a group of young men wearing grey uniforms with the coat of arms of the Nguyen dynasty too. The men beat Claude until he was unable to move and barely breathing before turning to Tan Tai and bowing. The eldest of the group, who looked about 25, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, we are here to liberate you. Please return as our emperor." Tan Tai replied, "What of my son who is our emperor now? I cannot let him come in harm's way." "Your Majesty, your son is probably being smuggled out as we speak right now. We have been planning this since the Chinese joined the war. Our organization has its reach across the army and the government." "But how did you manage that? The French have their spies everywhere," Tan Tai asked. "A few lessons from your attempt at revolt, a little bit of luck, and a whole lot of will," he responded. Tan Tai thought for a moment. If he accepted, this time he would be put to death, possibly even his son. But the outcome of freedom was too great. The price of freedom is high, but the cost of tyranny is higher. 3. He looked into the eyes of the young man in front of him and asked him his name. The man responded with Nguyen Sin Kung 4. In front of the assembled men, Tan Tai seemed to take on some lost vitality and a sense of regalness. Before saying, "Nguyen Sin Kung, it would be my deepest honor to lead the revolution against the French," he paused, stepping out of his home shouting to a crowd that had assembled, "Long live Vietnam, and out with the French." November 23, 1914, Hong Kong, China. Robert William chambered his rifle and inspected it for one last time. A few days ago he was just a telegram operator desperately sending messages for reinforcements and evacuation of the civilians out of Hong Kong. For the past hours multiple reports of passengers ships and cargo ships being sank by a group of German cruisers flooded the channel before he had received a telegram from HMS Swiftsa. The Vice Admiral Martin Jerem had spotted the Germans and was going to engage the enemy squadron. For the next hour with bated breath he listened to the telegram waiting for a report from the pre-dreadnought about the results of the battle. When he received a message it wasn't from the Vice Admiral of HMS Swiftsa but the captain of HMS Roxburgh, her escort. He felt a giant pit form in his stomach, but what the captain told him next turned him pale as snow. HMS Swiftsa along with HMS Pyramus has been lost with all hands on deck. Vice Admiral Martin Jerem is reported as Kia. They are heading back to Hong Kong for one last time to evacuate its citizens before heading south to Australia. As he finished his recollection he looks around him. Men in tattered civilian clothes ran around setting up barricades and helping the soldiers set up machine gun nests. After hearing the news and knowing that this was the last evacuation out of the doomed city, most men instead chose to stay and gave their place to the women and children. They knew that the already meager forces in Hong Kong could not hope to hold back the Chinese tide that would be rushing in when the first boats land to evacuate the people. So with tearful goodbyes and I love yous the men separated with their loved ones, knowing that it will be the last time they would ever see each other again. He himself said his goodbyes to his girlfriend Maria when he joined the others. Forming a militia under the command of the British Army, these men helped build barricades, set up machine gun nest, drilled on weapons, and trained the best they can to hold the line until they could evacuate the last of the women and children and to spill Chinese blood for every inch of the city. William turned his head and looked at the port when a loud horn blared signaling the arrival of the Royal Navy. The cruisers HMS Roxburgh and the HMS Diamond had arrived along with a few passenger ships and a small fleet of fishing boats to ferry passengers to the cruisers. Long lines formed as people eagerly waited for their turn to be the next to go. William became worried. Where the hell are the Chinese? Surely they must have heard the horn. And he would be right, as a few minutes after the signal artillery boomed from the Chinese side, the shells launching high up into the air before arcing down and hitting the port. Screams were heard as the shells landed in the port, killing a few dozens to 100 civilians. One even managed to hit a fishing vessel, sinking it along with its evacuees. William cursed at them for the massacre, but it was quickly repaid when the 4x 7.5 guns of the cruisers aimed at the artillery and fired their guns. The ground shaked as explosion ripped across the Chinese artillery, rendering everything in their vicinity burned and destroyed with smokes and a blazing ruin of ashes, all that remained in their area. William hoped that it would be enough to stop the Chinese, but it had done the opposite. Artillery boomed across the land and hundreds of shells began to pound the city. William dived into the nearest shelter, an house, for cover as those who stayed in the open were shredded to pieces. After the shells subsided he poked his head out of the window to see tens of thousands of Chinese soldiers just outside the city marching to capture Hong Kong. Looking around he noticed one of their soldiers slumped over a machine gun, likely having been hit by a spare shrapnel. He pushed the man to the sides and mans the machine gun as the other soldiers and militia also take positions and man guns from those who were killed in the initial bombardment. As he racks the machine gun, William knew that it was going to be a long day. November 23, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. The faces were long around the table. Swiftsa and cruisers sunk in a German night attack. Gloucester and a transport destroyed in a U-boat attack. Hong Kong in serious danger, Churchill listed. What will we do? Asked Admiral Hamilton. Most of what we can do is already done, Churchill replied. Australian and New Zealand troops will be arriving in Hong Kong very shortly. With those reinforcements, I'm confident that Hong Kong will hold. The HMAS Australia will be arriving as well. I've also ordered that Goliath, Albion, and Vengeance of the Canopus class, currently patrolling the Indian Ocean, will also be sailing to Hong Kong. While the Chinese are placing artillery, the 12 cannons of the battleships in Australia will put paid to them. Note 1. Well and good. I also hear that the Germans are in New York. Said Tudor, reading a communication. That is correct. They have several liners, they will be breaking out with them. Our agents in New York have seen 2 armored cruisers, and 5 light cruisers. No sign of the pre-dreadnought that Craddock reported, though. Noted Churchill. 5 light cruisers? Where did those all come from? Asked Hamilton in surprise. We're aware of Dresden and Leipzig, Fisher cut, and we can also guess one is Karlsruhe. Which leaves 2. Emden was seen recently, so we can discount her. So, they snuck more ships out somehow. Churchill complained. Regardless, they may be leaving this very minute. So, we know roughly when they'll be coming, and we'll be ready for them. What will we have ready for them? Asked Admiral Hamilton. All of Beatty's battlecruisers are repaired. Steady's ships should be back. It's unfortunate that they'll have no time to refit, but there will be no escapees. Churchill thundered. And the Grand Fleet? Asked Tudor. Emperor of India and Benbow should join the fleet by then. Noted Churchill. With them, we'll have 22 ships. However, not all may be available the day of the battle. This compares to a maximum of 17 dreadnoughts and 4 battlecruisers will face us. However, it is not thought that the 2 newest Königs have joined the fleet yet, and the Seydlitz may be unavailable after the pummeling Admiral Beatty inflicted. In addition to that, put in Fisher in 2 weeks, we plan to make a torpedo attack on Wilhelmshaven. Weather permitting, our 4 carriers sail near to Heligoland escorted by the Harwich force. They'll launch their planes, then move to Nord-Erney. There will be several submarines in the area to pick up downed or lost aviators, and to make an attack on any vessels that might come out. Weakening the high seas fleet before engagement? That will be marvelous, if it works. Tudor commented. Then we'll have the battle we've been looking for. Hamilton said cheerfully, as long as the Germans show up, the war might well be decided in the next month. November 23, 1914. Hong Kong. Artillery continued lashing the city of Hong Kong. The Chinese had, at considerable trouble, moved nearly 100 pieces of artillery into range of Hong Kong. These ranged from 18-pounder pieces all the way up to a battery of 4.7 former naval rifles. HMS Antrim, Roxburgh, and Diamond attempted to return fire, but had considerable trouble pinpointing the batteries. Any time their fire would get close to a battery, it would cease fire until they had changed target. The Chinese artillery was attempting to bombard the defenses, but the gunners had a degree of trouble, and had plenty of shorts and overs. Soon, multiple fires were kindled, and panic began sweeping the streets. Crowds assembled for evacuation attempted to force their way aboard any ship in the harbor. One large vessel, fresh out of dock, was crowded with civilians. Having not yet had the ballast replaced after exiting the dry dock, the ship was only marginally stable. With over 2,000 civilians crowding her upper works, without warning, she lurched, and rolled over, causing the drowning of over 750 civilians, mostly women and children. HMS Diamond attempted to move in closer to assist those in the water, but in doing so found herself in range of heavy artillery. A battery of 4.7 naval guns, mounted on impromptu carriages, took her under fire. As with the other batteries, the enthusiasm of the gunners was not matched by their accuracy. One poorly aimed shell smashed into the middle of a crowd, furthering the panic. HMS Diamond moved out of range, though not before taking a hit that disabled one of her engines. In return, she landed a 4-shell directly on the barrel of one of her tormentors, destroying it and the crew. The agony of Hong Kong continued. November 23, 1914. French cruiser Jeanne d'Arc. Admiral Favreau longed to have something, or someone, on which to inflict his steadily growing anger and frustration. He had caught himself snapping and bellowing at his officers for minor things that would normally be beneath his concern. The inability to sleep was wearing on him extremely. He was indeed approaching the point of asking the ship's doctor for something to allow him even one blessed night's sleep. It had better be sooner than later, though. His officers were discussing him behind his back, the treacherous dogs. Note 2, a good rest, and he'd be better able to deal with all situations that might arise. He made up his mind. He walked to the doctor. Luckily, the doctor had a supply of luminol. Note 3, a very limited supply, but it would do. He returned to his cabin, took the pill and laid down, into the welcome embrace of darkness. November 23, 1914. SMKMS Prinz Eugen. Admiral Schmunt wiped his brow. It was extremely hot, even with the sun setting. The ships just didn't vent well in the tropics. He had arranged for one of the fire-fighting pumps to spray water over the quarterdeck. The men were skylarking under the spray, appearing to enjoy themselves immensely. Some of the younger officers clearly were envious, wanting to participate in the cooling action, but feeling that it was beneath the dignity of an officer. He wondered if comfort would win over dignity. It might be a long fight. In the meantime, it was time for sleep. Note 1, Churchill and the admirals don't have an excellent grasp of land wars, and how artillery can be placed behind hills to protect it from direct fire. Note 2, paranoia caused by lack of sleep. Note 3, an early barbiturate. Made by Bayer, and thus not in great supply in France during the war. November 24, 1914, Hong Kong, China. Robert William ran across the ruined streets of Hong Kong, sounds of gunfights and artillery barrages echoed throughout the day. Bodies laid across the ground, both friendly and foe. William sprinted across the city hoping to unite with the other companies left in the field. Ever since the battle started, the city turned into one huge mess, organized front lines dissolved into individual block-to-block fighting with all sense of coherence being lost. Companies on both sides were left to fight for themselves and were scattered all across the city. William himself got separated from his platoon when the bloody Chinese managed to get a machine gun and set up a kill zone atop a building overlooking the area his platoon had walked in. He would never forget the screams of his brothers when they sprang their cover, unleashed a hail of bullets into the group. Men were dropping like flies all over him. The only reason he is alive was that he was at the back of the formation, so he ran like hell, escaping the trap, but not before he turned around and aimed his rifle at the gunner and pulled the trigger, although he knew that the bullet would most likely miss considering his substandard training for aiming and firing. God must have been with him on that moment as the bullet struck true and hit the gunner, but he had to continue running before he could learn if he had killed the man. As he continued running through the ruins of Hong Kong looking for any friendly units to regroup with, but a wrong turn had him confront 5 Chinese who had their guns pointed at him. Knowing how outnumbered he was, he dropped his rifle to the ground and put his hands behind his neck. One of the Chinese, who he thinks is the officer by the way his uniform looked more distinct from the other 4, proceeded to kick his rifle away from him and hit the butt of their rifle to his head and beat him for a few moments, Chinese curses spewing from his mouth. Finally the beating stops and officer tells his men something in Chinese before grabbing him and dragging him into one of the alleys of the streets and pushing him into the wall facing it. Hearing the clambering of the rounds, he closed his eyes and sent a prayer to God, hoping for a miracle just as the Chinese raised their rifles, aiming for poor William. However, another group appeared in the scene and quickly raised their rifles and fired. The Chinese who were about to execute William fell to the ground. William after a few moments opened his eyes and was greeted by 8 of his fellow British men who he shook their hands and thanked for saving him. After a conversation with the officer by the name of John Berkeley, who told him that they were just returning from a firefight when one of his guys spotted him being dragged and about to be executed and alerted the other members of what they saw. "You were lucky that they took their bloody time, else you would have dead on the wall," they said before offering him to join his squad, which he cautiously accepted. John patted his back saying, "Come on, let's get you back to HQ for rest, God's knows you're gonna need it." All over the city the battle still rages on. Last edited, August 30th, 2024. Like reply report. Add bookmark. August 30th, 2024. Add bookmark. 54. Number 955. Thread marks November 24th, 1914. French cruiser. Weasel_airlift. November 24th, 1914. French cruiser Jeanne d'Arc. 10 knots. Captain Émile Fallières stood on the bridge as the hour of surprise approached. Battle stations were manned, and they were ready for action. Doubtless, it would be as quiet as every other dawn had been. Thankfully, the Admiral was not here this morning. He hadn't been sleeping well and had been becoming increasingly irritable. He had finally gone to the doctor, who had given him assistance in that. That was well. They could expect to see that German tanker convoy at any time, and it would be necessary to have the Admiral at his best. Grey dawn stole over the sea. As the sky lightened, the other ships of the squadron began appearing to view. The sun flashed over the horizon, and the world was once again bathed in light. A few more minutes, and he'd dismiss the hands to breakfast. "Contact," called a lookout multiple ships off the port stern quarter. About 16 kilometers distant. Captain Fallières hoped that it might be the convoy. He brought his binoculars up and studied the distant ships. Warships. 4 of them. No tankers to be seen. The cursed German cross fluttering at their sterns. Well, breakfast would be late. "You there?" he called, pointing to a midshipman. "Fetch the Admiral immediately." Signals. "Report that we have spotted a German large light cruiser squadron." He brought his binoculars back up. The enemy ships were definitely edging closer, and were sailing a few knots faster than the French ships. "Bring up all boilers," he called into a voice pipe. They might need all the steam they could get. The enemy was still well out of range, though guns were trained out. The Admiral stumbled onto the bridge, still bleary with sleep, only partially dressed. His steward appeared as if by magic a few seconds later with coffee, which the Admiral gratefully accepted. "4 German warships, sir." Captain Fallières reported with a salute, indicating the direction, and offering binoculars. The Admiral looked in the indicated direction. "Well, luck smiles upon us. That must be the light cruisers that have given the Royal Navy such trouble and looking for a fight," the Admiral said, yawning. "Signals. Order to form line of battle. Increase speed to 15 knots. We'll open fire at maximum range." Fallières picked up another pair of binoculars and looked at the enemy ships again. They were about 15 kilometers away now. As he watched, he saw a ripple of flashes start at the lead ship and travel down the line. Nearly half a minute later splashes started erupting from the water, followed by the thunder of guns. They were well out of range of their own guns yet, they'd need to close another 5 kilometers. The enemy had stopped edging closer and was maintaining distance now. "Start closing the distance," called the Admiral. "If they won't come to us, we'll come to them." More splashes erupted from the water. "Closer. Eden is straddled," advised a lookout. "No matter," said Admiral Favreau. "We outnumber them 2 to 1. When we get within range, this will be quickly decided." "The enemy is maintaining distance, sir," noted Fallières. A crashing boom below, as a shell smashed into them. "Kleber reports she is hauling out of line with severe flooding, sir," called a radioman. Fallières glanced aft, and saw Kleber, burning fiercely and down by the bow, pulling slowly out of line. She appeared to be having some distress with her steering as well. Another crash, aft this time. "Damage report, sir," shouted a smoke-smudged crewman hit to the sickbay. "All personnel there killed or wounded. There is a fire being fought as well. Turn more sharply. We have to get in range. Tell the engineer to give me that last knot," ordered the Admiral. Note 1. At this angle, they could no longer use their aft guns when they finally got in range. "Sir, the Kleber," called a lieutenant, pointing. They turned in time to see Kleber roll over, pointing her red bottom to the sky, propellers still churning. "The enemy is maintaining distance," advised a lookout. "Blast!" The Germans were faster and keeping their distance. At this rate, they'd be shot to pieces without ever replying. The fore turret suddenly erupted in flames, a victim of another hit. The concussion shattered the bridge windows, badly slicing a few aides standing next to them. They fell to the ground, bleeding heavily. The admiral toppled to the deck, a large shard of glass protruding from his throat. There were no longer medical personnel, with the sick bay gutted in the opening minutes of the engagement. The best they could do would be to make the wounded comfortable and try to stop bleeding. Desakes reports uncontrollable flooding, they are abandoning ship, called the radioman. The ship shuddered as another shell struck somewhere. Speed began falling. The best speed they had managed before had not been sufficient to catch the enemy, determined to keep them out of range. They no longer had that. Captain Falliers looked back along the line. Another vessel was missing. No, there was a forlorn stern poking out of the water. It must be Eden. Chateau Renault abruptly headed away from the battle, black smoke pouring from her funnels. Yes, someone needed to live to tell about this, and she had the best chance. He could see damage to her, but her speed seemed unaffected. As he watched the line, Descartes was struck by several shells amidships, and great clouds of steam erupted, and she slowed. Duplex smashed into decker roots, apparently unable to steer clear. Locked together, more shells rained down on the pair. He watched in growing horror as the Descartes settled, dragging Duplex's bow down with her. Duplex appeared to still be churning forward, pushing Descartes down further. Abruptly Duplex's bow broke free from the stricken Descartes and scraped along the wreck. Duplex was clearly in a bad way, listing and dipping her bow lower. Men began pouring from below decks. More crashes below. The Jeanne d'Arc coasted to a stop. He could feel her settling under his feet. Abandon ship, he ordered. There was nothing more to do. Montcalm was now under the concentrated fire of all enemy ships. Wallowing forward, her front turret defiantly erupted the first shot the French squadron had fired. It fell well short. Montcalm drove her bow into the water like a diving submarine and disappeared. As Captain Falliers walked onto the deck of his sinking command, he saw the victors approaching. One German ship, going very fast indeed, continued firing on the fleeing Chateau Renault. He saw a splash raise on either side of the fleeing vessel, and one of the funnels topple. Her speed noticeably dropped. He turned away, to avoid watching the execution. It was a dark day for the French Navy. November 24, 1914. Newspaper in San Francisco. British battleship diplomacy visits Orient. This reporter was recently on vacation in the Orient and found that the war in Europe has spread even to the Far East. While traveling through the assorted archipelagos and islands to be found in the eastern waters, it was discovered that the British are returning to their roots of bully boy tactics. I spoke to a man claiming to be a former interpreter for the governor of Surabaya, who informed me that the British Empire had stopped in the harbour, in gross violation of Dutch neutrality, entered the harbour with 2 enormous battleships, and threatened to conquer the colony unless the Dutch broke neutrality and assisted them in finding German vessels known to be operating in the area. The author prays for peace and civility to return to the world. German admiral successfully yanks the British lion's tail. While in the Orient, it was also discovered that a German admiral, known as Otto Ciliux, has been successfully raging up and down the British possessions in the area, like a buccaneer of old, capturing ships and burning settlements. It has been said that the colonial holdings in Penang, Madras, and Colombo have all felt the wrath of Otto Ciliux as he has sailed through the area wreaking vengeance. Otto Ciliux is described as burly man, who wears an eye patch and a beard, much like the corsairs of old that he so imitates. Those that were his prisoners, whom this reported interviewed in Surabaya, described him as impeccably polite, and their treatment under his captivity as being above reproach. Otto Ciliux has so frightened the British with his success that they have resorted to bullying neutral nations into assisting in the search for him, while having the audacity to proclaim Germany as the cause of the conflict now tearing apart the world. Note 1. The engineers not usually accomplished by disabling the safeties to get a little more speed out of the engines. It's every bit as dangerous as it sounds, and usually only used for life or death situations. November 25, 1914, Washington, D.C., White House. What do you make of this, Lindley, Joseph? The 2 military men present looked over the list, humming in consideration before shaking their heads. Most of the things here are understandable, if slightly odd, but high-purity thoriated tungsten. Lindley M. Garrison, the U.S. Secretary of War, shrugged in confusion. Best to ask the think-heads. Josephus Daniels, the U.S. Secretary of the Navy, nodded in agreement with his colleague. I agree with Garrison, besides, not like it matters what goods the Germans, and I am certain more than half of the things requested by the Chinese are at the behest of the Germans, buy from us, with their colonial holdings in the Pacific now in the hands of the Entente, the vacuum pumps, aluminum, ball bearings, and so will end up on Chinese soil at least. Daniels waved his hand in disinterest as he continued. More importantly are the ships the Chinese want and what we are willing to sell to them. President Woodrow Wilson was silent for a good minute as he tried to process the Navy Secretary's words. Can't we just do a repeat of the sale of Mississippi and Idaho? 1. We can, yes. Daniels nodded his head. But I assume you want the Chinese to win any engagement with the Japanese, let alone the British. Are our older ships really that outclassed by the Japanese? Yes. Everyone in the room could hear the reluctance of the Navy Secretary to answer the question. They might stand a chance against the older ships of the Japanese or the British, but they are slow, undergunned and underpowered. When the Japanese start to bring into service their new dreadnoughts, well, it will make it obvious why our older pre-dreadnoughts are called pre-dreadnoughts. And building new ones for the Chinese is not politically convenient, I assume. Added Garrison. Indeed. Even if we order as of this moment another batch of the Pennsylvania class, it will take at least 2 years before the Chinese could get their hands on the ships. Which will make our words to the British ring hollow. Sighed the President. Lindley M. Garrison, after pondering over the silence that befell the President's Oval Office, turned towards the two men present with a calculating eye and asked the absurd. Why don't we sell them our modern ships? Daniels looked at Garrison as if he grew a second head and asked with incredulity in his voice. And weaken our already subpar Navy. Subpar Navy? Well, did Badger not call our Navy as good as the Navy of any other nation? Garrison asked in mock surprise. 2. Daniels sputtered at the question, but before he could react to the bait, the President intervened. Please don't start that debacle again, Lindley. It is enough that the media started parroting Wood's words. I am aware you are unhappy with this year's budget for the Army and Navy, but the situation we find ourselves in does not allow for a larger increase. 3. And that's my point, Mr. President. Why don't we sell our older yet more modern dreadnoughts to the Chinese to fund newer, better, and perhaps more ships? I hope you don't forget that we are giving said hypothetical money to the Chinese through loans. So what, you want to use our money behind Congress's back to fund the military? Daniels asked with incredulity. It won't be our money, but the Chinese. Wilson sighed in defeat and looked as if he bit into a lemon when he asked his Secretary of Navy. Joseph. What dreadnoughts would you rather do without if you could replace them? 1. The sale of Mississippi and Idaho pre-dreadnoughts to Greece in early 1914, which they used the money to fund 2 new dreadnoughts. 2. This is referring to the hearings of the State of the Army and Navy on December 9, 1914. Secretary of the Navy Daniels and 2 admirals friendly to the administration, Frank F. Fletcher, Commander of the Atlantic Fleet, and Charles J. Badger, a member of the General Board, assured the congressman that the Navy was in splendid shape ship for ship. As good as the Navy of any other nation, as Badger put it. 3. The person in question is General Leonard Wood, former Chief of Staff, who made his disagreement about the conclusion reached at the hearings public. Him and other non-delusional, or non-lying, people got told to shut up. The evening of November 23, 1914, the flagship of the German fleet, the cruiser Prinz Eugen. Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt and other Kriegsmarine officers were listening to the latest news on the bridge of the flagship. The German fleet was now in the vicinity of the Riau Islands and was very soon to enter the Java Sea. After that, the German warships would head to Surabaya to refuel. The German tankers, together with their escort of warships, were less than 100 miles ahead of Kampfgruppe Schmundt. The German admiral was in a big hurry at first to catch up with the convoy and make sure the tankers were safe. Now his fleet sailed at an economical speed, saving fuel. The report the admiral had just heard informed him that the flagship's radar had detected contact with unknown warships traveling at less than 10 knots. The enemy group consisted of 8 cruisers of various types, but for the time being they posed no great risk to the German ships. Especially since the enemy was not aware of the presence of German warships. Sir, if we maintain the same course, we will make contact with the enemy in less than an hour. Then we can strike under the cover of darkness, with the element of surprise on our side and of course the advantage of more advanced technology. Moritz Schmidt. Korvettenkapitän Moritz Schmidt's opinion on the bridge of the flagship was shared by many present, but not by the admiral himself. I understand the advantages of fighting at night, but I prefer a daytime battle. I want to completely destroy the enemy, completely wipe out. Fighting at night gives our opponent some chance to escape. We must avoid this. Early in the morning, as soon as the morning dawns, we will attack. Inform the other captains in the fleet and my colleague Vice Admiral Helmuth Brinkmann of my decision. With the coming of daylight, Kampfgruppe Schmundt headed towards the enemy. They came into contact with German warships and Entente ships shortly after 7 o'clock in the morning. The Germans very quickly identified the enemy as the French, which they more or less expected. The German strategy for the battle was extremely simple and at the same time very effective. The plan was clear, to lure the French warships as close as possible to the German fleet, so close that they were within range of the German guns but unable to return fire themselves. The ideal distance was 15 kilometers. As soon as the French cruisers are gradually neutralized, the distance will decrease. Such tactics were made possible by the huge technological difference between German and French ships. The moment the French caught sight of the Germans, they sailed for death. They just didn't know about it and couldn't know. At 7:26, Kampfgruppe reached a distance of less than 15 kilometers and opened fire. The flagship opened fire first, followed immediately by her sister ship, the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper, Captain zur See Wilhelm Meisel. Very soon the light cruisers of Kampfgruppe Brinkmann also started firing. The heavy cruiser Prinz Eugen chose as her target the armoured cruiser Gieden, which had a displacement of nearly 10,000 tons and was the closest. The German warship fired very accurately and hit its opponent, who could not fire back, with the third salvo. The German 203mm AP shells penetrated the French ship's armour very easily and soon knocked out both 194mm turrets. Within minutes, the French armoured cruiser had ground to a halt, the fires on deck raging out of control, and it was clear that the end was near. The flagship of Kampfgruppe Brinkmann, the light cruiser SMKMS Leipzig, fired at the armoured cruiser Kleber. The German light cruiser's 150mm shells easily penetrated the hull and caused extensive deck fires. The French armoured cruiser became unmanageable and quickly capsized at 7:49 after a powerful explosion. Nevertheless, it took less than an hour before the cruiser Kleber disappeared under the surface. The heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper chose as his target the flagship of the French squadron, the armoured cruiser Jeanne d'Arc, the largest vessel in the fleet. The warship with a displacement of less than 11,500 tons desperately tried to close the distance and threaten the German ships with its 194mm guns, but without success. A combination of AP and He 203mm shells quickly turned her into a burning and uncontrollable wreck. When the forward gun turret was hit, its explosion mortally wounded French Admiral Favreau as a giant piece of glass lodged in his neck. The German light cruiser SMKMS Nürnberg, Captain zur See Otto Kluber, chose the cruiser Desaix as her target and blasted this 7,700-ton warship without mercy. This armoured cruiser sank shortly after 7:55. Around that time, the armoured cruiser Gieden also disappeared under the surface, swept off the surface by the German flagship. Aboard the heavy cruiser SMKMS Prinz Eugen, Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt was watching the destruction of the French fleet when Corvetting Captain Moritz Schmidt alerted him to one of the French warships that had left the crumbling enemy formation. They are trying to escape. Moritz Schmidt. For escape? There is no escape. I won't let anyone in the Entente know what happened here until I see fit to inform them myself. Send a message to SMKMS Leipzig to have Kampfgruppe Brinkmann take care of it. Hubert Schmundt. A few minutes later, SMKMS Leipzig broke away from the German formation and began chasing the protected cruiser Chateau Renault, which was desperately trying to save itself. She was one of the fastest French warships, yet her 24 knots could not compete with the German light cruiser. Chateau Renault soon came under accurate fire from the German warship, 150mm shells causing catastrophic damage to the almost 8,000-ton ship. So very quickly she lost her greatest advantage, speed, and became a defenseless cripple who capsized and disappeared below the surface at 8:29. The smallest of the French ships, the protected cruiser Descartes, which, with a displacement of 4,000 tons, became unmanageable after being crippled by a 150mm shell from SMKMS Nürnberg. The badly damaged French warship subsequently collided with the armoured cruiser Duplex, which only hastened the inevitable end of both these vessels. At 8:07, the French flagship, the armoured cruiser Jeanne d'Arc, also sank, but she was not the last French ship to resist. The armoured cruiser Montcalm was now under fire from 3 German cruisers, firing her guns several times at her tormentors before she was completely silenced and sank at 8:14. Its end was very quick and the wreck disappeared under the surface almost immediately. There were no survivors from this ship. At 8:30 the Battle of the Riau Islands was over and resulted in one of the most overwhelming German naval victories. The German fleet completely outclassed the French fleet and sank 8 cruisers without suffering any loss or damage. It was the worst French naval defeat since the end of the Napoleonic Wars. On November 24, France lost all of its key naval units stationed in the Pacific. It was not only a military but also a political disaster of colossal proportions. Because soon the French subjects in Indochina will learn about this defeat, for whom it will be a huge motivation to defy their colonial masters. The Germans attempted to rescue the French survivors with some success. Unfortunately, Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt did not have time for humane actions, and soon left the scene of the battle. He then headed as quickly as possible to Surabaya, where he would meet a convoy of tankers and refuel his warships. There he also wanted to land all the French survivors. And thus, through the neural nation, let the whole world know that he had completely crushed the French fleet. He wanted the Dutch to be the ones to spread this news to the world. He sincerely hoped, although he didn't hold out much hope, that the Entente might do something stupid and perhaps drive the Dutch into the German camp by force. If the Dutch became German allies, or just brothers in arms, it would be a huge strategic victory. The Battle of the Riau Islands had another consequence. The Entente naval forces that terrorized the Chinese coast practically ceased to exist. It was not only the destruction of the French fleet, but also the debacle of the RN off Hong Kong harbour where the British lost the core of their fleet in the Pacific. Now, of the main German adversaries, the Japanese remained the biggest threat, and they, unlike their European allies, knew that destroying the German fleet in the Pacific would not be an easy task. Another and also very unpredictable consequence of this battle was its influence on neutral countries not only in Europe, but also in America. Such a crushing defeat of the Entente simply could not be covered up or downplayed in any way. More and more countries began to realize that the military power of the Entente and especially their fleets were vastly overestimated. Moreover, the complete one-sidedness of this debacle raised enormous doubts about the level of competence of the French Navy and its high command. Needless to say, in France, after one of the greatest maritime disasters in its history, a culprit had to be quickly found to bear the responsibility for this failure. It was a question of whether the politicians in Paris would be content to lay the blame on Admiral Charles Favreau and not demand the head of one of his high-ranking superiors. Now not only the Royal Navy, but also the Marine Nationale was faced with a very clear goal, i.e. to achieve some great military success as quickly as possible. At this moment, it was not directly required by the military, but rather by the political situation. However, it soon becomes clear that events in the Pacific will take such a turbulent turn that everything that happened before the Battle of the Riau Islands was just a pleasant memory of previous small failures. Because from now on, the situation in the Pacific will resemble one giant fire for the Entente. And the effort of the Entente to extinguish it, with the forces that remained at its disposal here, will turn out to be completely unrealistic. Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt did not know it at the time, but his actions on November 24, 1914 laid the foundations for the disintegration of the French and British colonial rule in Asia. November 25, 1914. SMKMS Prinz Eugen, 10 knots. Having dispatched a known foe, Admiral Schmundt's fleet proceeded at a more leisurely pace towards Surabaya. The convoy would arrive about a day before he would. That made it all the better than the French squadron had been eliminated. If he hadn't followed at increased speed, they would have blockaded the convoy in the harbor. The radar had made a huge difference. It had detected the French ships in the middle of the night and allowed them to place themselves in a good position to deal with them in the light. Some of the officers wished to attack in the night, but Schmundt declined. First of all, he wanted positive identification on those ships before firing. He didn't want to accidentally attack a fishing fleet, like some drunk Russian. Or find himself in a close engagement with British or Japanese battlecruisers. Also, he didn't want to expend extra ammunition in the dark. As it happened, they were able to collect all the French ships, something that almost certainly would not have happened in the dark. The battle was an execution. Out of around 6,000 French sailors, 153 had been pulled out of the water and survived the next 24 hours. He felt a little ill thinking about it, but that unfortunately is what war is. He was currently entertaining the French flag captain, the highest-ranked prisoner taken. Indeed, one of only 6 surviving officers. Schmundt had invited the French captain to dine with the officers, and the man had accepted. He had already spoken with the officers to be present. There was to be no impropriety, the man was an honored guest, who had already been through plenty. Thankfully, that had gone without issue. The French captain was cordial, made all the easier by the fact that several officers spoke French, and there was no need for the silence that would otherwise be imposed. The captain was cordial, and the younger officers especially had behaved themselves. Schmundt had been somewhat worried that they would either joke, or otherwise make fools of themselves. Instead, upon finding that Captain Falliers had been raised on a vineyard, one of the younger officers confessed a desire to one day have one of his own and had entered into a discussion with more depth on grapes and the intricacies of winemaking than Schmundt knew existed. It was good to know that his men could be trusted not to inflict further humiliation on an already defeated enemy. November 25, 1914. HMAS Australia, Hong Kong. Admiral Patey looked on a scene from Dante. Before him, the city of Hong Kong, once a beautiful gem of the British Empire, burned. Had he been closer, he might have heard gunshots. Ships were scrambling to get out of the harbor, each packed solid on the upper decks with masses of humanity. It was obvious now why Hong Kong had not been replying to his requests for updates. He wondered what the troops were to do. They certainly couldn't unload in the middle of this. He was supposed to take over evacuation when the troops unloaded. One thing he was very sure of. London was not going to be happy about this. November 25, 1914. HMS Iron Duke, Scapa Flow. The atmosphere in the wardroom was electric. The admirals of the Grand Fleet, plus Beatty from the battlecruiser fleet were all meeting. The Germans were coming. The Grand Fleet had finally moved back to Scapa Flow. Defenses had been massively improved, with multiple layers of nets, as well as additional sub-chasers, and artillery. Indeed, even now the artillery from the ex-Shannon was being emplaced in areas. Gentleman Admiral John Jellicoe began the Germans are coming. More specifically, von Spee has collected a convoy of ships in America, and they are returning. The High Seas Fleet must sortie in order to see Spee through. So, we'll finally have a crack at them, then. Admiral Madden, Jellicoe's chief of staff, commented. So we hope. Continued Jellicoe, the mission of the Grand Fleet will be to keep the High Seas Fleet occupied, so that the battlecruiser fleet can intercept and destroy Spee. What about scouting? Asked Admiral Warrender. If the battlecruiser fleet is otherwise occupied, how will we find the Germans? That task will be given to Admiral Moore's 1st Cruiser Squadron. I do realize that with the Germans having their battlecruisers available for scouting that this is a dangerous mission. However, it is the feeling of the Admiralty that it is best for Beatty to interdict Spee. Replied Jellicoe. Sir, my command is currently Duke of Edinburgh, Black Prince, and Warrior. Interjected Admiral Moore. Could my cruiser force be increased, to better allow for that scouting to take place? Jellicoe drummed his fingers thoughtfully on the table for a moment before replying. You make a good point. Admiral Gough Calthorpe's 2nd Armoured Cruiser Squadron will assist. That is Argyll, Devonshire, Cochrane, and Achilles. You will also have Admiral Napier's 2nd Light Cruiser Squadron. That is Dartmouth, Weymouth, Chatham, and Dublin. That will have to do, and it already has weakened the Grand Fleet's screen to a disturbing degree. We are very low on modern light cruisers. Admiral Moore nodded, apparently satisfied with the force allocated to him. Won't he be gobbled up by the German battlecruisers if they encounter him? Asked Admiral Arbuthnot, 2nd in command of the 2nd Battle Squadron. Unfortunately, it is a possibility. However, in the case you encounter them, you will run for the Grand Fleet, and we shall endeavour to meet you. Jellicoe said. They won't last long then. Beatty chuckled. The German battlecruisers, for all their armour, can't take a hit. A surprising development, but not one we can count on again, cautioned Jellicoe. Jellicoe's steward surreptitiously slipped in and nodded to him. That will do for now, Jellicoe said, motioning to his steward. When we know more, we will deploy. For now, we will lunch. One thing we know after the engagements so far, Beatty said as the food was brought in, and that is that British ships don't explode. November 26, 1914. Sheerness. HMS Bulwark explodes. Only a dozen survivors are fished out of the cold waters. Note 1. November 15, City of Ypres, occupied Belgium. Schütze 1 Dietrich Meyer grinned as he shielded his eyes against the setting sun, looking up. Even 2 weeks later, it was a sight to behold, the flag of the German Empire, flying high over the city of Ypres, atop the damaged, but still standing tower of St. Martin's Cathedral. It had been a hard-fought victory. Many of their comrades had been lost in the mud and the trenches, cut down by the relentless hail of bullets or the bayonets of the enemy. Sickness, hunger, and exhaustion had gnawed at the resolve of the German soldiers, even as their generals had pushed them ever forward, desperate to not let the stalemate that had begun to settle in all across the Western Front ever since the retreat from the Marne become permanent. Their offensive had finally gained new steam after the news of a string of naval victories in the Pacific. Pamphlets and news articles had talked at length at how Admiral von Spee had made an utter fool out of the Entente, sinking many of their ships, raiding their colonies and going on a journey around the world to return home. The news that their beloved navy, the Kaiser's great project, had so clearly paid off had been heartening to the soldiers. After the initial success of the war in the West had petered out into setbacks, small retreats and stalemates as the rains of autumn turned the battlefields into muddy hells, their initial enthusiasm and hope for a quick victory had died out, giving way to grimmer thoughts and exhaustion. Supplies and ammunition beginning to run low did not help, either. But the incredible naval victories had boosted their morale again and put new steam into their attacks, as Falkenhayn renewed them, all the while the same news made the Entente waver. Finally, their relentless tenacity had paid off. The enemy had buckled and begun to give way by the end of October. Then, after weeks of grueling fighting and heavy losses, of endless attacks and counterattacks, the armies under the command of Chief of Staff Erich von Falkenhayn had finally broken through the Entente lines 2 days later, chasing British, Belgians and French alike in front of them and driving them out of the city of Ypres, that Belgian town which had bulged outwards into their lines like a blister, and securing it for the Empire. His regiment, the Bavarian Reserve Infantry Regiment 16, had been brought in after the initial attacks had stalled, but they had been among those who lead the final push into the city. He had seen with his own eyes how soldiers from another regiment had lowered the Belgian tricolour and hissed the imperial flag in its stead from the top of the cathedral. Even now, that flag was still an inspiring sight. A proof that all their efforts had not and would not be in vain. Truly a sight for sore eyes, don't you think, Gefreiter too? Dietrich asked the man next to him. The Gefreiter, a man whom Dietrich had known since they both had enlisted at the start of the war, nodded, although he did not look too happy. Then again, he rarely did. A proof of our victory, indeed. And of the meaningfulness behind the sacrifice of our comrades to get here. He shook his head. But this is only the beginning, Schütze Dietrich, and we both know it. Dietrich resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Herrgott, Adolf, can't you just be happy with what we have for once? We took the last major Belgian city. No, our victory is only a matter of time, especially with now well the navy is doing. Adolf looked at him sternly, the iron cross on his chest glinting in the sunlight. In light of your enthusiastic mood, I will overlook your insubordinate tone, Dietrich. But taking one more city will not end the war. There is still much work to be done, and while we should be happy for this victory, we should also never forget that we still have a long way ahead of us. We must face that way with German discipline and honor, and we can't afford to slack off and forget about those. Dietrich sighed. Whatever you say, Gefreiter. As the two began to walk through the ruined buildings and cratered streets back to camp, Dietrich eyed the man in front of him with amusement. Ever since he had been promoted for his bravery in the Battle of Ypres, and had gotten his medal, Adolf had become even more rigid than before. He had always been a bit odd, sure. Aloof and quiet, always eager to follow orders and carry them out to perfection, to show discipline at all times and throw himself into the war as if it was some God-given task. He was a loner, rarely speaking with the others in their regiment or company, often sitting down away from the others to read political pamphlets or various literature. Certainly not letters from home, though, as he rarely got any. When he did speak, it was usually because something had aroused the surprisingly fiery passion he was hiding under this cold exterior, talking at length about the honor of Germany and German soldiers or the like. He had been this way ever since he enlisted, an Austrian who had somehow found himself in the Bavarian army. Dietrich shook his head. Yes, Gefreiter Adolf Hitler was certainly a strange fellow. He couldn't bring himself to dislike the man, though. His quiet nature also meant he didn't really offend anyone and nobody could deny his bravery in combat. Dietrich remembered how Adolf had pulled him away from the field after a bullet had pierced his leg, exposing himself to enemy fire to save him, and later leading an attack to retake a lost position. He was a reliable comrade in arms, if not a friendly one. The officers liked him for his obedience and bravery, and the others in the regiment and company at least respected him, even if Dietrich doubted they would ever be friends with him. Lord knows he had tried to coax Adolf out of his shell a bit, but to no avail. Still, as they reached the camp and he heard the songs his comrades were singing, morale still high after their victory 2 weeks prior despite their high losses, Dietrich could see a small smile come to Adolf's lips. Even he was at least somewhat affected by the good mood. Dietrich smiled, as well. Their regiment would recuperate, and once that was done, it would be back into the breach. And while Adolf certainly was right about a long road ahead, the war would certainly not be over by Christmas. They had proven without a doubt that the German Empire could overcome even the best of the enemy through relentless tenacity and courage, be it on land or at sea. The war was still going, but he had no doubt that it would be won. 15th of November, General von Falkenhayn's headquarters near Ypres, occupied Belgium. Mulling over the reports and maps of the front, Erich von Falkenhayn, Chief of Staff of the German Army, came to a simple, but sobering conclusion: his offensive had failed. Oh, certainly, they had taken the city of Ypres, despite heavy Entente resistance. A success, to be sure, one that the propaganda at home had wasted no time exploiting in every way they could. After all, they had taken one of the last cities in Belgian hands, a symbol of their resistance. And sure, they had managed to do so while inflicting greater losses on the enemy as they took the city than they themselves had received. It was a victory, no doubt. But it wasn't the victory he and the rest of the OL had wanted. He had hoped for a general breakthrough, to punch a big hole into the Entente lines and get the momentum of August and early September going once more, driving the enemy all the way to Paris and end the war. This had not materialized. After recovering from their retreat, the Entente had managed to stabilize the lines some distance west of the city once more, effectively flattening out the salient that the city had once been. What's more, to the north, the Belgian army, led in person by their king if reports were to be believed, had managed to block German forces from crossing the river Isar in long, bloody fighting. With that, the race to the sea was over. Trench networks had been dug up and spread all the way from the Channel coast down to the Swiss border. Falkenhayn rubbed his eyes, tiredly. The Schlieffen plan had failed, once and for all. And with it, any hope of a quick German victory in this war was gone. Even if their supplies and ammunition had not run low, Falkenhayn doubted that they would be able to achieve another breakthrough like in Ypres again, much less an even bigger one. No, the time for a war of movement had passed. Now, the Western Front would be a long, grueling war of attrition. At least morale among the troops was still high, in large part thanks to the outstanding naval victories of von Spee and his ships. The notion that the mighty Royal Navy was not invincible, that their beloved Kaiser's fleet had been well worth the effort and prestige spent on it, had been heartening to most of the soldiers. Indeed, if not for this influx of morale just as it had begun to flag, Falkenhayn privately doubted that Ypres would have fallen at all. Still, he saw things clearer and more realistic than the soldiers on the ground. Von Spee had to have had the devil's own luck in order to achieve so much with so little, but that luck could not last forever. The combined French and British fleets were simply too much for their own to take on in a straight fight. Falkenhayn had little doubt that these victories at sea would turn into defeats sooner or later. The idea of strangling the Entente on the continent via blockade, like they tried to do to them, was simply a pipe dream. 4. No, this war would be decided on the field by the army. And without a quick victory, the war in the West would be decided by which side could make the other bleed out first in a battle of attrition. At least the situation in the East was looking better, now that China had entered the war on their side. That was more good news, since it would give Russia another front to fight and tie up Entente forces in the Pacific to safeguard their colonial possessions from more than mere raids. The Ottomans joining in was also a welcome development, seeing as how they could threaten both the Caucasus and Egypt, tying up more enemy troops there. Of course, with these good news came also the frustration of Bulgaria continuing to drag their feet. The sooner they joined in, the sooner they could finally crush the Serbs, seeing as how the Austro-Hungarians were clearly not up for even that small task. Every day Bulgaria wasted hemming and hawing was another day that this thorn in their side continued to aggravate the situation in the Balkans, prevent stabilization there and tying up much needed troops and resources. Still, even with the situation in the east improving, a quick victory would not be found there, either. Falkenhayn remained confident in an eventual German victory. But he also held no illusions. A time of immense bloodletting lay ahead of them if they wanted to see this day arrive. 1 Schütze equals private. 2 Gefreiter equals lance corporal. 3 In OTL, Hitler did indeed fight in the First Battle of Ypres, receiving the promotion to Gefreiter after it. While he received the Iron Cross second class for bravery on the battlefield only in December that year, I think it's an acceptable divergence to have him receive it here after a victorious Battle of Ypres. Hitler was indeed regarded as odd and aloof by his peers, though they overall still liked and respected him. He was also popular with the officers, for the reasons listed here. 4 Falkenhayn's assessments are overall not wrong, but he also doesn't have the full picture, of course. November 27, 1914. In the air near Scapa Flow. Lieutenant Pratt led his gaggle of 4 torpedo planes on their first live drop. It wasn't expected that in the actual harbor attack they would attack the same target. In fact, the preference was that the damage would be spread around. Any ship damaged was a ship that would not be available to sortie. Today, they would be targeting an ancient merchant ship. HMS Shannon's hulk had been sunk by Air Commander Longmore's squadron earlier. Lieutenant Childers would be attacking another decrepit merchant, and Lieutenant Perry would be dropping with another group. He hadn't met Perry yet, he had apparently been working on another ship. Scapa Flow was once more full of ships. The Grand Fleet had returned. The carriers Empress, Riviera, and Engadine were present as well, and the brand new Ark Royal was slated to be there inside of a week. Scapa Flow now bristled with defenses. Pratt returned to the matter at hand. He had told his squadron that they would attack in twos, with him attacking the hulk last. It wasn't known how fast the ship would sink, and it was desirable that everyone should launch. His first 2 lined up and launched beautifully. 1 torpedo was definitely porpoising, the other appeared fine. The porpoising torpedo struck the torpedo was in the air, leaving a large hole mostly above the waterline. The other appeared to strike near the engine room. The second team bored straight in behind them, dropping almost before the column of water had subsided. The ship was definitely in distress. The second 2 torpedoes bored in. One either missed or was a dud, the other hit the extreme bow, blowing a huge chunk out of the stem. Pratt lined up his own attack. Just before he released, the hulk rolled over, displaying its bottom to the sky. The hulk started settling. The torpedo dropped into the water and raced towards the hulk. It smashed into the settling hulk, sending another column high into the air. The remains of the ship disappeared beneath the waves. Pratt pulled back up and his squadron formed up around him and they headed back to their ship. Pratt noticed that one of the craft was smoking quite a bit more than normal. He made hand signals to indicate to the pilot that he should land immediately. The rest of the squadron would orbit for a bit, to have a good idea of the endurance of these aircraft, after having hauled a torpedo for a bit. Pratt watched with concern, the smoke becoming darker and thicker. The plane dropped down, landing as soon as they entered the flow. The pilot landed successfully, just in time for bright flames to erupt from the engine of the plane. A steam launch was already crawling towards the burning plane. Pratt hoped it wouldn't be a write-off. If it was, then it was lucky that Short had promised 2 extra planes over the 20 initial delivery. The rest of the squadron continued to orbit over Scapa Flow. The steam launch picked up the hapless pilot and began hosing the plane down with water. Well, back to the business of flying. November 27, 1914. Hohenzollern Palace. Wilhelm busily making preparations. Spee was at long last coming home. Such heroes would receive their richly deserved hero's entrance. In addition to the havoc they had wreaked on the British, they were bringing home several trapped German ships. Why, he was even bringing his Emperor a new dreadnought. Well, almost. The American guns built for the Greek battleship currently being built were coming. With that, a new ship would be added to his fleet. There was now the matter of breaking through, but that was a given. His mighty fleet would, if not destroy the Grand Fleet, at least distract them long enough for Spee to get through. Oh, his admirals had cautioned him, there would be losses, but they needed Spee. He had accomplished so much with so little. Wilhelm could imagine placing Admiral von Spee at the head of the High Seas Fleet, and how with such a force at his disposal, he would chase the Entente ships from the seas. After all, given 2 armoured cruisers, Spee had destroyed 6 Royal Navy armoured cruisers. Given the 15 dreadnoughts of the High Seas Fleet, the 20 or so dreadnoughts of the Grand Fleet stood no chance. Note 1. First though, the returning heroes needed a feast. And medals. And noblement. Pictures would be spread throughout Germany, proclaiming all they had done. Such graphic proof of the superiority of German arms would encourage the people, his people, to greater acts of heroism, driving back their enemies that surrounded them on all sides. The Entente was certainly doomed. November 27, 1914. SMKMS Bismarck, 10 knots. Main Gott, it was cold. Admiral Karls pulled his coat a little snugger around himself and walked into the bridge from the wing. After all that time in the tropics, he had forgotten the bone-chilling cold of the North Atlantic. Especially in late November. Icy wind lashed the ship, throwing spray over the bow as the ship churned steadily towards Germany. The cold, bitter as it was, had one advantage. The ships all had ability to heat. The cold could be driven off, the heat of the tropics couldn't be evicted. Things were going well. The fleet had made good progress. An American ship had been spotted and ignored, sent on its way with a greeting. 2 eastbound British-flagged ships had been taken, one new collier of about 8,000 tons, full of fine Welsh steaming coal, and a second ship of about 4,500 tons, full of crates of Scotch. Both ships were capable of maintaining 10 knots, so they had joined up with the procession heading to Wilhelmshaven. Karls supposed it would be somewhat useful, and at any rate, the ship was an excellent one. A ship full of Royal Navy rum, and another full of Scotch. Well, they would be able to supply a very large celebration upon their return. November 27, 1914. London. The war in China produces suspicion of upcoming shortages of tea. Said speculation leads to many people beginning to buy excess tea in case of shortages. This creates a cycle, in which lower stocks lead people to buy additional tea, often at the expense of other items, further lowering perceived supply and increasing the rumors, leading to hoarding more tea. This starts in London, but quickly spreads to the rest of the British Isles. Note 2. Note 1. Wilhelm is attributing both Royal Navy cruiser squadron defeats to Spee. And forgetting that they were defeated individually. The most recent successes in Asia have not yet reached Berlin. London's much better worldwide communication still took up to a week to learn of happenings on the other side of the world. Note 2. The loss of the Chinese tea trade shouldn't actually be noticeable yet, as ships that left China before hostilities commenced continue to come in. Hong Kong would have continued shipping stockpiled tea before being attacked as well. The last few slow freighters with Chinese tea will be in around this time. Also, a fairly large proportion of British tea came from India at this time to my understanding. Shortages caused by mere suspicion are surely completely unfamiliar to the readers. November 26, 1914, somewhere in the jungles of French Indochina. Tontai did not look like an emperor. He had none of the fancy robes, he was covered in mud and had not shaved in a week, and he had not had a proper meal for a couple of days. Nevertheless, the emperor was feeling exhilarated. Everywhere he went, he and his band of 20 men were hailed as heroes. The French had put a 20,000 franc bounty upon his head, yet no one tried to collect it even though many had a chance. Tontai did not know the fate of his son yet, only that he was not in the French hold. Right now the goal was to pillage their way north, meet the regular army at the border, and to broker a truce with the Chinese. Along the way, he flipped villages to rebel control and raided French garrisons, stealing weapons and food. French officials were taken prisoner and executed. Some joined the revolt, usually those who were born in Vietnam, but most lost their heads. He heard that up in the mountains of Laos, King Sisavangvong declared total independence of the Empire of Laos and styled himself emperor. Tontai chuckled when he heard that news, as if that lowly backward backwater could be on the same level as Vietnam or China. Still, it was a good thing that the Lao had done that, it would take the heat off of him. But they had no large armed force as Vietnam did, and so after the war, it could be overrun and turned back into a vassal. Similarly, Cambodia was up in arms, and most ridiculous was that communists in Cochin China declared themselves the Democratic People's Republic of Indochina. For now, the communists would be tolerated. But Tontai was already making plans to get rid of them. As he marched through the dense jungle, he came across a clearing where a small village lay. There were all the villagers squatting on the ground in front of 35 Frenchmen. Tontai and his men crouched in the bushes to watch what it was about. "Tell us, where is Tontai?" the leader said in French. A translator translated the message to the villagers. "We do not know," an elder replied. The leader got up from his chair and kicked the elder square in the chest. "I have been asking you kindly for more than an hour, if no one tells me, then heads will roll." Tontai tried to get up to stop the injustice when Nguyen Sin Kung pulled him down. "There are too many of them, if attacked we'll all be killed and all of this will be for naught." Tontai sat back down but hated what was to come. Suddenly a gunshot rang out from the village, and they turned to see the elder shot square in the head. Every 5 minutes another shot was heard. After an hour, the Frenchman shouted, "All right, it seems that you have no value for your lives. France will not miss one village, he turned to his comrades and said, "Shoot all the dogs." He then turned to a very young woman crying over her father and said, "It would be such a waste, to let this one die." He grabbed the woman by her hair and started to drag her. Tan Tai saw red and ran through the clearing. He shot at the French, who jumped in surprise. He was vaguely aware that his followers were behind him, trying to protect him. Suddenly, he felt something hit the back of his head and everything went black. November 26, 1914, Varna, Bulgaria. August Wilhelm hefted his rifle as he shifted in the saddle of his horse. He was here to hunt foxes with the Tsar Ferdinand, while he was really here to try and convince the Tsar to join the war, but so far there was little luck. The dogs picked up the scent of one and ran off, the hunting party pursued. After 15 minutes of chasing, the trail was lost. "Your Majesty, I must ask, you have kept me in Bulgaria for 8 days now, I need to tell my father of what has been happening here, and you, Your Majesty, have kept me here doing nothing but hunting and out in the countryside. Does this mean that you do not like the Bulgarian nation, Prince?" the Tsar replied. August said, No, I do, but the Western Front is falling to a standstill. If you were to join us, then we would be able to go so much further. Your Majesty, I put aside my honor and ask you to join us, please. It is November now, winter is here, if I did join you, I would lose more men to weather than to actual battle. And plus, the Entente is ready to give me all of Macedonia just to attack the Turks. This was a huge lie, the Serbs would not part with an inch of their territory even as Belgrade was falling. But it had the intended effect, and August quickly replied, Your Majesty, as a representative of the Kaiser, I am ready to promise you all of Macedonia and Serbia and until the river Morava. Von Oberndorf looked shocked but said nothing. If he did, it could jeopardize everything, so he added, We only ask that you join the war now so that the Serbs can be defeated now only, Belgrade is days from falling. One. The Tsar looked at the two for a second and then he told the Germans, You have a deal, but it will take a week for the parliament to accept, and another 2 weeks to mobilize at best. Von Oberndorf replied, Do not be rushed, Your Majesty, we only thank you for accepting our pleas. August thought for a moment and said, What if you were to tell your generals to order the troops to mobilize as far as possible without fully mobilizing, while you get the politicians to accept? It could shave off a week. The Tsar started laughing, and so great was his laughter that birds flew from the trees. When he ceased, he said, Prince, you will go far in life, very far. I will send the order as soon as we get to Sofia. 1 OTL. It fell on November 30th. With the Russians pulling troops away to fight China, the Austrians have less pressure and can provide more troops to the Serbian front, so you can imagine how much quicker the city would fall. Port of Shanghai, the main base of the Chinese fleet in the South China Sea, November 22, 1914. The 2 surviving destroyers of the first Zerstora flotilla arrived in Shanghai on the morning of November 22. Both Fregattenkapitän Rolf Johannessen and Korvettenkapitän Günther Watchsmith had fuel problems, and Z-14 Friedrichen and Z-15 Erich Steinbrink literally ran on gasoline fumes for the last leg of the voyage. Both German commanders were aware that they had achieved a major victory before Hong Kong, but the price was, in their view, disproportionate. Shortly after their arrival, the 2 officers were to report aboard the Chinese flagship, where Admiral S.A. Zhenbing wanted to speak with them. The flagship of the Chinese Navy, the cruiser Haichi, still bore the scars of the battle with the French fleet, which was now most likely looking for a German convoy of tankers. With any luck, the French will encounter the German fleet and Kampfgruppe will get rid of the French ships once and for all. None of the German or Chinese officers yet had accurate information about the movements of the other German ships. Nor was it known exactly what the British and Japanese warships were doing in the South China Sea area. The main positive for now was that there had been no news from Admiral Otto Ciliux. So his convoy sailing to the US was still not discovered. Given that the entire Hydra operation was actually planned only because of the convoy to the USA, it was necessary to look at the progress of the entire operation positively. The commander of the Chinese Navy, Admiral S.A. Zhenbing, welcomed the 2 German officers with due reverence and respect. He spoke to them through a translator and was very pleased with the performance of the German fleet during the Battle of Toy Island. Gentlemen, according to our intelligence reports, you and your subordinates have succeeded in sinking HMS Swiftsa, the flagship of Vice Admiral Martin Jerem, which is very likely dead. I congratulate you on your great victory, the Chinese people are very proud of. S.A. Zhenbing. Thank you, Admiral, but this victory is joint, not only German but also Chinese sailors took part in the battle. We win together and unfortunately we also lose. The destroyer Z-16 Friedrich Eckeld had 226 Germans and 68 Chinese on board. I don't hold out any hope that any of them would survive, we were in no position to save anyone. We had to retreat and leave our comrades to their fate, Rolf Johannessen. After the German officer had the interpreter translate everything he had just said, he decided to continue. Regarding enemy losses, here is a complete report of the battle action taken by the 1st Zerstora flotilla during the night. I had your naval liaison officer serving on my ship translate it into Chinese. Regarding intelligence, is the death of Vice Admiral Martin Jerem actually confirmed? Rolf Johannessen. Unfortunately, we are not sure yet, but I believe the report is true. I very much enjoy reading your battle report in detail. I also want to tell you that I have asked the President to award you and Commodore Eric Bay with the Order of Wenhu. Likewise, to grant all of you who took part in that battle ranks in the Chinese Navy. So you will be on the payroll of not only the German government, but also the Chinese government. The victory at Toy Island will go down in the history of our two great nations. And as for my dead countrymen, they will go down in history as the first Chinese to die in battle during China's greatest naval victory so far in the modern history of my country. S.A. Zhenbing. Admiral, I do not wish to speak only of the dead. Your men serving on my own ship are doing well. Well, as good as it gets, considering they've never fought on such a modern ship. If I may, I would like to recommend that more of your sailors be transferred to German warships. As far as I know, there are now 500 Chinese officers, petty officers, and crew members on duty with the fleet. The vast majority of them on destroyers. I recommend doubling this number. Rolf Johannessen. Excellent idea. I will send this proposal to our President. I believe he will be very happy to approve it. It is necessary for us Chinese to gain as much experience as possible with modern warships. S.A. Zhenbing. The two Germans talked with the Chinese admiral for another hour or so. Their main concern was to obtain fuel, provisions, and ammunition for their destroyers. Admiral S.A. Zhenbing promised to deliver everything, yet it was clear that the rest of the 1st Zerstora Flottille would not leave Shanghai before the afternoon of November 23. Not one of the German commanders wanted to stay here very long, quite the opposite. They both wanted to sail to Tsingtao as soon as possible. It was clear that the Chinese admiral would prefer to keep both destroyers under his control and integrate them into his fleet. Unfortunately for him, he did not have the authority to do so. That is why he tried to keep the Germans in Shanghai as long as possible. As soon as Rolf Johannessen and his colleague left the Chinese flagship, Corvetting Captain Gunther Watchsmith said this with a certain amount of skepticism. He nominated us all for high Chinese honors. It will mean a lot to Commodore Eric Bay and the crew of Z-16 Friedrich Eckeld in particular. I'm sure the award will look great in those men's coffins. We made a mistake that night. That last attack was madness. We should have immediately put our feet on our shoulders and run. With a high probability, the 226 Germans and 68 Chinese would still be alive. Gunther Watchsmith. There will never be any coffins, Gunther. Flowers don't grow on sailors' graves. If Martin Jerem is dead, then the attack was definitely not a mistake. The Brits will be in a mess now. I hope we can take advantage of the chaos. I have only one goal now, and that is to get both of our ships safely home to Kyotsko. Nothing else interests me at the moment. Rolf Johannessen. Our Chinese ally wasn't exactly thrilled that we wanted to leave so quickly. I think we didn't please him very much. Gunther Watchsmith. Yeah, you're right, I felt that way too, but my orders are clear. The sooner we are home the better. I'm not going to stay here at any cost. You know your orders, Gunther. Have Z-14 ready to leave Shanghai as soon as possible. Now go back to your ship, we both have a lot of work to do. Rolf Johannessen. Despite the efforts of both German commanders, it was not possible to prepare the German destroyers to set sail before the late evening of November 23. The 1st Zerstora Flottille thus left Shanghai with some delay. Fregatten Captain Rolf Johannessen took no chances during the voyage home and completely avoided any contact that was picked up by radar operators, or GHG. His ships then successfully arrived at Kyotsko, and Rolf Johannessen was able to personally inform Governor Alfred Meyer-Waldeck about the loss of Z-16 and the operations of the 1st Zerstora Flottille off the island of Toy. Formosa Island, Japanese fleet base in the South China Sea, November 25, 1914. The planning of the Japanese attack against the main base of the Chinese fleet in the port of Shanghai was already over. In a few hours, the Japanese fleet was to leave Formosa and set sail for battle. Admiral Shijet Diwa was not exactly enthusiastic about the whole plan, but his superiors in Tokyo requested that the operation be carried out as soon as possible. He was soon to leave his office at headquarters and transfer from land to his flagship. He was only waiting for Admiral Hayao Shimamura, with whom he still wanted to discuss this important military operation. At first he wasn't happy that Tokyo had sent this man to Formosa to check on him and look over his shoulder. But now he was actually grateful for the presence of the Chief of the General Staff of the Imperial Japanese Navy. Admiral Hayao Shimamura was among the most honorable men in the Imperial Japanese Navy. His nature, unlike others, was not driven by ambition and the desire to rise above someone. However, the quality that Shijet Diwa liked most about him was his completely realistic view of the situation. Rationality was probably the most important thing the Imperial fleet needed right now. When Admiral Hayao Shimamura arrived, his tired face showed that another military disaster had occurred. Diwa hasn't enjoyed much good news in the past few days and most likely won't in the days to come. Another crazy orders from Tokyo, my friend, or has something much worse happened? Shijet Diwa. Admiral Hayao Shimamura sighed and handed the message to his colleague, who began to read it. Don't tire yourself of reading that message, my dear friend. Let me be very clear. On November 20th, in the early hours of the morning, the German fleet visited our British friends in Hong Kong. As usual, things turned out very badly for the Entente, that is, for us. The Germans, with their fast cruisers, took the British and their RN completely by surprise, using their better night fighting tactics and sinking a large number of ships. We do not yet know the exact losses, but we know for sure that HMS Swiftsa was sunk, with no survivors. Hayao Shimamura. Shijet Diwa was expecting another disaster, but this was a bit too much for even him. He preferred to sit down and then ask. Vice Admiral Martin Jerem, our official superior, is dead. Yes, and with him and his whole staff. At the moment we have no British superiors over us. However, I have an official request from the Governor of Hong Kong, who is Francis Henry May. The Governor is asking us for help with the evacuation of civilians from the colony. According to him, the situation is absolutely catastrophic. The Chinese are murdering all British citizens without distinction of age or sex, taking revenge on the British for years of oppression. As the RN strength is very weak in the area, and the reinforcements commanded by Admiral Patey will not arrive in time. And even if she arrived in time, Admiral Patey would not have enough power, according to the Governor, to turn the tide in the Entente's favor. Hayao Shimamura. So what do you suggest, my friend? Should we ignore our orders from Tokyo and sail to the aid of the British? Even if we sail in a few hours and head for Hong Kong instead of Shanghai, our presence might not change anything? Perhaps the colony's defenses will collapse before our fleet even arrives and it will all be useless. In addition, and this must be noted, our attack against Shanghai is already delayed. According to the original orders it was supposed to be carried out today. Shijet Diwa. Maybe it will all be pointless and will be for fools and morons, but maybe not and will help save our allies. We need to deepen the alliance with the British and earn their gratitude. Also, and this is very important, the British asked for help from us Japanese, not the French. Please bear in mind that if we do nothing, there is a threat of massacre in Hong Kong. The Chinese spare no one. This is not so much a political or military decision as a moral one. Hayao Shimamura. Sure, and our humanity will only mean that it hastens the end of our military careers, but since I've actually retired, I honestly don't care. But for you, my friend, the pension does not apply yet. That's why I respect the fact that you are willing to risk your career. I will support your proposal. We will change the orders for the fleet and head for Hong Kong. I will also take 1,000 of our Marines with me. I don't have any more on Formosa at the moment. They will be a drop in the bucket during the fighting in the city, but hopefully they will shore up the colony's crumbling defenses long enough for us to evacuate all the civilians. Shijet Diwa. Thank you, I believe we made the right decision. Moreover, the Chinese fleet is unlikely to leave Shanghai anytime soon. So if we delay the attack by a week or 10 to 14 days, nothing much will change. Hayao Shimamura. Admiral, don't thank me for making a moral and honorable decision. This war is anything but honorable. Most likely saving those civilians will be the only really good thing we do that I can be proud of. Once Shanghai is attacked, we will show no mercy to anyone. We will kill all Chinese without distinction, including women and children. We will destroy the entire city and port. Shijet Diwa. Admiral Hayao Shimamura had no answer to this last sentence. However, he felt contentment inside his soul. Sailing to the aid of the British was the right decision, something he could morally justify and was proud of. On the night of November 25th, the Japanese fleet left Formosa and headed towards the colony of Hong Kong. The Japanese fleet consisted of all combat-capable ships located in the South China Sea area, including both Kong and Hai battlecruisers as well as Setsu battleships. November 25, 1914. HMAS Australia. Admiral Patey, much as he hated to do it, was heading away from the horror that was developing in Hong Kong. He had little choice, he simply had to coal his warships. He had turned over the protection and deployment of the troopships to what was left of the China squadron. He refused to attempt to coal in a harbor that was under threat of bombardment. That would be a quick way to have fires aboard ship, which would certainly smudge the second lieutenant's paintwork. Aboard he was currently entertaining the former Japanese consulate to Hong Kong. Given that he was now the ranking officer in the area, pending other orders, which he would seek at Formosa. However, in the interim, something had to be done about the situation in Hong Kong. Consequently, he had asked the consulate to meet privately for a few minutes as they sailed to Formosa. Thank you for meeting me, Mr. Matsumoto. Patey began. I appreciate the recent days have been difficult for you. Thank you, Admiral Satoshi Matsumoto acknowledged with a smile. The war has been much more difficult here than ever envisioned. No mistake, agreed Patey. I must now ask a favor of the Japanese Empire. 2 favors, really. First, if Japan has any ability to assist with evacuation of Hong Kong, we would be most appreciative. We simply do not have sufficient vessels to do the job. I would need to wire Tokyo and Formosa, but I do not believe that will present a problem, Matsumoto replied thoughtfully. What is the other request? Patey sighed and steeled himself before replying. If the Japanese Empire can at all assist with the current battle in Hong Kong, the British Empire would be grateful. Note 1. The Japanese man looked thoughtful for several seconds. I will also wire that request upon our arrival. I know there are ships in Formosa, but I do not know more than that. Perhaps some troops are available, but I will request that this be looked into at once. Thank you, Mr. Matsumoto, Patey said gratefully. Any assistance is greatly appreciated. I will do my best, replied the diplomat gravely. I have heard terrible things about what the Chinese are doing to civilians and captured soldiers alike. I would spare any of that. We should dock early tomorrow morning, Patey informed him. I will have my own requests to my superiors to send. Let us hope we can arrange things in time. Patey nodded in silent agreement. Tea was brought in, and they turned to lighter subjects. November 28, 1914. SMS Friedrich der Grosse, Wilhelmshaven. Anchored. Well, gentlemen. Inge began, addressing the assembled admirals in the wardroom of the flagship. We are going to attempt to help Admiral von Spee break through. Right now, we are planning on having Admiral Hipper's battlecruisers leave early and meet up with Spee, in case the Royal Navy attempt a direct interdiction. The High Seas Fleet will also sortie, both as support, and hopefully draw the attention of the Grand Fleet. What will we do about the discrepancy in numbers? Our battleships will be outnumbered 15 to 23. Note 2, interjected Admiral Andreas Mikkelsen. We will be appending those numbers, with the addition of the Deutschland and Braunschweig-class battleships. Said Admiral Ingenol with a note of finality. 2 of them should be equal to the earliest classes of British dreadnoughts. The speed loss to the fleet is minimal, as they are only a little slower than the Nassau class. The battlecruisers will be seriously outnumbered if they encounter the British battlecruiser force. Noted Admiral Mauve. Regrettable, but not as serious as might be thought. Admiral Hipper interjected. Seydlitz should be ready to sail by the time we need to leave. As well, of the 10 Royal Navy battlecruisers, 5 have definitely been spotted recently around the world. 2 are in the Mediterranean, 1 is in Australia, and 2 were spotted by the Turks around Aden. Will Blucher accompany you this time? Asked Mauve. No. She will be attached to main fleet. We will require scouts. Interrupted Ingenol. Blucher will lead our scouting arm, with York, Prince Heinrich, and Prince Adalbert. Will those antiques manage anything, other than killing sailors? Asked Admiral Scheer incredulously. Regrettable. But they will not be used for long-distance scouting like the battlecruisers. They'll extend the search line of the High Seas Fleet, and in the event of encountering anything, will fall back on the main fleet, then rather than joining the battle line as the battlecruisers would, they will disengage and in the event of a torpedo attack, assist in driving it off. Ingenol stated. When do we leave? Asked Admiral Hipper. Right now, we expect that you will meet with Spee on December 9th. To that end, you will leave on the 6th. The main fleet will leave 2 days later. All going well, and the Royal Navy doesn't molest us, we meet on the 10th and sail home. Then we thank God for our deliverance. Ingenol said, reading from a paper. Victory, no matter what it looks like, acknowledged Admiral Mauve. November 28, 1914. SMKMS Prinz Eugen. Surabaya. Admiral Schmunt looked over his uniform once more. It still appeared perfect. He had invited the governor aboard for a visit, and wanted to ensure all was in readiness. This was a situation that would have been quite impossible on a coal-fired ship. Coal dust would be on every surface on the outside of the ship, and many inside. With oil, all it took was connecting a few hoses and waiting. Bosun's pipes shrilled as the governor was shown aboard with full honors. Schmunt strode forward and offered his hand, that the governor took. Good afternoon, Governor Eidenbug. I am Admiral Hubert Schmunt. Began Schmunt. Thank you for doing me the honor of visiting my ship. Would you care to take refreshment under the awning on the quarter deck? The wardroom is rather uncomfortable in this weather. Yes, thank you. The governor acknowledged. They walked to the quarterdeck where comfortable chairs had been placed and sat. The admiral's steward brought iced drinks, much to the astonishment of the governor. Note 3. Both relaxed, and took to light conversation as the ships fueled. Note 1. This is certainly exceeding any authority Admiral Patey has, especially as he is not officially in charge of the theatre. On the other hand, he's the man on the scene, and asking the Japanese is the fastest way to get help. Note 2. The Germans consider the sinking of HMS Aran as unconfirmed. Note 3. Refrigeration, let alone freezing without appropriate weather, is in its infancy right now. November 29, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Winston Churchill sat with Jackie Fisher, poring over 2 sets of plans for a cruiser. So, these are the plans for the 2 cruisers. Churchill said, looking over the sets. They look nearly identical. On paper perhaps. This first one mounts 8 of our 7.5 guns, and can carry them at around 31 knots, or 10 knots for about 8,000 miles. Armor is similar to a light cruiser. The second is about 2,000 tons heavier, and carries 9.2 guns, a little slower, and not so far, and has armor similar to an Invincible-class battlecruiser. Fisher replied, his keen eye noting the details of the ships. Note 1. Quite a price difference, though. Noted Chuck Hill. Both designs on outline were superficially similar to the Tiger class of battlecruisers, with 2 turrets forward, carrying twin guns, and 2 turrets aft, separated by an engine room. There was also a large, built-up superstructure on top of which sat what was to Churchill's eye a ludicrously large rangefinder. Is this correct? He asked Fisher, pointing at the rangefinder. The rangefinder is half again as big as what the battleships have. It's the new model, still being worked on. It is not yet ready for manufacture but should be ready in time for either of these ships. Fisher replied. Which of these ships do you find preferable? Churchill asked. Fisher frowned. Neither if I'm honest. The second design seems to be an Invincible-class battlecruiser, with more speed, less armor, and less firepower. The price difference doesn't reflect the substantial decrease in ability, though. The second is closer to a light cruiser, though with substantially better abilities. That seems to match up with what we need to hunt the German raiders. Churchill pointed out. True, allowed Fisher. The build time should be better as well. What is the estimated build time? Churchill asked. 18 months. Perhaps less. Fisher replied. 18 months. Sputtered Churchill. We can't wait that long. Fisher fixed him with a baleful stare. Do we have a choice? Churchill sighed. Well, not really. He admitted, I just can't stand the thought of the Germans running rampant that entire time, with us only hoping they run into a battleship. We will get several ordered, regardless. I think about 8. Fisher said if the high seas fleet comes out shortly and we can either annihilate it, or at least reduce it, perhaps we can send battlecruisers to deal with the large light cruisers. Regardless, it won't hurt to have these ready in the case that more are being built. The Germans would be fools not to, with the trouble a few have caused us. I also think we should order another 8 of the C-class light cruisers. Our modern light cruisers have been running a bit low. True. Admitted Churchill, but all that's about to change. When the Germans come out, we'll thrash them. The battle can only go one way, as Admiral Beatty demonstrated. Without God himself intervening on the Germans' behalf, the only question is how thoroughly we defeat them. After this speech, Churchill sat back, and took a very satisfied puff on a cigar, while Fisher continued poring over the plans. November 29, 1914. SMKMS Königsberg. Vast expanses of the Pacific. Admiral Silliux looked at the plot. It gave a bit of a distraction from the vast emptiness of the ocean, day after day. By his reckoning, they were nearly halfway there. Thankfully, they had slipped out without being detected. He wondered how easy it would be to get back in, this time with heavily laden merchants. It was doubtful that the Japanese would fall for the same trick twice, depending on how well it worked. He had heard nothing, which wasn't surprising, since by the time that everything would be wrapping up, he should have been out of wireless range. At least, in the daytime. Admiral SCHMNDT had told him that this time, there was no expectation of reports until they were nearly home, so that arrangements could be made. This was no surprise. San Francisco had no direct communication with Shanghai. If there were any undersea cables, which Silliux was unsure of, the British probably destroyed those within hours of the war beginning, as they did to Germany. He walked back to look out the windows, as the convoy continued to plunge on towards their destination. November 29, 1914. Scapa Flow. HMS Ark Royal pulls into harbor. Almost immediately after she drops anchor, planes are towed out for her to embark. Her appearance is a tribute to the efficiency of the yards, being completed nearly 2 weeks early. Indeed, there are still yard workers aboard, to make sure all is as it should be. The crew will be using the time to get as familiar as possible with their new ship, practicing loading and unloading aircraft, and other such evolutions. A pair of short 81 are provided for this practice. Due to a loss, there are only 21 of the precious short 184 torpedo planes, and nearly every single one will be embarked on the 4 ships. For now, however, it is time to prepare. November 29, 1914. SMKMS Bismarck. The weather was deteriorating, which was normal for the North Atlantic at this time of year. Admiral Karls did not envy the sailors on the destroyers, or those that manned Anton turret in Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. Note 2. Grey skies met grey seas in every direction. The raiders had a successful day, sinking 3 more British-flagged merchants, all with assorted manufactured goods of no interest to the Germans. That, and no one had any interest in attempting to board the ships in the tossing seas. One ship had apparently thought she could run and had been sunk while attempting to do so. The others had meekly surrendered. No survivors had been found of the runner. A contact report came in. A tanker heading east, British flagged. Well, they might be making an exception to the rule on not capturing ships today. Note 1, both designs are a sort of in-between of a Hawkins class and a County-class cruiser. Note 2, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, the battle cruisers, were wet forward, with the frontmost turret occasionally being washed out in heavy weather. Heavy seas were a major problem for them in the action off Lofoten. November 27, Hong Kong, China. Dear Marie, I hope you are reading this letter in Singapore or Moresby or whatever place that is far from this hell that is Hong Kong. It seemed almost as if it was yesterday we were going on a date visiting the Orient, enjoying our time in the city's many exciting places and having fun. Now I can hardly believe that this ruined city was once beautiful. The shells have been pounding on us for days by now, their advance relentless and determined as each day more and more of my fellow brothers lay dead. I fear that if I don't get out of here soon I may be next to fall. But I'll do my best for you, my love, so that I can touch your soft skin once more and see your beautiful eyes. Your love, Robert. Robert William finished his writing in a study table. They've been holed up in one of the underground shelter for the past few days, his squadmates soundly sleeping in the shelter's beds. He's frankly amazed by how they could sleep through the roar of distant artillery and screams of men. Knowing what High Command had ordered it, they would need all the sleep they could get. Since he couldn't sleep from the shell, he decided to go look around for something to pass the time. Searching around, he finds a guitar leaning on the table and with nothing better to do grabs the guitar and begin playing music. November 28, Hong Kong, midnight. Robert shivers in the cold winter, leaning against one of the walls of a building, his squadmates and other men around him also suffering the same fate and shivering in the cold. They've been waiting all night for the signal and it's wearing down their nerves. To distraction himself from the cold, Robert inspects his weapon, a Lee Enfield Mk3 with a bayonet attached to the rifle, 13 marks engraved to rifle to represent the 13 kills he had racked up with the rifle. It has served him well for the last couple of days. He hopes that it will continue to be like that. A hand pats him in the back and he looks to see his fellow squadmate Jacob Martin. Martin, you all right there, Willie? William, nothing, just making sure that my gun won't jam when we go into battle. Martin, all right, but aware the signal could be ringing at any moment. Suddenly loud whistles ring throughout the streets, followed by large shouts. Charge! For King and Country! Go! 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 John Berkeley rushes to the scene as men jump from their cover and begin the charge. Berkeley, all right everyone, me. Let's go. Robert grabs his gun and follow Berkeley as they jump into the fray. Bullets whizzed in front of him, hitting other men around him and dropping them dead. He sprints as fast as he can to the Chinese lines and jumps the barricade they had captured and shoot 2 Chinese soldiers in the chest before charging a third one and bayoneting him in the torso. Other men joined the fray, storming the barricades and killing the Chinese defenders who were caught unprepared and hadn't expected a counter-attack. Robert looked around him. The plan had worked. They had broken the lines and the bastards were in full rout. Martin had just finished the last of the enemies before approaching him. Martin, you okay, buddy? William, I'm all right, just a little tired, that's all. Berkeley, you're gonna need it as we're not done yet. Everyone on me, let's get those guns. A great hurrah echoed through the area as they charged once more. Berkeley, men were almost there, just keep pushing. The next few hours was a whirlwind of activity as they charged to the batteries, running down and killing the fleeing soldiers and smashing the desperate defense they created. Finally, as they reached over the hill, they spotted the crews who were desperately evacuating the guns, the smaller and mobile ones having already been moved while the heavier pounders were still being moved. The guards had spotted them and were raising their rifles when they shot first. Bullets whizzed into the enemy, killing scores of them, with 2 being his, and scrambling the crews of the guns as both sides used the large guns as cover. They began to lob what grenades they had left to the enemy, killing more of the bastards. In the middle of the firefight, while aiming his rifle, he spotted a large ammunition depot behind the enemy. Forming a risky idea in his head, he popped out of his cover and checked the artillery where he was covering to see if it was loaded, and sure enough it had an AP shell in it. Before he could even formulate his next step, Martin pushed him to the ground, narrowly avoiding a bullet that was aimed at his head. Martin, what the hell is wrong with you? Are you looking to die? William, no, but I have an idea. Help me aim this gun. Martin, with the amount of lead being slung across no man's land, no thank you. Berkeley, being across them, overheard their conversation and shouted. Berkeley, don't worry about that, Martin, just help William, while we provide covering fire. As the Berkeley and the rest of the team provide covering fire, Martin and Robert jumped from their position and beginning to aim the cannon to the depot. Many Chinese soldiers spotted the duo but were unable to take aim as British forces pinned them down. It was enough, as with the gun primed and ready, William ordered through the gunfire. William, fire. Thunk. Boom. The gun fired and the AP shell landed on the depot, exploding its contents and killed any who were nearby. Men were ripped apart as limbs were thrown whichever way. Those less fortunate burned as the flames from the explosion engulfed their bodies and charred them to the core. After that, the fight lasted for a few more minutes until finally the rest of the Chinese were forced out of the hill. Robert dropped to the ground in exhaustion. They had did it. They managed to silence the guns. The Chinese would surely return with a larger force and retake the ground, but for now the guns were quiet and their families could leave the city. From the horizon he could already see the Anzac forces landing as well as a few Japanese boats docking to port. Martin, Finley, Robert, we're going home. William, couldn't agree more on you, pal. Martin, where do you think we're headed next? William, I don't know, maybe on the Western Front or heading to Africa. Martin, I'm hoping we stay alive till the end of the war. Rummaging his pockets he finds 2 bottles of whiskey, he throws one to Martin. Martin, hey, what's this for? William, it's to celebrate the end to this fucking nightmare, to the victory of this battle. Martin, and to those we lost along the way. They chugged the whiskey, draining it until it was empty, and watched the sunrise. It'll all be over soon, he thought as he looks at a photo of his girlfriend Maria with the message "I love you and please be safe" in the back of her card, as well as a lip mark from her and a heart-shaped stamp into the photo. Loud explosion erupted in the city, waking the crew of the boats and alerting the captain. Using binoculars he spotted the large fire spewing from a hill, and realizing that the Chinese guns were silenced and knowing that his fellow soldiers sacrificed their lives for it, he used the opportunity given to him at the garrison and had the crews wake up the troops to begin landing. Anzac forces were now to disembark from the ships and begin landing at Hong Kong. 1 minute till landing. Rick Bell was not having a good time. The rough sea and the tumbling of the boat is making his stomach gurgle and his face green, but had just barely managed to keep his meal inside him. Others not do much, as a few men around him puke their stomachs out over the boats or in a bucket and dump it to the sea. Passing by them are the last few remaining ships, brave enough to evacuate the last of the civilians out of the city, their boats filled to the brim with people. Some of them would greet the oncoming Anzac forces and cheer them on to defend the pearl of the British Empire. Suddenly their boats come down to a complete halt as they hit the dock of the city, lurching the men forward and tripping many. "All right people, get moving, I have more men to transport." He made a sigh of relief as their boats docked in the ports of Hong Kong. It had been a nerve-wracking experience, hoping that the Chinese didn't have any artillery left that could shred the boats. Speaking of artillery, as he walks through the cratered remains of the port he looks at a hill as large smoke rises to the sky. The battle on Hill 1044, or the miracle at Hill 1044 by the civilians, had been nothing short of outstanding. A few hundred soldiers and around 1,000 militiamen, both having been doggedly fighting since the start of the siege with little to no rest and only a pitiful amount of ammo and supplies, achieved the impossible and broke the Chinese lines long enough for them to reach the guns and silence them, allowing the Anzac to land and relieve the city. They were lucky that the Chinese weren't expecting them while having an atrocious alarm and response system, otherwise the miracle could have been a disaster. A strange shout had Rick turn around to look at the new arrivals. Japanese Marines had arrived to help Hong Kong. Rick was grateful for that, as Hong Kong would need every man it could get, as its garrison had faced weeks of brutal Chinese assault. Speaking of garrison, they had just arrived to the port to be relieved and sent back home. Marching on the ruined streets, Rick could see how bad the garrison was. The men worn tattered and ruined clothes, some were using their rifle as crutches as their legs were either broken or cracked, while most had bandages covering every part of their body. The most shocking was how small they were. The marching troops numbered to less than 300, and from what he had overheard they had originally been in the 10 of thousands before the siege. Rick lowered his hat to his chest as others followed suit, paying respect to the brave souls who had survived the siege. The Marines did the same, bowing their heads in respect as the survivors continued marching to the docks, where they would be relieved of command and sent to the other battlefield or were sent home to recover. November 30, 1914. Isle of Man. A strange-looking craft motored as close to the beach as it could. A ramp dropped down, and 200 seasick soldiers stumbled out into the surf and onto the beach. Further down the beach, a ship's boat was also unloading a group of men. Up on the beach, a group of officers watched the operation with a stopwatch. This was the test of a prototype landing craft. Based on London barges, this experimental vessel was a little over 100 feet long and 20 feet wide, with a diesel motor. Initial tests had shown that the craft were reasonably seaworthy, but had an unusual motion that made all but the saltiest men seasick. That was no problem, since in such a landing, even on the ship's boats, many of the soldiers would be seasick. The officers were impressed. The new craft, called an X-Lighter, unloaded 500 men far faster than the ship's boats could. They were unclear on what exactly this new craft was going to be used for, however it would be useful to know what it could do. In this respect, amphibious landings were no different than Nelson would have done a century earlier. Rumors flew as to what these strange craft would be for. Some said they would be used to sail up rivers, and deposit men behind enemy lines for attacks. Others thought they would be used to directly invade Germany or Austria, or some combination thereof. One particularly ardent officer was certain they would be used to invade Denmark, and attack Germany through there. This theory was roundly discarded by everyone else. No matter what, these appeared to be a major step up in amphibious warfare. Notes would be sent along to First Sea Lord Fisher as soon as they were collected. He had been most interested in getting these built and tested. Keeping him waiting could be more than a little hazardous to one's career, and possibly health as well. Note 1. November 30, 1914. SMKMS Prinz Eugen. The little oil convoy was en route back to Tsingtao. Admiral Schmundt expected no issue on this leg of the journey, but was a bit nervous about what they might find when they got closer to Formosa. The radar had been put to good use, and a ship carrying rubber had been captured. Able to keep up with the fleet, she had been added to the little convoy. It would probably be useful in Tsingtao. Rubber was always in short supply in Germany during both wars, though getting it through just wasn't going to happen. Still, 21,000 tons of oil was useful, and all ships had full tanks. How much oil would be left to add to the supplies once all the ships had refueled was another matter. They really needed more tankers. Or to get Japan out of the war to establish more regular shipments. Both would be even better. In addition, SMS Kronprinz Wilhelm had joined the little convoy at Surabaya, her hold filled as much as possible with barrels of gasoline. Thankfully, no enemy ships had been encountered since the destruction of the French squadron. Hopefully, the Japanese were too discombobulated to send anything to follow the convoy. Theoretically, the British would never send the French to do anything they could do themselves, so perhaps no Royal Navy ships were in any position to bother them. Contact called a lookout, heavy smoke on the horizon. Admiral Schmunt thought for a moment. Detach Z-19 to investigate, he ordered. Outside, flags went up and Z-19 peeled off towards the smoke. November 30, 1914. HMS Natal. Entering Aden Harbor. Commodore Green stood on the bridge, watching his little squadron entering the harbor. Coal was unacceptably short, but after the torpedo attack on Gloucester and Phoenix, he had no intention of sticking around to find out if the U-boat cared to attack further. They had skipped Alexandria and gone straight through the Suez. The Admiralty had been surprisingly uninterested in the loss of Phoenix, though had been far more critical about the loss of the Gloucester. There would certainly be an inquiry later, but if the battles were won, that would go far better. He would have to do all in his power to make sure that things went well. November 30, 1914. HMS Goliath. Captain Thomas Shelford glared with annoyance at the engineer in front of him. So, you're telling me we are limited to 8 knots for at least 2 days, he asked in a low tone of voice. Yes sir, the engineer answered, sweating profusely from causes other than the intense heat. The condensers never did well in these warm waters, and one of them has cracked the cover. We have a replacement, but it will take time to install and test it. It had better be 1 day, or less, the captain growled. We're already well behind the other 2 ships. The Chinese aren't waiting on you to finish your repairs to kill every British subject in Hong Kong, you know. The engineer saluted and scuttled back to his engines. Captain Shelford paced the bridge. He could tell the bridge crew were jumpy but didn't care. He was, after all, the captain. The ship was struggling to maintain the 8 knots given. The Canopus class, never all that fast new, was not new. The chronic condenser issues that had plagued the class from birth had grown more acute. Contact called a lookout. Smoke plume to the southeast. Well, unless whatever it was decided to make a social call, he wasn't going to chase down anything faster than an arthritic whale. No need to investigate anyhow. Several minutes later, the lookout expounded. Contact appears to be light cruiser, sir. Well, that still didn't matter. A light cruiser would never allow herself to be caught by a wheezy battleship that couldn't even hit her own rated cruising speed. Maintain course, he ordered. Call me if anything changes. He stalked back to his day cabin. Dark would be falling soon anyhow, so even if he could somehow successfully pursue the light cruiser, he'd probably never get in range before darkness fell. A few hours later, Captain Shelford returned to the bridge after dark. He'd enjoyed a decent sleep and wasn't feeling quite as irritable. As expected, the light cruiser had watched them for a little while before retreating not long before dark. That was to be expected. The light cruiser wouldn't want anything to do with a battleship, even an old one. There had been a report of a German convoy in the area, but obviously a convoy escort wouldn't want anything to do with a battleship. And given his condenser issues, he couldn't chase them down even if he spotted them. Nothing to do but carry on towards Hong Kong. The moon was nearly full, brightly illuminating the sea, though a dark area was charging across the open water towards them. One of the storms so frequent in these seas. Usually, they didn't last long. Darkness enveloped the seas, and a moment later, wind struck the ship, and rain began lashing the vessel. Even the old Goliath didn't really care about this. The storm moved on, and the bright moon once more bathed the seas in silver. Contact, called a lookout. 2 ships to the south. Captain Shelford raised his binoculars and found the ships. They appeared to be some sort of light cruisers and were heading away from him at speed. Likely they were ships that were supposed to keep an eye on him and report his movements. Of course, they might also be. Helm. Turn hard to starboard, ordered Captain Shelford. Unseen outside, 3 torpedoes missed due to the turn. Also unseen, a 4th torpedo struck just forward of the fore turret. The bridge crew were thrown to the deck. There was a groaning crash below, and the ship began rolling over. She floated on her side for 15 minutes before slipping beneath the waves. 180 men escaped from the sinking vessel, clinging to whatever wreckage they could find. Note 1, the testing is made up, but these craft are real. Fisher ordered them, originally for his Baltic scheme, though they would be used for Gallipoli eventually OTL. November 30, 1914, Tsingtao. A marvel of engineering. Every time he passed by the Arado, he could do nothing but stare at it for minutes and find some new, small detail that would give him inspiration, for it was inspiration and guidance that he now desperately needed. Lieutenant Victor Klobahar Rakovina von Bunnik, recently christened as the Director General of the also recently established Directorate of Aviation in Tsingtao and propped up as the Chief Engineer and Manager of the Tsingtao's Aviation Design Bureau, felt like he was running on fumes by this point, working 12 hours per day, all days of the week, in a race against the Japanese to establish a whole aviation industry from scratch. He did not even contemplate to be placed in charge of a whole military aviation arm by the German governor of Tsingtao, Alfred Meyer-Waldeck, let alone of China. Oh, certainly, he was not in charge of what the Chinese were building or developing, nor was he in charge of mobilizing the Chinese industry to build said planes, at least on paper, as, while the Chinese director was de jure in charge of aircraft design, development, construction, and production, he still followed Victor's directions and advice, making him de facto the man in charge of aviation in the whole of China. Saying that the task felt daunting would be, quite the understatement in Victor's opinion, but one that he did not shy away from, especially when his country needed him. "We are going to lose." "What was that, Gaston?" Victor turned from the sight of the Arado to the haggardly looking Frenchman beside him, arching an eyebrow. Gaston Caudetron looked even more tired as he searched for the right words. "God is on your side," he sighed. "How can I have any hope of my country winning this conflict when this miracle has been in front of my eyes for the past month?" "God is on our side," Victor confirmed with no hesitation, for it was simply the truth. While some might believe the arrival of the Kriegsmarine forces so far away from home a cruel gift, he understood that it was a challenge for the Germans to overcome, to become worthy of the gift. "God may give you apples, but he will certainly not place them inside your bag." Still, he had to ask. "Are you angry?" The Frenchman was silent for a few seconds. "Angry? At the beginning. Now? Just disappointed and tired. I just hope this war will end quickly and our defeat won't break the Republic." Since the departure of the German battleships, the remaining forces in Tsingtao, with no hope or expectation of reinforcements or spare parts, went to great extremes into keeping their modern equipment in working order. The most obvious and straightforward one being the catapult-launched aircrafts of the various Kriegsmarine ships. The Arado 196 was the closest the Germans had to a weapon that could change the tide of battle in case the more finicky and fragile equipment broke down, like radar and sonar. Every part of the Arado could be manufactured with the current capabilities of the various workshops spread throughout the German colony. A time-consuming and costly activity, but one that at least allowed them to maintain an advantage. Initially, they did everything in their power to replicate each component, or at least find an alternative, which, eventually, they succeeded, to a varying degree. The ball bearings, the fuel injection system of some models, the aluminum housing and so on proved harder to impossible to manufacture, requiring either specialized machines or importing them from other countries. Hence the BMW 132 engines they built only managed to reach 500 HP as it was limited by the locally produced carburetor, RPM, and fuel. The fuel situation was especially dire as, compared to the bunker oil or diesel the modern ships utilized, which was obtainable, the B4, 87-octane fuel required by the BMW 132 was anything but. To put it into perspective, the highest octane fuel utilized in aircrafts at this time was barely 50. This, the few sailors who previously worked in the car, chemical, or aircraft industry managed to come up with a temporary solution, of using high quantities of toluene, methanol, and benzene before they could completely replicate the B4 fuel. This was for the original engines. The copies utilized a more simpler, and less expensive mixture. However, it became apparent, even with the governor's best efforts at converting the town gas generators, which a sailor who previously worked at IG Farben mentioned the production of aircraft fuel from coal, that such a path would take too much time or produce too little to be of any use in the case of high activity. Especially when the first attempt killed 3 Chinese workers through a H2S leakage. Reason why they tried to limit the amount of usage from the Arados, at least in the reconnaissance role, leading to the building of the Myers, a nickname that got enough traction that became the base for the whole series of aircrafts produced in Tsingtao, being a form of mockery in the honor of Hermann Göring. It was by this point that Victor Klobahar found himself in charge of the development of what was to become the Meyer. The aircrafts were mostly wood, steel, and fabric, with all internal components salvaged from cars, bicycles and other scrap. As a result, there was very little commonality between each aircraft, until the 15th exemplar. Though, there were only 2 real variants created, one with a 45 HP engine and one with a 60 HP, on average, pushing the aircraft to 100 to 105 km per hour. 123 to 130 km per hour with the 60 HP one. While Victor was elevated, in China, one of the most influential men, at least in regards to aviation, Gaston Caudetron, found himself demoted to a prisoner of war from his vice-director position of the Puchau Flight School, and whose company's aircraft made up 90% of the Chinese Air Force, that being the Caudetron III Guarnese two-seater aircraft. After all, France was now at war with China. Eventually, after spending some time from hotel to prison to warehouses and so on, Gaston was sent to Tsingtao, as the Chinese could not really decide what to do with him, and assumed that the Frenchman would prefer European company than Chinese one. This came mostly at the behest of the Chinese pilots he helped to train since 1913 at Puchau, who made enough of a commotion that it reached high enough ears. His stay in Tsingtao was certainly more depressing for the aircraft designer, for obvious reasons, and he spent most of his time in a listless state, sketching some ideas and helping on less sensitive projects that the Germans were undergoing, to earn his keep. As much Victor and other engineers came to like the Frenchman, they did not trust him enough to leave him alone to his devices. He was assigned a minder which, in most cases, was one of his former pupils, who managed to improve his mood sometimes. After Gaston's arrival and the routine shaping up at the Directorate of Aviation in Tsingtao, the Germans, together with the Chinese, settled upon an ambitious plan to create whole industry of aircraft manufacturing in China and to a lesser extent, in Tsingtao. Thankfully for everyone involved, China at least had some previous experience with building aircrafts, as, for example, a further development of the three Guarnese, the non-Yuan gun bus No. 1, would soon to take to the skies. While the three Guarnese was adequate for the Chinese needs over Entong, everyone recognized that such a situation was not to last, especially when, not if, the Japanese started to employ their own aircrafts to contest the airspace. As such, the solution was obviously a new design to replace the three Guarnese and to offer better capabilities both as an air superiority fighter and as a ground support attacker. It was easier said than done. Victor had very limited options to work with, at least in the short term. The Myers might offer some improvement over the three Guarnese, as they were somewhat based on the Arado, but they too were underpowered and not as much structurally sound as Victor would have liked. Not even taking into account the lack of engines to use on the planes, because, while the Arado's BMW 132, and the Tsingtao copy of the engine proved extremely adequate for any plane at this point in time, the simple fact was that they were costly and time-consuming to produce. Certainly, the Chinese could produce it, as they already started the manufacturing of a few in Hanyang and Fuzhou, but it was slow-going and time-consuming, and there was also the fear of setting up a new standard for the enemy to copy. While the Germans needed a 1.5 to 4-ton aircraft, on that a bit later, the Chinese certainly did not, perhaps a dedicated twin-engine bomber at best, which while taken into consideration, was considered by everyone involved to be ludicrous at this point in time where they needed single-engine fighters, let alone such behemoths. This was one of the factors that led to the creation of a water-cooled V6 engine based on the BMW 132, though much cruder. The engine was able to produce around 160 HP for the weight of 290 kilograms, without requiring any of the higher quality fuels the BMW 132 needed. Monoplanes and biplanes that could utilize the V6 engine were already in the designing process by the end of October. Mostly utilizing plywood, fabric, and few structural steel spars in their construction. Very light aircrafts, all things told. On the German side, however, efforts went into the creation of a torpedo bomber variant of the Arado, that would utilize wheels instead of floats and launch from an aircraft carrier with the help of a steam catapult, as was the case with the Graf Zeppelin. The carrier in question being the future conversion of SMS Kronprinz Wilhelm. Besides this effort, Victor was not so much enthusiastic about the steam catapult option, believing that unless tested there would be no indication if the airframe could resist the stress induced by the rapid acceleration of the catapult. As such, he was designing as an alternative a biplane able to take off from a 170 to 190 meter deck by itself. A lot of thanks for the information about Victor Klobuchar von Bunnik. December 1, 1914. Gibraltar. HMS Queen Mary and Princess Royal commence coaling. It's to be a minimal stopover, as the Admiralty has been quite firm about the need to be back with the battlecruiser fleet. Stiddy assumed that the rush was due to the desire of the Admiralty to have the photos he was bringing with him. Regardless, they wanted speed, he would give speed. December 1, 1914. Brest, France. The French Admiralty had just finished a lively debate on the happenings in the Pacific and Indian Oceans. The last that was known, Admiral Favreau's fleet had been about to attack a German fleet. Then silence. Nothing had been heard. They had waited impatiently, in case damage had restricted communication, but now decision time had arrived. Except it hadn't. The French fleet was nominally guarding the Mediterranean, while the Royal Navy was to guard the Atlantic. Well and good, though that left other parts of the world undecided. The Admiralty was now divided. Some wished to send another squadron to the Far East, while the Commander-in-Chief of the Mediterranean Fleet pointed out that they could spare no vessels. Theoretically, the French fleet had 20 battleships available, though no thought was given to sending out the Courbet-class dreadnoughts, or the Danton-class pre-dreadnoughts. However, the commander of the Mediterranean Fleet had been firm to the point of shrill that he also needed to retain all current cruisers, never enough of them, and several of the earlier classes as well to ensure there was enough margin over the Austro-Hungarian fleet, should they decide to sortie. The Austro-Hungarian navy could sortie about 12 capital ships, so the sticking point was how much margin was necessary to have. This had left the entire Admiralty at an impasse, and after much shouting and pounding on the table, it was decided to table the issue for the day and discuss it further in the next week. December 1, 1914. SS Berlin. Auxiliary cruiser. Captain Fundheller cursed his luck as he glared out of the bridge. He had nearly made it through the blockade line home free. As light had come up, he'd been spotted by a blockading cruiser that had given chase. Berlin had worked up to 17.5 knots, but stubbornly refused to go any higher. They were about 12 kilometers ahead of the enemy cruiser but couldn't gain. They might be slowly losing ground, it was difficult to say. Periodically, the enemy cruiser would fire with the big 9.2-inch gun on the front. So far, all the splashes had been well behind. The question was, could they stay out of range until dark? That would depend on the stokers. How far would a blockading cruiser chase him? If there was a good part about that, it was that it would be out of position. Perhaps some ships would get through. How to get the stokers to further exert themselves? He had an idea. Leaving the bridge to the first officer, he gathered several other officers and went down to the stokehold. Despite the cold air being brought in by the ventilators, it was hot. Below, sweating men, black with coal dust and stripped to the waist, shoveled coal into hungry furnaces. Despite the appearance of chaos, it was a well-played choreograph. Flames from open furnace doors cast weird shadows, and the roar of the furnaces filled the entire space. The chief engineer noticed him and came over and saluted. "Sorry, sir," he said apologetically, "they're doing the best they can. I think fouling is costing us that last knot and a half." Note 1. Captain Fundheller held up his hand. "I'm not here to criticize performance, I'm here to help." Behind the captain, a group of galley staff came in with food, mostly sandwiches and drinks. "Show us what to do and rotate the current stokers onto a short break," the captain instructed. Astonished, the engineer complied. Soon, the captain and off-duty officers were working clumsily beside the stokers, much to their astonishment. Fundheller thought it unlikely that his efforts were adding much, but the effect that his presence, helping in the dirty stokehold, seemed to electrify the men. Within 15 minutes, his arms and back hurt. The motion was quite unlike anything he'd ever had to do. And men did this for hours at a time. However, after an extremely intense hour in which all the on-duty stokers had a chance to take a break, the engineer shouted down that they were over 18 knots. The cheer from the men was nearly deafening. The engineer came up to him and saluted. "Message from the bridge, sir. The enemy cruiser has broken off," he reported. "Excellent," exclaimed the captain, wiping his forehead with a rag. "We'll try to maintain this for another hour, then we'll reduce speed. Extra beer rations for all the men." That was heard and spread through the stokehold, and the cheer that followed that news exceeded the cheer from earlier. December 1, 1914. HMS Gibraltar, returning to Scapa Flow. Captain Sheffield glared over the stern once more at the dissipating smoke plume of the escaped vessel. He had thought that they would have her for a little bit, but the engineer had warned that if they didn't want to rig sails to the mast, they had to turn around and reduce speed. They had been near the limit when the ship had appeared, waiting for relief to return to coal. They had of course given chase, only to see their prey dance just out of reach. He sighed and walked to his cabin. He had a report to write. Note 1. Marine growth on the hull gradually makes ships slower the longer they are away from dock. Note, I'm unaware of the captain ever helping in the stokehold, but I've read of instances of officers working beside the men, to encourage them to increase their exertions. I would imagine that having the captain working such a dirty job beside you would indeed encourage that. December 2, 1914. HMS Riviera, Scapa Flow. Preparations for going to sea were beginning. Currently, the ships were coaling, then there would be the task of loading gasoline for the airplanes, as well as torpedoes for them. Lieutenant Pratt had heard that they would be executing the task for which they had been training shortly. He didn't know when, but if they were coaling, it would be soon. Being an aviator, he had no official duties for sea preparation, so he and the other pilots were staying out of the way as the crew and mechanics did their dance. It wasn't official, but obviously they would be attacking the German fleet in its base at Wilhelmshaven. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been spending so much time practicing in the attack on anchored vessels. Had they been planning on attacking a moving target, they should have been practicing on that. He and the other pilots had been discussing the matter. They had decided that it would be their mission to sink the high seas fleet, since they wouldn't come out for the Grand Fleet to do the job. One pilot had suggested starting a pool, where they could bet on how many ships would be sunk, but after much discussion, this idea was discarded. It was likely that they wouldn't know how much damage was done, until much later. Another pilot with some degree of ability with a pen had taken the recognition pictures that had been issued, and painstakingly created a set of playing cards with them. Since it was highly desirable that they should have some idea of what ships they would be attacking or spotting, they had been issued pictures to study, to better report. The cards had lasted exactly one game of whist before one of the ship's lieutenants had seen it and taken the cards. Well, he'd asked to borrow them. He had shown them to the captain, who had taken them ashore to show someone else, and the cards had never come back. The pilot was painstakingly creating another deck at the moment. The atmosphere among the pilots was remarkably calm, though thinking further, this really wasn't surprising. Anyone willing to try and fly one of those contraptions was either brave enough, stupid enough, or crazy enough to not be terribly concerned about flying directly to an enemy base. Should they succeed, he'd give a month's salary to see the expression on the German admiral's face. December 2, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Winston Churchill was working late, as was his habit. He had just shot another message off to Hong Kong demanding an update on their situation. It had been a week since they had last updated him. That was intolerable. He would have thought that they would be a bit more forthcoming about the situation and about their needs. That done, he shifted to the next item. Admiral Jellicoe was again requesting more light cruisers and destroyers attached to the Grand Fleet. Honestly, the man was intolerable at times. Churchill consulted a list. Jellicoe had 25 light cruisers assigned to the Grand Fleet. Note 1. He sighed and gazed at the list again. There were several modern cruisers attached to the Harwich force, but they wouldn't be available when Jellicoe would need them. The Harwich force would be attached to the air raid, which would only just be returning when Jellicoe would be sailing out to do battle with the High Seas Fleet. So, nothing to be had there. He briefly thought of having the Harwich force join up with the Grand Fleet, but no. The Harwich force would have to refuel after the escort mission, and delaying the Grand Fleet for that might cause Jellicoe to miss the Huns. Jellicoe would simply have to make do with what he had. December 2, 1914. HMS Vengeance. Hong Kong Harbour. HMS Vengeance and HMS Albion slowly steamed into the harbour. Captain Leslie Mason looked in horror at the city. He had been here as a midshipman, and it had been a beautiful city. Now war had visited. Fires no longer burned, but the city clearly had been ravaged by fire. One building had a piece blown out of it, probably from an artillery hit. Here and there, masts, funnels and superstructures poked out of the water. A smell hung in the air that he preferred not to dwell on. HMS Antrim and Roxburgh sat nearby. "Signal all commanders aboard," ordered Captain Mason. He would be the most senior officer present, and it would fall to him to make some sort of order out of this. When they came aboard, the captains of the two cruisers were out of sorts. Both must have shaved only just before coming aboard, and they both bore a look of not having slept well recently. Captain Wells of the Roxburgh seemed barely alert, and Captain Arnold of the Antrim was little better. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," began Captain Mason. "What is the situation here?" Captain Arnold seemed jolted out of a reverie. "We just pushed back the Chinese on the 30th. He began. We assisted with counter-battery fire where possible. Since the battle ended, we have done our best to assist the city. Our medical staff have been in great demand. We have also done our best to keep the ships in fighting trim." "Do you know the situation in the city?" Captain Mason asked. "Somewhat. The garrison held, but only just. Word is that fewer than 400 survived the last push. They've since been reinforced by 6,000 Australians and 1,000 Japanese." "So few," whispered Mason. "Has anything come from London?" Captain Arnold started with a guilty look. "I don't know if they know. I was technically in command after the Admiral's death, then Admiral Patey came through. In the confusion, I neglected to send any updates." "Well, that's no good. The telegraph here is no longer in operation, I suppose." "Correct. It was destroyed," acknowledged Wells. "We have to send a dispatch to Singapore at once," said Mason thoughtfully, "and we have to do what we can to assist with the defense of the city. To that end, my ship and Albion will land our contingent of Marines. Note 1, we will also land all of the 12-pounders that we possess. That's 20 artillery pieces between the two ships, and 120 Marines. Note 2. What might be more helpful now is to check with whomever is in charge ashore," offered Captain Arnold. "With the reinforcements, our sailors may well be helpful in building shelters and defenses." "A good idea." Mason complimented. "First things first, London needs to know the situation." December 2, 1914. Hong Kong. Private Hideki Yahaga leaned on his shovel for a moment and took a drink of water from his canteen. His unit of Marines had debarked and joined in the defense of Hong Kong, and the first thing done was to rebuild defenses, and prepare new ones. The garrison had done hero's work, driving the Chinese back. The garrison. His unit had marched past the battered remnants of the garrison, and his superior had ordered them to salute them. 274 were still on their feet. He had been told that they had started out with over 4,000. They were told to hold the city, and that is what they did. It left him with a strong desire to do the same. The men themselves looked like shells, walking corpses. Some had strange twitches, nearly every one of them were staring off into the distance, a haunted expression on their face. Who knew what they had been through to make them like that? Of course, the 1,000 Japanese Marines that he had arrived with would have little hope alone, where 4,000 had barely sufficed, but more British soldiers had arrived, so the garrison size was nearly double what it had been. Note 3. The city had burned, though from the water it looked far worse than it actually was. The harbour front had taken a fair amount of damage, and most of the warehouses had burned, as well as the landward side facing the assault, but the centre of the city was mostly intact. A Chinese artilleryman who had been found hiding among the dead after the Japanese arrived had been taken by the higher-ups, and subjected to a kinetic information retrieval, and had sung like a bird. They had apparently shot up the waterfront because they thought retreating civilians were arriving reinforcements. Idiots. He didn't have much more useful information than that, not that it would have saved him in the end. He sighed, capped his canteen, reattached at his belt, recommenced digging. The Chinese artillery had been disrupted, but they would be back, and the trenches would help. With extra troops, more lines had been added. It was desirable to keep the fire away from the city. Note 1, Churchill looking at numbers, not breakdown. Half of those are not modern, but scout cruisers, sort of a precursor to the light cruiser. The remaining 12 have to be divided between the battlecruiser fleet and the Grand Fleet, to say nothing of maintenance. Note 2, each battleship would have perhaps 60 Royal Marines, that would man the aft turret. The captain also proposes removing the light guns from the ship to add to shore defense. Being line-of-sight weapons, they are of limited use. There are also no gun carriages, though in time that could be made. Note 3, our Japanese Marine does not appreciate the difference between a Brit and an Aussie. December 3, 1914. SMKMS Bismarck. The vicious North Atlantic had moderated. Well, moderated to only 3-meter seas. All ships were having a significantly easier time of it, Admiral Karls was pleased to note. He imagined that aboard the smaller ships, well, what ship in this world wasn't smaller than his flagship, they were enjoying the reprieve, and taking the opportunity to pump out and dry off. Spee had updated Wilhelmshaven of their position and advised that they expected to make landfall on the 12th. Wilhelmshaven had acknowledged and advised that the High Seas Fleet would be sortied to cover the last leg of their journey. They were also advised of the general location of the blockade line. The seas had resumed their general emptiness after capturing the last ship several days ago, which had turned out to be a tanker in ballast. That was quickly added to the convoy. Even the radar hadn't shown anything in range, and given the seas, it had been decided not to use the Arados. Karls had discussed with his staff the idea of sending an Arado off with important documents as soon as they were within range of Germany, but Lütjens had pointed out that by the time they had reached that range, it might well be better to simply send some faster ships. The panzer ships were about as fast as the British battlecruisers, and unlike the battlecruisers, could keep their speed up for practically as long as they had fuel in the tanks, long after the stokers in the coal-fired ships would have dropped from exhaustion. So, the idea with the Arados was shelved for the moment. However, a bag of the most vital manuals and other transportable items were prepared, just in case. December 3, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Winston Churchill resisted the temptation to do a gleeful little dance. Signals intelligence had intercepted and done a rough triangulation on a strong signal in the North Atlantic. It was being extrapolated from that when they should move to intercept, as well as the most probable course. They now roughly knew the German timetable and would be able to make a better interception. This ought to please even Jellicoe. This was quite helpful. Having known near on the exact time of the departure from New York, it could be easily guessed when the ships would come through, but not where. This narrowed the where quite a bit. Oh, it wasn't perfect, but what was? Regardless, he had work to do. He began writing out orders to Beatty and Jellicoe, giving them instructions on when to sail, and where to make intercepts. They wouldn't be sent yet, but it would be well to have everything in readiness. He had also received a list from Naval Intelligence, detailing what ships had been sent along with Spee. These were some of the finest ships in the German merchant marine, and would make excellent troop transports. He chuckled to himself and rubbed his hands together. Imagine, capturing German liners, and using them to capture Tsingtao. Or the German colonies. He could almost see the glory of it all. The capture alone would be worth so much. They needed the good news, things had been going so badly recently on land and on sea. Certainly, the victories in the coming week would be that boost. Jellicoe had been himself, and been far too modest, insisting that destroying the High Seas Fleet was unlikely to happen. Indeed, he would himself be satisfied in a victory that saw few German ships destroyed, providing they retreated. His goal as ever, he stated, was not to win the war at sea, but simply not to lose it. Beatty had been far more confident and bombastic. He expressed no doubt about what would happen when Spee's ships were encountered, and with the full number of his battlecruisers returned, he would also deal easily with Hipper, should he show himself. That was enthusiasm that Churchill could enjoy. December 3, 1914. German Admiralty Headquarters. Tirpitz noisily cleared his throat, catching the attention of the other admirals. Gentlemen, we know of the approach of Spee, and those plans are in readiness, so there is no need to discuss them further. Instead, I wish to discuss this missive from the diplomatic corps, he began. According to American newspapers, the officer making such a headache for the Royal Navy in Indian waters is one, Admiral Otto Ciliux. I presume, Hugo, that you dispatched him before the war, and congratulations are in order on that note. He has done well. It was apparently he who raided Madras, Penang, and Colombo, creating quite the panic amongst the populace there. Admiral Hugo von Pohl started. Admiral Ciliux? I'd need to look to verify, but I am positive that there is no Otto Ciliux on the rolls of the Imperial Admiralty staff. He must be under George. There is certainly no Admiral Otto Ciliux on the rolls of the Imperial Naval Cabinet. Objected Admiral von Muller. Besides, being on colonial command, he'd certainly be your purview, Alfred. I'm afraid that's not possible. Tirpitz stated with certainty. I've been through the rolls, there is definitely no Otto Ciliux. Even allowing for a misspelling, I can't find a name that is even close to that. Well, who is he, then? Asked Pohl. It's not possible that there's an admiral and a ship running around the world without any of us knowing about it. Is it possible, began von Muller, that when Imperial Naval High Command was dissolved, that someone slipped through the cracks? It's been 15 years. Tirpitz exclaimed. It cannot be possible for someone to have been unassigned, unmonitored for all that time. Let alone the ship and the crew. Well, he didn't just appear out of thin air, argued von Pohl. There must be a logical explanation to all this. The most reasonable is that the newspaper got it wrong. Von Muller replied with a shrug. And this Ciliux is merely a captain. A good thought. Acknowledged Tirpitz. I suggest we each check our lists for a Captain Ciliux, as well as whatever vessel he might be in command of. If you can't find a Captain Otto Ciliux, then we'll make a list of every warship not accounted for. The others nodded in assent. The Kaiser will want to meet this Otto Ciliux, and know all about him, so we'd best get to it. Tirpitz said with finality, rising to his feet. Note 1. Each left with a foreboding feeling. Hopefully, this was some reporter's incompetence, not the breakdown of the well-oiled machine of naval bureaucracy. Note 1. Thanks to Dane for this scene. December 4, 1914. Winter Palace, St. Petersburg. Tsar Nicholas II paced in front of the roaring fireplace, glass of brandy in hand. The Lord chastises those he loves. He muttered to himself. The chastisement seemed to be getting ever more severe. The war with Austria and Germany was expected. The severe losses at Tannenberg and Masurian Lakes were not. Then the Ottomans joined in, then the Chinese, who had the gall to snatch Vladivostok. As if that wasn't bad enough, they had been crossing the border in multiple locations across Manchuria. A troop train on the Trans-Siberian line had been shot up near Harbin. That had degenerated into a friendly fire incident, when the surviving troops had opened fire on a battalion of Japanese troops. Indeed, the only good news was that winter was upon them. His forces needed everything. Guns, ammunition, artillery, boots, uniforms. The British had promised supplies, though how those supplies would arrive, was quite another question. Most ports would be icebound very shortly, and Vladivostok was gone. How would anything arrive until spring? While supplies might arrive with spring, so would renewed offensives by enemies, possibly on fronts that had been quiet up until now. The good news on that front, is that winter affected his enemies too, so action was unlikely before spring. But come spring, that would give months of time to the Chinese, the Turks who had been generally quiet, the Austrians, the Germans. What if the Germans destroyed more armies? Nicholas drained his glass of brandy. What do I do? He cried out to the empty room. Your Majesty has divine right to do what he needs to. A gravelly voice rumbled from the doorway. Nicholas turned quickly, and relaxed. The comforting visage of Grigori was outlined in the doorway. Please, come in, motioned Nicholas, while refilling his glass with brandy, and pouring Grigori a fresh glass. I am in need of your counsel. We are surrounded by our enemies. Our friends cannot help us until our enemies can attack us again. What should we do? Grigori glided in, and picked up the glass of brandy, studying the fire through the amber liquid for several seconds before replying. Perhaps the answer to our large number of enemies, is to placate some of them. We give what they ask. For now, while we are weak. When we are strong, we take it back. Grigori said melodically, before draining the brandy at a gulp. The people would never hear of it, cried the Tsar. To surrender to our enemies, they would revolt. And our allies, we agreed to stand with them. Heavy on his mind sat the revolution of 1905, after being soundly thrashed by the Japanese. To suffer such again, in less than a decade was unthinkable. Grigori fixed his penetrating gaze on the Tsar. Before you give all for your allies, Perhaps it would be well to find what they will give for you. With a swirl of robes, he left the room, leaving the Tsar to think about his sayings. Surrender more ground in Asia? Suffer another humiliating defeat? His Tsarship had barely survived the last one. To do that again was unthinkable. He had to stand fast. His allies would help. Nicholas would not be the one to see the Russian Empire crumble. December 4, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Winston, what do you think of this? Asked Fisher, striding into Churchill's office, and laying a paper on his desk. Churchill picked up the paper and looked carefully. On the paper was a line drawing of a graceful ship. The line screamed of speed. 3 turrets, 2 forward were mounted. A lovely vessel. Unfortunately, no new capital ships are to be laid down at present. Churchill said somewhat regretfully. Wait a moment. Is this a mistake? Speed of 35 knots? 20-inch guns. Fisher gleefully rubbed his hands together. It's no mistake, my dear Winston. I do know that this cannot be bold at this time, it's more a study. Such vessels are the acme of the battlecruiser. Yes, I see, Churchill replied thoughtfully. Long range, high speed, tremendous armament. No vessel on the drawing board today could stand against it. What sort of battle line do you envision standing behind these vessels? In general, our battlecruisers complement the battleships. The Invincibles have the armament of the Dreadnought, the Cats have the same 13.5-inch guns as the Super Dreadnoughts. Right now, I plan for after the war. The Americans built 14-inch Dreadnoughts after we built our 13.5. We build 15-inch, they have plans for 16-inch. Other powers will surely follow, we must plan for that. We will need bigger infrastructure, better facilities to build larger ships, larger guns. This is more to study what needs to be done. Fisher replied. Note 1. Ah, so the idea is to leapfrog them, nodded Churchill, and keep the Royal Navy in its rightful place. Exactly, affirmed Fisher. We need to prepare now for further advances. Our gun pits are limited, as are graving docks and slips. Those must be improved, lest we be limited while our enemies expand. Well, we'll have to table this until after the war, I think, but I do think the improvements are well worth it. We may need to have a more practical battlecruiser for the immediate future, though. Churchill noted, much as it pains me to admit it, the Invincibles and Indefatigables are looking quite outclassed, with the German Mackensons, Russian Borodinos, and the Japanese Congos. Precisely. Agreed Fisher. The 12-inch battleships as well, though they have good replacements coming up, with the Queen Elizabeth and Revenge classes coming up. At the least, seeing your incomparables might make the Treasury agreeable to anything smaller, quipped Churchill. Fisher laughed and returned to his own office to further chart the future of the Royal Navy. December 4, 1914. Scapa Flow. The Harwich force arrives in Scapa Flow and commences fueling. The 4 carriers have completed fueling and provisioning and stand ready to commence upon a mission. Sealed orders have been provided to the officers in charge, though most are reasonably certain of the general idea held within those orders. There was an air of excitement aboard the carriers, and especially among the pilots at the prospect of action, after weeks of training. Note 1. Fisher loved technology and was always looking forward. North Atlantic, December 4, 1914, Kampfgruppe Karls en route to Germany. The German fleet was slowly approaching home, the long anabasis of their journey from Tsingtao almost over. From August 29, 1914, the German ships were continuously at sea, which took a certain toll on them and their crews. To say that they are 100% fully combat capable would only be a huge optimist, and Karls tried to always be a realist. Unlike Admiral von Spee's warships, ships from the future could not afford the luxury of staying in neutral ports due to secrecy. The armored cruisers SMS Scharnhorst and SMS Gneisenau and the 4 light cruisers SMS Nuremberg, Leipzig, Karlsruhe, and Dresden were exposed to the view of the neutral public in Uruguay or the USA. They were photographed and the media informed the whole world about them, including the Entente. General Admiral Rolf Karls wanted von Spee's ships to be as visible as possible. The British assumed that they were facing 6 warships, which were also almost out of ammunition. Yes, ammunition. The USA did not sell any ammunition to these German warships despite a great German diplomatic effort. He wasn't surprised personally. The truth was that this problem didn't bother him too much. What he really needed was coal and above all oil. He got both of these key items and was so satisfied. Lately he has been reading a lot of classical literature. Today he finally finished the Anabasis written by Xenophon. In a way he felt a little like this Greek soldier, far from home and surrounded by an enemy who outnumbered them. He and his subordinates faced the difficult task of returning to Germany. When the cruise started, Rolf Karls devoted his spare time to studying various technologies and tried to get the best technical education possible, but he soon stopped. He realized that his ability to learn new things was limited and there were enough experts here in the fleet. Therefore, apart from his work, which was routine for the vast majority of the voyage, he tried to focus his mind on something that gave him pleasure. And he soon discovered that classical literature, or ancient history, is exactly what helps him unwind. Today was significant in that the Tsingtao called for the second time during the voyage, the first report having already been sent on October 20th. The message, actually two, were sent through the Enigma cipher machine and were very long and very detailed. Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt and Governor Alfred Meyer-Waldeck each reported on the events in the Pacific so far. The governor focused mainly on political and diplomatic news and partially summarized the situation on the land fronts in Manchuria and Korea. He considered the great rapprochement with China and its military successes, especially the conquest of Vladivostok on the Russian Empire, as well as successful trade negotiations with the USA, to be key in his report. Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt, on the other hand, focused on a purely operational report on the operations of the fleet and the destruction of a large part of the Entente naval forces in the Pacific, especially the complete annihilation of the French fleet. His report was very realistic and he also mentioned the losses in the form of the destroyer Z-16 and its entire crew. In a sense, Karls greatly appreciated that his subordinates in Tsingtao were successful and that they were making an effort to inform him. He also understood why they had sent these messages now. They must have calculated very well where the fleet would be now and wanted to inform him shortly before they arrived in Germany. It was not safe to send messages directly to Germany from Tsingtao, only the Enigma ensured absolute certainty of secrecy. The admiral looked at his watch. In a few minutes the meeting with his subordinates will begin and unpleasant questions will be asked here again. Karls had the absolute loyalty and respect of his men, but it was definitely impossible to say that they agreed with him in everything. There were many differences of opinion and they mainly related to the strategy that was planned for the next few days. The meeting was attended by all senior officers on the Bismarck and minutes of the meeting were then sent to all other ships in the fleet, including von Spee's flagship, SMS Scharnhorst. Karls wanted complete transparency and had no interest in hiding his intentions from anyone, at least not now. Almost at the end of this long anabasis, when he had sailed practically around the world. The new news from Kyotsko was very optimistic. Our brothers with their very limited resources managed to make the absolute maximum out of the minimum. Moreover, they forced the RN to send their battlecruisers to the Pacific. Gunter Lütjens. I'd be careful here, that report of battlecruiser sightings in the Yellow Sea is relatively old. It is possible that the RN has already recalled them back to the Atlantic, but as you say, they may still be in the Pacific or Indian Ocean. Nevertheless, I would rather count on the worst possibility that we will encounter them during our voyage. Otto Backenkoller. Our strength is sufficient to destroy them. If we encounter the battlecruisers, under the command of Admiral David Beatty, we will crush them. And it doesn't really matter if Beatty has 5 or 7 of them at his disposal. Our technological advantage and the element of surprise guarantee an absolutely clear result. My ship swept HMS Hood off the surface, these antiquities will be destroyed even more easily. Ernst Lindemann. Are we really going to destroy them so easily? After almost 4 months at sea, with crews without rest and with increasing technical problems that keep piling up during the voyage. The storm damaged the Anton gun turrets on both twins, Gneisenau also lost her central fire control, and this problem is still not resolved. The flagship has propulsion problems and we are unable to sail more than 28 knots. During the voyage the Atlantic Ocean took the lives of 7 of my men who were swept away by the storm and another 10 are missing on the other ships. The crews are tired and make mistakes, and the technology on the ships suffers as well. Please be a little humble in this situation, we all want to go home as soon as possible, that is our main task, not the battle with the RN. Rolf Karls. Speaking of bad news, we received a report from the battleship Tirpitz that their radar is temporarily out of order, but should be back up and running within 48 hours. They have some problems with the electronics. Otto Schneewind assured me that they will solve the problems as soon as possible. Otto Backenkoller. Sir, it's no secret that you don't want a battle, but it's bound to come, we can hardly avoid it. Admiral von Spee has sent messages to Germany, the British are reading Imperial Navy codes, sooner or later they will find out that the Hokus Flot will sail to meet us. This will mobilize practically the entire RN and we will have to face it, and if not the Grand Fleet, then certainly its battlecruisers. Gunter Lütjens. The British only know about the von Spee ships and the convoy, they will also know the approximate location of the Hokus Flot. They know nothing about us. Despite our technical challenges mentioned here, we still have a huge technological advantage. This allows us to detach ourselves from the enemy whenever it is necessary. The moment we hit the core of the Grand Fleet we disengage and retreat. I will not take a decisive battle, certainly not in the state my fleet is in now. Rolf Karls. So we sacrifice the ships commanded by Friedrich von Ingenohl and Franz Hipper to save our skins if necessary. Gunter Lütjens. The German admiral spoke these words with great indignation, and it was clear that no one present wanted to support such an idea. Sir, that is why you prohibited Admiral von Spee from informing Berlin that our ciphers had been compromised. All along you wanted the British to know exactly what our naval command wanted to do? Do you deliberately wish to provoke a battle so that we can slip home easily and bleed the Hokus Flot to death? Otto Backenkoller. And if so Otto, why would such a plan be wrong? Sacrificing the Hokusflotte so that the fleet that came from the future can get home safely is a very small price to pay. Our ships are a guarantee of victory for Germany, while the Hokusflotte cannot guarantee victory for our country. If I have to sacrifice 20,000 sailors to save nearly 1 million of my countrymen killed by the British blockade, I will do so without hesitation. This war will be decided by operations on land, not at sea. The technology and knowledge that the fleet brings is the key to Germany's victory. Risking it in a battle for a possible prestigious success is folly. Günther, if I didn't know you, I would think I was talking to Wilhelm Marschall today and not you. When the fleet returns and our ships are repaired, the crews rested, we will have a lot more fighting to do, not only against the British, but also against the Russians in the Baltic. The fleet will still be in action and we will fight on our terms and at a huge advantage that will guarantee us victory in virtually every battle, I promise you. Now I expect prudence from you as well as patience. Our main and only goal, and that has never changed, is to get home. Nothing is more important. When that goal is accomplished, then we can talk about how to defeat the RN. Rolf Karls. What about von Spee and the convoy? Do we also sacrifice them if necessary? Admiral von Spee is a proud man. Will he defend the convoy to the end? Will he not abandon it? Will we leave it to the British? Otto Backenkoller. We all have a role to play in this war. I died in an air raid shelter in the basement of a school in Bad Oldesloe on April 24, 1945, surrounded by many frightened people, especially small children. I remember every damn second of that day and Providence gave me a chance to change it. I'm not going to throw this chance away because of some moral dilemmas you're dealing with here. Von Spee is very well aware of his historical role. He knows that he was given a chance to make amends and he accepted it with humility. He is under no illusions that he will survive this voyage. If absolutely necessary, he will die in battle. He has my respect, he always has. I don't wish for his death, on the contrary, but if it becomes absolutely necessary, I will sacrifice him. He knows this very well and understands it. For that reason he asked me to save his sons, which I gladly did. Finally understand that this war, despite the knowledge we bring, will be long and raw. We must absolutely crush our enemies so that they are never a threat again. Personally, I'd settle for some form of white peace, but that's highly unlikely. To end the war, we will have to go not only to St. Petersburg, but also to Paris and completely isolate the British and destroy their empire. All this will take time and huge sacrifices. If the Hokusflotte or Admiral von Spee's ships and the convoy from the USA will be one of them, so be it, I accept it, do the same. Rolf Karls. So when will there be a tipping point that will force us all to leave and head home at full speed? Is it a meeting with the Grand Fleet? Ernst Lindemann. I can't say that easily, Ernst. It's possible we'll only run into Admiral David Beatty and his battlecruisers. We should easily sweep those off the surface of the sea. I actually agree with you on that. We will protect our convoy from that arrogant scum and get it safely to Germany. However, if the Grand Fleet gets in our way, we'll just cut our way through it, and we're not interested in anyone or anything other than sailing home. We will maintain a speed of around 26 knots, no RN warship can chase us for long. Likewise, in the event that the Hokusflotte engages in battle with the Grand Fleet, we will not sail to its aid. It will only be about how Friedrich von Ingenohl and his subordinates will fare. I repeat, we will not interfere. That is my rough plan. It is possible that we meet Franz Hipper's battlecruisers before the British find us. Then the situation will change significantly and I will support Hipper in protecting the convoy, but I am afraid that the British will find us before our battlecruisers. Rolf Karls. Radar and GHG should give us enough warning that the British are approaching us. We will then react accordingly. Sir, I know you have already made up your mind, but I will appeal to you again. By the time the battle comes, the Hokusflotte's chances of defeating the British with our help are still quite high. We have 100% ammunition stocks. The only battle we have had was with the Japanese fleet at the end of August 1914. That is, apart from the ironclad Admiral Graf Spee off the Falkland Islands helping to destroy Rear Admiral Sir Christopher Craddock and his squadron. The crews of our ships are indeed tired, but we all have one common goal. He is, not only to get home, but to get home to Germany absolutely everyone. If you sacrifice anyone from the von Spee fleet or convoy, it will be a huge morale blow to those who survive the return. Moreover, even the survivors of the Hokusflotte and the command of the Imperial Navy will consider such actions as treason, or rather cowardice towards the enemy. It will damage our credit terribly in the eyes of the Emperor and Grand Admiral Tirpitz. Your reasons for wanting to do what you plan to do are valid and logical. But sometimes even logic has to take a back seat to what is right. Otto Backenkoller. Admiral General Rolf Karls sighed and then said, "Why do my admirals not want to understand that my actions cannot be burdened with morality or anything related to it? To win this war we must be cool technocrats. There is no other alternative. You know your orders, I expect you to carry them out, there will be no more discussion on this topic. When we run into the British, we'll see what fate has in store for us." Fate still had many plans for the Germans from the future, Karls knew that he had not pleased his subordinates much today. He regretted that none of them understood the enormity of the task before them all and were willing to risk everything to try to fight a victorious battle with the RN. He hoped that when the fight came, his admirals would retain his cool rationality. And unfortunately for him, he couldn't have been more wrong about that, even though he knew all of his subordinates very well and knew about their characters. He wouldn't believe for a moment how the call of battle and their long-suppressed aggression would turn a devoted dog into a wolf. It will not be just one wolf that refuses obedience, but the whole pack. Rolf Karls will soon witness his battle plan collapse like the proverbial house of cards. December 5, 1914. Rosyth. Stiddy's battlecruisers arrive in Rosyth. Beatty instantly orders the ships to coal reprovision. Stiddy is sent on to London with his photographs. The engineers are also instructed to make whatever repairs and maintenance can be done in 24 hours. All other ships are on a 12-hour readiness state. The men are not at all pleased at the prospect of no leave after months sailing around the globe. Princess Royal and Queen Mary really could stand a quick stint in the docks, but Beatty absolutely refused to do so, reasoning that any lowering of efficiency will not compare to the loss of two of the most powerful units of the battlecruiser fleet. Not that he thought that the numbers would be that necessary. The last engagement with Hipper had proven the mettle, so to speak, of the superior British designs, and if Jellicoe did his job, all that the battlecruisers would be doing would be hunting armoured cruisers and freighters. Hardly a difficult task. However, additional numbers would allow for additional flexibility if required. Nearby 4 light cruisers also prepared for sea. HMS Southampton, Birmingham, Falmouth, and Nottingham took on coal, also preparing to accompany the fleet. 21 destroyers also prepared for sea, though they would only accompany the fleet part way. The low range of the destroyers precluded their accompanying the fleet the entire time. The 900-mile radius would quickly drop if high speeds were required. So, they would escort the fleet to their range limit and return. December 5, 1914. Scapa Flow. The 4 carriers and the Harwich force leave the anchorage, and steams away towards Germany at 10 knots. 5 hours after leaving harbour, sealed orders are opened and read to the men. The pilots gather, and money is exchanged, as bets are settled. Pratt found himself £10 richer than before. There was excitement now among the men, with action now imminent. Indeed, the only men not pleased with the current situation was the mechanics, who had been ordered to go over the planes and make sure they were ready to go. Every minute that they had would be occupied, up until the moment that those planes flew away. December 5, 1914. Wilhelmshaven. The battlecruisers of the High Seas Fleet commence coaling and provisioning. The current plan is to leave at last light tomorrow. Hipper rereads his orders with suppressed excitement. Ideally, there would be no action, though that seemed unlikely. The Royal Navy would know that Spee was out and would be searching for him. Spee must be out of ammunition, or very nearly so, so it was possible that even the ancient protected cruisers that the Royal Navy possessed could be used to find and interdict Spee. Hipper greatly admired Spee. Taking the war to the British, and then returning home, destroying multiple British ships, and peer ships at that. He had much to discuss on how that had happened. Hipper's own engagement with a peer group of ships hadn't gone well. Granted, he had faced down unfavourable odds, but still. He knew Ingenohl was still very nervous of having to fight Jellicoe. Orders were that he would have to keep Jellicoe busy until Spee's ships were safe. But not to expose his ships unnecessarily to danger. How that was exactly to work, only the Kaiser knew. His job was much easier. He was to reinforce Spee, and escort them home. Facing down 5 battlecruisers, he now had 4 of his own, that had been enhanced. There would be no repeat of the last time, when his flagship had nearly been lost. December 5, 1914. Bendler Block. Alfred Tirpitz glared irritably at the books in front of him. No Ciliux. Not admiral, no captain in his command with that name. Unaccounted for ships didn't help. While the exact vessels accompanying Spee weren't certain, there were only so many ships out. Königsberg, Karlsruhe, Emden, Dresden, Nuremberg. Geyer and Cormoran counted technically he supposed, but those 2 certainly hadn't been responsible for any of the actions credited to this Otto Ciliux. Nor could it be an armed merchant raider. While that could certainly cause trade disruptions, he couldn't imagine any captain taking an AMC into a port and shelling it. Especially any port with defenses. Somehow, this deep dive on the records wasn't leaving him with less questions. It must be a misunderstanding. He'd have to catch Spee and ask him about it. How he would get him away from the Kaiser long enough before awkward questions came up, he didn't know. Perhaps this was premature. Maybe Pohl or Muller would find him, and this would all be sorted. December 5, 1914. Wilhelmshaven. SS Berlin, auxiliary cruiser. Captain Fundheller checked his uniform and verified that he had all his reports in order. He expected his ship to have a quick maintenance check, be reloaded and reprovisioned and sent back out. Hopefully this did not include laying mines again. His cruise had been singularly disappointing. One ship taken, with a load of mules. One minefield laid, one coastal plant attacked. Hopefully he'd get another chance to shine, though he couldn't produce results like that too often and hope to retain any sort of command. He descended the gangway to the quay and began walking towards the port admiral's office. He hadn't gone far before a chill gripped his heart. Ahead on the docks, stood an imposing, fork-bearded figure. Approaching him. That couldn't be good. He saluted. "Good afternoon, Grand Admiral." "Good afternoon, Captain." boomed Tirpitz. "Allow me to be the first to congratulate you on the success of your cruise." "Success, sir?" Fundheller replied in puzzlement. "Unfortunately, we only found one enemy ship." "Ha! You're a bit behind the times," chortled Tirpitz. "Your little raid on the coast excited the British quite a bit, and there's an unconfirmed report that your minefield sank a super dreadnought." Fundeller's mind reeled from the news, as Tirpitz continued. "Drop your report to the port admiral, and then come to my office where we can discuss your next excursion." December 6, 1914. Winston Churchill walked into Herbert Kitchener's office. The man himself, famous on every recruiting poster, was there, glaring from behind his enormous mustaches. "Good morning, First Lord," he said stiffly. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Churchill sighed and sat down before replying. "Pleasure doesn't figure in, Lord Kitchener," he began. "Are you familiar with the situation in Hong Kong?" The great mustaches twitched. "I've not had an update from the garrison in some time. I've not had the time to inquire further. There's a war going on, you know," Kitchener replied, somewhat acidly. "I've just received an update from the area. The garrison there is destroyed. The Japanese have landed some marines, as have the naval vessels present, and an Australian-New Zealand force was also deployed. But the garrison needs men, artillery. You would know better than I how to plot such a landward defense, but this now falls to the army. Reinforcements are desperately needed." Kitchener's jaw fell open and worked soundlessly for a moment. "More troops? Artillery," he finally exploded. "From where?" "We're committed on the continent, and don't have enough there." "Of course," Churchill replied. "I was wondering about additional Dominion, or even Indian troops." Kitchener thought for a moment before responding. "Per artillery, I have nothing modern, but can send several batteries of 5-inch howitzers. There are 3 batteries in India. As for troops, I'll give orders for more Australian and New Zealand troops to be deployed there. Mind you, I don't know yet when they'll be ready. Just see that the Navy is ready to move them where they need to go." Sensing the interview was at an end, Churchill rose, thanked the Earl and took his leave. That unpleasant task done, he headed back to the Admiralty. He had informed all he knew, it was now in the Army's hands. After his meeting with the abrasive Kitchener, he felt the need for a drink. December 6, 1914. HMS Riviera. 10 knots. Darkness approached. Pratt was no sailor, though he could tell the crew was on edge. The next 12 hours would be hellishly dangerous for a ship that could not exceed 12 knots. The Harwich force of light cruisers and destroyers accompanied them, but being unable to flee didn't fill anyone with comfort. At first light, they expected to be near Heligoland, where the aircraft would launch. As of right now, the sea state was acceptable, and hopefully would stay that way. The plan called for the planes to launch by squadron, and head for Wilhelmshaven, torpedo what they could, then turn and head for Norderney. The observer would be left behind with his Lewis gun, so additional fuel could be carried. At the harbor, they would try to torpedo as many different targets as possible, concentrating on the battleships and battlecruisers. Though it was doubted that the 14 torpedo would destroy any ships, it would keep them from being able to take part in any action until they were repaired. For any plane that could not make it to the landing zone, a contingency was in place, in form of several submarines in the area. In the event that the High Seas Fleet sent out ships to find the carriers, they would take a shot. They could also be available to pick up any aviators forced to ditch. At any rate, it was time to go to sleep. Tomorrow would be a busy day. December 6, 1914. SMS Seydlitz, leaving the Jade. Hipper stood on the bridge of his flagship as they left anchorage. The last light of the day was diminishing as they stood out from harbor. His ships would be accompanied by only light cruisers once they passed Heligoland, as the destroyers didn't have the range to head off into the Atlantic. Only the light cruisers, Strasbourg, Stralsund, and Rostock would accompany them out to find Spee. The harbor was a busy place, as the many ships of the High Seas Fleet prepared for action. Every coaling slip was filled with vessels filling to capacity, while the victualling docks were packed with crates, waiting to be loaded aboard the capacious pantries of the vessels. For once, Hipper hoped that they wouldn't encounter any ships of the blockading force. Not that they could hope to stand against him, but he wanted the British to have no warning. He needed to husband his strength for the rematch against Beatty. No need to waste ammunition against ancient hulks. Darkness fell, and the battlecruisers continued on. Several hours later, the 18 escorting destroyers turned back towards the Jade. December 6, 1914. SMKMS Königsberg. The sea continued to be blessedly empty. The trip had been uneventful, just the usual temporary slowdowns for maintenance and heavy weather. The Pacific storms could be every bit as vicious as the North Atlantic. Ciliax was gazing at the plot. By his reckoning, they were a week out from San Francisco. The long journey would at long last be half over. Of course, this was the easy half. He'd have to run the gauntlet again, this time with loaded merchants. Hopefully, Admiral Schmunt was ready for that. December 6, 1914. Tsingtao Harbor. Admiral Schmunt breathed a sigh of relief as the ships of the oil convoy dropped anchor in safe harbor. All was as he had left it. Almost. Z-13 was repaired, and finally out of dry dock. Blucher's underwater damage must have been put right, as she was out of dry dock, and now sitting dejectedly under a crane pier. He'd have to get a report on her status. It would be good to finally have his third heavy cruiser, even if it was only 75% of one. Ashore, it looked like perhaps the oil storage tanks were ready. They looked so from the harbor, though he'd have to ask the men ashore on the actual status. Other work was being done at a pier near the tanks, presumably fitting pumps for refueling ships at that pier. First thing though, would be to make sure that all ships are combat ready, and then visit the governor to see what the next moves should be. December 7, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Contrary to his usual habits, Churchill was up early. He and Fisher were waiting in Fisher's office for the reports of the raid to begin coming in. Nothing would be known for some hours, but Churchill was far too excited to stay in bed. "I tell you, Jackie, this is a day that will go down in history," Churchill exulted. December 7, 1914. Near Heligoland Island. Lieutenant Pratt's aircraft schemed neatly out of the water. He began circling over the group while his wingmen began taking off. Near other ships, the same thing was playing out. The first of his wingmen began clawing into the air, joining him in his wait. Other squadron leaders were also waiting for their men. A third plane joined him. Down below, he could see the fourth on its takeoff run. The fifth started running, just as the fourth lifted off. The last aircraft was motoring along when it suddenly dug afloat into the water and cartwheeled into the waves. Shaking his head sadly, Pratt waggled his wings to the others, and headed off to Wilhelmshaven. The air was cold, even with his heavy flight jacket. Pratt stretched the best he could, and taking the end of his scarf, wiped down his flight goggles. Like most engines of the time, the shorts also threw out copious amounts of oil, necessitating the occasional wiping down of anything you needed to see through. He led his squadron in a lazy circle before continuing on towards Wilhelmshaven. This had a double effect. It allowed a lagging plane to catch back up with the squadron, as well as allowed him to look for the other squadrons. Strangely, he couldn't see any of them. Ah well, they were probably there. It could be surprisingly difficult to see aircraft in an open sky, and this one wasn't. There were patchy clouds. Below, he could see the edges of Jade Bay coming into view. He circled once more to gather up his wingmen before commencing the attack. One was missing, the laggard from before. Still no sign of the other squadrons. Where were they? Couldn't wait for them forever. He formed up with his three wingmen, and bored in. Below, ships were sitting, steam coming from funnels. He picked a target. A Kaiser class. Probably. He bored in, just as he trained, and released his torpedo. As he flew over her deck, he could see men pointing at him. He rose up and began circling. He watched his target but saw no result. He found one of his other planes and watched it. Before it got to the release point, the engine suddenly belched flames and dropped into the bay. He now noticed that the ships were shooting at them. The second of his wingmen made a successful drop, but the torpedo must have missed. The last man was Fletcher, it appeared. He had picked what might be a Helgoland-class battleship as his target. He was boring in, past the release point, and no drop. What was he doing? Did the release mechanism fail? It had before in practice, and the usual drill was to circle and try again. That seemed unwise, as the crews of the ships seemed a bit annoyed. Fletcher continued to bore in, then apparently decided to pull up and abort. Too late. Still carrying the heavy torpedo, the plane was unable to rise over the tall funnels and crashed into one. Burning wreckage crashed onto the deck of the vessel, and the funnel slowly collapsed. Shaking his head sadly, Pratt formed up with his remaining wingmen, and headed towards Nord-Erne. He briefly wondered what had happened to the other flights. Over the Ems, somewhat later, Lieutenant Peters finally saw what he was looking for down below. Warships. A battleship and a cruiser from the looks of it. It had taken longer than he thought to get to the Jade, but he was here finally. After his group, the last deployed, had finally gotten in the air and headed out, they had run into low clouds. He had navigated as best he could in the circumstances and was on the verge of turning around to find open water when the bay had finally opened before him. Didn't look like what he had expected, and not many ships. No matter. He had 3 planes with him. One had mechanical issues, and never started. The others would do. He made his run on the battleship and watched as a plume of water erupted from beside the ship. The ship seemed somewhat smaller than he would have thought, after practicing on Royal Navy ships. Perhaps it was a pre-dreadnought. The second plane also made a successful drop, though no hit was obtained. The third managed to detonate a second torpedo against the ship. The last man broke off at the last minute without dropping on the smaller vessel. He flew near to Longmoor and began gesticulating wildly at the 2 vessels. Peters wondered what all his excitement was about. He dove down to take a look at whatever the pilot was trying to tell him. Oh no! The 2 vessels flew the Dutch flag. Someone at the government might be put out by this. Note 1. East of Cuxhaven. Commander Longmoor could see a river below, though the shipping there was all wrong. These were merchant ships, maybe a small warship or so. Where were the warships of the High Seas Fleet? Had they pulled back into the Baltic? They searched for a little while, finding nothing of interest to torpedo. Finally, he decided that they had lingered long enough. He jettisoned his torpedo, which his 3 wingmen also did, and laid his best estimate course for Norderney. Some time later, his engine coughed, sputtered, and resumed. Fuel must be nearly gone. Nothing but a vast expanse of water below. Nothing, wait. A group of ships in sight. Well, no real choice. His engine coughed again. He began reducing altitude, nearing the ship. His engine cut out just as he noticed the flag on the nearest. He and his wingmen made landings, half of them with no power. The German destroyers glided up to the landed airplanes. Completely lost, in the air. Lieutenant Childers and his 2 wingmen droned on, looking for any landmark. They had found coastline and followed it to the west, until fog had obscured the ground. He had terrible luck for this operation. Only 2 of his wingmen had gotten airborne, the other 2 never got off the water. Now he was lost over a never-ending fog bank, nearly out of fuel. Well, only one thing for it. They began descending slowly into the fog, hoping to be able to ditch and find some way to land. Or a submarine. Suddenly, there was the water. He pulled back on his stick and managed to land safely. Looking back, he saw one other plane. Where was the last? They floated for some time before the fog began to lift. They saw a fishing boat and flagged it over. They scuttled the airplanes before boarding the trawler. From the talk, Childers gathered he had become a guest of a Dutch fisherman. Off Norderney. Lieutenant Pratt waited patiently while he and his plane were hoisted aboard. Not surprisingly, he was the first back to the ships. A distant drone alerted him to more incoming airplanes. A few minutes later, the second group burst into view, circling slowly near the ships, slowly coming down to land. As the planes coasted to a stop, and ships began bringing them aboard, a muffled whump reached his ears. He looked up in time to see the remnants of a water column collapsing onto the deck of one of the light cruisers. Aurora, perhaps. Instantly destroyers began working up to high speed, thrashing the water. The pilots were quickly pulled aboard, and one plane was left, with the stationary tenders attempting to get some speed up. A destroyer shot it with several 12-pounder rounds, and it fell to pieces. A screech of tortured metal boomed across the water. A destroyer had collided with the accelerating Empress, lodging a good portion of her bow into the Empress bow. The 2 ships were lodged together, slowly swinging in the water. The Empress abruptly came free, and in only a few minutes, rolled over and sank. The destroyer was in a bad way, but with a U-boat lurking, no other ships dared to try to stop for survivors. The fleet began moving towards Scapa Flow at the best speed of the slowest vessel, limiting them to 11 knots. Behind, HMS Aurora, Empress and Lookout sullenly settled into the water. Pratt quickly wrote up a report to send. Old Admiralty Building. Churchill snatched the flimsy from the messenger. 15 aircraft launched. Stop 5 aircraft recovered. Stop attacked by U-boat. Stop returning to base. Stop 1 battleship damaged. Stop no torpedo hits confirmed. Stop. He groaned theatrically and slumped into a chair, holding the message out to Fisher. Fisher read missive. Humph. Not as much success as hoped for. 15 aircraft launched, 6 recovered. The others may have accomplished much more than those. True. Perhaps more of the fine work of our aviators will yet make itself apparent. Churchill said, visibly brightening. December 7, 1914. HMS Arethusa. Northeast of Norderney. Commodore Tyrwhitt gazed with trepidation at the approaching smoke cloud. This mission was always going to be risky, and he knew it. Things were going from bad to worse, though. The U-boat attack was hardly unexpected, but the loss of one of the 3 light cruisers of the force stung. Now with 26 destroyers and 2 light cruisers remaining, there was a choice to make. The lookouts reported many ships coming on under that cloud, and quite a bit faster than the seaplane tenders could go. If he led his entire force back at the pursuing enemy, then they would have no support against more potential U-boats. Signals, he called order Undaunted to take the first flotilla and form a rearguard. The second will form a vanguard, the third will prepare to support in either direction. December 7, 1914. German Admiralty. Von Müller and Tirpitz had hurriedly met after receiving news of a raid on the Jade. "What's the damage?" asked Tirpitz brusquely. "The Ostfriesland had a plane crash into her middle funnel. Her boats burned, and the funnel was knocked over, but no real damage," replied von Müller. "Nothing to stop her from taking part, then?" Tirpitz asked. "Unlikely. The funnel will be at least rigged up shortly. The fires were extinguished before I came here. Several torpedoes dropped, but it appears that they either missed, or were duds." Müller confirmed. "Excellent. U-30 a successful attack on the apparent attackers, and the returning destroyers from Admiral Hipper's group were vectored to them. They have reported enemy in sight and are moving to attack." Tirpitz reported. "Good luck to them," wished von Müller. December 7, 1914. HMS Arethusa. Tyrwhitt scowled at the retreating German destroyers. 18 had attacked his rearguard, and a vicious knife fight had ensued. The rearguard had called for assistance nearly as soon as they realized the number differential. When his central force had moved to reinforce the rearguard, the Germans had retreated, leaving 5 of their number. Unfortunately, a torpedo had also blown the bow off of the Undaunted, and 3 destroyers were sunk or sinking, and 2 more were getting towed. Another destroyer was attaching a tow line to Undaunted, perhaps they could get her home. To make matters worse, a Zeppelin was standing off watching them, and the radio operator reported that he could hear coded messages being sent out. Vectoring who knew what else towards them. Marvelous. It would be a long way home. Note, this is based, loosely, on the OTL Cuxhaven raid. That could have, and arguably should have been a debacle. The raiders were found by scouting Zeppelins, but Inganol refused to sortie, and several U-boats got unlucky. It would also feature an attempt by a Zeppelin to bomb a moving target, which worked out as well as you would expect. Note 1, HMNLS Noord-Brabant and HMNLS Jacob van Heemskerk. Pacific December 7, 1914, German naval base Tsingtao, Governor's residence. Less than a day ago, a convoy of German tankers had arrived at Tsingtao, bringing much-needed fuel that the fleet so desperately needed. The governor had to once again appreciate the efforts not only of Admiral Hubert Schmundt and his subordinates, but also of everyone involved in the success of Operation Hydra. It was with great pride that he could now inform the admiral that 2 of the fuel tanks were finally completed and operational, while the other 2 would be ready in mid-January next year. Governor Alfred Meyer-Waldeck's efforts to improve the facilities in Kyotsko greatly contributed to the improvement of the military capabilities of the German fleet. Unfortunately, there was also negative news, and these could not be ignored. The Battle of Toy Island, which took place on November 20, was supposed to change the balance of power in the area around the British colony of Hong Kong. Unfortunately, this great German and Chinese victory did not have as great a strategic impact as originally anticipated. At first it looked like the Entente forces were facing a complete military collapse and the Chinese army would quickly occupy the entire colony. The arrival of Australian and Japanese ground troops, and above all the presence of the Japanese fleet, changed everything. The Japanese made very good use of the presence of their heavy ships and used their guns to literally crush any Chinese infantry attack. The heavy guns of the Japanese battlecruisers and battleships also silenced the Chinese artillery, depriving their infantry of support. The governor now found himself under pressure from his Chinese allies, who demanded that the German fleet strike again at the Entente forces in Hong Kong and completely destroy the Japanese and British fleets. Alfred Meyer-Waldeck could personally issue such an order, although he had official authority over the remaining German warships in Kyotsko, but he refused without agreement with Admiral Schmundt. In those few months he had learned to respect Admiral Hubert Schmundt very much and did not want to challenge his position. He made it clear to the Chinese allies through Admiral Liu Guanxiang that until Admirals Hubert Schmundt and Helmuth Brinkmann returned, the remaining German warships would not leave Kyotsko. Needless to say, this response did not please China's military and political leaders. Now that the fleet had returned home, the question had to be discussed. The meeting was held in the governor's residence. Both German admirals were very tired, however they did not object to the meeting. Admiral Liu Guanxiang, who had direct instructions from President Yuan Shikai, acted primarily for the Chinese side. "Admiral, first I want to thank you and your subordinates on behalf of the Chinese people and our president for destroying the French fleet that was responsible for bombarding our coastal cities and massacring my people. This victory will go down in history. I also congratulate you on getting the additional fuel and supplies you purchased from the Dutch. Nevertheless, I must officially request you to carry out another large-scale military operation against the Entente naval forces in Hong Kong as soon as possible." Liu Guanxiang. "We are allies of Admiral Liu Guanxiang, and if we want to continue to be allies, we must help each other. On the way back to Tsingtao, my fleet destroyed the pre-dreadnought HMS Goliath, which had just sailed to Hong Kong to reinforce its defenses. Interrogating the handful of survivors picked up by our destroyer Z-19 gave me some idea of the Entente situation in Hong Kong. Our enemies want to hold on to this colony at all costs and are sending everything they have to it. To use a metaphor, Hong Kong now has as many Entente naval forces as a wasp in its hive, and an attack against them is very risky. My ships have just returned from a mission, the crews are tired and the warships need maintenance. I can't ignore any of this, you have to understand our situation. Hubert Schmundt. I cannot inform my president of your refusal, there are a lot of irrational fools in our government who will take this as proof that you Germans cannot be trusted. At this moment, my country cannot afford to fail militarily in front of Hong Kong, we urgently need a great victory against the British. Lu Guanxiang. For now, your coast is safe, or at least as safe as possible. All Entente navies are now concentrated in one location, giving your army relative operational freedom. It doesn't really matter if your army enters Hong Kong by the end of this year or next spring. Our enemies do not have the resources now to attack elsewhere in the South China Sea, they are only focused on holding that colony. This is a great military strategic advantage for all of us. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. The Chinese admiral wanted to say something again, but Hubert Schmundt didn't give him the chance. I didn't say I wouldn't help you, Admiral, I just reminded you of our problems and that at this point, my fleet simply needs some time to regenerate. Give me 72 hours to prepare the whole operation and I will leave Tsingtao after December 10th. And I will attack the Entente Navy again and try to destroy it completely. The battle could take place on the 12th or 13th of December, the 14th of December at the latest, you have my word, I will do my best to help your army. Hubert Schmundt. I will inform President Yuan Shikai and my government of your decision, and I am personally extremely grateful for it. I am told that you have requested additional Chinese sailors for your warships, an additional 500 men to be exact. If you want, this number can easily increase to 10 times. The problem will be that not all of the new sailors will be as well trained as the first contingent that arrived a few weeks ago. Lu Guanxiang. I need as many new Chinese conscripts as possible to know at least the basics of German, especially non-commissioned officers. As for the rookies, the first battle will make boys into men, if not, they'll just die. I was told that the Chinese sailors stationed on the destroyers of the first Zerstora flotilla did very well. I see no reason not to take Chinese sailors on their light cruisers. Kampfgruppe Brinkmann will receive 200 men. At first, the Chinese will do the most basic jobs, as their experience and expertise increases, they will be given more professional and responsible tasks. Moreover, there is nothing better to strengthen friendship than to go through a battle together, where one man relies on another. Helmuth Brinkmann. There are only a handful of Chinese sailors on my heavy cruisers now, but even I have no reason to reject more men. 100 recruits per heavy cruiser is an acceptable amount, so I agree with this plan. We can take on more men later, especially when Blücher is able to put to sea again. Hubert Schmundt. The governor was very pleased with the way the whole debate was going, he was very appreciative that both admirals came out to meet the Chinese. Though it was clear to him that another mission so soon after returning home was the last thing they would want. As the Chinese admiral left the governor's residence, Alfred Meyer Waldeck wanted to discuss something else with the two admirals. I have sent an official report through the Enigma encryption machine to Admiral General Rolf Karls, fully informing him of all that has transpired here. I also appealed to him to promote an alliance between Germany and China before the Emperor. Only time will tell if it will have any meaning. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. I did the same, I sent an official report about our fleet's activities, but I didn't get a response. Until Kampfgruppe Karls gets safely to Germany, we will not be able to communicate safely with Berlin. By the way, are we already fully prepared for this? Hubert Schmundt. Dear Admiral, we certainly haven't been idle in the time you've been at sea, the work on the remote transmitter is almost done. Within 2 weeks, we will be able to send messages to Germany without risk of being intercepted or even decoded. All this thanks to the technology that your warships from the future brought with them. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Very well, that is great news, Governor, however the credit goes to the joint efforts of my people and yours rather than the technology of the future. At first I didn't believe it would be possible to build something like this so quickly, but I was wrong. Likewise regarding the fuel tanks, it is great that 2 are already finally completed. Hubert Schmundt. Let's be honest with ourselves, it was only possible to build them so quickly because there are thousands of Chinese workers who are not only very hard-working, but also properly motivated. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Sure, the good old sugar and whip method, no one would treat the Chinese coolies as well as you, Governor. You literally gave them dream conditions that they wouldn't have anywhere else but here. So they literally flock here to Kyotska by the thousands. And we, as we keep expanding, need more and more manpower. It's the same with their sailors, on the one hand I'm not happy to have them on my ships, but my prejudices just have to give way to my pragmatism. Since I went back in time, I have already had to re-evaluate many of my views, Helmuth Brinkmann. Let's put aside our prejudices or political opinions, but if we want to win this war, we really need China. The more I think about it, the more I think that our policy before 1914 here in Asia was wrong. Our racism and certain contempt for the non-white population was not very reasonable. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. The two German admirals looked at each other after the governor's words, but remained silent because there was no need for words. The way they looked at each other, evoking memories of knowing the future that was to come after the Great War, took away all illusions from both of them. The governor dreamed that Germany and China would be allies and that this alliance would give Germany a strong commercial and political position in Asia. In their time, such an alliance could have been formed, but the Hitler administration preferred Japan over China. So all German investments and efforts to acquire this country were completely wasted in favor of an ideological alliance with the country that brought Germany to war with the US. Governor, you know very well that I will not question your political views, many of which are relatively close to me. But we who have remained here in Kyotsko have only minimal influence over the Emperor and our government in Berlin. As soon as there is a regular connection between us and Berlin, it may happen that your policy which you pursue here will meet with misunderstanding. You have my word that I will do my best to support you, but my support may not be enough. Hubert Schmundt. Admiral, I am not a naive dreamer, I know what political reality is. Still, I try to hope that the results we have achieved together will give our words the necessary weight to be heard, or at least not be immediately ignored. Time will tell whether our efforts for a better future will be in vain. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. December 8, 1914. Foreign Office, London. Edward Grey sighed. He had just taken delivery of a very, to put it lightly, indignant letter from the Dutch ambassador. The normally genial ambassador had made it eminently plain that the Dutch government was extremely unhappy with His Majesty's government. Apparently, not only had some Dutch Navy ships been attacked by Royal Navy airplanes, but some Royal Navy air servicemen had been picked up by a Dutch trawler inside of Dutch waters, and some Royal Navy admiral had threatened a Dutch colony. The Netherlands was denouncing all of this and requesting a statement from the government. Now it fell to him to smooth all of this over with the Dutch. To be honest, there was no real need to placate the Dutch. The glory days of the Dutch Navy were long since over. However, this could cause unpleasantness with other neutrals, whose opinions did matter. Particularly President Wilson with all his constant blathering about self-determination and rights. A United States that decided to be problematic could cause a lot of issues, even if they didn't go actively belligerent. The first thing to do would be to find out who attacked the Dutch Navy. There would need to be an official reprimand. He'd need to speak to others about offering to raise and repair the damaged vessel, which was currently sitting on the bottom of the Ems estuary. Also, monetary compensation, perhaps offering a replacement vessel. Finally, he'd have to track down the idiot who thought he could threaten neutrals without official sanction and get him put in charge of a desk for the rest of his life. A small desk, with an extremely uncomfortable chair. Gunboat diplomacy did not mean that the Navy got to make threats without permission. Finally, an official apology would have to be written. He'd need to check with the Prime Minister to see what tone to employ with their official response. Given American protesting about neutral rights, it would probably be preferred to be conciliatory, promising to punish those responsible, and pay for the lost ship. December 8, 1914. SMKMS Scharnhorst. Admiral Marshall dismissed the electrician who had just finished his report. As happened in the 1940s, the turret getting flooded during heavy weather had damaged some electrical equipment. Luckily, the electrician had reported that they had repaired all equipment to his satisfaction. He'd have to check with Gneisenau to make sure they had managed to repair their equipment as well. The turret flooding wasn't as bad as before the ship had received her Atlantic bow, but it was still quite enough to cause issues. With any luck, if it came to a fight, they wouldn't have to deal with that again. Once was enough, though HMS Renown was a significantly tougher opponent than anything on the Royal Navy rolls now. Idly he wondered if Renown would be built now. She wasn't even on the stocks yet. He allowed himself a brief chuckle. If there was a clash, the plans of the Royal Navy would no longer be recognizable from his own time. Even without a clash though, the British would take no time in reworking themselves to face the new threats brought by the modern ships. It would take years to build a new navy, taking in all the lessons from the new ships. This was nearly as big as Dreadnought had been, though unlike Dreadnought, ships could actually be somewhat retrofitted with new technology. Still, that wouldn't be a fast thing. They would have to work from scratch. The Germans would have the advantage of directly reverse engineering the technology on the ships. This could indeed have entertaining results. Imagine, the Grand Fleet declining combat against the High Seas Fleet. Well, first they had to get home, and change history. He walked over to his desk to write out 2 messages to send. One to Admiral Karls, informing him that the electrical repairs were complete. One to the Gneisenau to make sure her repairs were also completed, or at least progressing in a satisfactory manner. December 8, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Churchill hung up his phone and leaned back in his chair. He had just endured an extremely angry Edward Grey berating the Navy for provoking a diplomatic incident with the Dutch, and requesting that he find the parties responsible, and take appropriate action. Well, the first part was easy. Only 2 men could have caused the friction in Surabaya. One was dead, and the other was sitting in the waiting room, and would soon wish that he was, if he had done this. Send Admiral Stede in, he called to his secretary. A few minutes later, the pompous, overbearing, buffoonish admiral stood before him, a self-important smirk on his face. Here are the Japanese photographs of Tsingtao, First Lord. Stede announced, setting a packet down on the desk. Churchill said nothing for a moment, but regarded Stede as though he were some sort of particularly offensive bug. Admiral Stede, the ambassador to the Netherlands has lodged a complaint about a British admiral threatening the colony of Surabaya with conquest. Would you happen to know anything about that? Churchill asked icily. That made it through even Stede's thick head, Churchill noted with satisfaction, seeing Stede's countenance fall. I merely threatened the intransigent governor of Surabaya with His Majesty's extreme displeasure, if did not assist with locating the German squadron. Stede falteringly explained. And did the information thus obtained lead to the destruction of that squadron? Churchill asked, a dangerous tone in his voice. Note 1. Well, no, but it did give me the right direction to search. Stede said, a faint protest in his voice. I see. Churchill replied, finality in his voice. Thank you. New orders will be forthcoming. Stede, seeing the interview was at an end, stiffly saluted and left the office. Churchill leaned back again, looking at the photos Stede had brought. 2 vessels in dry dock, and other ships. Interesting. The analysts would have to take a look at this. December 8, 1914. Rosyth. The ships of the battlecruiser fleet slowly pull out of the harbour and head off towards the north. December 9, 1914. HMS Arethusa. Great Yarmouth Harbour. Admiral Tyrwhitt tried not to collapse into a chair, as the fleet finally made safe harbour. It had been a slow, harrowing voyage back from Norderney. After enduring 2 U-boat attacks, he had finally cut loose the disabled vessels and scuttled them, only to have no more attacks on the way home. Said attacks had resulted in the loss of 1 destroyer, and the HMS Engadine. Meaning of course, that this little foray, that he had wholeheartedly endorsed, had resulted in the loss of half his charges, and 2 modern light cruisers, plus 7 destroyers. A dark day for the Harwich force indeed. December 9, 1914. Scapa Flow. The Grand Fleet begins exiting the anchorage, heading to sea in order to interdict the High Seas Fleet. Admiral Jellicoe is by far the calmest of the flag officers of this force, and alone does not entertain notions of the annihilation of the German fleet. His goal was not to win the war in an afternoon, as many seemed to fantasize. His only goal was not to lose the war in an afternoon. The Grand Fleet contained 20 dreadnoughts this day. Of the active ships, only HMS Agincourt and Vanguard were not present, undergoing maintenance in the dock. 64 destroyers screened the fleet along, led by 8 scout cruisers and 3 town-class cruisers. The whole of scouting, such as it was, accomplished by the 1st Armoured Cruiser Squadron, and 2nd Light Cruiser Squadron. Several naval photographers took pictures as the fleet majestically steamed out of harbour. Winston Churchill had specifically requested that this be done, so that they might be released to the press after the battle for headlines. Some were also aboard certain of the ships. December 9, 1914. Wilhelmshaven. The High Seas Fleet leaves the Jade Bay. Ostfriesland has a conspicuously new centre funnel, joining the fleet. The fleet consisted of 23 vessels, 14 dreadnoughts, and 9 pre-dreadnoughts. Not present this day are Hessen and Kaiserin, both in dock for maintenance. 8 light cruisers and 45 destroyers accompany the main fleet. 4 armoured cruisers provide scouting of dubious value, at least in Ingenal's opinion. Like Jellicoe, he had no hope of winning a direct confrontation with the Grand Fleet, but hoped that any battle would only be passing. He was unhappy with the addition of the pre-dreadnoughts, though it was pointed out that they really didn't slow him down much more than the Nassaus already did. Be that as may, the Nassaus were far tougher than the pre-dreadnoughts, the Fighting Fraus. He had a strong suspicion that all the old ladies would accomplish would be to die. December 9, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Well, gentlemen, all seems to be proceeding as planned. Began Churchill to the assembled lords. All going well, the Germans' fleet elements will be engaged and destroyed soon. Hear, hear, applauded Tudor. May that what we celebrate shortly. Everything is deployed, continued Churchill, so that is a waiting game now. There are a few other things that we need to discuss, though. The Dutch have contacted us, as I believe you all know. The first thing I want to point out is that they gave us a list of sailors, apparently from the HMS Sydney, sunk by Germans and then dropped off in Surabaya. The sailors are currently being interned as per international law. The French were also contacted and received a similar list. The entire French West Indies squadron was apparently destroyed. They are still undecided on what to use to reinforce the area. This news was received with shock around the table. What can they do? Asked Hamilton. The French fleet must be quite stretched at the moment, since they have to guard against the breakout of the Austro-Hungarians. Do we need to send more to the theatre? That discussion needs to be tabled until after the coming engagement. Depending on the degree of success we enjoy, we may be able to send much more. Fisher stated. Nodding to Fisher, Churchill continued. The other bit of news involving the Dutch is even more unpleasant. Apparently, our air attack mistakenly attacked a Dutch warship and sank it in the Ems. Gratifying as it is to know the concept worked, the Foreign Office has asked if it is feasible to raise and repair the vessel. Possibly, depending on the damage sustained. Tudor said dubiously, though not until after hostilities cease. It would require working near the Germans, trusting that they won't attack us, and somehow getting the ship to one of our docks to repair. Supposing we offer a replacement vessel instead, began Tudor slowly. We can't build any vessels for any other power at this time, barked Fisher irritably. We have 2 vessels that I think we could do without, argued Tudor. When the war broke out, we were building 2 coast defense ships for the Norwegian Navy. Note 1, we of course, exercised our contractual right to a compulsory purchase. Right now, they are languishing as designers are working out how to better modify them for Royal Navy service, where they will be rated as monitors. Finishing them to their original design could probably be done inside of 6 months. We can do without the monitors, especially since it is unknown when they'll actually be finished, given the design tinkering. Churchill looked surprised. Really? Perhaps we'll offer that to the Foreign Office as an option. They'll know how to manage such things. The last item related to the Dutch involves Admiral Stede. Fisher gave a snort, and Churchill continued. While chasing the German cruisers, he apparently threatened the Dutch governor of Surabaya. The Foreign Office has requested that he be given a post less in the eye of the world. Fisher chuckled darkly. How about Port Admiral of Scapa Flow, he suggested. That should keep him out of trouble, and out of the public eye. Churchill nodded and wrote it down for later. Finally, the air attack. Obviously, a Dutch vessel was mistakenly attacked. Other than that, minimal damage is definitely known at this time. Unfortunately, the Harwich force took a beating, losing several cruisers and destroyers, and 2 of the seaplane tenders were lost. Nevertheless, though unfortunate, the attack on the Dutch shows the idea to be sound, simply needing more work. He stated. That will have to be looked into, Fisher stated with finality, glaring around, daring any to contradict him. None did. Note 1, the Bjorgvin class. Note, the UK built warship for a large number of powers at this time. They considered these ships to be something of a reserve fleet, and the contracts stipulated that the UK could exercise an option to compulsorily purchase them. When war broke out, this option was indeed exercised, and many ships were obtained. The Ottomans protested this, and those ships were seized, with army units sent on board to prevent the Turkish crews from boarding them. Pacific, December 9, 1914, German naval base Tsingtao, governor's residence. Planning for a naval attack against the British colony of Hong Kong was in full swing. The Germans were not exactly enthusiastic about these military operations. According to the majority of those present, it was a political order, not a military necessity. Nevertheless, they did not refuse to help their Chinese partner and ally and decided to fully support him. An evening meeting at the governor's residence was to settle the details. Commodore Helmut High and his staff had already drawn up a preliminary attack plan, and now the entire operation was to be approved. Both Admirals Hubert Schmundt and Helmuth Brinkmann rejected the original proposal that only destroyers be deployed again, as had happened on November 20. This time a final decision had to be made, and the enemy fleet, if not completely destroyed, at least greatly reduced, which would force the Entente to leave Hong Kong. I would very much like to mention certain problems that will await us in the future, regardless of how this whole mission turns out. Our stockpile of 203mm ammunition is practically used up. The battle with the French fleet gave them a lot to do. Both heavy cruisers are at 100% ammunition at the moment, however we only have 203mm shells left in our ammunition stores. The same applies to our torpedo stocks. Extensive combat operations have led to the fact that we have practically no reserves. For this reason, only 7 destroyers that will participate in the mission are fully equipped with torpedoes. Fregattenkapitän Rudolf Peters. We are still not able to make our own torpedoes. I was hoping to solve this problem by the end of the year. Hubert Schmundt. Unfortunately, we still aren't. We have to manufacture the overwhelming majority of modern and complex equipment and related things ourselves. In this regard, China will not help us much. It is able to supply us with certain raw materials and cheap labor, but not skilled labor. So we're on our own. Admiral, you must realize that our technological advances in this remote corner of the world have been amazing in the past few months. Soon we will be able to produce our own fighter planes, not in large quantities, but we can do it. And China will soon join us in this regard. The production and development of torpedoes is also a priority, but there are other, extremely necessary projects, and I support them more. In addition, our attempt to use Chinese torpedoes turned out to be a dead end. The technological difference was too great, and actually not only that. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Governor, I'm not angry and I understand. Actually, not only that, I highly value the work of your subordinates. I'm just surprised it's taking so long. So when do you think we will be able to manufacture torpedoes for our warships ourselves? Do you at least have a time estimate? Hubert Schmundt. It won't be before the end of January or the beginning of February 1915, that's the reality. As far as munitions are concerned, we are all depending on Admiral Siliux to get the US convoy safely back to Kyotsko. We ourselves do not have the capacity to produce such heavy ammunition. Realistically speaking, we can successfully produce rifle caliber ammunition and on a smaller scale even heavier ones such as 127mm shells, but unfortunately not 150 and 203 mm. China is also increasing its own production of ammunition. Perhaps very soon it will be able to supply 127 and 150 mm shells in sufficient quantities. I have no idea when Chinese industry will be able to produce even 203 mm ammunition. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. So that makes us all the more compelled to win overwhelmingly at Hong Kong and crush our enemies before more reinforcements arrive. Which is bound to happen sooner or later. In a sense, we have the advantage of knowing that most enemy warships will be in one place, and more importantly, where. So we don't have to look for them anywhere, they find us. Helmuth Brinkmann. Which should force us to be very careful as our opponent has several battlecruisers as well as battleships in that area. A large number of armored and light cruisers and at least one pre-dreadnought, more likely 2 and about a dozen destroyers. Even if we attack them at night and have the element of surprise on our side, the enemy can outnumber us, as happened to the first Zerstora flotilla at Toy Island. I definitely do not recommend a battle of attrition, rather a hit-and-run action. Helmut High. Risk is one thing, I don't dispute that, but we need a final decision. We must hit the enemy hard, if only so that Siliux can return home safely with the convoy. Moreover, if we only repeat the result of the Battle of Toy Island, there is no certainty that the Entente will actually evacuate its troops from Hong Kong. Helmuth Brinkmann. Today is December 9th, I expect our main fleet to return home to Germany in the next 4 days at most. The moment that happens, we will be able to communicate with Berlin. If all goes well, our role of tying up the Entente's resources will more or less end and we will go, or we can go on the defensive. We will no longer have to rely so much on China and a siege strategy will occur, where we will just wait to see what our enemy will do. This will lead to minimal consumption of our resources and when Admiral Siliux returns, to their accumulation. And the subsequent expansion of our future offensive possibilities. The war will be decided in Europe, we here in the Pacific will just wait for the end of the war and try to suffer as few losses as possible. So in the end, it doesn't really matter how much the Entente fleet suffers near Hong Kong. We only have to fulfill the promise made to China and its president to save face. And they clearly showed that we have an effort to help our ally and that we are trustworthy. Helmut High. I recognize that it is not only very pragmatic, Commodore, but also very cynical to pursue such a strategy. I know that once General Admiral Rolf Karls returns to Germany, your task is de facto over, but mine is not. Yes, realistically I only have orders to defend Kyotska from our enemies, but the moment we ally with China, I will help them. They are our allies, I certainly have no interest in using the Chinese as mere cannon fodder. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. I agree with you, Governor, but you yourself have heard and know very well that our resources are not bottomless. At first fuel was the main problem, now it's ammunition and soon spare parts. The convoy from the USA, if it arrives safely in Tsingtao, will not completely solve our problems. We need electronic components that are practically impossible to find and we cannot manufacture them ourselves at the moment. Be that as it may, our offensive operations will have to be curtailed, one way or another. If Otto Siliux succeeds, he will sail another convoy to the US, and this time it will be 40 ships, and we will have to protect him again. I promised China help, we will keep our word, but we must determine our own future operations. We can continue to help China, but on our terms. Understand my goal as well, I also want to get as many of our ships and especially people as possible back to Germany when this war is over. When Rolf Kalleries sailed away he left us to our fate, so far we have successfully defied fate and I want to continue to do so. So no unnecessary actions, no extra risk, fight only if absolutely necessary. Hubert Schmundt. I know you don't want to hear it, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. What if Rolf Karls fails and his ships are destroyed by the Grand Fleet? Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Unfortunately, that possibility is always there. If it happens, we will fight as we have until now. To bind as many Entente forces as possible and force them to send more ships and troops to the Pacific, regardless of the risk to us. At the same time hoping that it will weaken them in Europe enough that Germany can win. Even in our time, victory was not completely unrealistic, with a bit of luck we can tip the scales in our favor. Helmut High. Well, let's hope Rolf Karls succeeds, I'd rather not think about our fleet being destroyed in the North Atlantic. Let's stick with our operation, take the tankers with us again and sail to the Dutch for fuel. Helmuth Brinkmann. Yes, we will merge these two operations into one. Once the attack against the Entente in Hong Kong is over, you will head to Surabaya where you will escort our tankers Admiral Brinkman. Not only that, you will be shopping again, and this time you will buy whatever the Dutch sell you. The fleet's last trip turned out to be extremely profitable, and it wasn't just about fuel. The Dutch are first and foremost traders, and we have to take advantage of that. During the previous meeting between Admiral Schmunt and Governor Eidenbug, at the request of Governor Alfred Meyer-Waldeck and our Chinese allies, I gave the Dutch officials a list of the goods we need. They were mostly very positive and promised to deliver the goods. They certainly don't expect that we plan to visit them again so soon, but we will have a better opportunity to shop elsewhere than here. Fregatten Captain Rudolf Peters. We also captured a few freighters during the previous voyage. I'm sure we'll be lucky this time as well. Perhaps we will be able to sell one of the ships to the Dutch with its cargo, if the ship and the cargo will be of no use to us. Helmuth Brinkman. Do you really believe that the Dutch will be willing to sell us any of their tankers? I believe the goods, yes, but the whole ship? I have some doubts here. Friedrich Bondt. Let's see, Governor Eidenbug didn't tell me a categorical no during our conversation then, he just clearly indicated that he wouldn't do it without the permission of his government. So the chance of us having another fast tanker available is relatively small, but it's still there. Moreover, as mentioned, we can capture one during the voyage, even if it is slow, it can still make one trip. Hubert Schmunt. The Dutch are sensible, they won't want to provoke either of the warring parties, so they will make concessions to both sides. Moreover, they can only rent the tanker to us. There are certainly some subtle diplomatic nuances to resolve all this to our satisfaction and theirs. Alfred Meyer-Waldeck. When I spoke to Governor Eidenbug, he told me that the British tried to intimidate him when they were chasing Otto Siliux. According to the governor, Admiral Stiddy behaved like an arrogant bastard, he did not make a good impression on the governor. Hubert Schmunt. Let's be thankful that the British behave like the Romans wherever they go, making a lot of new enemies. Friedrich Bondt. I don't mean enemies directly, but it is clear that such behavior does not please anyone. The Netherlands is too weak militarily, and its government can barely manage more than an official diplomatic protest. On the other hand, this could be the reason for them to sell or at least lease the tanker to us. It could be a small show of defiance on their part. I want to be positive about this. Hopefully the Dutch political leadership will have something like a backbone. Alfred Meyer-Waldeck. It would be great if the Dutch joined us in this war, but that's probably just a dream. Helmuth Brinkman. The governor laughed at the idea and then said, for such a thing to happen, we would have to destroy the entire Entente fleet in Hong Kong, which is probably not realistic. Or Admiral General Rolf Karls would have to destroy the Grand Fleet and break the RN blockade of continental Europe. Then the Dutch might stop hesitating and join our side. However, events in Europe are difficult to predict now, we will see what happens in a few days. There is no point in speculating about the future at the moment. Helmut High. Like it or not, all the Germans in the room wanted fervently at this moment was for Rolf Karls and his fleet to get safely to Germany. Once that happens, their task that began less than 4 months ago would be accomplished. Surely the war would still be going on and only a naive dreamer would think that it would end in a few weeks. But Germany would now have a huge technological and also knowledge advantage of the future. With the knowledge of the future, it was so tricky, because of the actions that the Germans from the future have done up to this moment. They completely changed the history they knew until now, and much of this knowledge was no longer completely relevant. Nevertheless, many of them still remained important and had a huge strategic importance. The final decision on the attack on the Entente fleet in Hong Kong was therefore that the German objective must be the annihilation of as many enemy ships as possible. It was supposed to be a hit-and-run attack, but it was to be carried out from 2 directions, both cruisers and destroyers. Commodore Helmut High was overruled in this regard and an expanded alternative to the attack plan was enforced. Before Hong Kong, the biggest battle to date awaited the Germans, and in a way, it could be said that it was also decisive, because no matter how it turned out, all officers present and in charge knew that heavy cruiser ammunition would not be available for the next mission, at least until the U.S. convoy brought it. Pacific, December 9, 1914, Japanese battleship Setsu near Hong Kong. A meeting of Entente military and political officials in Hong Kong took place aboard the Japanese battleship Setsu, the flagship of Admiral Hayao Shimamura. The arrival of the Japanese fleet and Australian military reinforcements temporarily tipped the scales in the battle for this British colony. The Chinese army was halted, at least for now, its 2 attempts at a full-scale offensive drowned in blood by heavy naval guns. Just as crucially, ground troops had arrived, however it was becoming increasingly clear that defeating the Chinese army was impossible. The Entente managed to gain a reprieve from the collapse of the land front due to greater firepower, but that was all. And the sooner everyone present realizes this, the better. I have been informed by my government that more troops will be moved from India to Hong Kong. They will also be equipped with powerful artillery, and we will also receive reinforcements from Australia and New Zealand. Our task is only to hold out until these military reinforcements arrive. As soon as that happens, we will drive those yellow monkeys out of our colony. Francis Henry May. The Japanese who were present tactfully pretended not to hear the last words. There was no point in getting offended, especially not in this situation. Because the reason behind the convening of this council will certainly not please their British allies. Governor May, please tell us how long it will take for these promised reinforcements to move here. So to the location of the current battlefield. Shijet Diwa. I don't know exactly. My government assured me, as did First Lord of the Admiralty Winston Churchill for the Royal Navy, that it would not take more than 3 weeks. I have no choice but to accept this term. Frankly, I can't get them to send those troops any sooner. I don't think it's realistically possible. Francis Henry May. I understand. Unfortunately my own government has made it clear to me that the presence of the Japanese fleet here must be terminated as soon as possible. Tokyo agreed with my decision to sail to Hong Kong to help you. Especially when you have officially asked us for it through diplomatic channels. But now Governor, our ships are needed somewhere else. The new Minister of the Navy, Admiral Hihachir T.G., who replaced Admiral Roker Yashiro. He is demanding strong action from us against the Chinese Navy. We must attack Shanghai and destroy the Chinese fleet. This plan should have already been implemented, but I and my officers decided to sail to your aid. Shijet Diwa. How much longer can you stay here with your fleet, Admiral? General Francis Kelly. A week at the most, General, no more. Then I will face Minister TG's displeasure and very likely be removed from my position. I'm sorry, but my orders are clear. If no more military aid arrives within a week, I propose to evacuate the rest of our military forces from Hong Kong and retreat. I see no other viable alternative. The colony cannot be held militarily in this situation. Shijet Diwa. You are out of your mind, Admiral Diwo. I am to give up the jewel of the British Empire and hand it over to those Chinese savages. You realize what a terrible humiliation it would be for my country. Great Britain cannot afford to lose face like this in front of the whole world. If you sail away with your fleet, my country will regard it as treason. Francis Henry May. Calm down, Governor. You yourself know very well that without the presence of the Japanese fleet and their marines, who are fighting and dying in the streets of Hong Kong right now, the rest of the colony we still hold would be in Chinese hands. Admiral Diwa is right, we cannot hold out for another 3 weeks, certainly not when the Japanese fleet has to withdraw. Evacuating the rest of our troops is a very rational and wise decision. To keep fighting here means we bleed out here, which we cannot afford. Admiral George Edwin Patey. And who do you think will inform London? Because I certainly won't be. You are the soldiers, you are to hold Hong Kong. If you want to give it up, tell our government yourself, but leave me out of it. Now please excuse me, I must return to my work, for it will not do itself. Francis Henry May. There was a moment of silence as Governor May left the dining room of the Japanese battleship where the meeting was taking place, then General Francis Kelly spoke. Please, Admiral, excuse the Governor, he is under tremendous pressure. His behavior is certainly tactless, as are some expressions that you and your countrymen might find offensive. He didn't mean it. Terrible things have happened here in Hong Kong in the past few weeks. For years we lived in peace with the Chinese and tolerated them, and suddenly everything changed. The Chinese turned into horrible and human monsters and slaughtered our people. At this point it is difficult for many of us to let go of our prejudices against Asians. I'm not offended, General, and I'm under no illusions about what happened and is still happening in the colony. Still, as I said before, my orders are clear. There is no point in continuing to fight, because the reinforcements will not arrive in time. And even if they arrive sooner than 3 weeks from now, in my opinion it will be just a drop in the bucket. This colony is lost, we have to admit it. There are many more issues to deal with than just the loss of Hong Kong, as unpleasant as it is for all of us. The fleet of our French ally no longer exists, the Germans wiped it all out and destroyed our other warships as well. According to reports, HMAS Sydney was also sunk and the German convoy of tankers sailed safely to Surabaya, where they got fuel. According to our logistics officers, the Germans now have enough fuel for the whole of December before they have to sail to the Dutch for more. Shijet Diwa. As long as your fleet and especially the battlecruisers are near Hong Kong, I don't believe the Germans will attack. Once you withdraw, they'll hit us with everything they've got. So I agree, we need to evacuate the crew as soon as possible. We will withdraw the surviving soldiers to Singapore, as well as our warships, which must undergo repairs and maintenance. I would love to join you during the attack on Shanghai, but it's just not realistic anytime soon. Regarding losses, it is very likely that we also lost the pre-dreadnought HMS Goliath. He should have arrived a few days ago, we last heard from him on November 30th, then contact was not restored. Admiral George Edwin Patey. Have you sent any warships to search for the pre-dreadnought HMS Goliath? Heiao Shimamura. No, Admiral, I had no warships to miss. I sent a message to Singapore informing the cargo and merchant vessels that were leaving the colony. As yet I have, as I have said, no news of the fate of this warship. Admiral George Edwin Patey. I don't have to be a prophet to say that HMS Goliath was very likely both lucky and unlucky to find the German tanker convoy. And his escort sunk him. If there were 4 German armored or what you call large cruisers capable of sinking 8 French cruisers. So one old pre-dreadnought was no challenge for them. Shijet Diwa. Those German warships can't be that good. I believe that the big cruisers are a new design and apparently a very good one, but this is no longer normal. Either the Germans are such great sailors or the French are so poorly trained. Losing when you have a 2-to-1 advantage is just not normal. Admiral George Edwin Patey. Admiral Patey, you have seen the photographs of those German ships taken by our aviators. It's 8 pictures and it wasn't easy to get them. On the contrary, it was a nerve-wracking operation that cost us all the deployed aircraft and the lives of most of the airmen. The Germans prepared very well for this war, they knew it was coming and, unlike us, they took the whole situation very seriously. From the beginning they counted on their fleet's operations in this area, developing ships to run on oil, not coal. They built giant fuel tanks in Tsingtao, the oil allows them to operate at much greater distances. Our fleet, which was supposed to capture Tsingtao, was completely wiped out by the Germans at the end of August, probably without major losses of their own, if any. The flag officer of our navy who commanded the operation and miraculously survived, made it clear that he was facing giant ships. You see, we on the navy staff didn't take him too seriously at first, but time has shown that this man wasn't lying. He didn't lose because he was incapacitated, but because the enemy didn't give him a chance to get within range of him. Analysts conducted a thorough examination of those photographs of German ships. And the cruisers we're talking about, the big cruisers, are longer than our own Congo class. Our estimate is that they have a speed of at least 28 to 29 knots and the range of their guns is around 17 kilometers, maybe more. We don't have this technical data confirmed, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if it were true. In all likelihood, the Germans shot Admiral Favreau before he could even threaten them with his own artillery. Because this is exactly what they did to our fleet at the end of August, neither we nor the French had a chance to survive the battle, let alone win it. Heiao Shimamura. Captain Leslie Mason, commander of HMS Vengeance, who had been with his ship in Hong Kong since December 2nd and was here as Admiral Patey's deputy, could not help but ask. So how are we supposed to fight such ships without the support of battleships and battlecruisers? My warship in such a battle will only be copying the fate of HMS Goliath. He will have no chance of anything but an honorable death. The Admiralty must be informed and send battlecruisers back to the Pacific as soon as possible. Captain Mason, please calm down. The Admiralty is fully aware of our dire situation, but at this time, apart from 3 armored cruisers and ammunition ships, they cannot send any reinforcements. Von Spee and his squadron must be destroyed first before they will consider our situation and send us more help. Besides, those German ships are not invulnerable. In those photos, one of the big ones is clearly in dry dock and out of commission. So it is possible to defeat these vessels even with our armored cruisers. Admiral George Edwin Patey. When will your Admiral Patey armored cruisers arrive? Will the French Admiralty send any more warships? I sent an inquiry on this subject to the French command in Saigon, but no one answered me. Shijet Diwa. In 10 days at the earliest, barely before that. Originally the squadron was stronger, unfortunately in the Mediterranean an enemy submarine sank one of the cargo ships carrying ammunition. And with her also the light cruiser HMS Gloucester, which was destroyed by the explosion of the cargo of the ammunition vessel. The French are in great trouble in Indochina and if they send any more fleet they will place it to protect their colony. In truth, I know about as much as you Admiral Diwo. According to the reports I have, the French are afraid of weakening their naval forces in the Mediterranean. Admiral George Edwin Patey. Our own fleet is also greatly weakened. I have lost 2 more light cruisers and a destroyer in the previous 3 weeks. The most modern battleships of the Japanese fleet remained on the home islands, and with them the rest of our warships. I was told clearly by my superiors that I could not expect any further reinforcements. Therefore, I must be very judicious as far as further operations of my own fleet are concerned. You should also know one more thing. My superior Admiral Tomosa Burkat, Commander-in-Chief of the Navy has a certain theory, which is also shared with him by the Chief of the General Staff of the Imperial Japanese Navy, Admiral Heiao Shimamura present here. And to tell the truth, I also believe in this theory, although I have some doubts, my colleague will enlighten you. Shijet Diwa. As I mentioned before, when our fleet under the command of Admiral Sadak Ichi Kat was destroyed in late August of this year, many of us attributed it mainly to his incompetence. However, the questioning of the survivors and our efforts to find the truth forced us to reject this assumption very soon. The Admiral's original report claimed that he faced more than 20 German warships, some of which resembled the SMS Derflinger. Additionally, many survivors spoke of ships with a displacement of over 30,000 tons. Personally, I was of the opinion that to the one who has been defeated, his opponent always seems stronger and thus inadvertently increases his strength. But the report also said there were at least 4 pre-dreadnoughts with the German fleet and we hadn't come across any since August, or so we thought. We believe that some of these warships left Tsingtao with Admiral von Spee's squadron. This theory was more or less confirmed when news of the RN's defeat at the Falkland Islands came through, where Rear Admiral Sir Christopher Craddock and his squadron were completely destroyed. Because in his report before the start of the battle, there is a report of such a German warship. If you look closely at one of those photos, there is a warship that looks a lot like a pre-dreadnought. Although it is clear that this is a very modern design of an armored cruiser. Admiral Tomosa Burkat fought against such ships in the South China Sea on September 25 and lost. We believe there has been a mix-up of these ships by our own sailors who survived the battle, as has Rear Admiral Craddock. Admiral von Spee has at least one such warship, but more likely 2 to 3. Heiao Shimamura. Using a magnifying glass, Admiral Patey looked again at the photograph showing the German warship in question. It was a rather unique design. It had 3 triple-gun turrets, 1 in the front and 2 in the back. The warship didn't seem too big. The displacement estimate was between 7,000 to 9,000 tons, quite a bit for a pre-dreadnought. Seeing such a vessel head-on, however, could have greatly confused the first-timer and led to a misidentification. Be that as it may, I believe that Rear Admiral Sir Christopher Craddock may have mistaken this ship for a pre-dreadnought, but what exactly does that mean for us? Admiral George Edwin Patey. Many things, Admiral, as none of the reports that spoke of the von Spee arriving in the US mentioned such a ship. Our agents as well as Entente liaison officers in the US clearly reported that von Spee only had 6 warships, but there was no mention of this ship. It could not just disappear, so von Spee deliberately did not expose it to prying eyes in an American port. In addition, he had to get fuel for her somewhere. This ship does not run on coal, but on oil. We believe von Spee has 2 squadrons, one with which he anchored in New York and then another which he deliberately kept aside. One that is composed of more modern and powerful ships. Heiao Shimamura. Okay, what other ships do you think von Spee has? Even if this theory were correct and the German convoy sailing through the North Atlantic was protected by not 6 but 12 warships, it doesn't mean much. Once our battlecruisers find him, he's finished. Admiral George Edwin Patey. We fear that this squadron includes 2 vessels that closely resemble the SMS Derflinger, or have similar firepower. Those big German cruisers that destroyed the French ships are equipped with 210mm guns, barely from the photos we got, those guns might be heavier. However, our fleet was destroyed by vessels that had a caliber of 280mm guns. We are quite sure of that. It is not unrealistic to assume that they could also have calibers of 305mm. Heiao Shimamura. Do you have any proof for these claims? And you informed our command about them, because I am only now hearing this information for the first time. Admiral George Edwin Patey. My superior, Admiral Tomosa Burkat, sent these reports to Singapore. Whether Vice Admiral Martin Jerome passed them on to his superiors, I have no idea. The French Admiral Charles Favorau was also informed in the same way, and now you as well. We have no proof, as I said before, it's just a theory. But we believe von Spee has ships that have the firepower of battlecruisers. Shijet Diwa. I'm sorry, but this theory seems rather exaggerated. I do not believe for a moment that the Germans would send their battlecruisers to the Pacific and then quickly withdraw them back home to Germany. Logically it makes no sense, they would gain nothing from it. It is indeed possible that von Spee has other warships, I cannot disprove that. It is even very likely that one of them is the one in this photo. But even though it is a vessel of modern design, it is still just a fast, decently armed cruiser, which won't stand a chance against our battlecruisers. Thank you for sharing your views with me. I will inform my superiors, but I do not believe it will change the Admiralty's decision. Admiral George Edwin Patey. The rest of the meeting focused on planning the evacuation of soldiers from the colony, which was to begin as early as December 12 and last for a maximum of 3 days. The evacuation was to take place as secretly as possible and the Chinese troops were not to notice it. This meant that Entente warships in Hong Kong would continue to bombard enemy positions to reassure them that they had no intention of surrendering the colony. On the contrary, the Entente is preparing for the arrival of military reinforcements, which should change the balance of power. Both the British and their Japanese allies expected an attack by the German fleet soon. And they tried to prepare for him as best as possible. Only time will tell if this preparation will be of any use. December 10, 1914. SMKMS Bismarck. The hour of surprise showed a surprisingly placid North Sea. Placid being about 2.5-meter waves. Visibility was perhaps a bit over 20 kilometers, the grey of the sky indistinctly merging with the grey waves off in the distance. Admiral Karls moved away from the plot to stare at the horizon, willing it to arrive faster. By his estimation, they had only 2 days to go, and the sea had been blessedly clear. The men would be spending a lot of time near action stations for these last 2 days. Currently, the Admiral Scheer was on point a few kilometers ahead of the rest of the fleet, using her radar and scouting for any enemy vessels. The rest of the modern ships were just behind the older ships, staying behind the impromptu smokescreen created by them. Message from Admiral Scheer, Sir, called a radioman large contact at extreme radar range. Note 1. Send C-22 to investigate. Admiral Karls ordered. He had to know what was coming. If it was the entire Grand Fleet, it was time to make a decision. If, on the other hand, it was only a small portion of the Grand Fleet, then perhaps they would stand and fight. Signals, he ordered. Send message to the fleet. Form line ahead of convoy. Spee's ships will stay with the convoy. Include Lutzow. Outside, the ships surged ahead to take position. Battle stations, called Captain Lindemann. The ship drove forward as watertight doors slammed shut, and other preparations completed. Holding up binoculars, Karls could see men on Scharnhorst pulling the tompions out of her guns. The ships eased into the planned battle line. Scharnhorst led the line, followed by Gneisenau, Bismarck, Tirpitz, Admiral Graf Spee, Lutzow and Admiral Scheer at the end of the line. Nothing to do now but wait. December 10, 1914. HMS Lion. 20 knots, increasing. David Beatty grinned fiercely. A light cruiser had just loomed into view at the edge of visibility. It was out of range, but it was a sign. He was very close, most likely to Spee, and had just encountered the vanguard. His ships, led by Lion, were in line abreast formation, to best search. Next in line was Tiger, Princess Royal, Queen Mary, Inflexible, Invincible and finally New Zealand. His light cruisers were further on yet, extending the search line. Abruptly, the light cruiser turned and made off at high speed, leaving even the battlecruisers behind. No matter. They would follow the last bearing. All hands to battle stations, he ordered. It would be well to be prepared. Visibility was acceptable, so whenever Spee appeared, the execution would commence. Even if he'd managed to drag a pre-dreadnought with him, it wouldn't save him. Contact, called a lookout. Many ships to the northwest. Beatty brought binoculars up to his face. There in the distance were 7 ships. Strange ships. Must be Spee's large light cruisers. No sign of the armored cruisers, though. And 3 pre-dreadnoughts? Signals, report that we are engaging Spee's squadron. Beatty ordered. A rippling flash worked down the enemy line. Form line on parallel course, ordered Beatty. Guns. What is the range to enemy vessels? Splashes erupted from the sea, perhaps 100 yards short. Enemy is at approximately 25,000 yards, sir, came a reply. Steer closer to the enemy, ordered Beatty. We have to get in range of our guns. Splashes erupted from the water, closer this time. The ships drove on towards the German line. A crash came from forward. Looking forward, Beatty could see a big gouge in the deck where a shell had dug out a fairly large chunk of decking near the stem. Sir, message from New Zealand. She's lost her fore turret. Reported a radioman. Beatty growled under his breath. Another 2,000 yards to close until the enemy was in extreme range. He glared across the open sea towards the enemy squadron. What is our current speed? He asked. 22 knots, sir. Came the reply. How on earth were the pre-dreadnoughts keeping up with that fleet? They were far too slow, yet they were keeping up with his battlecruisers easily. Interesting. 1,000 yards to go. HMS New Zealand. Captain Halsey was hardly able to believe his eyes. At about 14 miles, the enemy ships were not only firing, but his command had just taken a third hit. The first had taken out the fore turret, apparently striking right near the embrasure of the left-hand gun. Even now, smoke still was pouring from the turret. The magazine had been flooded as a precaution, a good one too from the looks of it. The second hit had taken out the forward fire control position, and this most recent one had blown a hole in the bow. Ever since the ship had lost her good luck charms, there were whispers that she was cursed. Now that seemed distinctly plausible, as she got shot to pieces outside of her own gun range. The German Asiatic Squadron had a reputation for being crack gunnery ships, but this was ridiculous. And a pre-dreadnought no less was doing it. A crash aft heralded the arrival of another hit. The thrum of the machinery through the solace of his boots instantly changed, and he felt the power of the ship instantly reduce. That was serious. The voice piped to the engine room squawked. He hurried over to it. Bridge here, he shouted into it. Bridge, engineering. Main steam line severed. We're also flooding seriously, sir, came the reply. The ship shuddered again, and not from a hit this time. That came from forward. A runner came dashing into the bridge and saluted. Bulkhead collapsed, sir. We're trying to establish a new boundary, but the pumps seem to be failing. Came the report. Another hit to the ship, and suddenly, a list started. Ahead of them, the rest of the fleet opened fire, though with even the modest list, their guns could no longer bear. Another rending screech came from below. Blast it, another hit. The list was definitely increasing, and the bow was distinctly lower in the water. A corpse staggered onto the bridge. No, not a corpse. The chief engineer, his face severely burned, something out of a nightmare. We need to abandon ship, sir. She's done for. Came an unrecognizable voice from the wreck of the engineer. HMS Queen Mary. Captain Prowse was pleased to finally be able to open fire at his tormentor. That big ship was much more powerful than the large light cruiser that they had originally thought that they were fighting. Whatever it was shooting was huge. The waterspouts seemed to dwarf all the other shots from the enemy vessels, though that could be mere perspective. Regardless, they had so far been hit only once, by a shell that neatly blew apart the aft fire control system. Their first salvo crashed into the sea, well short of their target. In return, 2 of the enemy shells smashed into his command. The ship shook like a leaf under those hits. His second salvo crashed into the sea, still short of the enemy. The enemy struck back, another shell smashing into the ship. Fire forward, below decks sir, reported a smoke-smudged midshipman. Keep me apprised, ordered Prowse, and the midshipman dashed back to his post. His next salvo was over the target. Soon they'd have their revenge for the hits so far suffered. Another shell smashed into the ship, forward by the feel of it. Smoke was pouring out of rents in the side, thick and black. The midshipman returned, now clutching an arm, blood leaking out around his fingers. Firefighting party forward all dead, sir. He wheezed. Fire is getting worse. My God, the magazine, shouted Prowse. Flood the forward magazines. A huge column of fire erupted out of B turret. HMS Inflexible. A horrified cry went up around the bridge, as one of the newest ships of the battlecruiser force erupted into an enormous fireball. Captain Skillmore would swear he could see a turret crash into the sea, not 100 yards from his command. Avoid the wreck, he ordered the helmsman. Inflexible swung around the mass of wreckage that used to be a proud, strong vessel. Slowly. His ship was sluggish in maneuvering. A hit to the steering flat had flooded it, and though they could still steer, Skillmore wasn't eager to put it the test. The armor of the ship had been tested and found wanting. He had taken several hits straight through the belt, though luckily nothing too vital had been hit. Flooding was under control for the moment, and damage control teams were doing their best to patch up the holes. The ship suddenly began to slow. Captain Skillmore ran to the voice pipes. Engineering, why are we losing speed? He shouted. The port outboard propeller shaft was damaged, probably by a near miss, sir, came the report. We had to shut it down to avoid flooding the engine room. Blast it! Report to the flag that we are losing speed, Skillmore ordered a radio man bitterly. Can't, sir. The wireless aerials are shot away. We'll have to rig new ones, was the reply. Well, that wasn't happening in the middle of a battle. Flag is changing course, advised a lookout. Conform to the movements of the flag, ordered the Skillmore. Signals. Send a message to the flagship that we're slowed, use the signal flags. Sir, we cannot, the halyards are shot away, was the reply. This was just getting better and better. HMS Lion. Queen Mary blown up, sir, reported a lookout. Beatty blanched. The loss of Queen Mary was far more painful than the loss of New Zealand. She was one of the newest ships. One of the best shooting, too. He had fallen from equal numbers with his opponent to being short by 2, and reports weren't encouraging. All ships had taken damage, though most were not yet serious. Message from Tiger, sir, reported a radio man. Both forward turrets jammed, and she has serious flooding. She's pulling out of line, sir. David Beatty ran to the bridge wing and looked aft. Tiger was pulling out of line with a serious list. No more of this. Signals. Order the light cruiser squadron to make a torpedo attack and make smoke, ordered Beatty. The light cruisers surged towards the enemy, smoke pouring from their funnels. The Lion turned, working up faster. The other ships followed, save only Tiger, which was slowing more, and her list was increasing. Nothing for it, though. They couldn't save her. SMKMS Bismarck. They're running away, exulted Captain Lindemann to no one in particular. It was true. 4 light cruisers were surging forward, making smoke, while the battlecruisers broke off, all but one. Order secondaries to concentrate on those cruisers, ordered Carls. On all warships the secondaries lashed out towards the hapless cruisers, clearly trying to force them back. This battle had gone better than they had any right to hope. One ship was foundering before the enemy got in range, and they did get in range. The accuracy of most had been just appalling to Carl's mind. They were at the edge of their range, but it was still surprising to see that they couldn't seem to even get close before falling back. Having the one Lion-class ship blow up spectacularly had been a great encouragement. Now the secondaries were raking those cruisers. First one, then another staggered back, aflame from stem to stern. They were nowhere near torpedo range, even at their best range. A third cruiser broke off. The last had either a suicidally brave, or plain suicidal captain, and continued coming on. She was actually nearing the estimated launch point when her fires apparently found something important, and she blew up in a bright flash. "Do we pursue the enemy, sir?" asked Captain Lindemann, his blood obviously up after the battle. Admiral Karls considered. He wanted to very badly pursue. But no, he decided, those ships are as fast as our panzerschiffs, and I have no desire to separate our forces. We will, however, finish up here. The smoke was beginning to dissipate, save what was still pouring out of the 3 surviving ships as they burned, slowly limping away. Further on, another battlecruiser was limping away, listing badly. HMS Tiger, it appeared. Ahead of her, but still behind the other fleeing ships, was another battlecruiser, slowed by damage apparently. Shell splashes erupted around the fleeing cruisers, as the battle group moved to finish off the cripples. North Sea, December 10, 1914, Kampfgruppe Karls, Armored Ship Admiral Scheer. Captain Zur C. Theodor Krank, commander of the armored ship SMKMS Admiral Scheer, performed the role of a radar voice with his vessel. His warship's radar technology was among the most advanced in the fleet, and the chances of him detecting the enemy well in advance were high. The North Sea was very friendly to German ships on the morning of December 10, 1914. Theodor Krank knew very well that General Admiral Rolf Karls would have preferred a storm and poor visibility to hide the fleet from the eyes of the British. It was no secret that the boss wanted no battle. No, you couldn't say it like that. Karls was willing to fight, but only on his terms, and the chances of the Germans getting those terms weren't too great. Of course, the commander of the armored ship, Admiral Scheer, wanted a fight. He believed not only in himself, but also in his crew and also in his ship. On the other hand, even he knew very well that it was a big difference to fight at the end of August and then now in December after almost 4 months at sea. In a future, rather past life, he led this ship on a combat cruise of several months and played hide and seek with the RN. On his way home he encountered the enemy in the Denmark Strait. A large RN auxiliary cruiser that patrolled here. Krank could have sunk it and increased the success of his mission at the time, but he preferred not to risk it and avoided the battle. Therefore, he respected Karls' decision to avoid the fight if possible. At 6:20 Admiral Scheer was approximately 25 kilometers from the core of Kampfgruppe Karls and his radar picked up a large number of contacts that were less than 30 kilometers away. The commander of the armored ship Theodor Krank immediately informed his superiors, the British were very close. The German destroyer Z-22 Anton Schmidt left her place in the formation on orders from the flagship and sailed to the point of contact. Soon after 6:50, Corvetting Captain Friedrich Bohm, commander of Z-22, could report the presence of British battlecruisers and their escort. The Germans identified 7 of Admiral David Beatty's battlecruisers. Corvetting Captain Friedrich Bohm maintained contact with the enemy for several minutes, then took advantage of the higher speed of his modern ship and withdrew towards Kampfgruppe Karls. The destroyer Z-22 Anton Schmidt then headed back to his position near the convoy. His task was to support Admiral von Spee's squadron. The battleship SMKMS Scharnhorst leads the German fleet into battle. At 7:10 the German formation began to close in on the enemy, Admiral Wilhelm Marschall's flagship sailing in the lead. The German battleship came into visual contact with the British battlecruisers and opened fire in less than 10 minutes, from a distance of about 23 kilometers. As soon as the guns of the German battleships spoke, which had chosen one of the largest battlecruisers, HMS Queen Mary, as their target, everyone on the bridge breathed a sigh of relief. The tension and stress, now replaced by the excitement of the battle, the nervousness turned into a combat routine that everyone had been missing for months. In its time, the Scharnhorst belonged to one of the best shooting warships of the Kriegsmarine, which he soon began to confirm even now, on the morning of December 10, 1914. We hit the English scum already with the 4th salvo. For almost 23 kilometers, it's a very decent job. You were right, sir, it would be a mistake to use AP shells, he ammo is enough for us on these British ships. Kurt Caesar Hoffmann. The Gneisenau is firing at the same target as us, so we should sweep that British battlecruiser off the surface quickly. Get us to 12 miles and keep it there. Once you spot the British light forces we will increase the distance again. I have no interest in risking being hit by some stray archaic torpedo from the Great War. Marshall. Wilhelm Marschall wanted a battle, he wanted it from his heart, but he certainly had no interest in tempting fate and taking risks. If all goes well, this battle will turn into an execution of Beatty's battlecruisers, and the Germans won't even use up much ammunition. It was the lack of ammunition that worried him the most. Defeating Beatty's battlecruisers was one thing, but fighting the Grand Fleet was quite another. British battleships are much sturdier and better protected vessels. If there is a battle, the Germans will need every AP shell they have. In addition, the 7 German ships, despite the great technological advantage, had no chance against the overwhelming numerical superiority of the British. But unlike his superior, he simply did not want to run away from the fight. Especially when it would doom Admiral von Spee and the entire convoy to death. No, he certainly didn't come back from the future to sacrifice his compatriots for the greater good of his own survival, as Rolf Karls claimed. He was snapped out of his thoughts by a rush of excitement on the bridge of his flagship. The enemy battlecruiser the twins were shooting at together had just exploded. It was most likely HMS Queen Mary that met her fate again. It just happened more than a year and a half earlier than the time the Germans came from. Marshall decided to cool the enthusiasm of his subordinates and said, "Transfer fire to the next of the targets immediately, we still have more to shoot at. Prepare to be attacked by enemy light forces. Beatty, if he's got half a brain, should be running now, and he's got to keep us occupied somehow, so he's sacrificing his escort." The admiral was right, the enemy fleet had begun to withdraw, exactly what was left of it so far. Realistically, only one of the British battlecruisers had exploded so far, however the other three were in various states of clinical death and slowly dying. Wilhelm Marschall knew that there was no rush, now it was necessary to repel the attack of light cruisers, whose crews sacrificed themselves in the best tradition of the RN. The German fleet was attacked by the 1st Squadron of light cruisers, Commodore William Goodenough, consisting of HMS Southampton, Birmingham, Falmouth, and Nottingham. German 150mm shells tore these small and lightly armored warships to pieces and turned them into burning wrecks. One of the light cruisers, HMS Nottingham, came within less than 10 kilometers of the Admiral's flagship. Then it blew up in a huge explosion and the wreck almost immediately disappeared under the surface. "Sir, message from the flagship, Admiral General Rolf Karls orders us to return to the convoy. We are not to pursue the enemy." Lieutenant Ludwig Kohler's voice sounded very disappointed, as did everyone present on the bridge of the Scharnhorst. The truth was that Wilhelm Marschall was not surprised, he had actually expected such an order, yet he too was disappointed. He wanted to pursue and utterly destroy the British, he wanted to hunt them down, he wanted more trophies and he craved them. Instead he said, "Send a message to our ironclads to bring in any British cripples that are near us. We will join the flagship and withdraw for now. We are most likely to have many more fights today, this was just the beginning. The last leg of the voyage to Germany will be the hardest." The SMKMS armored ships Admiral Scheer, Admiral Graf Spee and Lutzow separated from the main body of Kampfgruppe Karls and set out to hunt the cripples that had not yet been swallowed up by the North Sea. 3 burning light cruisers were the first to arrive, standing motionless on the surface and dying. German 150mm and 105mm shells quickly put an end to the woes of all 3 small ships. HMS Southampton, Birmingham, Falmouth were sunk and the 1st Light Cruiser Squadron ceased to exist on December 10, 1914. There were very few survivors of these warships. Soon after the light cruisers came the turn of HMS Inflexible, which was trying to get out of the battlefield at a speed of less than 5 knots. German armored ships approached at a distance of 15 kilometers and literally shot the battle cruiser to pieces in a few minutes. HMS Inflexible was burning practically from bow to stern and at 7:53 the battlecruiser sank. At 8:19, the fate of the battlecruiser HMS Tiger, one of the Royal Navy's largest and most powerful warships, was fulfilled when it came within range of the German ship's guns. The captains of the armored ships surrounded the British battlecruiser and fired at it as if at a shooting range. German He shells tore HMS Tiger to pieces. At 8:33 the burning wreck of a symbol of Britain's naval power capsized and sank. The first shots in this battle were fired around 7:20 and the last after more than an hour. During these approximately 70 minutes, Great Britain lost 4 of her 7 battlecruisers and others were badly damaged, one almost fatally. At this time there were 5,000 dead and missing sailors on the Royal Navy side. It was the biggest and worst defeat since the beginning of the war. And that was only the morning of December 10, 1914, because the day was far from over. Later, General Admiral Rolf Karls would be criticized by many people in Germany for not pursuing and completely crushing the enemy. Although this criticism will have rather a political undertone and its aim will be to reduce the prestige of the Admiral in front of the Emperor. Very soon the future events of this otherwise very hectic day would prove Karls right and confirm that his decision to withdraw was a wise one. During the course of the battle, none of the German warships were damaged by the British. The twins had some problems before the battle with the Anton turret of their main artillery, which had been damaged by the sea in the previous days. But in the actual confrontation with the RN, it did not show much. Much worse were the problems with the fire control system and radar on the battleship Tirpitz, whose fire in battle was not very accurate. Her target, the battlecruiser HMS Princess Royal, suffered only 5 hits during the battle. And her damage was realistically quite small, considering that she was facing the fire of the most powerful German warships. As the only British warship, this battlecruiser escaped the battle relatively unscathed, although her surface damage was considerable, but her speed was not limited. Karl's flagship herself was not a particularly good shot either. Bismarck managed to hit HMS Lion about 9 times but was unable to sink the battlecruiser. Although Admiral Beatty's flagship was severely damaged and put out of action for many months. Perhaps the biggest surprise during the morning battle was the performance of the armored ships, which shot very well. It was their accurate fire that crippled HMS Inflexible, Tiger and sank the New Zealand. Of which the first 2 named battlecruisers then succumbed to their 280mm guns shortly after the battle. Rolf Karls was well aware of the problems that several months of sailing caused to his ships. And he certainly didn't expect everything to be simple. Rather, it could be said that he was a pessimist and expected a much worse course of the battle. Fortunately he was wrong. Despite the physical and mental exhaustion from the fleet's long voyage, the crews of his warships were able to succeed and win. This morning he could be extremely proud of his subordinates. During the day it will become clear that his faith in the ability of the crews of German ships can be absolute. December 10, 1914. HMS Lion. David Beatty was ashamed. He was fleeing combat. He longed to crawl into his day cabin, away from the accusatory glares of his crew. However, he belonged on the bridge. That, and there was a rather large shell in his day cabin, in the wreckage of what used to be his desk. There would be no picking that up and tossing it overboard. Note 1. His ships were in rough shape. In addition to the shell that had demolished his desk, Lion had taken about 8 other heavy caliber hits. One had torn a nasty furrow in the deck forward, the second had burst in the chain locker, 2 more had bounced off of the belt without doing much damage, a 5th had made a hole through a funnel, another had blown away several boats and damaged a derrick, a 7th had shattered on the A turret barbette, slowing the turret in rotation severely, and the last had struck the starboard barrel on the Q turret, breaking it off about 10 feet out of the turret. Princess Royal was in even worse shape than Lion, despite taking fewer hits. Mercifully, her propulsion was intact, but her bridge was thoroughly gutted. Even now it was still smoking, and she was clearly being conned from the aft station. A and X turrets were still smoldering, both barrels on the A turret pointing nearly straight up. Her forward spotting position was also just gone. Like a giant had pulled it straight off the ship. HMS Invincible was in the best shape by far. Her mainmast had collapsed onto her X turret, and indeed even now, the crew were trying to cut that away. She sported holes in a funnel, and there were a pair of neat holes in her bow, thankfully above the waterline, though there was doubtless plenty of water getting shipped as they plunged through the waves, ignominiously retreating before the Germans. All other ships had been unable to flee, and were presumably now on their way to the bottom of the sea. Even now he could hardly believe what had happened. His command was getting shot to pieces, without even being able to reply. 2 of the biggest enemies certainly packed bigger guns than anything currently in the Grand Fleet, if the shell sitting on his desk was any indication. His second most pressing concern after escaping was also on his mind. How to escape blame for this? Smoke on the horizon, called a lookout. SMS Seydlitz. Admiral Franz Hipper was surprised when he found the British battlecruisers. Well, no. That wasn't quite true. He'd expected to have to fight them again. What was surprising was to find only 3 of them, and 3 of them that had been roughly handled already. Well, to borrow the phrase from that visiting American officer before the war, he wasn't about to kiss a gift horse on the mouth. Note 2. It was certainly sound advice, but American expressions were so odd. Regardless of strange American phrases, the enemy were not moving to engage, indeed they were moving to prolong the chase. What a change from the last time. Hipper rather liked being on this end of the engagement. Range was only slowly closing, though Deflinger would be in extreme range shortly. There was a stab of white flame from the stern of each enemy vessel. What seemed like an eternity later, columns of water erupted from the ocean, well over his ships. Signals. Request Deflinger to try the range. Hipper ordered. He moved to the window to watch as Deflinger's 4 turret elevated to maximum, and a moment later erupted fire and steel. He stepped to a different window and watched the aftmost enemy ship. Splashes erupted behind her, perhaps a kilometer. Frowning, he took the enemy ship under observation. She was weaving back and forth, as though being conned by someone who was a little too deep into the schnapps. She must be having steering issues. It was certainly allowing her comrades to pull away from her. Hipper found that somewhat distasteful, though he understood it. What if one of his ships had been lamed when he was in that position? Would he go back against superior numbers to try and rescue it? Impossible to say until one was actually in that position. Deflinger tried the range again. Very close this time. She opened deliberate fire on the trailing vessel. Splashes erupted from the water behind his ships, but closer. The red spark of a hit showed on the trailing enemy ship, midships from the looks of it. Was it his imagination, or was that ship starting to slow? She certainly seemed to be weaving a bit more. A forest of splashes appeared in front of them this time. Another spark on the trailing battlecruiser. She was definitely slowing this time, blowing steam off too. The other 2 ships were almost visibly pulling away now. Well, much as he would love to finish them off, he still had a rendezvous to make. However, the crippled ship could certainly be dealt with first. Signals, he called. Send a message to Admiral von Spee. Send out position. Ask for a position update so we can make the rendezvous. SMKMS Bismarck. Message from Admiral Hipper, giving his position and requesting ours, sir, reported a radioman. Admiral Karls took the message and glanced at the position. They were perhaps 20 miles apart. Assuming that they headed towards each other at a combined 20 knots, they'd be seeing each other in an hour. No response from us needed, Admiral Spee will reply. SMS Friedrich der Grosse. It was beginning. His screens were reporting that they were engaging Royal Navy destroyers. The scouting group was engaging but falling back towards the battleships as instructed. Presumably the enemy would be behind them. Signals, he called. Request an update from Admiral Hipper and Admiral Spee. I don't want to fight this battle any longer than I have to. I need to know when they are in a position to make the final dash home. SMKMS Bismarck. Admiral Hipper was stunned, almost to silence. When the enormous ships had loomed into view, he would have probably turned and fled, but for an order from von Spee's armored cruiser, requesting him to repair aboard the flag. Now he was in the wardroom of the big beast of a ship, having been ferried over by a light cruiser of a design he'd never seen before. In the wardroom were two admirals he did not recognize and Spee himself. Good morning, Franz greeted Spee. I understand you are shocked, and I can understand that. I was myself when I was first met by these gentlemen. First, allow me to introduce to you, Admiral Rolf Karls, and Admiral Wilhelm Marschall. The two men greeted him cordially. These ships, these men were sent to us by God to prevent Germany's defeat, continued Spee. Without their assistance, I would not be standing in front of you today. Now, we sail to Germany to lend our assistance to the war effort. Gott mit uns indeed, muttered Hipper. It was you then, that so damaged the Royal Navy battlecruisers, he asked aloud. Yes, replied Admiral Karls. Apparently the Royal Navy planned to interdict Maximilian with the battlecruisers. We prevented it. From Nell __ Lucifer ________________________________________________________ A discreet knock resounded against the wardroom door, grabbing everyone's attention and leading to a pause in their discussion for a moment. Enter, called Admiral Karls. A messenger handed him a note and stood at attention, waiting for a response but not without throwing glances of admiration towards von Spee and Hipper. Glances that were not subtle enough if the knowing smirks of the men in question were of any indication. Unfortunately, after Admiral Karls went over the note and shared looks with his two counterparts, the previous festive mood soon devolved into a tense, serious one as Karls addressed his interlocutors. Well, gentlemen, he began, it appears that the great battle for control of the North Sea has commenced. Admiral von Ingenohl reports that they have begun engaging the screen of the Grand Fleet, and requests to know when we are out of danger. He paused, letting the two admirals to digest the information before he added the last bit, in a rather colder tone. He's also given his location and speed. We are perhaps 60 miles away, and they are headed generally this direction. Then I must return to my ship. Hipper proclaimed. If the High Seas Fleet fights, the first scouting group should be there to fight with them. Admiral Marschall regarded Hipper for a moment before turning towards his superior. However, before Marschall could even open his mouth, Karls preemptively stopped him in his tracks. I know what you are thinking, and that's out of the question. For 4 months, we had one mission only, to get back to Germany in one piece. His shoulders slumped as he sighed. We did not hunt the Japanese when we could have, neither did we hunt Patey, nor did we try to raid Australia and New Zealand, so many precious opportunities ignored in the name of getting these engineering and technological marvels to Germany. Fighting the Grand Fleet would throw all of it into jeopardy. In addition, our ammunition supply is down to 65%. As he was speaking the last part, the Admiral's voice slowly lost its sharpness, its coldness, ending on a disappointed note. The silence in the room was deafening. Admiral Rolf Karls. It is imperative that the convoy and modern ships get through to Germany. He whispered his mantra to the silent room, breaking the spell that overtook the other men present from speaking. He felt like a heavy weight settled into his stomach at his declaration. Running away from the Royal Navy once again, like a rat hiding from a household cat. Rolf. Marschall began, bringing his attention back to his subordinate. The Panzerschiffs. They can remain with the convoy and they carry enough technology, both old and new, that they could do without our larger ships. If we were to take Bismarck, Tirpitz, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau into battle with Franz, we can swing the course of the battle into Germany's favor. If we know the course and position, we can attack them from their unengaged side, perhaps even crossing their T. He felt indecisive as he looked at his subordinate, his mouth dry as he tried to find a rebuttal that refused to come to him, but he did not have the time. If I may. Spee finally spoke up. Such a move would improve our odds of success, Admiral. It would, at the very least, keep the Royal Navy contained and decrease how much damage they can inflict on the High Seas Fleet. I cannot stress enough how vital that would be to us in any future engagement. Ships that can then be modified with lessons learned from our ships. Helpfully added Marschall. Karls drummed his fingers on the table, eyes closed. Was this how Ritter felt? Was he going to repeat his former superior's mistake? Admiral Karls, I know that I hold no authority over you or your men, but from the short time I had the pleasure of knowing you, I know you are as much of a patriot as I am, so please, help us win, help the fatherland win. Win. Win against the Grand Fleet. He never imagined that he could entertain such thoughts ever again after the Great War, though, he knew subconsciously that Jutland was the height and downfall of German naval power, which soon amounted to nothing. Admiral Karls. Now it was Hipper's turn to break his silence. There's a saying that the Americans like, who dares win. All plans since the 1920s did not even entertain the idea of a grand battle between surface ships, not even fighting the Royal Navy's capital ships. If it weren't for some people in the Kriegsmarine, all surface ships would have been powered by diesel engines for only merchant raiding missions. Very well. Karls finally agreed. We'll do it. The panzer ships can go with the convoy. They have some of the most up-to-date sensors and should be able to fight off anything short of a battleship. Return to your ships, gentlemen, we have a battle to join. Who dares win indeed? Note 1, Beatty when low-ranking was on a vessel under fire, and when a small shell struck his ship and did not explode. He picked it up, and tossed it over the side, which got him noticed. Note 2, Hipper is confused. The phrase is, never look a gift horse in the mouth. That is, don't unappreciatively inspect a gift too closely. December 10, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. The Admiralty Board sat together in a conference room, waiting for more news of the battle. They had a private telegraph set up in the room, to be able to better react to news. Beatty had done his normal communication, which was to say none. A message had been received that he was engaging Spee, then nothing. A brief discussion had been held, as to whether to inquire for more details, but it was decided against. If the battle was over, his hands were probably full, picking up enemy sailors and capturing the convoy. Jellicoe was practically giving a blow-by-blow account, on the other hand. So far, he had mentioned that his screens had reported enemy contact, and that his scouting element had fallen back on the Grand Fleet, after encountering armored cruisers of the Germans. Blücher had been reported to be present. No ships were reported sunk yet. Churchill sipped at a glass of brandy, waiting eagerly as another message came off of the telegraph. He tapped his foot impatiently as the operator wrote it down, then painstakingly decoded it. Finally, the message was handed to him. The High Seas Fleet main body is in sight, he exulted. HMS Iron Duke. Admiral Jellicoe was the very picture of serenity as he stared across the great grey gulf towards the line of warships. Through his binoculars, he could see the line was led by Helgoland-class dreadnoughts, followed by what must be 2 Koenig-class, then 4 Kaiser-class, 4 Nassau-class, then a gaggle of pre-dreadnoughts. They were out of range still, though not by much. The fleets were slowly converging. His own line was led by the 1st Battle Squadron, consisting of Marlborough, Collingwood, Colossus, Hercules Neptune, St. Vincent, and Superb, followed by 3rd Battle Squadron with Bellerophon, Dreadnought, Temeraire, Iron Duke, Benbow, and Emperor of India and, followed by the 2nd Battle Squadron with Ajax, Audacious, Thunderer, Monarch, Orion, Conqueror and Centurion. Annihilation of the enemy was not in the cards this day. Oh, the presses, the First Lord and the public all cried for another Trafalgar. While giving that to the country would be gratifying, it would also be nearly impossible, and in the age of steel and steam would require an agreeable enemy to do everything necessary. No, it would be enough to drive the enemy back to their hole, without taking major losses himself. He looked at the enemy line again. They were probably in extreme range, but it wasn't time to fire yet. Another 500 yards would be good. Flags, he called, raise the signal for open fire, but do not lower it yet. Note 1. Admiral Madden, his chief of staff, stood next to him. Quite the sight, sir, he remarked. Coal smoke roiled over the grey hulls, slowly pulling nearer. It is at that, agreed Jellicoe. Signals. Send a message to the Admiralty, informing them that we are engaging the enemy main body. Flags. Execute signal. The ship trembled slightly as the guns belched fire, smoke, and steel. After an eternity, or possibly only about 30 seconds, splashes showed up and down the line. Short. The guns adjusted and fired again. Another eternity, and more splashes. Short again. Before the guns could fire again, a ripple of white fire started at the head of the line and worked aft. Jellicoe, a gunnery specialist, admired the discipline. His own guns fired. Splashes erupted from the enemy fire in front of his ship, perhaps 500 yards. His own splashes were over this time. Close. Splashes again, perhaps 100 yards off. Soon the armor of his flagship would be thoroughly tested. SMKMS Bismarck. 25 knots. Admiral Karl's jaw was set as his ship sped through the water. Current plot at this speed and last known speed of the High Seas Fleet had them converging in about 45 minutes. He had recommended telling Ingenol only that Hipper was coming. Also, not when near. No sense in giving a warning. He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. This was the battle that had haunted him for decades. In the First Great War, he had been an officer on the SMS Breslau. Even from that time, it was necessary to avoid the Royal Navy. Then came the humiliation of the scuttling, and even when the fleet began to rebuild, they still lived in fear of being caught by the British. Today, however, they were the hunter. The haunting spectre of those ships could finally be driven off, under his guns. HMS Iron Duke, 14 knots. The battle was going almost exactly as Jellicoe had planned it. Though he had found the range first, the Germans were no slouches, and had returned the hits quite quickly. So, this battle had turned into a match between two heavyweight boxers, no maneuvers, just hits. His own flagship's armor had been tested 3 times, with no doubt many more to go. A non-penetrating hit on X turret had knocked most of the crew senseless for several minutes, though did not cause any further damage. They were firing now, though slower than before. A hit at the base of the aft funnel had reduced that to scrap, which might be a problem if they needed speed later but wasn't an issue now. The last hit had reduced the contents of the officer's wardroom to flinders and caused a nasty fire, which was still being extinguished. Other ships had been reporting much the same, taking hits, but nothing too serious. Indeed, one of the worst things that had happened so far was not due to the enemy. Thunderer had suffered a misfire in her Q turret that had disabled both guns. The powerful super dreadnoughts of 2nd Battle Squadron were squaring off against pre-dreadnoughts. Well, that wasn't likely to take long. What the Germans thought to accomplish by bringing those death traps with them he'd never know. Indeed, one pre-dreadnought was even now hauling out of line. The enemy also appeared to be thoroughly resistant to his fire in return. His ship's opponent, which appeared to be a Kaiser-class dreadnought, had taken at least 5 hits, though one did merely perforate a funnel. Yet she continued to merrily steam along, her guns thundering away at regular intervals. This was something of a surprise. He expected that the 13.5 shells would be far more effective against the enemy dreadnoughts. However, he had known that the Germans had far more of a mania for armoring their ships than did the Royal Navy. Say what you want about the Germans, they build tough ships, remarked Madden. True enough, admitted Jellicoe. I had expected more devastation from our heavier artillery. We'll probably see more results shortly. The ship shook, a loud metallic crash sounding through the hull. Minutes later, a runner reported. Hit to the belt, didn't penetrate, sir. Some leaking from a displaced plate. He ran back off. Jellicoe swept his binoculars up and down the enemy line. Fires showed on some ships, others showed damage to funnels. On one Helgoland-class ship, he could see a turret smoking. He noticed one more pre-dreadnought missing from the line, hauled out or sunk he didn't know yet. Sir, message from HMS Audacious. She's hauling out of line with flooding. She hopes to get it under control and rejoin the line, reported a radioman. Well, his first ship to remove itself from the battle. Hopefully things went as well as the captain hoped. Acknowledge Audacious. Send a message to the Admiralty, reporting Audacious hauling out of line, 2 enemy ships forced out of line. He ordered the waiting radioman. I wonder what caused the damage, remarked Madden. There's been speculation that a shell that falls short could dive under the belt and penetrate. Surely the German 12 guns aren't punching through belts. Perhaps, allowed Jellicoe. He looked through his binoculars again. Range had closed to perhaps 14,000 yards. Hits were beginning to pile up on both sides. As he had expected, for the most part damage was not causing critical flotation issues. Audacious aside. At the gradually closing range, that would become more acute, as they battered away at each other. Indeed, they could be battered into scrap above the waterline, and theoretically still make it home. Holes that didn't let water in weren't as worrisome. Wang! A hit somewhere close. Madden was staring open-mouthed out the bridge windows. Following his gaze, Jellicoe did his best not to imitate the astounded admiral. Not that it was easy. The roof of a turret had been peeled back like a sardine tin. A sudden fountain of flame blew out from the breech of one of the guns. The gun had been in the middle of loading, no doubt, when that happened. The charge in the breech, but the breech not closed. Damage control crews were racing to the turret. They began playing water into the burning mass of twisted metal. Brave souls began attempting to make their way into that charnel house, looking for survivors. Jellicoe doubted there would be, not after the charge vomited fire back into that semi-confined space. Hit to the target, amidships, called a spotter. Jellicoe examined the target. The most recent hit had caused a spectacular fire to break out amidships, seeming to climb higher than the funnels. Doubtless the same scene was happening over there, hoses spraying and brave men searching for the living among the dead. Mourning for the dead later. Sir, one of their dreadnoughts is hauling out of line, exulted Madden. Indeed, one of the Nassau class was indeed pulling out with a nasty-looking list. She looks done for, sir, Madden said confidently. Only 13 more German dreadnoughts to go. Marlborough reports smoke to the northeast, sir, said a radioman with a smart salute. To the northeast, puzzled Jellicoe, what could that be? Perhaps it's Admiral Beatty's battlecruisers, suggested Madden. Maybe he's finished with Spee and he has come to join the battle. Possible, allowed Jellicoe. The lack of a warning is hardly a surprise. Order the scouts to ascertain the identity of those vessels. And request an update from Admiral Beatty. Sir, one of the Helgolands is hauling out of line, called Madden in triumph. Old Admiralty Building. Churchill refilled his glass from the decanter. The most recent message from Jellicoe had been most encouraging. A second German dreadnought hauling out of line, and smoke on the horizon. That could only be Admiral Beatty, sailing to assist the Grand Fleet in eliminating the German fleet. The damage reports had been fairly encouraging as well. Only Audacious seemed to have serious damage so far, though it was quite likely that the entirety of the Grand Fleet would be spending time in the yards after today. That would be quite an acceptable trade-off, for eliminating the High Seas Fleet, or at least rendering it too impotent to do anything after today. Besides, no matter what happened, they would also be spending time in the yards, so that was not a concern. Not exactly the crushing victory so far, is it? Remarked Hamilton. Despite what those maladroit melonheads in the press seemed to think, it was never going to be like that. Rumbled Fisher. The victor will be the one that controls the battlefield after, with the ability to chase down and destroy the cripples. There was a taste of that when the Duncan class got their battle. Unless the German ships start blowing up. Offered Tudor. HMS Iron Duke. Message from HMS Bellerophon, sir. HMS Temeraire hauling out of line, fires out of control. She may be obliged to flood her magazines. Came a messenger's report. Very well, Jellicoe stated laconically. Indeed, from the bridge wing he could see HMS Temeraire staggering away, burning from the bridge aft to the stern. Another messenger ran up to him, pale and trembling, and handed him a note. HMS Marlborough reports that her T is being crossed by 8 ships, including the German battlecruisers. The van is under fire. What? Cried Madden disbelievingly. It's a trap. Jellicoe shouted in alarm. Note 2. Note 1, with naval signaling, a raised flag means prepare to do this action, lowering the signal means execute. Note 2, there was no way this wasn't being invoked. Note, a ship hauling out of line is no longer able to keep speed or position. In the OTL Battle of Jutland, some of Hipper's ships stayed in line with no operational weapons in order to prevent other ships from being targeted. SMKMS Scharnhorst. 15 knots. Admiral Marshall watched in pleasure as his first salvo sped down towards the van of the Grand Fleet. He imagined the alarm that must have been generated by their appearance, crossing the T of the fleet. Hipper had sent a notification to Inganol of their intentions when they had approached. The reply from Inganol radiated confusion. Where was Spee? Where were the British battlecruisers? Declining to explain further, Hipper had sent a terse engaging enemy van message. Marshall agreed with Hipper's lack of detail. Explanations could wait for later, it would only cause confusion now. The first hits on the lead ship appeared. She was already somewhat damaged when the squadron engaged her, now she was more so. Every vessel Marshall could see, enemy and allied, sported various amounts of damage. The death toll must be horrific. The lead ship now sported a nasty-looking list. Likely due to that, she wasn't firing anymore. More shells screeched in, surrounding her with water, while bright sparks through the curtain showed where hits were occurring. She drunkenly appeared to be attempting to pull out of line. When she stabilized on her new course, she wobbled for a moment, before turning completely turtle. A cheer erupted in the bridge, cut short when the dead ship exploded violently. A pall of smoke completely occluded the view of the next ship in line. Old Admiralty Building. Churchill snatched the most recent message from Jellicoe and read it's a trap. He puzzled for a moment. What the deuce does that mean, he wondered aloud. Admiral Jellicoe will tell us soon, I'm sure. Replied Fisher. The entire room had gone quiet, as each member of the board wondered what was going on, every one of them fearing the worst. HMS Iron Duke. A momentary panic passed, and Jellicoe sprang into action. Signals. Order destroyer squadrons 1 through 3 to make a torpedo attack on the enemy crossing RT. Destroyer squadrons 4 through 6 will make a torpedo attack on the High Seas Fleet. Both groups make smoke. Execute. He ordered crisply. The signalman hurried to arrange the necessary signals. Message from HMS Monarch, sir, called a radio man. HMS Marlborough sunk. T crossed by enemy battlecruisers. Outside destroyers rushed about, thick smoke pouring from their stacks as they surged towards their respective targets. Signals. Jellicoe called again. Signal the fleet to turn to the south and make maximum speed. Execute. Inform the Admiralty we are breaking off after having RT crossed. Note 1. HMS Collingwood. Unseen by Jellicoe at the head of the line, HMS Collingwood began ponderously to come around, coming about to a reciprocal course. Before the turn completed, the impromptu smokescreen from Marlborough's destruction had blown away, and shells were seeking her again. To the relief of the bridge crew, destroyers surged up ahead, spewing a thick cloud between them and their tormentors. Once settled on her new course, Captain James Lay gave a brief sigh of relief. His ship was still afloat, for the moment, and those ships crossing the T were about to have more worries than his vessel. Before that had happened, his ship was moderately damaged, having taken 9 hits, from what seemed to be 12 guns. He was sure that they'd dished out no less than that from his 12 weapons as well. His ship's damage included a perforated funnel, a turret that wouldn't rotate, several new holes in the side, and the complete destruction of the sickbay and all therein. There had also been a hit to a meat locker, which had initially horrified the damage control crew, who took all the scattered chunks of meat, as well as several sheep carcasses as human casualties. However, outside of the jammed turret, she could fight and run as well as ever, something that might be getting put to the test. HMS Iron Duke. Sir, HMS Liverpool reports that the German destroyers are contesting the torpedo attack, but the high seas fleet is breaking off, reported a radioman, relief clear in his voice. Let me know the moment that we get news from HMS Chatham and the attack to the north. Jellicoe replied. For the moment, no shells were crashing around them. That might not last, as the wind blew the smokescreen away, but for a few precious moments, they had a respite. Message from HMS Chatham, said a radioman. The battlecruisers are not yet breaking off but have opened heavy and accurate fire on the destroyer flotillas. That wouldn't last, he was sure of it. As soon as the destroyers got within range of their torpedoes, the enemy would break off. Iron Duke was now approaching the turn point. Message from HMS Chatham. Another radioman said the destroyers have launched their torpedoes. 13 are lost, between fire from secondaries and light cruisers. Note 2. No news on breaking off, though. Jellicoe mused. True, but they can't have carried on in the face of that. Admiral Madden reasoned. Iron Duke was now the next vessel to make the turn. To the north about 12,000 yards and east perhaps 10,000, thick miasmic clouds covered the water, dissipating, but for the moment still providing a comforting barrier between them and their opponents. As Iron Duke approached the turn, Jellicoe's eyes caught movement from the cloud. Before his very eyes, 8 shapes cut through the bank, resolving themselves into ships. 4 were the familiar German battlecruisers, 4 were unfamiliar. The 4 turrets of all 8 ships erupted. Signals, report to the Admiralty, enemy is. A 38 cm high explosive shell smashed into the bridge of HMS Iron Duke before detonating. Old Admiralty building. Admiral Jellicoe is retreating? The Grand Fleet got their T crossed? How the devil did that happen? Churchill shouted at the room, to no one in particular. Where is Admiral Beatty? Puzzled Tudor. Send a message, asking for his position, ordered Churchill, and give the Grand Fleet's current course and speed. Admiral Beatty should assist if able to. The wireless operator tapped away. Churchill poured himself another glass of brandy. This is going to require a full inquiry, he stated testily. Whatever had gone wrong, it would have to be corrected. Admiral Jellicoe is a competent commander, we'll see what actually happened. Fisher said in a calm tone. Admiral Jellicoe always said he would break off an engagement that he found to be unfavorable. Noted Hamilton. Obviously this counts as that. We should have never allowed that sort of talk. Grumbled Churchill. Fisher gave him an icy look. Do not presume to make decisions for the man on the spot. He said, his voice as cold as the waters of the North Sea. Of course, Churchill said hastily, I just cannot comprehend how Admiral Jellicoe allowed himself to be lured into such a position. If he successfully retreats, you can ask him yourself. Fisher replied, somewhat more cordially. Note 1, the High Seas Fleet practiced a battle turn in which every vessel in the line would independently turn to face the opposite direction. Scheer famously used this against Jellicoe. The Royal Navy practiced no such tactic, so every ship will turn at a given point, which will be a fairly hot corner. This also means that no matter what, some ships no longer have a clear shot at the enemy. Of course, with the smokescreen forming up between the lines, this is less important. Note 2, these are small destroyers and will take heavy damage from 15 cm hits. The light cruisers are light cruisers for a change, being Hipper's screen. Pacific, December 14, 1914, near Hong Kong. The German fleet left Kyotsko more than 3 days ago. There were 2 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, 7 destroyers and 2 tankers at sea. The attack on the Entente fleet in Hong Kong was to be carried out by Kampfgruppe Schmundt, Prinz Eugen, Captain zur See Hans-Erich Voss, and Admiral Hipper, Captain zur See Wilhelm Meisel, together with Kampfgruppe Brinkmann, Leipzig, Captain zur See Werner Stickling, and Nürnberg, Captain zur See Otto Kluber. The cruisers will follow a similar route previously sailed by the 1st Zerstora Flottille on November 20. Their goal will be to lure as many large Entente warships as possible, and thus facilitate the attack of the destroyers of the 4th Zerstora Flottille, commanded by FKPT Hans Joachim Gadow. These 4 destroyers, Z-10 Hans Lodi, Z-11 Bernd von Arnim, Z-12 Erich Dees and Z-13 Erich Kolner were to penetrate to Hong Kong along the Chinese coast, heading from Macau and then Lantau Island to attack the port directly. The Germans hoped that the 4th Zerstora Flottille would catch the enemy in confusion and sink the British pre-dreadnoughts anchored there. Alternatively, German destroyers would sink any other warships they encountered. Hans Joachim Gadow was not to risk more than necessary, yet he was to take the opportunity to destroy the enemy if it presented itself. At that time, the 2 tankers under the protection of the 3rd Zerstora Flottille, Z-17 Dieter von Roeder, Z-18 Hans Ludemann and Z-19 Hermann Kuhn, were to sail to the island of Java to the port of Surabaya, where the Germans would purchase more fuel. Once the attack against Hong Kong is over, the rest of the fleet will move here as well. The German fleet, or rather cruisers, entered the Hong Kong area shortly after 12:30. Unnoticed by the enemy, they passed Toy Island and approached Lama Island. Admiral Hubert Schmundt was very surprised that he had not yet encountered any enemy vessels. The Germans and even their Chinese allies had no idea at this moment that the last part of the evacuation of the Entente military units from Hong Kong was carried out late yesterday evening. Less than an hour ago, the remnants of the defenders boarded the warships and left the colony. At 12:57 the GHG crew on the flagship picked up the noise of several warships sailing at about 20 knots to the southwest. These ships were to be the first German prey during the night, or so Admiral Hubert Schmundt and his subordinates thought. The warships spotted by the Germans were the Japanese light cruiser Otoa and 3 destroyers, Hachette, Uranimi, and Isonomi. In their immediate vicinity sailed the British protected cruiser HMS Diamond and the destroyers HMS Beagle, Bulldog, Grasshopper, and Harpy, which were hurriedly withdrawn from the Mediterranean less than a month ago at the request of Vice Admiral Martin Jerome, where they originally served as part of the 5th Destroyer Fleet. Although these vessels had only recently arrived, they were a significant reinforcement as there were few such vessels at China Station. This light force sailed as a vanguard ahead of the battlecruiser HMAS Australia and the armoured cruiser HMS Roxburgh, the second-class protected cruiser HMAS Encounter, the light cruiser HMAS Melbourne and a group of 3 destroyers HMAS Parramatta, Yarra, and Warrego. These warships protected the auxiliary cruiser HMAS Berrima, which carried General Francis Kelly and 1,400 rearguard troops from Hong Kong. Also included was the SSA Orang, a cargo ship that carried all the ordnance and material that could be salvaged. The defenders preferred to destroy the rest of the military equipment so that it would not fall into the hands of the Chinese troops. Admiral George Edwin Patey had been expecting an attack by the German fleet throughout the evacuation, and the fact that it had not yet happened was a big surprise not only for him, but also for his Japanese allies. He slowly began to hope that the evacuation of the Entente troops would go smoothly and peacefully. Although even the success of the evacuation could hardly hide the clear fact that the Entente had suffered a clear and crushing defeat in Hong Kong. At 1:14 Admiral George Edwin Patey received word that the vanguard of his light force had come into contact with the enemy and had suffered heavy casualties. The enemy was identified as a group of 4 or 5 large or armoured cruisers. Battlecruiser HMAS Australia increased speed to maximum, 25 knots, and headed towards the enemy. Only HMS Roxburgh joined her, the rest of the ships remained with the evacuation convoy. At the start of the battle, the Germans, thanks to their technological superiority, achieved the complete moment of surprise and quickly with their fire fatally damaged the Japanese cruiser Otoa and sank the destroyer Hachette. The remaining Japanese warships fled towards the British light forces that were in their immediate vicinity. The German heavy cruisers pursued them, while the light ones separated and tried to cut off the enemy's retreat. The light cruiser Otoa was hit in a short time by about 15 He shells of 203 and 150 mm caliber. The cruiser's commander, Captain Yoshihiro Morimoto, was badly wounded and could do nothing to save his warship. However, the small warship with a displacement of 3,048 tons somehow miraculously refused to sink, even after such a beating, and so the crew got a chance to leave the ship in an orderly manner. Which resulted in that out of 312 sailors, 270 could survive. The destroyer Hachette was not so lucky and there were no survivors from its crew. Kampfgruppe Schmundt pursued the retreating enemy and made contact with him again at 1:37. The Germans noted at least 1 light cruiser and several destroyers. The 203 mm radar-guided guns very quickly turned the protected cruiser HMS Diamond into a burning and unmanageable wreck. The Germans fired at the enemy from a distance of less than 17 kilometers without worrying that the enemy ship could threaten them with its artillery. A much bigger threat were the Entente destroyers, which launched a torpedo attack. Both heavy cruisers concentrated the fire of their 105 mm secondary guns on the attackers and soon managed to knock out 2 of them. The attack by the British destroyers completely failed, the torpedoes missed and HMS Grasshopper and Harpy lost their power. The remaining British ships that survived the attack preferred not to pursue the German heavy cruisers. Instead, they now decided to end the suffering of cripples who had not yet sunk. At 1:58 the radars picked up another warship, this time much larger and travelling at about 25 knots. At 2:12 the Germans identified the battlecruiser HMAS Australia, which was sailing alone at the moment. Because HMS Roxburgh was unable to keep up with her as her top speed was less than 22 knots. After identifying the battlecruiser, Kampfgruppe Schmundt tried to move away as quickly as possible and stay out of range of the enemy vessel. Admiral Hubert Schmundt was aware of the enormous opportunity that had just presented itself, but also the enormous risk to which he would expose his warships. Due to its much higher speed, it could maintain a sufficient distance out of range of HMAS Australia's effective fire and fire on it itself. The question was whether the German 203mm AP shells would be effective enough to penetrate the armor of this large warship. Admiral George Edwin Patey tried to close the distance with his ship and get to the enemy within range of his guns. However, the Germans did not want to allow such a thing, and thanks to their higher speed they still kept a safe distance. And not only did they keep their distance, but they kept shooting at him very accurately, at least at such a long distance. The German ships stationed in the Pacific were said to be very good shooting vessels, and tonight they proved it again. The distance between HMAS Australia and the two German large cruisers was about 16 kilometers. Even so, his flagship had already been hit 5 times in less than 10 minutes of combat. The damage so far was relatively small, yet such a battle was extremely frustrating for the battlecruiser crew. When he received the first reports of the enemy, he immediately informed the Japanese admirals. Both Shiget Dewa and Heiao Shimamura were both to join him with their fleets as soon as possible. Unfortunately, less than half an hour ago, he received word from the Japanese admirals that their fleet had been attacked by a large group of German light cruisers. These cruisers attacked the Japanese near Lantau Island and attempted to break through to the harbor. It was now clear that the Germans had indeed sent their entire fleet to Hong Kong and were attacking from several directions. Even though the Japanese were under attack, he needed to have Congo or Hai here to cut off the Germans' retreat. Only the presence of another battlecruiser could turn the tide. Admiral George Edwin Patey knew that the German large cruisers were the biggest threat, so they had to be destroyed. He ordered his surviving destroyers to strike at the Germans again. Regardless of the risk, he had to somehow slow down the German ships and get them within range of his heavy 305mm guns. On the bridge of the heavy cruiser Prinz Eugen, Admiral Hubert Schmundt watched the battle. It was shortly after 2:35 and his heavy cruisers had already been fighting HMAS Australia for almost 15 minutes. At first the Germans were firing He shells at her because it took a while for the ammunition to change, but even now, the AP ammunition didn't seem to have much of an effect. The enemy had already been hit at least 10 times, and even though the battlecruiser was on fire in several places, it was definitely not fatally damaged. "Sir, the enemy destroyers are preparing to attack again. Korvetten Captain Moritz Schmidt. Concentrate the fire of all our artillery on them, including the batteries of 203mm guns. As soon as we destroy them we will withdraw." Hubert Schmundt. "Admiral, we can still win this battle, we have to sink that battlecruiser, there will be no better chance." Captain zur See Hans Erich Voss. "We have accomplished our task, we are withdrawing, we have achieved what we came here for. Send a message to Kampfgruppe Brinkmann to disengage from their enemy and head towards us. I will not discuss this decision." Hubert Schmundt. There was a moment of silence on the bridge, which was broken by Fregattenkapitän Rudolf Peters with his announcement. Fregattenkapitän Hans Joachim Gadau reports that the attack on Hong Kong harbor has failed. And en route to the target, he ran into the core of the Japanese fleet, including 2 battlecruisers and 1 battleship. The 4th Zerstora Flottille is retreating at this time and the flagship destroyer Z-13 Erich Kollner is badly damaged and is trying to make her way to Macau or, if necessary, to the Chinese coast. Enemy losses unclear, 1 pre-dreadnought probably sunk, attack on enemy battleship failed. A possible torpedo hit on a Congo-class battlecruiser. Why are all my subordinates so eager to secure a place in Valhalla? Hubert Schmundt. None of those present answered the admiral's question, instead another report came. Enemy armored cruiser sighted, trying to cut our way, distance less than 30 kilometers. Korvettenkapitän Moritz Schmidt. For God's sake, what are our radar and GHG operators doing that they couldn't spot that ship much earlier? Another reason to break away, it's getting really hot here. We retreat, Hubert Schmundt. It was exactly 2:41 when a gigantic explosion occurred, completely illuminating the battle scenery and momentarily turning the battlefield into day. The Second Great Battle of Hong Kong was entering its final phase. December 10, 1914. SMS Seydlitz. Franz Hipper grinned wolfishly as another salvo sped downrange from his ship, towards the Grand Fleet. "Quite a gratifying sight, isn't it, Eric?" he said to Erich Ritter, his chief of staff. Note 1. "Certainly, sir." Ritter acknowledged. "I never expected to see the Grand Fleet fleeing from us. The torpedo attack had been worrisome, but ultimately hadn't succeeded." Certainly, it had caused Ritter to perspire more than a little, when the destroyers charged them. However, the Allies from the future had shown their worth. The new ships could put off a veritable blizzard of firepower from their secondaries, shockingly accurate, and the enemy destroyers had launched too far out. "Sir, one of their ships isn't turning." Ritter pointed, with some degree of alarm. Indeed, one ship struggled inexorably towards them, smoke pouring from her bridge. A salvo from Derflinger chopped up the water around her, with the spark of a hit showing forward. No return fire came from the ship, surprisingly. The ship was still coming forward, but definitely down by the bow. Whereas before her bow was riding over the waves, it was definitely plunging under now as she came forward. Finally, someone seemed to get control, and the ship began heaving around. Just in time to receive more shells. She was definitely settling, though the aft turrets still barked defiance as they came around. HMS Orion. Admiral Warrender stared in horror at HMS Iron Duke. While the rest of the 3rd Battle Squadron had turned when they were supposed to, Iron Duke had continued sailing directly into the teeth of the German squadron. Admiral John Jellicoe was selflessly sacrificing himself to keep them off of the retreating Grand Fleet. The Germans were focusing down the Iron Duke, allowing the rest of the fleet to make their turn. Admiral Warrender saluted the struggling ship as they made the turn. Orion's guns fired, missing. With the maneuvers, and only 1 or so salvos, they'd never get on target. Outside of the clearly doomed Iron Duke, there were other vessels that would clearly not survive this day. HMS Termeraire was trying gamely to retreat but was only traveling at perhaps 7 knots. HMS Dreadnought herself was badly down by the stern, and HMS Audacious had a bad list. Neither vessel was going better than 10 knots. Warrender wished them luck. The last of his squadron made its turn. He looked back down the line. Iron Duke was no longer firing and was decks awash fore and aft. Unfortunate, that. Now the entire attention of that death squad was on Ajax, the trail vessel of his squadron. They'd never escape, unless... Signals, he called. Where are the destroyer squadrons? We need immediate assistance from them. It took agonizing minutes, while shell after shell smashed into HMS Ajax. Sir, the first 3 destroyer flotillas are reporting only 11 ships able to take part in maneuvers. Came the response at last. Order them to attack those ships, ordered the Admiral. Make smoke too. We need to extricate ourselves before the High Seas Fleet comes back, or Admiral Jellicoe's sacrifice will be all for naught. Sir, the 4th, 5th and 6th destroyer flotillas are still withdrawing from their attack on the High Seas Fleet. They are still fighting with the German light units, but report hits on the High Seas Fleet. Came another report from the radioman. Blast! They wouldn't be able to help. Indeed, it was best for them to stay where they were, to keep the flank safe from German torpedoes. They were probably outnumbered badly, since that was only part of the Grand Fleet screen. Old Admiralty Building. The Admiralty Board were in stunned silence from the most recent messages from the battle. Somehow, Hipper had crossed the T of the Grand Fleet, and they were retreating. The Royal Navy. Then another message indicated that the Iron Duke was heavily engaged, and silence from that quarter. Churchill downed a glass of brandy. Is there anything we can do? Reinforcements we could send, he asked, desperation in his voice. What reinforcements? Asked Fisher. We could possibly send out pre-dreadnoughts, but what will they do? Even if they have steam ready. If not, it will be hours before they can even leave harbor. The Harwich force is neither ready, nor in any shape to intervene. Added Admiral Hamilton. Then they only have what they brought with them. Churchill said despairingly. We'll need to thoroughly review how this happened. Noted Fisher. Was Spee's convoy a ruse the entire time, so Hipper could do this? Come to that, where is Admiral Beatty? Churchill suddenly brightened. Perhaps he can assist in turning this around. Send another message to Admiral Beatty at once, requesting his position. Fisher ordered the man who sat at the wireless key. The man nodded his acknowledgement and began tapping away at his key. HMS Orion. Admiral Warrender could no longer see the enemy, thankfully. Unfortunately, he could also no longer see HMS Ajax. The destroyers had successfully interposed themselves between himself and the enemy ships, and he had seen the enemy ships breaking off before the smoke completely closed the curtain on that view. Ajax, Dreadnought, Temeraire and Audacious had been left on the wrong side of that curtain, along with the destroyers and the flotilla leaders. Well, that problem would be for someone else to worry about. Right now, he had to get the remainder of his squadron out of harm's way. HMS Warrior. Admiral Moore was rushing back towards the Grand Fleet. He'd been sent out to find out what a smoke cloud was, and instead found a storm. Upon emerging from the other side of the storm, he'd been unable to locate the smoke cloud that had originally been his target to investigate. Now, the Grand Fleet was reporting being in distress. The target he'd been unable to find had found the Grand Fleet, and had crossed the T. He'd found all of this out only after emerging from the storm, as the storm had severely impeded his wireless. Now he was returning to try and help out. There were massive amounts of smoke ahead, full banks of it. Visibility had dropped tremendously since the battle had started this morning. Mostly as a result of the gun smoke, coal smoke and smoke screens, Moore guessed. He couldn't yet see the Grand Fleet, though he guessed where they were based on last known location. HMS Orion. They seemed to be safe. No further reports from the rearguard. 5 destroyers from the attack had rejoined the fleet as they sailed towards Scapa Flow at 21 knots. The smoke screen behind them was disappearing gradually and continued to show empty seas. Smoke to the west came a cry from the lookout, which seemed about an octave higher than normal. To the west, there were storms. How the devil did the lookout see anything at all? The clouds glowed periodically as lightning jumped around inside the tempest. The front itself was moving north slowly, not far off, perhaps 5 miles. Admiral Warrender noted the turrets being trained in that direction. The captain was taking no chances. Up and down the line, other ships were doing the same, whether in response to the flag's action or their own volition he didn't know. Ships burst through the storm into visibility. Even with binoculars, he couldn't positively identify the ships through the haze. A distant rumble. Gunfire. Orion's artillery spat fire and steel, and up and down the line more shells screamed towards the attackers. This was point-blank range. The ships were deluged with water, fire showing between the geysers as shells connected. One ship, a light cruiser, pulled through the geysers. Admiral Warrender examined the cruiser through his binoculars. Oh no! That was without a doubt a town-class light cruiser. They were firing at some of the Grand Fleet's cruisers. "Cease fire, cease fire," shouted Warrender, "those are our ships." "Signals, send out ceasefire to the squadron." Too late. Another salvo raced out towards the hapless cruiser force. More geysers and fire erupted from the area. 11 ships staggered out of the deluge. Signals called Warrender in a shaky voice inquire as to the status of the cruiser squadron. "And send our apologies." It took an agonizing amount of time for the response to come through. When it finally did, he wished it didn't. "Serious damage to Warrior Black Prince Dublin stop." Warrender sighed. This couldn't be happening. The Grand Fleet fleeing, then this. "Send a message to the Admiralty," he said finally. "Report Marlborough lost, Iron Duke, Audacious, Ajax, Dreadnought and Temeraire as presumed lost. Advise that we seem to have evaded the enemy." The radio man saluted and darted away. The rest of the bridge crew studiously avoided his gaze. The atmosphere in the bridge was somber. They had been part of the Royal Navy that had been defeated in a major fleet action. They were fleeing. When was the last time that had happened? Heads would have to roll, and Warrender was sure that his would be one of them, once all the reports were finished. There would be an inquiry. The public would demand answers, someone to blame. The thought of Admiral Byng came to his mind. Old Admiralty Building. "We've lost," whispered Churchill. Hard as it was to believe, there was no other interpretation. The Royal Navy had fled the battlefield in disgrace. 6 battleships lost. It was not even known yet how many cruisers and destroyers would not be tying up. He swallowed hard. It would be his job to brief the Prime Minister about this debacle. The King would need to hear of this as well. There would be no keeping this out of the papers. Not when thousands of sailors wouldn't be coming home. The Germans would crow about this to everyone. The bigger question though for the moment was, has the Empire lost the war? No. He would not allow it. His tenure in the Admiralty was no doubt over, but there would be some other tasks he could still perform for King and for country. England would never be humbled by the barbarous Huns. He stood suddenly. "Gentlemen," he said as graciously as he could manage, "I believe I have a briefing to prepare." He left the room with as much dignity as he could muster and walked slowly to his office. Or what was his office for the moment? Leaving the rest of the board in a stunned silence, much as he felt. The task could only be started right now. The true cost to the Empire would be unknown, at least until the Grand Fleet tied up again, and assessments could be made. December 10, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Winston Churchill opened a drawer in his desk and seeing nothing within cursed under his breath. When had he drunk that bottle of brandy? He opened another, and drew out a bottle of American bourbon whiskey, a gift from a visiting American dignitary, and eyed it with distaste for a moment before opening it and pouring himself a glass. He threw back the glass, and it was all he could do not to spit it out. How on earth did the Americans drink this? He reflected a moment. Where had everything gone wrong? Their strategy was perfect. Keep the high seas fleet pinned while Beatty dealt with Spee, with an appropriately overwhelming force. Somehow, it had all gone off. He sighed and poured another glass. It was certainly the end of his stint as First Lord. Probably the end of any hope of a future in politics whatsoever. The glass was emptied and refilled. Would Germany now invade England? Would Hastings be again a site of a major invasion? History would blame him for it all. It would be in all the headlines. Germans land at Hastings. Churchill's fault. What would he tell the King? The Prime Minister? Another glass emptied. Churchill's head slumped onto the desk, and he began snoring. SMS Friedrich der Grosse. Admiral Ingenol sighed in relief. The enemy destroyers had finally been beaten back. Admiral Hipper had sent a message, asking if he was going to re-enter the battle. He had replied in the negative and requested again status about von Spee. That was the entire reason he'd gone through with this battle, so Hipper had better have seen him safe before attempting that incredibly risky, albeit daring attack on the enemy van. Some of the officers had reported that there were 8 ships with Hipper and not 4, but Ingenol could not personally verify that. Perhaps Spee's ships had joined in that foolhardy venture. Or they seen Hipper's light cruisers, and simply miscounted. Regardless, upon his return to Germany, he would need to make a point of visiting a church after all this. He had crossed his sword with the mighty Grand Fleet and survived. Moreover, his fleet was nearly intact. Certainly, 4 pre-dreadnoughts had been lost, 3 to shell fire, 1 to a torpedo, and all ships sported shell damage, but they were afloat. The pre-dreadnoughts lost were expected. Those death traps ought never have been attached to his fleet. Posen was in fairly serious shape and was currently being towed towards Wilhelmshaven by her sister Rhineland. Ostfriesland had lost 2 engines to hits and was crawling back with them. Koenig had taken a torpedo, but her torpedo bulkhead had held, and flooding was under control. All ships were knocked around and would be spending some time in the yards. Astonishing as it was, the enemy shell seemed not to work very well. It was reported that a shell had struck the face of his middle turret and completely shattered. Others had reported that shells had detonated outside of the armor. But for that, the losses might have been serious. As it was, the least damaged ship, the Helgoland, needed about 3 weeks of repairs by his reckoning, and Posen, the worst damaged, would need 10 to 12. All others fell in the middle somewhere. Hipper's attack on the van would possibly even allow this to be called a victory, in spite of losses. No modern ships had been lost, and the Grand Fleet had fled from them. One modern enemy ship had been destroyed, the captain thought it to be an Iron Duke class, before the Royal Navy withdrew. If one more British dreadnought sunk in the retreat, this was certainly a victory. Of course, if that victory was to be cemented, Spee and Hipper needed to get home, lest a very angry fork-bearded devil take exception to his actions. Signals, he called. Request a position update from Admiral von Spee and Admiral Hipper. Inform them we are retreating, returning to base. SMKMS Scharnhorst. Message from the High Seas Fleet Admiral, requesting positions of Hipper and Spee, sir. Said a radio man with a smart salute. Very well. No response needed from us on that one. Replied Marshall. Disappointing though it was, Karls had ordered him to break off. Reluctantly, he had conformed. It was the right decision. His ships had in the neighborhood of 20% ammunition left. Karl's ships could be no better. Regardless, they had made a good day's work of it. By his reckoning, 6 enemy dreadnoughts had been sunk, 4 of them super dreadnoughts. After the second, and even more haphazard torpedo attack, Karls had ordered the fleet to sink the cripples. That was a slightly nauseating duty. One of them didn't even fire but wouldn't lower her flag. He had lost count of how many destroyers had been sunk. There were several damaged cripples in addition to those sunk outright in the engagement that the light cruisers had then mopped up. The attack on the van had gone astonishingly well. The Grand Fleet had fallen back, and minimal damage had been taken. Gneisenau had reported a hit that had partially penetrated her belt before exploding, but no serious damage, and minor flooding was under control. Tirpitz had taken a hit of some description that had neatly removed her flagstaff along with a scallop of decking. No other hits had been reported. Not surprisingly, given the shock and maneuvering. He glanced out the bridge windows. Burning wreckage and oil slicks were still visible, especially now that the sun had set. Attempts to fish out survivors were curtailed. It was unlikely that they would find any more survivors in the icy waters. Off somewhere in the distance, the mast and foretop of one ship, thought by some to be Dreadnought herself, still poked above the waters. If his reckoning was right, she had settled onto the Fisher Bank. A darkly humorous thought. Regardless, one man had gotten several pictures of the forlorn top, poking above the waters. Note 1. Message from Admiral Hipper to the High Seas Fleet. Came another report. Hipper is reporting 6 dreadnoughts and 5 battlecruisers sunk, and reporting Spee's fleet is heading to Wilhelmshaven. Marshall chuckled to himself. That ought to give Admiral Ingenol a shock. The ships rejoined Admiral von Spee's convoy to escort them the remainder of the way into Wilhelmshaven. HMS Lion. Admiral Beatty was in a deep depression. The country would never forgive him for losing 5 valuable battlecruisers. He'd decided already that it would be best to blame faulty intelligence for what had happened. After all, on inspecting the shell residing on his desk, he had come to the conclusion that it was a 15 shell. Hadn't he been assured that the Germans had no 15-gun ships in service? Instead, he found himself engaging 4 of them. Note 2, it was no wonder he'd been shot to pieces, mostly without having been able to even fire a shot in reply. Yes, that was the ticket. Naval intelligence had failed. Or even been compromised. Hadn't there been a German in the Admiralty for the first few months of the war? What had he hidden in that time, or revealed to their enemies? In addition to that, the Admiralty had sent him in to face enemies much his superior. This was all their fault. At any rate, it might be good to plant that seed now. Signals, he called, send a message to the Admiralty. Engaged by battlecruisers with 15 guns. Falling back. Seymour ran off to send the message. It was very odd he hadn't been pestered by Jellicoe or the Admiralty. Usually, they were constantly nattering at him. Well, thank God for small miracles. Seymour dispatched the message. Unknown to him, the wireless had been badly jarred during the battle, and was no longer on the correct frequency. A confused operator in Norway received his message, and unable to make heads or tails of the encoded message, he discarded it. Note 3. SMS Friedrich der Grosse. Inge Noel stared at the message that he had just received from Hipper. It couldn't be so. Was he dreaming? He resisted the urge to pinch himself. He had crossed swords with the Royal Navy, and their sword had broken. Signals, he finally called. Send the following message to the Admiralty. Note 1. I believe that Dreadnought's foretop would indeed poke above the waters of Fisher Bank. Note 2. He has no real way to know that the Scharnhorsts don't have guns like that. However, speculation makes a far better excuse. Note 3. Wireless is a fairly exacting science. In this time period, there would be ships on the Great Lakes that would find themselves unable to use the proper frequencies during storms, because the antennas would be too taut or too loose from the masts flexing. Pacific, December 14, 1914, the Second Great Battle of Hong Kong. Kampfgruppe Brinkmann, Leipzig, Captain zur See Werner Stickling, and Nürnberg, Captain zur See Otto Kluber, separated from both heavy cruisers shortly after 1:30 and attempted to prevent the retreat of the Japanese destroyers. The Germans very soon discovered the presence of many other ships thanks to GHG. And Vice Admiral Helmuth Brinkmann decided not to pursue the Japanese ships any further, instead heading for a new, much more tempting target. At 1:55 visual contact was made with the evacuation convoy and Brinkmann attacked. The crews of the Entente warships were aware of the presence of the German fleet, however it was once again the Germans who spotted their adversary first. Both light cruisers immediately targeted the largest warship present, in this case the second-class protected cruiser HMAS Encounter. The old ship had absolutely no chance and within a short time, it turned into a burning wreck. At 2:09 HMAS Encounter was completely unmanageable and 2 minutes later the cruiser capsized and sank. The remaining Australian warships tried to prevent the Germans from reaching the transports, taking advantage of the two light cruisers only firing on HMAS Encounter. The torpedo attack by the destroyers HMAS Parramatta, Yarra, and Warrego ended in failure, both SMKMS Leipzig and SMKMS Nürnberg very easily avoiding all the torpedoes fired. Additionally, they managed to damage HMAS Parramatta. The light cruiser HMAS Melbourne tried to get the German ships within range of her guns, but they were unable to do so due to their higher speed and still kept a sufficient distance. Just before 2:40 Vice Admiral Helmuth Brinkmann was ordered to break combat contact with the enemy and withdraw to the flagship. At that time, HMAS Melbourne was also fatally damaged and slowly sinking. The German admiral methodically sank one ship after another, taking no time to rush, believing that the enemy could not escape him. So far it has sunk one protected cruiser and fatally damaged another light cruiser and a destroyer. Sir, we have orders from Admiral Schmunt to disengage from the enemy and join the flagship. Captain zur See Werner Stickling. So be it, if Hubert wishes us to retreat, we will retreat. However, I will not let anyone rob me of the victory. The two cripples who still haven't sunk will arrive first. Then we'll head for the flagship. Captain zur See Werner Stickling smiled and quickly issued the necessary orders. Both German light cruisers closed in on the burning and motionless HMAS Melbourne, and SMKMS Nürnberg fired a single torpedo into the wreck. HMAS Melbourne broke up and sank almost immediately after being hit by a torpedo. Meanwhile, SMKMS Leipzig fired several 150mm shells into the wreck of the destroyer HMAS Parramatta and it quickly disappeared below the surface. There were two more Australian destroyers somewhere nearby, but Vice Admiral Helmuth Brinkmann left them alone. He respected his superior and did not question his orders, so even though he was reluctant, he carried them out. It was 2:42 and a stunned Vice Admiral Hubert Schmunt watched as HMAS Australia just blew up and her hull subsequently broke like a match. In the future, unlike the vast majority of his flagship's crew, he did not witness the demise of HMS Hood. So the destruction of the enemy battlecruiser made a proper impression on him. For a moment there was absolute silence on the bridge of the flagship, this was quickly drowned out by the spontaneous merriment and enthusiasm. The enemy was destroyed and they survived, that was all that mattered at this point. We sunk him, we did it. Captain zur See Hans Erich Voss. Yes they did, however this fight is not over yet, I want to destroy that armoured cruiser as well. Signal to Admiral Hipper, we will attack the enemy from two sides. I will not let anyone take away this opportunity to win. Hubert Schmunt. No one on the bridge at the moment was interested in reminding the Admiral that he had issued the retreat order a few minutes ago. The armoured cruiser HMS Roxburgh was still less than 30 kilometers away from the German ships. and initially he tried to get as close as possible to the two cruisers to get them within range of his guns. Now that HMAS Australia had just been sunk, he was trying to do the exact opposite, and at his top speed of 22 knots he was trying to escape the battlefield. This effort was doomed to failure because the speed difference between the German cruisers and the British warships was enormous. At 2:57 both heavy cruisers came within range. 2 minutes later HMS Roxburgh struck for the first time. German AP ammunition very easily penetrated the weak armor of the armored cruiser and caused catastrophic damage. As early as 3:08, HMS Roxburgh lost power and the great warship was reduced to a burning wreck. However, the heavy cruisers continued to fire mercilessly at the defenseless warships. The armored cruiser capsized and sank after several large explosions at 3:15. The Germans did not bother to save anyone, and they headed for Java together at 3:29 when Kampfgruppe Brinkmann arrived. The night attack carried out by the German cruisers ended in a complete and overwhelming victory. German losses were 0, none of the cruisers were damaged, no sailors were killed or wounded. The promise that the Germans made to the Chinese government was fulfilled, and one could say that even more than that, because the result of the battle exceeded even their greatest expectations. The sinking of the battlecruiser HMAS Australia was the German fleet's greatest military success in Asia against RN forces to date. After this battle, it could be said that at this moment only the Japanese are relevant from the Entente countries at sea in Asia. The Germans were convinced that it was only a matter of time before the British and French sent more reinforcements to the Pacific, but that would take time. And it is this time that will allow Admiral Otto Sachs to get the convoy with supplies safely to the safety of Kyotsko. And when it did, not if, because the threat to Siliux was minimal. Kyotsko will not only have enough ammunition, fuel, but also other spare parts for almost 5 months, which will guarantee the German colony practically invulnerability and no one will be able to threaten it. Admiral Hubert Schmundt thought about all this as his 4 cruisers left the battlefield and headed to rendezvous with the destroyers of the 4th Zerstörer Flottille. So far he had no news from these vessels. FKPT. Hans Joachim Gadow did not respond again. First, he wanted to sail to Lantau Island and find out what happened. But his instincts told him not to. During the night battle his ships had fired almost 40% of their 203mm ammunition. Yes, he managed to sink HMAS Australia, but the likelihood of him doing the same again against Congo or Hai was very slim. These Japanese battlecruisers were much stronger vessels and better protected. Moreover, the Japanese were ready for him and certainly expected another attack. That's why he decided not to stick his head in the noose. If Z-13 Erich Kollner was lost, he wouldn't do anything about it. Whether he wanted to or not, he had to be pragmatic at this point, trading one of his destroyers for a nearly perfect victory. His subordinates from the 4th Zerstörer Flottille sacrificed themselves to lure the entire Japanese fleet in the area. Although the original plan was completely different and he was supposed to be the bait, no plan ever survives an encounter with the enemy. The admiral was interrupted by a knock on his cabin door. Fregattenkapitän Rudolf Peters and Korvettenkapitän Moritz Schmidt entered the room. They both saluted and the first of them said, "Sir, we just received a message from Kyotsko via the Enigma encryption machine. It's from Governor Alfred Meyer-Waldeck. So don't keep me waiting, Rudolf. What's on the governor's mind?" Hubert Schmundt. Berlin called, "Our fleet has returned home safely. None of our ships were lost during the voyage and quite the opposite. General Admiral Rolf Karls helped the Hokusflot head-on defeat the Grand Fleet, as well as destroying Beatty's battlecruisers. We achieved a crushing victory in the North Sea and changed the balance of power at sea." Fregattenkapitän Rudolf Peters. The admiral leaned back calmly against his desk and smiled slightly, then walked over to the small bar and placed 3 glasses on the table, pouring each one of the bourbon that his subordinates had captured on one of the French ships some time ago. "We may be on duty, but there's nothing wrong with a little celebration." Hubert Schmundt. All 3 naval officers took a glass and drank slowly, enjoying not only the taste of good alcohol, but above all the feeling. The feeling that their efforts were not in vain and that they did it, they accomplished their goal. "What now, sir, now that the fleet has returned home?" Korvettenkapitän Moritz Schmidt. "At least nothing changes for us yet. We have to get more fuel and supplies from the Dutch. We have quite a long shopping list from our lovely governor and his people. We'll get him whatever we can and take him back to Kyotsko. Then we will wait for Otto Siliux when he returns home with the convoy. At that moment our role ends. I swore to help China, we fulfilled our promise. Now I have only one goal, to get as many of my men home as possible. There will be no more offensive operations, only defensive ones. We will no longer have to risk our lives. I want as many of us as possible to survive this war, that is my only concern now." Hubert Schmundt. "What if they have a different opinion in Berlin and demand from us more offensive operations and tie up Entente naval forces in the Pacific and Indian Oceans?" Fregattenkapitän Rudolf Peters. "I don't think so. When the Emperor sees the warships Rolf Karls has come with and the conscience of what's left in Kyotsko, he won't want to risk any of his new toys. No, our Emperor is too possessive to allow more risky operations to endanger the fleet. It's a bad decision militarily, but Rolf Karls is intelligent enough to explain to the Emperor why we lost this war. It will take weeks, often months, but once we incorporate our technical knowledge and knowledge of history into the German war machine, everything else will be irrelevant and unimportant. Hubert Schmundt. And what about the governor? You yourself know that he has great ambitions and wants China as an ally that will enable us Germans to assert ourselves in Asia in the future. Korvetenkapitän Moritz Schmidt. I mean, no, I believe that after today the Chinese government and its president will be very indebted to us. I don't share all the governor's ideas, but he is right about one thing: we need China as an ally in Asia. In the future we come from, we bet on Japan and it was a mistake. Time will tell if China is the better choice. Hubert Schmundt. Everyone present toasted again, none of them knowing the future they had completely changed with their actions. Still, they felt much more optimistic than at the end of August 1914, when they appeared in Tsingtao and had no idea what fate had in store for them. December 12, 1914 New York. Small local protests were forming in the city as the recent actions of the British Navy sparked controversy in America as the debate between who to support intensified. Those who supported the Central Powers were initially in the back foot as the German occupation of Belgium and the brutality of it had disgusted the American and had pushed them more in the Entente side. However, starting with the recent war in China and British blunders in both Asia and Europe, as well as a Dutch neutral ship being sunk by the RN, had turned the tables of public perception against the Entente. Where before it was protest against the German occupation of Belgium, now it is a protest against British actions regarding the neutral countries and their blockade, with slogans such as "Freedom of navigation is freedom from tyranny" and "Back off British." Neutral ships are not trophies. Being common in the protest. In Wall Street, the powerful businessmen and bankers of America urged the Minister for Commerce to open the blockade and allow American companies as well as other neutral countries restart trading in the Central Powers. Bar fights are also breaking out in the city as an unfortunate mix between beer and politics has led to massive brawls between the two groups, resulting in the hospitalization of 2 people and the wounding of a few dozen participants and bystanders. December 15, 1914. As dawn broke in the shattered remains of Hong Kong, an unfamiliar and haunting silence echoed in its street. Just a few months ago the city had been a crown jewel of the British Empire, and now it lays in ruins after weeks and months of bitter and desperate fighting from both sides. The British efforts to keep the island was in vain. The Chinese simply had more troops and guns to throw at the British than what they could muster and relocate. On December 9, British began to evacuate the city of its forces using diversionary and illusion tactics to hide the retreat. Slowly each day more and more troops began to board on their transport and headed to Singapore or to Vietnam, leaving only a scant few behind to cover for any attacks by the Chinese. It would be these few men who would raise the white flag on top of the Custom House, the last intact building in the city that would signal the end of the siege. A few hundred men under the control of a British colonel would meet the Chinese commander in the Custom House. There they would negotiate their official surrender to the Chinese forces, which included the POWs moving to Tsingtao to be processed by the Germans, which the commander begrudgingly accepted to speed up the process. After an hour of negotiations, both the colonel and the commander exited the building with the document of surrender being signed. The Chinese commander ordered for his troops to lower the Union Jack, ending more than half a century of British rule in China. December 11, 1914. Winston Churchill swallowed hard as he walked into the throne room of Buckingham Palace. He had been summoned here with all speed and had responded. He had no doubt what this meeting was about. He had failed his king and his country. He was completely unprepared for what he saw when he entered the magnificent hall. Spike-helmeted German soldiers presented an imposing sight, flanking the way to the throne, where to Churchill's horror, Kaiser Wilhelm Hohenzollern lounged, while King George V stood nearby dejectedly. Noticing Churchill, the Kaiser beckoned enthusiastically. "Come in. Come in, you are always welcome in my presence. You are the architect of all of this," he said ebulliently, indicating his surroundings. Churchill stood stunned, too surprised to move his feet. He looked towards a loud shout, and in the corner saw Fisher and Admiral Tirpitz standing at a small table. Tirpitz slammed a large stein to the table before bellowing, "You're a fool. Speed is no armor. Armor is armor." Fisher picked up a glass, drained it, and dropped it to the floor where it shattered. "Ha! And double ha!" he responded in his own impressive roar. "What good is your armor if you can't catch your enemy?" Fisher reached over and yanked Tirpitz's beard, prompting an enraged bellow and a blow from him to Fisher's face. A general melee quickly developed. "Come, come," encouraged the Kaiser from the throne, pulling his attention away from the drinking duo. In a daze, Churchill found himself moving forward. The Kaiser continued. "For such service, you must be rewarded. You shall be first Kirk-Hugel. Honored for your service." Churchill stopped in front of the throne. King George stared at him with horror. "A traitor the whole time," he muttered. "Your Majesty, no!" Churchill protested. "Oh, pay no heed to him," interrupted the Kaiser. "He's just another minor power with no fleet." "That was never a condition of the peace agreement," protested the king. "I have altered the deal, pray I don't alter it any further," replied the Kaiser pompously. "This deal is getting worse all the time. muttered the king. Also, you will become my court jester, intoned the Kaiser, looking at the king. Such is unheard of in all civilized countries, complained the king. I have altered the deal, pray I don't alter it any further, the Kaiser stated. This deal is getting worse all the time, lamented the king. Furthermore, I wish for you to, began the Kaiser. Churchill decided to rush the Kaiser and throw him off the throne. The king would not be subject to this. He started forward, tripped and found himself falling. He awoke with his head pounding and found that he had fallen out of his chair. He stood shakily to his feet. He glared at the partial bottle of American whiskey still on his desk, before picking it up and dropping it into the trash receptacle. December 11, 1914. Hohenzollern Palace, Berlin. Kaiser Wilhelm sat taking his breakfast, enjoying a fine cup of coffee when a servant slipped in unobtrusively. Admiral von Müller to see you, sir, he said, bowing respectfully. Wilhelm felt a sudden tightness close his throat. His fleet was to engage the Royal Navy. What had happened? Show him in, he said, his voice thick with worry. The man bowed respectfully and left. A few minutes later, Admiral von Müller walked in, looking quite tired. Admiral, Wilhelm said, getting to his feet. You're here quite early. Yes, Your Highness, intoned the Admiral, sounding every bit as tired as he looked. I was up much of the night and rode a train to bring you the news personally. The Kaiser braced himself. If someone felt the need to deliver news like this personally, it probably wasn't good. The fleet battle, whispered the Kaiser. Yes, sir, replied von Müller, pulling a piece of paper out of his pocket. Admiral Ingenol is pleased to report that no less than 6 enemy dreadnoughts and 5 enemy battlecruisers have been sunk, along with numerous light ships. Wilhelm released a breath he didn't realize that he was holding. Victory, then? What of our losses? He asked, excitement creeping into his voice. No dreadnoughts lost, 2 in doubt. 4 pre-dreadnoughts lost, replied von Müller crisply. Wilhelm exulted loudly, which brought servants running. A drink, he called to a servant. We must celebrate the success of my fleet. A servant withdrew to fetch the requested beverage. Admiral, you must be hungry. Be seated. Have breakfast. Wilhelm babbled, beginning to pace excitedly. Von Müller accepted the seat tiredly, and nodded thanks to a servant who poured coffee for him. I must travel to Wilhelmshaven immediately, continued Wilhelm, half to himself. This is a great day for Germany. The fleet has not yet arrived, Your Highness. Von Müller cautioned. All the better. I can meet the heroes on the quayside. Wilhelm nearly shouted. A servant entered with a fine bottle of schnapps and poured 2 glasses. No. Wilhelm protested, it is a celebration. All shall celebrate. The servant obligingly set out extra glasses and filled them. The servants, Wilhelm and von Müller, all picked up their glasses. To victory, cried Wilhelm. As Wilhelm drained his glass, he was already looking forward to celebrating with his victorious admirals. December 11, 1914. 10 Downing Street. Winston Churchill rubbed his still aching head. Prime Minister, Lord Herbert Asquith had been informed that he was here, and now he waited. No new information had come to light while he slept. Exact numbers of lost light vessels and crew casualties would have to wait until after the fleet docked. Ominously, Admiral Beatty still did not respond to requests for his position. Churchill couldn't bring himself to believe that Beatty's entire fleet had been wiped out, though it did fit with a disturbing trend of squadrons attacking Admiral Spee, only to never be heard from again. Finally, he was shown into Asquith's office. Sorry to keep you waiting, Winston, Herbert said apologetically. You caught me by surprise, I was receiving a briefing about the home front. You know, old chap, I think we'll need to impose some form of restrictions. Apparently, you can't buy tea all over the entire kingdom. That can't stand. A good idea, I think, Winston said heavily, especially with the news I bring. Asquith's face fell. What news? He asked. There was a naval battle yesterday. One which the Grand Fleet retreated from. We don't know full losses yet, but several battleships were lost, and we haven't heard from Admiral Beatty since he reported engaging Spee. Churchill said, steeling himself for what came next. What he was not prepared for was, nothing. He was ready for demands for his resignation, anger, sorrow. Instead, was nothing. Asquith stared at him open-mouthed for what seemed to be an eternity. Will the Germans invade? He finally managed to say. No, certainly not. The Grand Fleet remains a potent force, and new ships will continue to join it. Additionally, while the fleet will require repairs, so will the Germans. It will be months before they can think of coming out again. Before that happens, the 2 newest additions to the fleet will have joined, 2 of the most powerful battleships in the world, proclaimed Churchill, beginning to feel his old self again. Well, replied Asquith, I'd say the war won't be over by Christmas. The king must know, and Kitchener. There may be no danger of invasion, but we'll have to act as if there were. Especially if we must enforce some sort of rationing. Otherwise, there's sure to be panic. Churchill sighed. I am prepared to offer my resignation, he announced. Asquith looked thoughtful for a moment. First, I think we need to find out what happened before I ask for that. If you'll excuse me, I have some meetings to arrange post-haste. Find out what happened and inform me immediately. Churchill glanced upwards, as though the sword of Damocles he felt hanging over him were physically there to be seen. Note, the Prime Minister is not being kind. In the depths of his weaselly little politician's brain, he knows that it is best to have someone ready to throw to the wolves once the public starts baying for blood. December 11, 1914, Oberste Heeresleitung, Charleville-Mézières. Erich von Falkenhayn stayed behind as the last officers of OL left the morning briefing. Few knew of the truly desperate and difficult situation the Heer and subsequently the fatherland found itself in these days. Those who should know better were blind to it and were focusing on dividing the war effort, for the Heer of barely a few months was a shadow of itself. It had suffered horrendous losses in both enlisted personnel and officers. Command and control of frontline units were barely adequate. What had been imagined as massive pre-war stocks were long gone. The supposed dragon's hoard of gold in Spandau, spent. This was a reality that most men in Berlin, Wilhelmshaven, and Königsberg were willfully blind to. They thought him a fool, a coward, a traitor for wanting to negotiate an end of the war on some fronts to bring about a victorious end on other fronts. Erich couldn't help but sign. With that moment of weakness out of the way, he stood up, straightened his back and reminded himself he was a Prussian officer. He would serve the Kaiser and the Vaterlander with honor until the end. He went over the important details of the morning brief once again. In the east, the 9th Army was hesitantly advancing towards Warsaw following the Russian abandonment of Lodz. It's hard to believe that the Russians would abandon the great city right after successfully defending it. In the west, the English and French launched minor attacks along the front while organizing massive assaults in the regions of Artois and Champagne. Even with the weakened state of the Heer, they would meet their enemies. The new army groups, while not perfect, their commanders still focusing on locals at the expense of broader issues, allowed for the creation of reserves at a wider level. The last touches of the organization of the remaining 81 battalions in Germany into 9 proper divisions ready to plug the gap if the worst came. The Kriegsrostofabteilung was only starting to organize German industry for the war effort and making sure vital industries got the necessary resources. A knock came from the door to his. Come in. The young lieutenant with a joyous step and a smile he could barely restrain opened the door and saluted. A message from Wilhelmshaven, sir. The man handed Falkenhayn the telegram before continuing. The High Seas Fleet has engaged the Grand Fleet and has emerged victorious. 6 dreadnoughts and 5 battlecruisers for none of ours. Erich barely believed what the man said and reread the message before exclaiming, Smile my boy, this is a great day for all Germans, make sure to spread the news around. The restrained smile opened up brilliantly, but before the young man could leave, Erich added, Bring me General von Rysberg. A couple of minutes later a new knock came before General von Rysberg was announced. Good morning, General, have you heard the good news? General Ernst von Rysberg was one who had Erich personal trust, coming with him from the War Ministry as the head of the procurement department, simply replied, No sir. Erich handed the man the message, the High Seas Fleet has engaged the Grand Fleet and emerged victorious. That is some good news, sir. Erich nodded with the man and let the pride he felt come into his voice. It is truly a great victory for the fatherland and I need you to head to Wilhelmshaven at once. Von Rysberg merely raised his eyebrows in question. His Imperial Majesty is no doubt heading there as we speak. Batons will no doubt be handed out for our victorious admirals. There was a pause in the room before Erich continued. They will no doubt use their exalted status to push for material priority to repair the fleet. You must be there to represent the interest of the army. December 12, 1914. Scapa Flow. Dufton Stede, Port Admiral of Scapa Flow, watched in muted horror as the ships of the Grand Fleet sailed into harbor. The battlecruiser fleet had slipped in silently before he had awakened. Well, fleet might be a generous description. 2 vessels, both combat-scarred. The Grand Fleet looked no better. 29 destroyers had returned. Less than half of the screen taken. 3 out of the 8 scout cruisers were back, and 2 light cruisers, out of the 3 taken. The scouting screen was somehow almost completely intact, aside from the fact that HMS Warrior was gone. Clearly, they had gotten far too close to the High Seas Fleet, to judge by damage they were currently sporting. Well, there was a lot of work to do. Assessments would have to be made, and ships sent off for repairs. There were facilities here at Scapa Flow, but not for this. Stede suddenly felt glad that it would not be his responsibility to deal with the aftermath of this. He seriously doubted there was a battle-worthy division here. At least his name wasn't going to be attached to this debacle. His seaman's eye swept over the various ships. 14 dreadnoughts, 2 battlecruisers. If the High Seas Fleet had been similarly mauled, this wasn't necessarily a catastrophe. Losses were of course to be expected. The scouting force was nearly gone. Lion and Invincible both needed time in the docks. Neither looked terrible, though those holes needed to be patched. The Grand Fleet had certainly been engaged. Holes torn in armor, turrets destroyed, scorched hulls and superstructures. And the crew? What must those casualties look like? December 12, 1914. Jade Bay. Wilhelm stood with Admirals Tirpitz and von Müller, surveying the high seas fleet. This was victory? Ships burned, flooded, heavy armor twisted into bizarre shapes, wounded men being offloaded into the base hospital. The fleet was lessened compared to when it had gone out. 4 pre-dreadnoughts had sunk in the battle, he had been told. More troubling to Wilhelm was the loss of the dreadnought Posen to progressive flooding on her journey back. A tired-looking Admiral Ingenol appeared from a quay, and noticing him, Wilhelm's enthusiasm revived. Quickly walking to him, he became unable to contain himself. Admiral Ingenol, allow me to express my congratulations to you on your victory. The Empire thanks you for your mighty deeds, he proclaimed. Ingenol managed a tired-looking smile. My thanks to you, Your Highness. He replied with a bow. Wilhelm continued on, barely noticing the Admiral's response. You have cemented Germany's place in the sun. The British must surely sue for peace, with their fleet humbled. Admirals Tirpitz and von Müller exchanged an uneasy glance but didn't interrupt the Kaiser's thoughts. There must surely be a feast, awards for all of my victorious admirals, he went on. When will Admiral Hipper and Spee arrive? Admiral Hipper is coming in even now, Your Highness. Noted Admiral Tirpitz. Indeed, across the harbor, more ships began to join those already there. The battlecruisers, however, showed none of the abuse that had been heaped upon the main battle fleet. Excellent! Wilhelm nearly shouted. Another of Germany's heroes has come home. Admiral von Ingenol, when will you be free of your responsibilities? The fleet must be seen to, of course. Wilhelm looked towards the mouth of the harbor, as more ships continued to enter. After Hipper's ships came through, the cargo ships that had been in the convoy were entering, interspersed with Admiral Spee's ships. Look, bubbled Wilhelm, there's Admiral von Spee's ship. Ingenol followed his gaze, seeing for the first time, SMS Scharnhorst pulling into the harbor. He noted that there seemed to be no damage to the ship. Odd. Hadn't he been in more than one engagement? How on earth had he managed to protect his ship from damage? Well, Your Highness, I wish to see to it that all of the ships are safely in dockyard hands. Began Ingenol. And that my men are receiving the care and rest that they need. Of course, of course. Acknowledged the Kaiser. However, I wish to honor you as your deeds. He trailed off, staring past von Ingenol towards the mouth of the Jade. Tirpitz and von Müller followed his gaze, looking equally astonished. Von Ingenol turned, and to his own astonishment he saw an unusual ship entering the harbor, like nothing he'd ever seen. A triple turret forward? SMKMS Bismarck. As his ship approached the entrance to the Jade, following Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, which followed the Panzerschiffs, Karl's heart was pounding. It had all come down to this. He had succeeded, his ships had arrived safely in Germany. Now, he had to convince who he could of what he knew. With his ships, the truth of his message should be obvious. With his technology, Germany's star would rise. He just had to make all of that happen. Bringing his binoculars to his face, he swept the quayside. There was a group, conspicuous in their gold braid, standing on the dock, staring in open-mouthed astonishment. Tirpitz's conspicuous forked beard, the Kaiser's mustaches and others. In retrospect, maybe he should have had a flight of Arados overhead as they sailed in. Perhaps not. That might take away from the spectacle of the large ships entering the harbor. As it was, Wilhelm and the others on the dock were probably close to an attack of the vapors. Note 1. He'd in advance, made preparations to receive dignitaries aboard ship, guessing that Wilhelm would want a tour, and loudly proclaim as much. As would Tirpitz, though he'd probably be more controlled about it. Quayside. Kaiser Wilhelm felt his head go light. 3 ships with 2 triple turrets had entered the Jade. Then 2 enormous ships had sailed into the harbor behind the convoy. After that, 2 even larger ships had sailed into the harbor, dwarfing even the SMS Derflinger and SMS Koenig. Longer, wider, the gun turrets on the second set were positively enormous. All 4 vessels flew the German war ensign. What was this? Admirals, these vessels are magnificent, he declared. When did the Navy build such ships? Tirpitz, von Ingenol and von Müller stared in astonishment at the enormous ships, unable to find their voices. How long they stood like that, Wilhelm wasn't sure. He was startled when Admiral von Spee softly cleared his throat. Starting, Wilhelm tore his eyes away from the ships. Admiral von Spee, he exclaimed at last. You've had quite a voyage. But what are these? Where did they come from? If your highness would like to board that vessel, I believe all will be explained to your satisfaction, and the commanding officers would be honored to show you the vessel. Spee said. Wilhelm moved as if in a daze to Spee's launch. The trip oversaw the vessel get larger and larger. Boarding the ship was difficult with his bad arm, but he managed to board at last, to the trilling of bosun's pipes, the salutes of sideboys, and finally the ship's band playing enthusiastically. He greeted the officers, introduced to him by von Spee, with a conscious effort, tearing his gaze away from the enormous guns to look over the officers. "Your Highness," said one with gold braid. "What was his name again?" "There is much to discuss, and much to be done. If you would follow me to the wardroom, I'll explain a few things, then show you around the ship." Wilhelm followed, looking around as much as he could as they walked through the companionway. The looks he got from the crewmen were odd. Some stared at him in absolute awe, others with seeming hostility. Some seemed to have no interest in him whatsoever, as if it were an everyday occurrence for their emperor to board their ship. These things were noticed only in passing, as he gaped in awe at the wonders of the gargantuan battleship. Note 1. Attack of the Vapors is a generic term at this time for almost anything relatable to hysteria. Pacific, December 14, 1914. Second Great Battle of Hong Kong, 4th Zerstorer Flottille fight. German destroyers, Z-10 Hans Lodi, Z-11 Bernd von Arnim, Z-12 Erich Gies and Z-13 Erich Kollner tried to penetrate to Hong Kong along the Chinese coast. Heading from Macau and then Lantau Island, their aim was to attack the port directly. The Germans hoped that the 4th Zerstorer Flottille would catch the enemy in confusion and sink the British pre-dreadnoughts anchored here, which were very tempting prey. The voyage of the destroyers took place initially without major problems. The Germans did not come across any enemy ships. Shortly after 1:20, the 4th Zerstorer Flottille reached Lantau Island and rounded it from the east. At that time, the German cruisers under the command of Admiral Hubert Schmundt already established contact with the enemy and a battle took place. The cruisers were supposed to attract the attention of the Entente navies and facilitate the action of the destroyers. Unfortunately, the presence of the 4th Zerstorer Flottille was revealed shortly after 1:35, when the German ships were spotted by the old gunboat HMAS Protector, which was patrolling here. The Australian ship had engine problems and had to stop, its master trying to get his ship up and running as soon as possible when his lookouts sighted the unknown vessel. The Australians fired flares and sent word of an encounter with the enemy. With a naval battle taking place several tens of miles away, the vigilance of HMAS Protector's crew was in order. The Germans immediately responded by reducing the gunboat to a burning wreck, and at 1:50 the small warship sank. To this day, it is not exactly clear why the Germans were surprised. And their radars, or GHG, and the Australian ship didn't detect it before she did. The news of the presence of more German warships stirred Admiral Shiget-Dewa into immediate action. The Japanese warships were just heading for HMAS Australia as Admiral George Edwin Patey informed him that the Germans had struck his light forces. Both Admiral Shiget-Dewa and Admiral Hayao Shimamura adjusted their ship's course and headed for the location of HMAS Protector. First, the German destroyers will face the Japanese armored cruisers Asama and Azuma, which escorted the destroyers Ariake, Fubuki, Oboro, and Yayoi. Both armored cruisers armed with 4x203mm and 14x152 opened fire at long range. And they forced the German commander to retreat and dissuaded him from intending to sail directly to Hong Kong. Instead, FKPT Hans Joachim Gadow decided to change course and withdraw to Whalingding Island and join the main body of the German fleet. Gadow was convinced that he had lost the element of surprise and a direct attack on the harbour by his warships was doomed to failure. At 2:04, the 4th Zerstorer Flottille began to disengage from the enemy and retreat at maximum possible speed. When at 2:12 the GHG, Gruppenhochgerät, passive hydrophone operator picked up a large number of unknown vessels sailing from the south and southwest. FKPT Hans Joachim Gadow had no interest in risking another battle with these ships, so he changed course to the north. So he decided to return the same way he came here. The German advantage in greater speed allowed the destroyers to disengage easily, but in less than 10 minutes other warships were located. Gadow realized that he had to fight whether he wanted to or not, and he had no choice but to fight his way out of the enemy encirclement. The original plan thus turned out to be completely out of line with reality. And Gadow didn't have to be a genius to realize that he had just kicked a wasp's nest and really pissed off the wasps. The British pre-dreadnoughts HMS Vengeance and HMS Albion, accompanied by 4 destroyers HMS Scorpion, Scourge, Raccoon, Renard, another of the vessels that were part of the 5th Destroyer Flotilla withdrawn from the Mediterranean, stood in the way of the German destroyers. More than 3 times heavier and much better armed than their British counterparts, the German ships had no mercy. Within a few minutes of fighting, they managed to knock out HMS Renard, which lost power and began to sink. Breaking through to both pre-dreadnoughts was not a problem for the Germans at first. The British knew about the presence of the German ships in advance, and both pre-dreadnoughts fired literally everything they had on board. Giant columns of water rose around the attacking German destroyers, after the impact of the 305mm shells, and it must be said that the British shot well. The German flagship Z-13 Erich Kollner was directly hit several times by 152mm shells. And she lost both of her front 127mm guns, however the destroyer's propulsion system was not damaged so far. Gadao guided his destroyers as close as possible to the enemy, each firing 4 torpedoes at the British pre-dreadnought. Of these 16 torpedoes, at least 5 hit the target, but all of them hit only one ship, HMS Vengeance. Captain Leslie Mason, the ship's commanding officer, and his entire crew perished in the massive explosion that tore this 14,300-ton warship apart. The Germans tried to break through to the north again, but their way was blocked by other warships. This time it was the Japanese battleship Setsu, the armored cruiser Ibuki accompanied by the destroyers Kamikaze, Kisaragi, Harukaze, Hibiki. Admiral Hayao Shimamura correctly assumed that the Germans would try to sail around Lanta Island again and was waiting for them here. His flagship was to serve as the anvil and the battlecruisers Kong and Hai as the hammer, with the German fleet between them. Realistically, it was a very good plan on the part of the Japanese. Both Japanese admirals were well aware of the technological advantage of the German warships and the need to counter them with the numerical superiority of their slower vessels. What none of them had anticipated and could not have anticipated was the literal suicide attack that Gadao had made to gain an escape chance for his subordinates. The Japanese ships, using their searchlights and flares, tried to illuminate the battlefield so that the German ships could not escape. The Germans had no such problem as they relied on their technology and Gadao decided to attack again. The attack was directed primarily against Admiral Du's flagship, the battlecruiser Kong. The formation of German destroyers broke up and each individually tried to first attack and then flee to safety. From 13 Erich Kollner came within close proximity of a Japanese battlecruiser. The German destroyer fired all her guns at Kongo, including her 3.7 cm, 1.5 in, and 2 cm, 0.8 in, anti-aircraft guns. The Germans were so close to the Japanese battlecruiser that her crew could not lower their guns and fire on the German ship Asterisk. Z-13 Erich Kollner sailed parallel to the Japanese battlecruiser for about 3 minutes and then separated, narrowly missing Kong ramming the German ship. The Japanese light cruiser Hirado attempted to torpedo the German ship, but missed, but hit her several times with her 152 mm guns. The battle turned into a giant chaos where at one point everyone was shooting at everything and friendly fire could not be ruled out. Although the crews of the Japanese ships were very well trained, even they could not fully orient themselves in the night battle. Admiral Shiget Dewa stood on the bridge of his flagship and around him it looked like a slaughterhouse, almost a scene from a horror movie where some Akuma, devil, feasted on human bodies. He miraculously survived, but most of those present were not so lucky. The captain of the battlecruiser Shizo Matsuoka, like many others, was killed by German 3.7 cm cannon fire. Admiral Dewa survived only because Captain Matsuoka knocked him to the ground and became a victim of German weapons himself. German bullets literally cut his body in half, most of the dead fell out similarly, the bodies of those present were literally torn apart. There were no injuries, only dead. The admiral grabbed the helm because the sailor who steered the ship was dead. And he was trying to steer his ship on a collision course with the German light cruiser that was responsible for the terrible massacre on the bridge. Unfortunately, his efforts proved unsuccessful, he was soon replaced at the helm by one of the sailors who arrived on the bridge. I want an immediate report on the damage to my flagship as well as the situation. Let our light cruisers pursue and destroy the enemy. Send a message to the battleship Setsu to inform them that the Germans have disengaged and are running. The admiral's orders could not be carried out immediately, communications were knocked out and the flagship's rudder was damaged during the battle. A German 127 mm shell also damaged the propeller blades and Kong had trouble maintaining her course, forcing her to slow to 14 knots. The German flagship was badly damaged, not much missing, and was sunk by the light cruiser Hirado. FKPT. Hans Joachim Gadao sent a message to his superiors and tried to get Z-13 Erich Kollner to Macau where the Japanese would not be able to get him. This soon proved to be quite impossible and he headed for the Chinese coast with a destroyer. Although the Z-13 Erich Kollner was practically a wreck, she could still sail in excess of 28 knots, even though she was taking on a large amount of water. Most of the artillery was out of action except for one rear 127 mm gun, casualties among the crew were considerable. Gadao hoped the other destroyers were doing better than his own ship. He was somewhat right about that, but the rest of the German ships also took a brutal beating and were all damaged, but certainly less so than Z-13 Erich Kollner. Where is the nearest port where we can seek asylum at this time? Gadao. Zhuhai, but the big question is whether we can get there with this wreck, we'll have to hit the nearest beach on land. Corvetting Captain Gottfried Ponitz. I definitely prefer a harbor, not a shipwreck somewhere on a beach. Gadao. Sir, we're lucky our Z-13 didn't disintegrate when those two 305 mm shells hit us. If it hadn't been for the AP missiles, we would have been over. Corvetting Captain Gottfried Ponitz. Gadao had no answer for this, as early as August 31st, when Z-13 Erich Kollner engaged the Japanese armored cruiser Tsukuba. The destroyer was hit by a 305 mm shell and severely damaged, and he himself was injured. Even then, they were saved by being hit by an AP missile and not an He that would probably have sunk them. Today it was similar, history repeated itself in a way. But now, unlike on August 31st, the chance to save the ship was slim. By some miracle the communication was still working so he could alert Admiral Hubert Schmundt and tell him what had happened here. He hoped, no, he prayed that the Admiral wouldn't think of sailing to their aid. Today the British and especially the Japanese were well prepared. He would like to say that he underestimated the enemy, but that was not true. His enemies were preparing for him and showed that he could fight. If Germany loses his ship today, it will be a serious loss. If any more destroyers are lost, it will be a huge setback, but if the enemy destroys one of the cruisers, it will be a disaster. At this point, Gadow had only one goal, to save his crew, because Z-13 Erich Kolner was lost no matter what he and his subordinates tried. December 13, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. We have some idea of what happened at last, began Churchill, and while I believe that changes will be coming to the Admiralty, I think that there are some things that need to be started now. Scouting for one, put in Fisher. Our scouting fleet simply must be rebuilt. Destroyer orders will need to be increased substantially as well, along with light cruisers. What about battleships? Asked Tudor. That is after all, what the public thinks of when they think of the Navy. Fisher frowned for a moment, tapping his fingers on the table. I don't think that it will be strictly necessary, since we have 10 new 15 dreadnoughts under construction. We also have one 14 dreadnought being worked on, which will shortly be 2. Note 1. I think it would be expedient to perhaps order replacements for the lost vessels for public perception. Offered Churchill, though would it be best to order more vessels currently under construction, or design a new vessel? Time would be saved by simply ordering ships that are already designed. Enhancements can be made of course, as needed. Fisher said thoughtfully. First though, I believe it wise to order some more of the Admiralty M design destroyers. Perhaps an additional 60. That would more than cover losses, agreed Churchill. What of light cruisers? Losses of those have been most sharply felt. We should order a good dozen of the Cambrian class. Do we have available yards to build all of these vessels? Wondered Admiral Hamilton. We haven't even discussed capital ship construction, and we've talked about adding 72 ships to the order list. It may get a bit congested at the small shipyards, admitted Fisher. Could Canada construct any of the smaller vessels? Wondered Churchill. Perhaps. Fisher considered, but they are not as efficient. What will we do for battlecruisers? Asked Churchill. If Admiral Beatty is correct, the Germans are fielding 4 battlecruisers with 15 guns. How that occurred, we will have to figure out. Grumbled Fisher. For the battlecruiser replacement, I have a thought on that. I had been working on a design for a battlecruiser with high speed and 6 of the 15 guns. On hearing of the Germans having ships with 8, I have been rethinking that design. I recall that during the design process, much debate was given as to whether the Queen Elizabeth-class battleships should be given small tube boilers. Some had posited they could make 27 knots with them. We went with the safer option. I propose we take the basic design of the Queen Elizabeth and use small tube boilers from the outset, as well as geared turbines. The hull form should probably be lengthened by perhaps 50 feet to improve speed as well. If the Germans have 4 such vessels, we should have 6. The Queen Elizabeth will shortly finish her trials, then we can quickly design a vessel with those results and specifications in mind. Note 2. The Treasury will love that. Remarked Admiral Hamilton. The Treasury can usher the Germans in, then, snapped Fisher. A blind fleet is no fleet at all. What of battleships? Asked Churchill, attempting to keep the discussion on track. The easiest way is probably the best. Fisher said, glaring at Hamilton. 3 additional R-class battleships were originally envisioned. We'll build those. Those are powerful enough to replace the lost units. Well, if those are your suggestions, I'll forward them. Churchill replied, though there is a freeze on capital ship construction, I imagine that will be lifted given the situation. In the meantime, the light ships can be started. Fisher declared. In the meantime, what of the Grand Fleet? Asked Tudor. What repairs are needed? Fisher pulled out a folder and thumbed through it. As mentioned, the entirety of the remaining battlecruisers need time in the dock. All other battlecruisers worldwide should be recalled. Began Fisher. For the Grand Fleet proper, all ships really could use some time in the yards. For the first squadron, Collingwood, 2 to 3 weeks of repairs. Colossus, 4 to 6 weeks of repairs. Hercules, minor damage. Probably fit for battle but could use a week or 2 in the yards. Neptune, major damage. 4 turrets destroyed, she'll be in the yards a good 10 to 12 weeks. St. Vincent, 1 turret badly jammed, other damage, but can take place in line in an emergency. Superb, moderate damage, 4 to 6 weeks repairs needed. Second battle squadron, Centurion, Orion, and Thunderer need repairs, but are battle-worthy, though Thunderer has 1 turret that would be unusable. Conqueror and Monarch both need 4 to 6 weeks of repairs. Third battle squadron, Benbow and Emperor of India need 6 to 8 weeks of repairs, Bellerophon can probably be ready in 2 weeks. Churchill's jaw tightened. So the Grand Fleet has 7 ships when Agincourt and Vanguard are ready, he whispered. Yes, and several ships are not fully combat effective. Fisher replied. However, it is safe to assume that the German ships will also be receiving repairs for the interim. Could we add the pre-dreadnoughts to the fleet, to bolster confidence? Asked Churchill. Unwise, given how our ships beat on the German pre-dreadnoughts. Fisher said decidedly, though the Lord Nelsons might be acceptable. What of the German fast units? They might not be badly damaged. How will we deal with them? Pointed out Hamilton. Nothing we can do about that, until our own are ready, said Fisher resignedly. December 13, 1914. Rosyth. Admiral David Beatty was preparing himself for the ordeal to come. An inquiry had been scheduled, and he had much to do before it happened. The first thing to be done was to have that shell in his cabin defused. That was going to be the first exhibit in his defense. While having it go off during the inquiry would probably solve his problems, he would want to make sure he wasn't present. Details would be important as well. When the shell was moved out of the ship on a trolley, he would want the remnants of his desk to still be under it. He'd also had one of his officers who was a bit more skilled with a pencil than himself sketch out the new enemy ships to the best of his memory. It would be well to make sure that it was known that mysterious, powerful ships had appeared from nowhere and shot him to pieces. As luck would have it, the same ships had apparently also shot Jellicoe to pieces. This was positive from Beatty's point of view. If Jellicoe with the powerful Grand Fleet had lost to these ships, what was he supposed to do? No, he was sent to failure. That was all he had to argue successfully. December 13, 1914. Newspapers in London. Epic showdown between Grand Fleet and High Seas Fleet ends in draw. The Admiralty has released a statement, saying that the two fleets clashed in the North Sea. Casualties were heavy on both sides, with it being stated that the German fleet lost 6 battleships. Admiral John Jellicoe lost his life directing the battle, the end of which saw the High Seas Fleet falling back to their base in Wilhelmshaven. The Grand Fleet is repairing damages taken during the battle and stands ready to defend the nation against the threat of German aggression at sea. Kaiser Wilhelm will think twice before again sending his fleet toe-to-toe with the mighty Royal Navy. Damage to the Grand Fleet is still being assessed, but it was stated that losses among the screens and scouting elements were heavier than expected. The lost ships in the main battle line are expected to quickly be made good as new ships continue to be completed in our fine yards. The next battleship to join the fleet is expected to be ready in a week, and is the most powerful ship in the world, mounting 8 of the largest naval rifles produced. That is only the first of many ships mounting such weapons, and such will surely make the Germans pay a far higher price next time they come from their holes. Government requests restraint. Shortages of tea caused by the ongoing situation in China has resulted in the government requesting voluntary restrictions on the purchase of tea, until the current issue is resolved. Please remember that our brave men on the front and at sea also enjoy a good cup of tea. Limiting your consumption will ensure everyone receives some. Note 1. HMS Eagle is going to be finished as a battleship after what has happened. Note 2. I've seen it proposed that the Queen Elizabeth class, with small tube boilers and geared turbines might make 27 knots, but I find this unlikely, as they are far too stumpy. So, Fisher is proposing adding those enhancements and stretching the ship. If such vessels get built, they will be true fast battleships. Note, construction of Admiralty M-class destroyers took about 10 months, C-class cruisers about 18, and battleships took 2 to 3 years. However, I believe that this could be heavily shortened in an emergency as is currently happening. OTL, Repulse, and Renown took 20 and 21 months to complete, so when suitably motivated, the British yards are fast. December 13, 1914. German Admiralty. Wilhelm felt like it was his birthday. No, that couldn't compare, it was more than his birthday. It felt like when he took the mantle of emperor as he passed through the corridors of this technological marvel he now found himself aboard, passing rooms and people with so many gadgets and devices that would put even his newest ships to shame. He would need to make sure that this technology would be studied to best improve the fleet. After all, how could he ignore a gift from God? That would be sacrilegious. But those thoughts were pushed aside as he followed Admiral Rolf Karls towards his office, for a private meeting. The good admiral, and make certainly that Wilhelm would maintain that rank in his navy, requested. Wilhelm obviously accepted, much to his entourage's objection. It was the least he could do for the man that defeated the Royal Navy. Thank you for agreeing to this request of mine, Your Highness. Admiral Karls began, hand resting on a folder on his table. Think nothing of it, Admiral. Wilhelm started, it is the least I could give to the one who sent the Grand Fleet running. And what magnificent ships God sent to me. To Germany. Admiral Karls remained unfazed at the platitude as he continued. I wished for this meeting because there are things you must know. But Wilhelm was already distracted. Yes. For such a service to Germany I've got to make you a Grand Admiral at the very least. Your Highness, while I appreciate the generosity, that's inconsequential too. And your men too. They should each receive a medal for their achievement. while appreciated it is still not hyper and speed too obvious. We've lost the war. Admiral Karls declared, bringing the Emperor back from his daydreaming and making him flinch. You've lost us the war. He added softly, receiving a choked what? From Wilhelm, whose previous euphoria turned into shock. At least, that's how they see your legacy. He paused. You need to understand something, Your Highness, most of the men on this ship, on all future ships, were born during or shortly after the war. They grew up believing you were the cause of all misfortunes that befell the fatherland. The Emperor looked horrified as he muttered. Their eyes. Still reeling from the shock, Wilhelm failed to put into words how apathetic or outright hostile some of the stares he received from the crew were. I could see it in their eyes. How? What happened? His voice cracked. Your authority was supplanted, yet you still received the blame for what happened. For the entire war. If not for Queen Wilhelmina, it is likely that you would have been hanged as a war criminal. Karls gravely said. Your cousin. King George called you history's greatest criminal, and he removed anything tying him to his German heritage. Wilhelm's heart sank. That was his future? What about Nicky? He fearfully asked, only to receive a pensive stare from the Admiral. Executed in his own home together with his family by the Bolshevists, who Your Highness. Wilhelm felt ill, barely noticing falling onto the floor or how Admiral Karls reached for him, dragging him upwards. Your Highness. Do you need a medic or? Tell me. Tell me how. How did we lose? Your Highness. I need to know. Admiral Karls looked into the teary eyes of the Emperor and conceded. Germany did things in the Great War, things that horrified the world and turned them against us. Deploying toxic gas to the battlefield, bombing cities to frighten civilians, the rape of Belgium, unrestricted submarine warfare that brought the United States into the war. In my time, Germany starved. Starved? Wilhelm looked at the Admiral horrified. How? Where was my navy? Where was Tirpitz? Inganol. How could they let the British starve us? What happened to the battleships, to the battlecruisers currently under construction? They should have defeated the blockade. Your navy lost against the Grand Fleet in 1916, and afterwards, they refused to leave port, they mutinied when ordered to set sail. Karls expected another tearful reaction from Wilhelm, but for the first time since the beginning of this meeting, the Emperor exploded in anger. After all I've done for them. They mutinied. They betrayed the fatherland. They betrayed me. The army. What about the army? Where was Bethmann? Falkenhayn. Where were they? Wilhelm angrily got up. The army? Gutted by the 4 years of fighting. Bethmann? Forced out of office by the likes of Ludendorff and Hindenburg. Falkenhayn. Replaced by Hindenburg. Wilhelm looked ready to continue his tirade, but all of a sudden, the fighting left him, sitting down on the Admiral's chair while cradling his head in despair. What followed? After the peace treaty, the army was reduced to 100,000 men, the navy reduced to ancient ships, and Germany was forbidden from owning any airplanes. Karls leaked of resentment as he voiced his answer. The empire was carved up. It was destabilized for years. We were placed under crippling indemnity, and forced to admit that the entire war was the fault of Germany. Then how? Wilhelm said, his voice cracking. How were such magnificent vessels built, that you brought back from that future? The treaty that forced such humiliating limitations on us was broken, by the Führer and the unwillingness of the French and British to enforce it. This led to another war, that would again see Germany defeated, by the combined might of Bolshevik Russia, Britain, and the United States. My last memories include soldiers of those nations marching into Germany. The man who made that happen, the Führer, was, well, you yourself said in the future that he made you ashamed to be a German. Tears began flowing down Wilhelm's face. Germany conquered not once, but twice. Germany becoming, not a beacon of science, but an embarrassment to him? Humiliated by his cousin across the channel, called a criminal. A criminal? While the Empire of Britain set its throne upon countless bodies. Then there is no hope at all. Germany humbled. Defeated. Broken. Twice. And in the lifetime of one man. He cried in anguish. What can I possibly do? Wilhelm began breaking down completely. How can I possibly do anything? My navy betrayed me. My army stabbed me in the back. Your Highness. Your Highness. He grabbed the Emperor by his left arm, which elicited a fear and pain-induced flinch, making Wilhelm to focus on the Admiral. There's still hope. God sent us here to save the Empire, to save Germany from her greatest struggle yet. 4 months on the seas and we already changed so much. We annihilated the British battlecruisers and defeated the Grand Fleet. We got Spee home. In the world I came from, we never humbled the Royal Navy so thoroughly. We can succeed. But we need your help. Wilhelm wiped his eyes. Could Germany actually win? He grabbed the admiral by the arm. Got MITUNS. Got MITUNS. Germany, Wilhelmshaven, December 14, 1914, 2 days after the return of the fleet. The night of December 13 to 14, 1914, was one of the worst in his life for the German emperor. A conversation with an admiral from the future who brought a fleet of modern warships to Germany upset him so much that he had to ask his doctor for medication to calm him down as well as sleep. Unfortunately, sleep didn't exactly help him either. Everything he learned during the conversation with Rolf Karls kept coming back to him in his dreams. It was a series of nightmares, the destruction of his beloved Germany, and he alone was responsible. Sure, as Karls told him, he wasn't the main culprit, the reality was much more complicated, but the historical responsibility fell on his head. He became one of the most hated people in history, literally outcast. It was an injustice, but hardly anyone cared. His name and all of Germany will be dragged through the dirt, only to become strong and proud again, and then collapse hard and completely again. In an even worse way than during his reign. And it was never after that a real power, as it was during his life before the war. Today the emperor was to meet the Germans from the future again, this time Rolf Karls sent his liaison officer to him. This man was to answer all his questions about the fleet and discuss with him the details of the voyage the fleet had made since its arrival at Tsingtao. Karls wanted the emperor to have a slightly calmer day. He didn't have to be a psychologist to understand that so much information, moreover not exactly positive, can take any person out of his psychological balance. And if he really didn't want something, then to destroy the emperor's very fragile psyche at the moment. On the contrary, he wanted Wilhelm too. He had to be able to think completely rationally. The emperor was sitting in his suite, accompanied by Admiral George Alexander von Müller, which was his close friend and also advisor in naval and political matters. Another person present was Captain zur See Harold Netzband, a liaison officer on the staff of General Admiral Rolf Karls and also a former commander of the battleship Gneisenau. Wilhelm too he was viewing together with Admiral von Müller the photo album that Rolf Karls had given him. All the future German warships that arrived at Tsingtao on August 27, 1914 were photographed in it. That is, 4 battleships, 3 armored ships, 3 heavy cruisers and 5 light cruisers, as well as 13 destroyers and supporting supply ships or tankers. There were also photographs taken during the first major battle against the Japanese fleet and subsequently the Battle of the Falkland Islands. There were also some recent images from the last great battle in the North Sea. The emperor looked at all the photos with interest and had no questions yet. However, that changed when he got to the last page of the photo album. Captain Netzband, may I address you by your first name? After all, this is an informal conversation. Wilhelm too. Certainly, Your Majesty, I have no problem with that. Harold Netzband. Okay Harold, first I want to thank you for this wonderful photo gift, the warships are beautiful. I have spoken to General Admiral Karls about many things, but I did not ask him about one thing that interests me now. I hope you can give me an answer. Why did you leave so many wonderful ships in Tsingtao and not take them home? 8 cruisers and 11 destroyers remained in the Pacific, a formidable force. Would it not be better to get these warships home as well? Wilhelm too. The answer is very simple my sir, we didn't have enough fuel to complete the trip around the world in full. Even in the numbers our fleet was sailing we were taking a lot of risk, especially with both of our destroyers having major fuel problems. Unfortunately, although our ships are modern and advanced vessels, they were designed for operations in the North Sea. Only armored ships have diesel propulsion, the others have steam turbines, so they have a relatively small radius of action. This is their biggest weakness and throughout our voyage, fuel was one of the main concerns we had. Harold Netzband. So there are about 11,000 of your compatriots from the future in Tsingtao, you have an idea of what exactly is going on there. Our news from this area is very sketchy and unclear, confusing to us at some point. The question was asked by Admiral George Alexander von Müller, who had not yet joined the conversation. They are also your compatriots admirals, fighting with maximum commitment for their emperor and their Germany. Many had already given their lives for the Vaterland during the fighting in the Pacific, as had the men who came with the fleet and fought in the North Sea. The voyage itself cost the lives of several men, who were either killed by the ocean or sickened and died. The conditions on our ships during the voyage were terrible, as I mentioned, the fleet was destined for the North Sea, not the Pacific. So the crews suffered greatly and the fleet that remained in the Pacific has the same problems. Here are 2 messages we received a few days ago, both for you, Your Majesty. One is from Governor Alfred Meyer Waldeck, the other from Admiral Hubert Schmundt, who commands the fleet. Please read both in private later, and when you do, I will answer any questions you may have about these messages. I also ask you to always consult General Admiral Karls before you want to make any important and binding decision. Harold Netzband. The captain reached into his briefcase and took out 2 files which he placed in front of the emperor. Are you afraid that I will make some foolish decision that will have fatal consequences? Wilhelm too. Yes sir, we are a bit worried indeed, it is not because we think you are incompetent. The reason is actually quite different. Harold Netzbant. Will you tell me about those reasons, Harold, or I don't have to know them yet, as Rolf Karls has told me several times. Wilhelm II. Your Majesty, we believe you should know everything, but don't ask us to tell you over 30 years of history, and not exactly positive history, in a few conversations. You will receive that information gradually, please do not pressure us or yourself in this regard. The truth of why we want you to consider every decision you make very carefully and consult with us about it is extremely simple and straightforward. Still, for you and others, just hard to believe. The Entente read German ciphers and know everything you are going to do, giving them a huge strategic advantage practically from the start of the war. It is also the main reason why Germany lost this war. Harold Netzbant. For both men, this news was a complete shock and it took them a while to react adequately. Admiral von Müller spoke first. How is that possible? How did the Entente do that? It happened relatively recently when the light cruiser SMS Magdeburg was wrecked. The Russians got hold of our cipher books, then shared this knowledge with the British and French. From that moment on, they knew everything we wanted to do and were always one step ahead of us. We practically never managed to achieve a moment of surprise, on the contrary, the enemy was always waiting for us and was ready. Harold Netzbant. We must take countermeasures immediately. To change the ciphers, he cannot allow this state of affairs to continue. Wilhelm II. Your Majesty, I understand that you want to right the wrongs that have happened, but it is best to think things through. As I told you a moment ago. At this point, it is a great advantage for us to know that the Entente has knowledge of our ciphers. We can send the enemy the messages we want them to know while doing something completely different. Please let General Admiral Karls come up with a strategy that exploits not only our strengths but also our weaknesses. We have a new encryption technology that is completely secure in 1914 and for several years to come. It is a complex encryption device that will have to be copied and eventually spread throughout the German army. I am not arrogant to say that it is absolutely safe, but at this time, I think it is. Harold Netzbant. I understand, Harold, it's clear to me that you already have a strategy in place and I'm the last person to criticize it. Nevertheless, understand me, the information that the enemy has been looking over our shoulder all the time and watching what we are doing is terrifying. Wilhelm II. Yes, it is terrifying information. In a way it will also be an excuse for many of our people for their incompetence and failure. Please don't forget this, my lord, in the coming days and weeks you will come across knowledge that will not please you at all and you will be very disappointed with some people around you. Including my family members, I am asking for your leniency in this regard. Try to perceive this new knowledge without major emotions. It is clear to me that this is easier said than done, especially since it does not concern me personally, but bear my warning in mind. Harold Netzbant. The Emperor was somehow reconciled by this news, because something similar had already been hinted at by Rolf Karls during their conversation. Still, it pained him to realize that some of his closest friends and advisors, as well as family members, had failed him in the future. And they are not exactly the ones he can lean on in the most difficult moments. Harold, I will ask something else now. I want to talk about the battle in the North Sea. Thanks to you Germans from the future, my fleet won by a landslide. The Battle of December 10th will become a German national holiday. It is the least I can do to honor my subjects who fought and died in that battle. Yes, we suffered heavy losses, many older ships were lost and one of the newer ones as well, but we won. It is possible that if I offered our enemies peace now, and in my offer I will not demand anything that the war might end. Will I renounce any claim to foreign territory, will I even be willing to pay compensation to Belgium for the damage we have caused, is peace possible? Wilhelm II. Captain Zur See Harold Netzbant looked at his emperor and at that moment he respected him greatly, yet it was his duty to tell the truth. After all, that's what he was here for today. He was supposed to prepare the emperor in a way for things to come, and they certainly won't always be very encouraging. I'm sorry, but such an attempt on your part, however sincerely intended, is doomed to failure. Our enemies want to destroy us, mainly the French and the British. This war is everyone's fault, not just the Germans. So it won't be enough for us Germans to repent and try to prevent disaster. Unfortunately, it is too late for that. I do not want, and certainly will not discourage you from attempting to make such a peace proposal through neutral countries. On the contrary, it is an honest and correct attempt to end the war, but I repeat, it is doomed to failure. Moreover, I am of the opinion that you need to discuss something like this very well with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also with General Admiral Karls. The British and their RN have suffered heavy naval losses, but their fleet is still huge, plus they can lean on the French and their navy. The Russians are still at war and their power has not yet been greatly weakened to cease being a threat. Our enemies will accept nothing but our surrender. A return to the status quo before the start of hostilities is a completely unacceptable state for them. They want to bring Germany to its knees, take away our colonies and humiliate us. This is the reality of today's situation and to tell you otherwise is a lie. And I simply cannot and will not lie to you. Harold Netzbant. So what advice will you give me, Harold? Wilhelm II. My lord, I am not in a position to decide the overall strategy, there are others for that. And they will very soon initiate you into their plans. Harold Netzbant. Harold, I only want your personal opinion, nothing more. So tell me, please, and no excuses. Wilhelm II. As you wish, but I only speak for myself here. Russia, however surprising, is the weakest link in the Entente. In our time, Germany managed to defeat him. Unfortunately, we did it too late. And it didn't have the right strategic impact that we needed. Now, with the knowledge of history, our better technology, and the correction of our military and political failures, we can defeat Russia much faster. Sir, as soon as that happens, offer the Tsar very decent terms of peace and try not to humiliate him too much. I know you are angry with your cousin, but know that his fate was much worse than yours. You already know this very well yourself, because not only the Tsar was punished, but his entire family. And your end, as the Emperor of Germany, was not good either, but it cannot be compared to his. Harold Netzbant. So you have a proposal for our strategy for 1915. Admiral von Müller. I repeat again, I can only speak for myself. But I believe that once, thanks to our fleet and the knowledge it brings, as well as the protection of our radio communications, when the ciphers will be secure. Destroying the Russian Baltic fleet is a relatively easy matter and relatively quick as well. We can then make large-scale amphibious landings in Latvia and Estonia, opening the way to St. Petersburg and leading to the collapse of Russian resistance. By the fall of next year, Russia may be out of the war. If we offer him an honorable peace, the Tsar will accept. Harold Netzbant. An honest peace, how do you imagine such a peace, Harold? I keep hearing from my advisors that Russia will be the biggest threat in the future. That his military and human potential will always threaten us Germans, and you believe that I should be lenient. Wilhelm II. Yes, I believe so. I am not saying that we should not weaken Russia, that is necessary, but we must not humiliate it. We must take Finland from him and also all the Baltic states and more or less limit him as much as possible in the Baltic Sea. We will destroy his fleet, so they will have to build a new one. And starting from scratch to build a new fleet will be very challenging for them, definitely not easy, and they won't have the resources at first. We will create Poland as our ally and a buffer zone between us and Russia. You know, to say this in my time would be almost unrealistic, given the anti-Polish sentiments in German society. But the creation or rebirth of a Polish state is a strategic necessity. Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia must come under our protection, not make them puppets, but our key allies. We can incorporate them into our empire, give them the same rights and duties that other German states and kingdoms have. It is a mistake to make these nations only our satellites, because then they will hate us and betray us at the first opportunity. Harold Netzbant. For many Germans such a policy will be unacceptable. Admiral von Müller. There was a time when even for me such a policy was completely unacceptable, as well as the fact that all people are equal. Until relatively recently, I could easily call myself a racist. The truth is, I still am, and I have an aversion to certain ethnic groups. But time and especially life experiences have taught me a certain humility. Moreover, I understand very well that pragmatism in certain matters is better than ideological or racial blindness. Because those last two traits led to my nation's two defeats. And I am certainly intelligent enough to suppress these qualities of mine, because I have no interest in experiencing the third defeat of Germany. Harold Netzbant. Was the second defeat really that much worse than the first? Wilhelm II. I don't know, Your Majesty, I died before it happened. So I can't compare. I just know that she came and was overwhelming. Harold Netzbant. How and when did you die, if I may ask? Wilhelm II. It happened on May 27, 1941 on board the Bismarck. That day the RN surrounded and sank us. We had no chance, I had a quick death, I felt almost nothing. Harold Netzbant. Thank you for your honesty, I am sorry for your fate. Wilhelm II. Sir, you know, when I went back in time I talked to a god, or a being that I think is a god. The being spoke to everyone in the fleet and said something personal to each. The basic message has always been the same: Nazism is evil and we have a duty to stop it. But that personal information was unique to each of us. My younger self, now 22 and serving in the Imperial Fleet, is gone. Right now I would be stationed on torpedo boats operating in the Baltic Sea. But God told me that he couldn't let my original self live, that it wasn't possible. So the young Lieutenant Harold Netzbant disappeared. I believe I am now considered a deserter in the Imperial Fleet and my family may be in trouble because of me. We have a request: here is a list of officers and petty officers of the fleet who are old enough to serve in the Navy in 1914. These men are now missing from the fleet, the overwhelming majority are considered deserters. Do your best so that this does not continue to happen and their families do not suffer because of it. Harold Netzbant. The captain handed Admiral von Muller a file containing the names of all the men mentioned. "Thank you, Captain, for this information, which explains a lot. The fact that we suddenly lacked several thousand men was a shock to us. We have ordered a secret investigation, we have not yet given this information to the government or the Emperor." "Admiral von Muller. I'm not happy at all that you kept something so important from me, I should have been informed. Although I understand that mass desertion is not something the Navy wants to be proud of. Thousands of children disappeared all over Germany, I was informed by the police authorities. I, too, ordered that this information should not be made public, so I have no right to complain that I have been bypassed. Wilhelm II. The families of those missing children must be informed or somehow told what the situation is. It is up to each individual crew member how they deal with what happened. And whether he will meet his family. We have no right to force individuals to meet their loved ones or not. I realize that for parents who are missing a 5-year-old son, and a man in his 30s who claims to be their missing child comes to visit them, it's quite traumatic. Harold Netzband. First of all, we must immediately compensate these affected families financially and help them as much as we can. Whether or not sailors want to see their families is really just their personal decision, in which we must not interfere. Wilhelm II. The Emperor spoke with the captain for more than an hour, then he remained alone and very carefully read several times the message from Governor Alfred Meyer-Waldeck and from Admiral Hubert Schmundt. Both reports on the political and military situation in Asia gave him much food for thought. Wilhelm II. He knew very well that he had an impulsive and volatile nature. Now he understood that he would have to tame his temper more. Every decision he makes now will have to be very well thought out. And while he wasn't happy about it, he would also have to absolutely rely on his subjects who came from the future. Their knowledge was simply too important for him to ignore. He also understood that he would have to make decisions that he would not like at all. What Captain Harold Netzband proposed regarding Russia was one of the things he did not agree with. The problem was that whether he wanted it or not, personal revenge against Nicholas now had to be put aside. He always liked his cousin, but what he did regarding Serbia he considered a betrayal. Wilhelm II. He wanted to punish him for that first. But if the future had already punished Nicholas so cruelly, there was no point in him wanting more revenge. No, now she would have to make decisions completely independent of her emotions, because emotions were a weakness. And if Germany was to survive this war, it needed a strong emperor. He decided that a meeting like today would be repeated more often. Captain Harold Netzband had made a good impression on him. He was the type of person who tried to solve problems with distance, without emotion, and he also had knowledge and was willing to share it. What Wilhelm II wanted, was the view of someone other than Rolf Karls and other German admirals with whom he would deal in the future. Harold Netzband was not one of the commanding officers and his views were different from those in command. He thought for a while and then took a pen and paper and started writing the questions he wanted to know the answer to. He was not very well prepared for today's interview, either mentally or physically. He will prepare much better for the next one. He also promised himself that when he made any decision, he would have everything explained to him and he would really listen. He will not retreat and leave power in the hands of others, he will really try to rule as best he can. There was no other alternative at the moment and there probably won't be in the future. December 14, 1914. SMKMS Gneisenau, Jade Bay. The room was full of groans as men awoke, nursing hangovers from last night's spirited celebration ashore. Curses were leveled at the lights, the noise of the ship working, the lack of self-control, and dates of birth. Franz Kurtz got to his feet and began quickly getting himself dressed. A groan came from the bed above his. Mein Gott Franz, how is it that you are so alert this morning? A miserable voice groaned. He left the party early, declared another voice nearby after being propositioned by a pretty Fräulein. Without her. Light laughter. Unsure of what to do after so long, Franz asked another dry voice. Perhaps he prefers playing the part of the Fräulein after so long at sea, suggested another. Raucous laughter erupted only to quickly be followed by groans, as heads were clutched. Franz glared in the direction of one of the voices before replying in a stilted tone. She was my mother. Silence fell upon the entire bunk room. That's right, our fathers are probably fighting the war right now, our mothers, a voice came slowly. The silence became deafening, save for the sound of one man gagging as he ran from the room. December 14, 1914. SMKMS Bismarck, entering the Kiel Canal. It's a tighter fit than Goering's old flight suit, remarked Captain Lindemann, as the ship slowly eased into the canal. Admiral Karls chuckled. Well, we know that joke is funny, but it won't work anywhere else in the world right now. All ships needed a bit of dock time, though Karls wasn't sure if there was a dock available that would accommodate Bismarck and Tirpitz. The minor damage of the battle and the voyage needed to be set right, and then there were some marine engineers salivating at the chance to closely inspect the ships. He felt a slight twinge of regret for his conversation with Wilhelm. Possibly he could have been more subtle, but that sort of thing was never his forte. His liaison would have to do his best to smooth things over. From what he remembered of Wilhelm, this could easily sway the man the wrong way on this. There were plans to meet with more heads of military in the very near future. That when he would have to present his plan for the future. He suspected that he would get more than a little pushback on this. The generals being told that they were all wrong, and to go on the defensive in the west was probably not going to go over well. However, he had a plan to assist with that. Some of the crew members had made some little tank models. An FT-17, and a Panzer I if his memory served. They were beautifully made, replete with tracks and rotating turrets. The chassis appeared to be a solid piece of wood, lovingly shaped, the tracks were cunningly constructed with pins and small pieces of sheet metal, and the whole affair could be run along a table with the tracks moving. The little models really were a testament to the ingenuity of board sailors during long voyages. There had been other tanks as well, but these two seemed the most promising. Whimsically, he wondered if the crew had mock tank battles when off duty. He hoped with pictures of tanks crossing trenches from the books in the ship library, and these little models to have enough of a carrot to entice the generals to see things from his point of view. It would take time to build anything of course, but they actually had a good place to start from, unlike anyone else right now. Unfortunately, he was a Navy man, and had little idea how long it would take to build even the simplest of panzers. Let alone in sufficient numbers to actually be of use in a general offensive against the West. December 14, 1914. SMKMS Königsberg, entering San Francisco Harbor. Admiral Silliux breathed a sigh of relief as his ships finally arrived at their destination. Though uneventful, the journey had been long and at times arduous. The light cruisers were by no means the most comfortable vessels in heavy seas, especially with the vicious seas that the Central Pacific could dish out. During some of the storms, even the saltiest of sailors were green. Silliux was in his best uniform, replete with dress sword and eye patch. There would be visits to make certainly. International law forbade his staying in harbor more than 24 hours, unless he could make some excuse about needing to repair storm damage. Patrolling offshore for the rest of the week while waiting for the ships to load did not exactly appeal to him, but if that was required, so be it. Captain Rufus approached and saluted. "A quick word with you, sir, if I may," he asked politely. "Yes, certainly, Captain." "What is it?" Silliux asked. "Two things, sir. I believe that we will need extra time to repair storm damage. I can show you that in a moment. The other thing is, that we should cover or dismount anything aboard we don't want to be seen. I think we will be unable to avoid showing some around the ship, and at any rate, that might be a good way to build an accord with the Americans," the captain stated crisply. Silliux was surprised for a moment. "A good idea, Captain. Make it so. Inform the other cruisers, but we will strive to see to it that all such entertaining is done on this vessel. What of the damage you spoke of?" "Yes, sir, follow me," replied Rufus, walking out of the bridge to the forecastle. Silliux followed, looking around in confusion. So far, not a bit of damage that hadn't been put right. "Here you are, sir. Just look at that," declared Rufus. "Still nothing. No damage. What was the captain looking at?" "Where?" asked Silliux, puzzled. "Right here, sir," replied the captain, giving the stanchion in front of him a shove. It rocked and fell to the deck with a clang. "Just look at that hazard. We can't possibly go to sea until that's been made right and checked over." Silliux burst out laughing. The captain was a clever one, but he doubted that such a ruse would amuse the Americans. "Very droll, Captain. However, let's not play the Americans for fools, they might not appreciate that if it gets out. Tell them we need to replace worn bearings in the engines. Those are always needing repairs." The captain saluted and headed back to the bridge. December 14, 1914, Army Oberkommando, Teschen. General Lieutenant Hugo von Freytag-Loringhoven ignored the MP on guard and pushed the main door open, stepping outside into the crisp winter air. He reached into his coat pocket and retrieved his cigarette case. Taking deep breaths, he let the cigarette calm his nerves. The headache and frustration brought on by the ineptitude and willful blindness inside slowly began to ease, like a child gently releasing air from a balloon, letting only a little escape at a time. The war had been unkind to the venerable old Austrian Empire. When Hugo arrived to take up his post as a liaison between Ulm and Aoch back in June, grand plans were being drawn up. General Oberst Konrad von Hotzendorf had intended to fulfill his alliance obligations by engaging as many Russian forces as possible with a major offensive towards Lublin and Kulm. The 1st and 4th Armies, under Generals Dankl and Offenburg, had suffered heavy losses during their advance. Spent their cavalry. Victory had been within reach, battles before the gates of both cities won only to be snatched away by a sudden Russian counter-offensive further east. Since then, there had been little to celebrate. The 3rd and 2nd Armies, under Generals Brudermann and Boehmer-Molly, suffered such devastating defeats that a retreat into the Carpathian passes and across the San River was ordered. Half of Galicia had to be abandoned. The city of Lemberg, the provincial capital, and the vital oil fields of Borislaw were left to the enemy in the hope of defending the remainder. The only problem? The Russians crossed the San before the Austrians, forcing yet more retreats. Momentum never returned to the Austrians after that, despite the fleeting success of October. The armies marched from east to west, and one by one, they were pushed into the mountain passes. Hundreds of thousands of lives were sacrificed in those fields. Hugo struggled to imagine a time when Galicia had been soaked in so much blood and bone before. The situation was so dire that even Krakow, the heart and soul of Habsburg Poland, had been threatened. It would still be under threat were it not for General Dankl and the efforts of the First Army in recent weeks. The casualty count for the year stood at around 900,000. In the fortress city of Przemysl, the only Austrian holdout left on the plains, another 100,000 men were trapped. Hugo dropped his cigarette and quickly lit another. Under General Oberst von Hotzendorf's guidance, the AOK was now planning a winter offensive to relieve the trapped men. With time being of necessity, the shortest route was selected, through the Carpathian Mountains. The operation would require over 200,000 men. The problem? They didn't have enough. Basic training for new recruits across the empire had already been reduced from 8 weeks to 4, and now, in preparation for the offensive, it was down to just 2. Even that wasn't enough. Conrad had formally requested German support from the OL for the offensive, a whole army, in fact. Cooperation between Erich von Falkenhayn and Konrad von Hotzendorf was strained, to say the least. Their command styles and temperaments couldn't have been more different. Erich preferred to handle everything over the phone and saw no need to waste time traveling to meetings. Konrad, on the other hand, refused to touch a phone. When they did meet, Erich often left believing an agreement had been reached, only to receive a letter from Konrad days later as if nothing had been decided. Making matters worse, Field Marshal Hindenburg and Ludendorff in Königsberg sided with Konrad, constantly requesting reinforcements from the west in the hope that those troops would come under their command. Hugo had already sent several telegrams to Erich, warning him against committing German troops to the Carpathians. The men would only die there. There was only one railway leading to just one of the 5 mountain passes, and supplies would have to be brought by cart. The Austrians couldn't be trusted to provide for or sustain such an operation. Even the men already stationed there hadn't received their winter clothing. He dropped the second cigarette into the snow and glanced over the grounds. The empty playground, covered in a blanket of white, seemed eerily foreboding. Hugo steeled himself to go back inside and call Erich. Yes, the Austrians needed urgent assistance to avoid collapse, but not in the Carpathians. As he reached for the door, snow began to fall again. He wondered just how deep it was in the Carpathians and more importantly, how deep it would get. Pacific, December 14, 1914, Kampfgruppe meets 4. Zerstörer Flottille. The German cruisers engaged the surviving destroyers of the 4th Zerstörer Flottille shortly after noon. All 3 destroyers were in varying states of damage, the worst off being Z-11 Bernd von Arnim, which had extensive hull damage and flooded aft ammunition stores. It was the rear of the ship that was slightly underwater. The commander of the ship, Korvettenkapitän Kurt Rechel, had already ordered to get rid of everything unnecessary, including depth charges, in order to lighten the stern of the ship during the retreat. At this time Z-11 Bernd von Arnim could only sail 14 knots. Additionally, this destroyer will need to refuel soon as water has entered some of the fuel tanks and degraded the fuel. The other destroyers were better off, they had surface damage and some of their guns were out of order, but the propulsion systems were working without major problems so far. Admiral Hubert Schmundt ordered to send his planes from both heavy cruisers to scout and reduce the speed of the entire battle group to 10 knots. The heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper was to hand over some of its fuel to Z-11 Bernd von Arnim in case of need. If it turned out that he could not make the trip to the port of Surabaya with the existing fuel reserves, which was more than likely given his damage, he was also aware that he would have to ask Governor Eidenberg for a big favor and be allowed to stay in port for more than 24 hours. Because Z-11 Bernd von Arnim repairs will be very demanding and one day will not be enough to solve them. It was 2:30 p.m. and the Admiral was sitting in the officers' mess of the flagship having lunch with his subordinates. Reconnaissance aircraft reports did not mention that the Japanese and British were pursuing them. It was clear that during the night both sides were sufficiently exhausted from fighting and at this point, everyone was licking their wounds. And they tried to estimate the extent of losses and damages. It was a little late to have lunch at 2:30 p.m., but that was a small price to pay. His commanders were sitting at the table and he was looking at them all with interest. The cruiser captains were in a completely different mood compared to the destroyer commanders who were all on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He understood that the 4th Zerstörer Flottille had experienced hell during the night while his Kampfgruppe achieved triumph. When everyone had finished eating, Fregattenkapitän Rudolf Peters informed everyone present of the news from Governor Alfred Meyer-Waldeck that the fleet had arrived safely in Germany and had achieved victory over the RN in the North Sea. This message was a great encouragement to all present, yet it did not address their current situation at this time. The Admiral had to ask what everyone had tactfully kept silent about until now. Do we have any idea what happened to Z-13 Erich Kollner and his crew? The last message was a bit confusing. During the final attack on the Japanese battlecruisers, our attack formation completely disintegrated and each ship fought on its own. I saw Z-13 Erich Kollner get very close to an enemy battlecruiser, most likely a Kong. Then we broke away from the enemy fleet and tried to escape. At that moment Z-10 Hans Lodi lost contact with the flagship. Korvettenkapitän Karl Jesko von Puttkamer. All our further attempts to establish radio contact with Z-13 Erich Kollner have been unsuccessful. The destroyer was most likely sunk. Korvettenkapitän Moritz Schmidt. Okay, so we'll consider the Z-13 Erich Kollner sunk during that night's battle. I want to thank you all for the utmost effort and dedication you showed during the battle. Our enemy suffered heavy casualties and was completely routed by our forces. We will now head to the port of Surabaya and complete the next part of our mission. We will get fuel and necessary supplies, repair our damaged ships. If we're lucky, the Dutch will give us time to do a lot more than makeshift one-day fixes. I will appeal to Governor Eidenberg to give us at least 72 hours, although I would prefer 96 hours. I'll see how the negotiations go. The governor is a reasonable man, he respects us. And above all, he knows that we can behave better than the British. Hubert Schmundt. The Admiral's last sentence caused some merriment in the dining room and slightly improved the mood of the German destroyer captains as well. Sir, I don't want to be a prophet of bad news, but what if my ship doesn't make it home to Tsingtao? And even if the Dutch give us the 4 days for repairs? What if he can't even make it to the port of Surabaya? Korvettenkapitän Kurt Rechel. Are you really that bad with your vessel? Hubert Schmundt. It's definitely not good. Z-11 Bernd von Arnim isn't taking on any more water, but we can't go more than 14 knots. And even this speed is quite risky for us. If another enemy appears, we will be a burden, not a help to the fleet. Korvettenkapitän Kurt Rechel. Our scout planes should warn us if any Entente warships are spotted. If that happens and the enemy is stronger than us, we will evacuate your ship's crew and sink it. It will be a great loss, but I don't want to risk the lives of more of my subordinates. Our main mission accomplished, Rolf Karls got the fleet home, now it's up to him. We have to get fuel and supplies, nothing more, no more fighting is necessary. China got what it wanted, in my opinion we even did much more for our ally than it could have asked for. The possible loss of Z-11 Bernd von Arnim will make me very sad, but I will certainly not do anything to endanger its crew. Hubert Schmundt. These words were of great encouragement to all present, for once the fleet returned to Tsingtao all offensive operations would cease. The German forces will thus go on the defensive. This, together with the fuel and ammunition from the US, when the convoy returned, the German defenses would be virtually impregnable. The risk for everyone will be greatly reduced and the chances that most sailors will ever see Germany again in this new life will be very high. That was a very pleasant idea, the question was whether it would also be the reality of the coming weeks and especially months. The year 1914 was coming to an end. What the new year 1915 has in store for them all, no one dared to answer. Nevertheless, everyone looked to the new year with optimism and hoped that it could be the last year of this war. Pacific, Port of Surabaya, December 16, 1914. The German fleet arrived in port a few hours after the convoy of tankers and their escorts. Due to damage to some of his warships, Admiral Hubert Schmundt sailed at an economical speed of 10 knots for most of the voyage. There was no reason to rush, especially when it was necessary to save fuel. During the cruise, no one bothered the Germans, on the contrary, reconnaissance planes found 3 cargo ships and a sailboat. One cargo ship belonged to Japan and carried rice from French Indochina, the sailing ship was Australian and carried a cargo of coal, the remaining merchant ships were British flagged, carrying cargoes of wool from Australia and beef. Except for a sailing ship that was sunk, all the ships were captured and sailed with the fleet to Surabaya. Governor Eidenberg and his officials were due to arrive at the flagship around noon, again an unofficial friendly visit. The admiral hoped to persuade the governor to allow his damaged ships to remain in port beyond the required 24 hours required by international law. After lunch, the admiral invited the governor to his cabin for a private conversation, believing that he would get everything he wanted. As the governor sat down in a comfortable chair opposite the admiral's table, Hubert Schmundt prepared 2 glasses and poured bourbon into both, then offered one to his companion. The governor took the glass and sniffed lightly at its contents, then said, "Admiral, before you ask me the question I've been waiting to ask since your ships arrived in port, you should know something. You know my country is a neutral nation and this war is something the Netherlands wants nothing to do with. As the official representative of my country, I have to follow that in this corner of the world. However, you and your colleague Admiral Siliux have always treated me with respect. Therefore, I have a certain sympathy for your cause and also for you personally." Governor Eidenberg took a folded paper from his jacket pocket and placed it on the table in front of the German admiral. He took the paper, unfolded it and read its contents. "Thank you, Governor, that's very generous of you, I guess I can't hope for more details." Hubert Schmundt. "Admiral, please don't want me to do something that is inconsistent with my country's neutrality. Still, it's been 2 days since these warships have been here. They say they're heading to Singapore, but I can't say for sure if that's true. I think this response is more than mere politeness on your part. Now to my question, 3 of my warships need repairs. And I am afraid that 24 hours will not be enough, I would need more time. Preferably triple, maybe even quadruple the time that international law allows us. Hubert Schmundt. Forgive me, Admiral, but my answer must be negative. I'm sorry, 3 warships is just too much. I will tolerate 1 warship here for 3 days. If during this time, this warship will not have time to complete its repairs, this warship will have to stay here and be interned. Or they will leave our port in the condition they are in now. And if the British warships that visited you here some time ago and tried to enforce the British peace here were sunk, could there be a change in your decision? Hubert Schmundt. No, it won't have any effect, as other RN or Entente warships will arrive in a few weeks, a month at the most. And their officers will be even more arrogant, as well as rude, towards me and my people. Admiral, you are a brave man, but you face the largest and most powerful navy in the world, and your fortunes will one day turn away from you. You earned my respect when you crushed that French fleet, but you only have a handful of ships. Besides, the British have started to take you very seriously after all. Don't be angry, but my job is to defend the interests of the Netherlands, not yours. So I can't count on your country selling me a fuel tanker. Hubert Schmundt. My government expressly forbade me to do such a thing. The British recently accidentally sunk one of our warships, right off the shores of my country. My superiors think it was not a mistake, but a display of the power of the British Empire. The Netherlands is not a military power, we are traders, not warriors for a long time. I can sell you as much fuel as you want. I also managed to get you most of the goods your people asked for last visit, but I can't do more for you. You must understand this, please try to put yourself in my position, then you will understand me easily. I appreciate your honesty, Governor, and thank you for your efforts to accommodate me. You're right, I'm facing the biggest navy in the world, but it's definitely not the best navy anymore. Very soon the whole world will know about the events in the North Sea and that the RN has been defeated. I firmly believe that your government will soon understand that the British will gradually lose the tools to maintain and enforce their blockade on Germany, as well as the other neural countries of Europe. Until then, we both have no choice but to accept the way things are now. One of my warships will stay here for 72 hours to make the most necessary repairs, then leave Surabaya. I will certainly do nothing to jeopardize your position or compromise you or your office as governor. Hubert Schmundt. Admiral Hubert Schmundt was extremely disappointed by the negotiations, but there was no point in pressuring Governor Eidenbug. If he started threatening him, he would destroy the good relationship that the two men had together. He definitely didn't want that. In addition, the governor gave him very important information, even though he did not have to do such a thing at all. 3 British armoured cruisers were moving near the port of Surabaya, searching for the German fleet. It was good to know and prepare for the next eventual battle. RN was truly like a hydra, no matter how many heads you cut off, more always grew. He therefore decided to call a meeting with his officers. He wanted to not only inform them all, but also decide on a strategy. His ships still had the ammunition to sweep 3 British armoured cruisers off the surface. Every battle was always a risk, but this time it was more of an opportunity. If he crushed another squadron of cruisers, he would deal a fatal blow to the RN in that area. Furthermore, once these enemy warships ended up on the seabed, they would cease to be a risk to Otto Ciliax and the convoy that would soon sail from the US. It was better to destroy the enemies of Germany when he had a favorable opportunity to do so and the advantages were on his side, than to run into them at a moment when it was not at all advantageous. Although he originally wanted to avoid another battle and not risk the lives of his subordinates, he changed his mind after meeting with the governor. Thanks to the strength and power of the RN, the British were able to impose their will on and intimidate neutral nations. If they destroy the British near the port of Surabaya, there could be more than just military benefit. The admiral decided that he would not only defeat the British, but also make a mockery of them. Maybe in the end the Dutch would once again grant asylum to other Entente castaways, this time directly to RN sailors. And they will offer them internment until the end of the war. As was the case with the French and Australians who landed his ships here in this port during the last voyage. December 15, 1914. SMKMS Bismarck. Admirals Karls, Marshall, Ingenol, Hipper, Tirpitz and von Muller were sitting together in the wardroom, in a meeting to discuss what was to happen next. Gentlemen, began Tirpitz, there is much to discuss. The gifts from the future, the next move of the High Seas Fleet. Surely the first thing to discuss is fleet repairs. Ingenol interjected. Tirpitz rubbed his hands together gleefully. There will be far more than repairs done, my dear Friedrich. The new ships are amazing, improvements that can be gleaned will be added to our ships. He is quite right, though, Alfred. Pointed out von Muller. There are also improvements that will be added from lessons learned from the battle. More on that later. Of the damaged Nassau class, Posen foundered after the battle, Nassau will require 8 to 10 weeks of repairs, Rhineland needs 4 weeks of repairs, and Westphalen about 6. Of the Helgoland class, Helgoland herself will be ready for action in 2 to 3 weeks, Thuringen 6 to 8, Ostfriesland 10 to 12, and Oldenburg 4 to 6 weeks. The Kaisers were heavily engaged. Friedrich der Grosse needs about 4 to 6 weeks of repairs, Kaiser needs about 6 to 8 weeks, König Albert 6 to 8 weeks, and Prince Regent Luitpold is the least damaged, and needs only about 2 weeks of repairs. The König took a torpedo, but her damage was otherwise not severe, she'll need 6 weeks. Grosserker first will also need around 6 weeks. Of the pre-dreadnoughts. Pardon me, interrupted Karls on the note of the pre-dreadnoughts, I would suggest that they not be repaired at all. Or at least, only be repaired enough to act as depots, barrack ships, and guard ships. Their value is extremely limited. Tirpitz nodded, and von Muller continued. Very well. We also lost 9 destroyers, and 2 light cruisers. No armored cruisers were lost, and their damage was fairly light. Karls again spoke up. Of our ships, only 2 have any battle damage. Gneisenau took a small amount of belt damage. Tirpitz took what is mostly cosmetic damage. More pressing is the need for all vessels to refit and be docked for cleaning. So, we're unable to sortie the fleet for around 3 months, Tirpitz said thoughtfully, though it may take longer to integrate some improvements. One improvement that will be made in the interim is improvement of pumping arrangements. According to the Posen's captain, a pump being lowered into a flooded boiler room damaged a shoring and clogged. The increased flooding is what doomed her. On all new construction, we'll have to see about enhancing our subdivision. I would suggest all ships not laid down be cancelled, or at least delayed until we can integrate lessons learned from the new ships. Von Muller offered cautiously. To the enormous surprise of all, Tirpitz nodded in agreement. I am open to such a thought, but I would like to hear from our newcomers. Karls thought for a moment before answering. The Great War we lived through lasted until 1918. Any ships that cannot be completed before that should be cancelled. There will be new information, from experience, and from our ships that can be incorporated. Other ships should be completed as possible. The remaining Derflingers, the Bayerns that can be completed, the Salamis. The Bayerns are excellent vessels, the match for any of the British construction, and the Derflingers are a decided advantage right now, until the British can rebuild their own battlecruisers. Surely that leaves us at a decided disadvantage to the British. Objected Tirpitz. Ships that can't join in the war are only consuming resources. Post-war, if resources allow it, the entire fleet can be brought up to a better standard. Karls argued. Agreed. Chimed in Admiral Marshall. Germany cannot outbuild the Royal Navy yards, so we shouldn't try. Our advantage must be in individually better ships, and willingness to take action. We should strike again as soon as sufficiently able to. The blockade line should be swept regularly, now that the Grand Fleet and battlecruisers of the Royal Navy will be unable to intervene. On the note of breaking the blockade, should more auxiliary cruisers be sent out, asked Tirpitz. It would be delightful to repay the British in a bit of their own coin. Karl shrugged. The success or failure of those is difficult to predict, given that it depends largely on luck and the individual captain. Have our shells been ordered yet? Asked Marshall. The Krupp people have taken measurements, and examples have been sent to the factories as well. Von Muller replied, they make no promises of course, but expect to have first examples ready inside of a month. Note 1, the Mann and Junkers people are positively salivating to get a good look at the big diesels. Karls chuckled. I imagine they are. If those can be replicated in short order, the strategic potential is immense. I'd love to know how practical it would be to fit those to one of the Bayerns or a Derflinger. On another note, I understand that some engineers from Zeiss are going to look at replicating our rangefinders. Tirpitz nodded. That will be something to modify ships to use as they are repaired. I noticed that your rangefinders are mounted much higher up than the ones currently used. Elevation will have to be improved to better take advantage of the better rangefinders. Hipper cleared his throat. I understand that several unexploded British shells have been found on ships, is that correct? He asked. Von Muller nodded. 2 complete 13.5 shells, and 1 12 shell. Many shell fragments of course, and a few broken up. I would like to suggest that these shells be made into a new medal, perhaps one specifically for this battle, or for special naval achievements. He proposed. Tirpitz looked astonished, then nodded. I'll propose that to the Kaiser, but I think it's a splendid idea. Franz. December 15, 1914. Newspapers in Germany. Admiral von Spee returns. Germany's mighty navy has shown the once powerful Royal Navy that they have a contender for Neptune's trident. The High Seas Fleet, under the command of Admiral von Ingenohl, faced down the Royal Navy and emerged victorious. Admiral Spee cemented the victory when he crossed the T of the Grand Fleet, forcing them to retreat or face annihilation. Accompanying Spee were powerful new ships, seen for the first time when they crossed swords with the Royal Navy's battlecruisers, before sending them back to Albion with their tails between their legs, leaving 5 of their number resting on the ocean floor. The Navy states that 6 dreadnoughts of the Grand Fleet will not be returning to Scapa Flow, in addition to the 5 destroyed battlecruisers. Admiral von Spee brought back with him several ships, including the pride of the liner fleet, as further proof that Britannia no longer rules the waves. Losses to the High Seas Fleet are far less than what was inflicted on the Royal Navy, being 4 old battleships, and one of the first dreadnoughts built, as well as light units. It may be hoped that this will lead to the swift end to the war, and the resumption of normal trade relations. December 15, 1914. San Francisco. Admiral Silliux was waiting on the quayside, at the moment watching ships being loaded. The German consulate had requested that he show hospitality to an American naval officer. As the Americans had immediately granted his request for additional time for repairs, he thought it wise to take the officer up on the offer. He'd been obliged to keep an English-speaking officer near him, as plenty of curious bystanders had approached. Bystanders that knew of him somehow, and at least some of his exploits. A photographer from some newspaper had asked for a picture of Admiral Silliux standing in front of his ship. He had also requested the squadron Jolly Roger be raised, and for Silliux to brandish his dress sword. Otto had felt a little silly, but the goodwill couldn't hurt. The purser had been quite busy ashore, buying all the fresh food he could. A barrel of apples had been presented to the crew and had been emptied in short order, with the crew filling their pockets with the fresh fruit to enjoy throughout the day. Others were being stowed for later. In the meantime, though, fresh food was a great treat to the men. Also, it would make a better impression on their visitor rather than the ship's stores. The purser clearly had a Christmas feast in mind with some of the purchases. He had complained bitterly about the lack of goose to be had, but had laid in many turkeys instead. The cook had been busy making Zimstern, a treat that would be unheard of in Germany right now. Note 2, indeed, he had to be restrained from chasing down someone who had purloined a handful of them. The thief was currently doing every unpleasant task his petty officer could think of. He glanced down the quayside to where Köln was moored. A group of children were shyly approaching one of her sailors, who was assisting with loading supplies. Some interaction went on, then 3 of the children ran off, while the sailor boarded Köln and conversed with the others that were loading. One sailor ran over to one of the convoy shops. Several minutes later, a larger group of children stampeded over where Köln was docked. Perhaps a few minutes later, someone appeared on the deck of the Köln. In a rather peculiar outfit. He wore a rather battered old hat, roughly pinned into the shape of an old-style admiral's hat, festooned with feathers from a Chinese pheasant. He wore normal sailor clothes, except for a red silk vest. On his face was what appeared to be a fake beard, and he had an eye patch. His left leg was bent at the knee nearly double, and on the knee was what appeared to be a piece of a broomstick, and from his shirt sleeve was a piece of thick wire bent into a hook. At the sight of this figure, the children began shrieking in excitement. Silliux moved closer to hear what was being said. Not that he could understand a word of it. His translator would tell him. "Ahoy!" bellowed the figure. "I'm Captain Long John Blackbeard Peg Leg Patch Eye Hook. Scourge of the British." More excited screaming from the children. "What say we haul over to yonder galleon?" bellowed Captain Patch Eye, indicating the cargo ship, "and seize the booty." Shrieks from the children that could only be assent. "First ye must have some ship's biscuit," declared the pirate. At this, a man came off the Köln and handed out something. It might be cookies. Following that, the figure, with some degree of difficulty, descended the gangway and headed to the ship, followed by the gaggle of perhaps 30 children. Exaggerated cries of dismay came from the ship. A man came off of the ship and obsequiously offered the captain a chest. The captain opened the chest, and began distributing coins. With a flash of understanding, Silliux realized they were giving out some small, brass Chinese coins to the kids. Ha! This would be something the kids would remember for their entire lives. Silliux was startled by a chuckling to his side. Looking, he saw an American naval uniform. "Didn't mean to startle you. Captain Harvey Foster, USS Milwaukee. Admiral Silliux, I presume." The American introduced himself. "Pleased to meet you." Silliux responded through the interpreter. "Please, come aboard." They turned from the piratical proceedings, and boarded Königsberg. Note 1, I see this as completely reasonable, given they are already making shells of all those sizes. Propellant is different, but I think that can be made up. The 38 cm guns on Bayern had a propellant charge listed for both modern and older propellant, so if newer stuff can't be made, they can at least figure out what the equivalent is with what they have. Note 2, Zimstern, a traditional German Christmas cookie. Primary ingredients include almonds and cinnamon, so likely to be a bit rare in Germany come Christmas. December 16, 1914. Winter Palace, Petrograd. Nicholas paced back and forth in front of the fireplace, where a fire was slowly retreating into a bed of glowing coals. He wrung his hands as walked, increasingly agitated. "The Royal Navy has been defeated," he cried in distress. "If they cannot get supplies for my army, what will happen? I cannot send them against artillery and machine guns armed with sticks." Grigory Rasputin stared enigmatically, not at the Tsar, but at a tea cake he held in his hand. With a sudden movement and intense masticatory effort, the cake disappeared. "Your Majesty is not yet out of time," he said, his gravelly voice filling the room. "Albion has been humbled. This will not see them abandoning this war. Indeed, this war has just entered a new life. This conflict that will continue to expand, and shatter empires." "What?" Nicholas said, regarding Grigori with horror. "Things will continue to degenerate? I have lost armies, the Royal Navy has lost a fleet." Another tea cake was lifted from the silver tray and regarded intensely. "Consider, Your Majesty," Grigori said, continuing to stare down the tea cake. "A century ago, the French pushed the British from Europe. Did the British cease? They did not. They rested, while rebuilding. They fought until their enemy was defeated. They will fight until their enemy is broken, or they are." The tea cake, unintimidated by Rasputin's stare, joined its predecessor. "Where does that leave me? What about Russia?" the Tsar cried plaintively. "We cannot, the people will not take a war such as that. Then see to what the people need. Let the British see to their people. The French to theirs. The Germans to theirs. You are ruler of Russia, not England, not any other. You must do what you must for Russia," declared Rasputin. He reached for a decanter, and poured a glass of brandy, and downed in a gulp. Nicholas reached over and poured himself a glass. "What do the people need?" Nicholas asked rhetorically. A swirl of robes as Rasputin walked towards the door. "They need a ruler that sees to Russia," came Grigori's voice from the door. Nicholas sipped his brandy and stared at the dying coals. His people needed him. His cousin needed him. His people or his blood. December 16, 1914. French Admiralty. Silence reigned. The unthinkable had happened. The Grand Fleet had been defeated in battle. Not a cunning trap with underhanded tactics. Torpedoes, mines. A fight, gun to gun, where they were outmaneuvered and outshot. Perfidious as ever, Albion was being coy about losses. Germany was trumpeting that they had sunk 11 capital ships, though that was certainly an exaggeration, at the cost of one of their own dreadnoughts, and older vessels. That part was probably closer to the truth. A knock at the door broke the silence. "Enter," called Admiral Charles Dupère. An aide slipped in and whispered something to the Admiral. "Show him in," he said hastily. "The President is here," he said quickly, by way of explanation. Raymond Poincaré entered the room, and nodding to the assembled admirals, took a seat. "I have no doubt you are discussing the latest news from England," he began. "I need to know, what is it the Navy will do?" "That is what we are discussing now, sir," replied Admiral Charles Dupère. "With the Royal Navy injured, we aren't positive to what extent, we have decided that it would not be expedient at this time to send more ships to the east. We must be prepared to protect France, in the event that the Royal Navy cannot." A cunning look came into the President's eyes. "What are the chances that an engagement could be forced with the Austrians? If we could achieve even moderate success, it would be a victory in a long string of defeats." He looked hopeful. Admiral Dupère shook his head. "We could offer battle, but the Austrians have to come out to us." Poincaré looked crestfallen. "Perhaps we can go in and bombard them in port?" he asked hopefully. Looks of horror appeared around the table. "No sir, not really," replied Admiral Dupère. "The Adriatic is terribly confined, our ships would be highly vulnerable to attack by submarines and torpedo craft. Surely, we can do something. The land war is stalemated." "It cannot be the same on the seas," protested President Poincaré. "Please, look into doing something to humble the Austrians, or the Ottomans. We must close the year with something." The admirals looked at each other. "Sir, we'll come up with something," Admiral Dupère said at last. December 16, 1914. Wardroom, SMKMS Bismarck. Wilhelm sat in the wardroom, with von Müller, Tirpitz, Karls, and Marshall. Wilhelm was not the man he was. He seemed shrunken. "Thank you for meeting with me," he began. "Having heard so much about how things might have been, I have an idea to perhaps end the war more quickly. Please, tell me if you think it will work." "Certainly, Your Highness," acknowledged Tirpitz, the others nodding. "These ships, they are a gift from God. Proof that the Almighty is on Germany's side. What if we announce to the world that God has so favored us? Perhaps they might enter peace talks." He seemed plaintive, pleading, hoping beyond hope that such a ploy might work. Karls looked pensive, Marshall slightly shook his head, and Tirpitz and von Müller looked in surprise at the Kaiser. "Supposing we did that," began Karls slowly, "wouldn't our enemies simply laugh at us, call us liars, or madmen? We can show them. Things dated from the future, marvels of future science," protested Wilhelm. "We cannot show them too much, such might neutralize our advantage," protested Admiral Marshall. "Would they not instead say that all is an elaborate hoax?" asked von Müller. "The existence of the ships, the men cannot be hidden, but to make such a claim, dates can be forged. They already consider us barbarians. Why, they will say, would we not stoop to any level? Will they not instead take it as a desperate claim of a country in distress? What if we invite a neutral to look at the ships? An American, a Swede, Swiss. Tirpitz began slowly. We let them look over the ships, then they will do that talking for us. We need not show them the very best things. All sat back as this new information was considered. A worthwhile idea. Karl said, perhaps we should look into it. At the least, it can do no harm. December 17, 1914. 10 Downing Street. Prime Minister Asquith mopped a brow and sat heavily down at his desk. It had been an incredibly unpleasant day. It started out being hauled before Parliament for a vote of no confidence. It seemed that news of the fall of Hong Kong had arrived, paired with the naval defeat had begun fracturing his coalition. He had survived the vote, but barely. Compromises had to be made. Churchill was out, to be replaced with Arthur Balfour. As soon as his nerves calmed enough, he'd contact Churchill and officially request his resignation. Also, as news of the naval draw had continued to be trickled to the public, the people had become convinced that the Germans would invade. Militias were forming up everywhere, and there were increasing calls for army divisions to defend from said invasion. There had already been an incident when two militias had mistaken each other for German and engaged in a gunfight. Incredibly, no one was injured. That boded very well for if the Germans actually did invade. Kitchener was beside himself with rage, complaining that he already had insufficient troops, and now he had to defend against a threat that wasn't real. Also disturbing was reports from the Foreign Office. Apparently, the Germans had sent ships to the United States west coast to pick up supplies. Supplies that, while ostensibly for the Chinese, would no doubt end up in Tsingtao. He'd have to get with the Admiralty, to see what ships were in position to interdict the Germans. The Japanese probably could manage, but he very much wanted the Royal Navy to accomplish this. Right now, they could not stand more bad news. So far, the closest thing to good news in some time had been that things could have been worse. Most of the troops were evacuated from Hong Kong. The Grand Fleet hadn't taken a torpedo attack from the German destroyers. Civilians were largely evacuated from Hong Kong. Something would have to be done. They could not end the year on the note of it could have been worse. He picked up the phone and called Churchill. December 17, 1914. Hotel near the Admiralty building. Admiral Beatty entered his room, a picture of control and dignity. Once inside, he let out a shout of triumph and pulled out a bottle of old Scotch, opened it and took a long drink from the bottle. His inquiry had gone better than he could have hoped. The presentation of the shell, proving they were seriously outgunned, had helped. He had used his defense time to prove that he had broken off as soon as he could given what he was facing. Also, the Naval Intelligence Division was either compromised, or incompetent. How could they possibly miss such ships being completed? He had continued to point out that for far too long, and even into the beginning of the war, hadn't a German had enjoyed a high position in the Admiralty? Obviously, that must have had something to do with it. Beyond that, the fact that the Grand Fleet had been similarly drubbed had also assisted in his defense. Even when it was asked why he hadn't warned Jellicoe, he had been able to counter with the fact that his wireless was disabled by the battle. Ultimately, he had been cleared of any fault of the lost battle. Of course, whether he ever got a command back would be another matter, but he hoped that he would. After all, he had shown, according to the inquiry, the highest tradition of the Navy when attempting to preserve his force. They could find no fault with that. If they did, well, it would be time to entertain some reporters. Those vultures would love to know all about the failings of the government and sending the Navy to their doom. December 17, 1914. 11 Downing Street. David Lloyd George rubbed his eyes and looked at the request from the Admiralty again. Somehow, that didn't help. In the wake of the battle with the Germans, the Admiralty had requested new ships. Naturally enough, desiring to replace losses. 60 new destroyers, 12 light cruisers, well and good. 3 additional R-class battleships, at about £2.4 million each. Painful, but given the losses recently, understandable. The pain point was 8 new battlecruisers of a new class. As if the estimated cost of around $8 million apiece wasn't bad enough, they were so much larger than anything currently made so that, in addition to the eye-watering individual cost, there was additional costs required in order to build them. New slipways, new foundries for guns, new dry docks, new pits for building turrets. That old goat in the Admiralty named them correctly, incomparable. Incomparably expensive. Given the situation, just rejecting this out of hand would probably play poorly in public. He'd have to make an official recommendation that a less expensive ship be built. There may be a war on, and more ships might be needed, but despite what the Admiralty seemed to think, the pockets of His Majesty's government were not in fact bottomless. He took out a sheet of paper and wrote up his official response. A courier would take this directly to the Admiralty. December 17, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Jackie Fisher read the letter from the Chancellor of the Exchequer and chuckled to himself. That penny-counting fool in the Treasury had done exactly what he had expected. Requesting that the battlecruiser program be streamlined, to increase building speed and reduce costs. After handing over the request for 8 incomparable class battlecruisers at £8 million each, plus infrastructure enhancements, the 4 million unit cost of the 6 fast Queen Elizabeths using existing infrastructure would be snatched up by the Treasury like a sandwich by a starving man. Note 1. Oh, new, larger infrastructure would be good too, but during the war wasn't the right time to start that. It would be well to look into it. The Americans were looking at 16 guns on a future class, the Germans already had 15 guns in service, and the Italians were working on it. It wouldn't do to not be looking at the future. Note 1, the R class did cost about 2.4 million, and the Queen Elizabeth about 3 million. Spring Sharp estimated that the stretched, faster Queen Elizabeth to be about 4 million, and incomparable at about 8 million. That seems reasonable, speed is incredibly expensive. December 18, 1914. SMKMS Königsberg, International Waters, outside San Francisco. Admiral Silliux was grateful to be at sea again. All the entertaining grated on him. Well, mostly the reporters. Captain Foster had been excellent company. The man was singularly intelligent and had been suitably impressed when shown what Silliux cared to show him around the ship. The offset aft turrets puzzled him immensely, but he was fascinated by the triple turrets, noting that the U.S. Navy was working on triples for their battleships. It had been a positive experience, and Silliux hoped it might help to continue to smooth over relations with the United States. Even if they couldn't be convinced to actively help Germany, simply being a little less helpful to the Entente would be a major win. The American press and public seemed to think of him and his men as some sort of pirates, in the romantic sense, and once the crew had realized that they had played it up immensely, to the glee of the local urchins, as well as some of the local women. Hopefully they hadn't caused too much trouble while ashore, sailors being sailors. Low-denomination Chinese coins had been handed out quite a bit, the children latching onto them as pirate treasure, and others taking them as souvenirs of the visit. They hadn't been expensive, so whoever thought to bring them was quite brilliant. His ships had made front-page news, and the picture of Königsberg, Jolly Roger flying, and himself brandishing his sword in front of her was everywhere. He hoped Schmunt had a good plan, because the Japanese would certainly know when he was coming now. It was estimated that another 2 days of loading would be required before the convoy was ready to leave. His status as celebrity had possibly helped in getting things expedited. At least, judging from what he had seen loading, Christmas Day would be suitably festive. December 18, 1914. Buckingham Palace. George V, King of England, paced nervously. The war hadn't gone at all as it had been expected. It was supposed to be a short, victorious war. Christmas approached, but the end of the war didn't. The bad news kept rolling in. The mighty Royal Navy had been humbled. By the grace of God, his son on HMS Collingwood was alive. Prince Albert had suffered only a concussion, when a German shell struck his turret and jammed it. What was perhaps most disturbing about the naval battle was the complete lack of typical German bombast. In the wake of outmaneuvering and shooting to pieces so many ships, he would have thought that the Germans would be unbearable. Instead, they'd released only the barest bones. They had been victorious, destroyed 11 capital ships, then a list of prisoners, all too small, picked up after the battle. Most unusual. As well, a German supply convoy had shown up to the United States to escort supplies to China. Someone had a complete list of the materials being shipped, it would mean something to the right person. All in all, the Germans were traipsing about the oceans as if they, and not Britannia, now ruled the waves. Civilian unrest was climbing, but luckily at the moment, not serious. Some clever blokes were putting all that nervous energy to work collecting care packages to send over to Tommy in the trenches. Jack Tar was not being given the same courtesy. He had heard stories that Royal Navy sailors were instead being given vegetables. At high velocity. Such was possibly even more injurious to morale than the defeat itself. He sighed. Perhaps he would dine aboard ship with the Admiral of the Grand Fleet on Christmas Eve. Whomever it was. That might help show royal confidence in the Navy. December 18, 1914. French Admiralty. As has been stated by the President, began Admiral Dupère, it is desirable that we should achieve a victory of note. With the Royal Navy defeated, it is necessary for the morale of the people that we have a victory that we can point to. We need to plan an operation that can quickly be implemented to achieve that. What ideas do you have, gentlemen? There was silence around the table for a bit as each of the admirals considered what the best course of action might be. We dare not go in after the Austrians, said Admiral Dubois slowly. What if we were to blockade the mouth of the Adriatic? If the Austrians come out, we fight them, if they don't, well and good. Admiral Dupère drummed his finger thoughtfully for a moment. That would require the Foreign Ministry to work out details with the Italians. He noted that is not a no, mind you. It simply requires us to work out additional details with the Foreign Ministry. I can send a note to them later to look into the matter. More thoughtful looks around the table. Could we use our older ships to force the Dardanelles Strait? Asked Admiral Gagnon with consideration. We already destroyed the forts at the entrance. There are probably mines, but those could be dealt with. If we can successfully go through the straits, Istanbul lies open before us. Dupère looked surprised for a moment. That does bear further discussion. If successful, that would see the Ottomans force from the water at the point of our guns. Admiral Gagnon nodded, getting into the idea more. It's unlikely any remaining artillery can seriously harm our battleships. We'd just need to deal with Goeben, and one ship won't be enough. When we control the straits, more powerful vessels could then transit the straits to deal with that ship. If they don't simply flee when faced with stronger ships. Dupère nodded thoughtfully. We need to figure out what we would need to accomplish that. We'll assemble that later. Any other ideas on something that we can do for a quick victory? There was no response. Well then, gentlemen, I have a missive to send to the Foreign Minister, then we will commence planning these operations. Declared Dupère. December 19, 1914. Rome. Antonio Salandra looked into the mirror a last time, before his meeting with the king and cabinet, and a diplomat from France. Clothing, spectacular. Mustaches, flawless. Hairline, receding more slowly than last month, he was positive. The cabinet was meeting with the king, as events in Europe had taken an unexpected turn. The Royal Navy, ruler of the waves, had been defeated. Salandra had fully wished to enter the war on the side of the Entente, in order to complete the construction of Italy. Italy was a young country, but the time had seemed like it might be right to fully integrate all Italian-speaking peoples under the banner of Rome. There had been ongoing considerations as to which side would be best to join, in order to best fulfill those ideas. Opinions had been tilting towards joining the Entente, mostly due to Italy's very long coastline, and the very large navies of France and Britain. However, the navies of France and Britain seemed to be paper tigers. The Germans had been bullying them all over the Far East, culminating in the massive Battle of the Banks that had seen more capital ships sunk than Italy possessed. Some sources claimed this was due to German ships, secretly built abroad, others claimed the tactical genius of Admiral Spee of the German Navy. Either way, it was becoming clear that this wasn't going to be a quick war, and Italy was not prepared to fight a long war. Salandra entered the council chambers with the other ministers and took his seat. The king was already there. The French diplomat entered and began speaking. Much later, Salandra considered what he had heard. The French diplomat had promised the moon, offering anything the Italians anything if only they would enter the war. It would require little from Italy, the Frenchman had pointed out. Simply sit on the defensive on the shared border with Austria, allow the French navy to do what needed to be done, and collect the spoils when the tottering edifice that was Austria-Hungary inevitably collapsed. The reception to that had been cool. Seeing that, the Frenchman had changed tack, requesting Italian acquiescence to a French naval operation. The French navy, he had explained, wished to blockade the Adriatic, but not inconvenience the Italians. That idea hadn't been rejected out of hand, but it was desirable to discuss it. Salandra wondered what concessions might be wrung out of the French in order to allow that. That was a question for the foreign minister. Overall, Salandra was of the opinion that this was not the time to favor either side. The Entente seemed to be on the back foot, but as was already demonstrated, that could change quite quickly. It would not do to choose the wrong side, that could be disastrous for Italy. December 19, 1914. SS Berlin, auxiliary cruiser, leaving the Jade Bight. Captain Fundheller was pleased to be heading out to sea again. His initial fears that after such a poor showing that he wouldn't be asked again turned out to be incorrect. What was even better, he didn't have to lay mines this time. He was simply to go out to the sea lanes and make life interesting for the British merchants. A worthy endeavour. He also had the freedom of operation to again harass the British on their own shores, and he was seriously considering where he might manage to make an impression on the British by visiting them again. Tirpitz had recommended that he hunt in an area that saw plenty of British merchants transporting Argentinian beef to the UK. The malicious gleam in his eye said that there was more to that suggestion than simply good hunting. What exactly that was, Fundheller couldn't say, and it really didn't matter. He could, however, suggest to any Americans that they might well see better prices in Germany than in the UK. Still, it seemed a good suggestion, and certainly less risky than potentially annoying any American merchants, which he had been told in no uncertain terms to avoid doing. Apparently, considerable goodwill was being raised with the United States, and woe betide the man that threw that away to add another notch to his belt. Nominally, his goal was to sink, burn, and destroy British-flagged merchants, with a single exception: any tankers were to be captured. The High Seas Fleet would do what needed to be done to get those back to Germany. December 19, 1914. London. Winston Churchill paced. Not nervously, but to help himself think as he smoked a cigar. He was out at the Admiralty. Indeed, given the public seemed to be broadly blaming him, probably out of politics forever. Perhaps in time he would be forgiven. The question was, what to do now? His instinct was to go back to the army. He probably still had enough pull to be placed in a command somewhere. Hopefully somewhere he could make a difference, rehabilitate his career. Surely, he could make a difference at the front. All that was really needed there was a new perspective, new ideas, new energy. Who better to provide all those things than Winston Churchill? The bell rang, and a few minutes later, his secretary arrived, and he was presented with a letter. Opening it, he quickly read, then reread. Well. Asquith, terribly sorry at the way he had to be tossed overboard, was requesting that he join up with a committee to look into the intelligence failings that had caused this entire catastrophe. To see if it was because they were compromised, incompetent, or had simply made mistakes, and in any case, figure out how to fix them. So. Another way to possibly rehabilitate his career, make a difference in the war, and further do his duty to king and country. This bore further consideration. Where could he best apply his talents? A corner of some foreign field, or a corner rooting out His Majesty's enemies in the Home Offices? Churchill smoked furiously, returned to pacing and further thought. What was he to do in this situation? December 20, 1914. What madness is this? Herbert Henry Asquith, Prime Minister and the most stressed man in Britain at this moment, could only bemoan the events of the last few days. We expected some form of backlash following the naval debacle, especially when invasion craze hit the population. Richard Haldane added, tired eyes glazing over the numerous newspapers on the table. We took the most sensible course of action to allay their concerns. And look how well that went. The Prime Minister grabbed one of the newspapers and shoved into his advisor's face. Sir Edgar Spire murdered. He grabbed another one, the Liverpool riots. £80,000 in damage. And another one, riots in London. Shops burned to the ground. Shops, mind you, with Germanic-sounding names. And it gets worse. He grabbed the newspaper he read before his rant, loudly reading it for the two men in the room. Military victory stolen from us by the German hidden hand that controls Britain. Every Briton has the duty to pull them out by root and branch and seed, lest the German control and influence of the British Empire will see us defeated and under the yoke of the Kaiser. Asquith laid the article down while massaging the bridge of his nose, looking frustrated like never before. Hidden hand. What nonsense is this? If there truly is a hidden hand, then it should be of Lord Northcliffe and his rabble-rousing articles. Good Lord! He single-handedly done more damage to British cities than the German military. It was appalling what was happening in Britain, where men and even women of upward standing could engage in such barbarism that was not so dissimilar to what the newspapers accused the Germans of. Especially what they did to those poor dachshunds. The other man part of this meeting, Reginald McKenna, Home Secretary, who remained silent for the duration of the Prime Minister's rant, finally interjected. Thankfully, barring the propriety damages, not many people were killed. Not many? Good Lord! Reginald! More than 100 people were killed and 200 others are currently under medical care. Asquith looked at his Home Secretary as if offended. Numbers that could have been higher if the mob managed to get into one of the numerous internment camps. Maybe we should relocate everyone to Knock-Allow. I bet the rabble-rousers will see such a move as another attempt by the hidden hand to protect the Germans from their righteous justice. No, at least not yet. We will have to look at it later, after everything calms down. McKenna glanced at Haldane, who nodded back in agreement. While as inflammatory as Lord Northcliffe's articles end up being, perchance there is a matter of truth to it. At that the Prime Minister frowned. You believe there's some sort of hidden hand controlling Britain? Perhaps. We cannot be sure. But Admiral Beatty and Lord Beresford's words certainly hold weight, even if they should not have babbled to the press during such a time and with such a sensitive topic no less. Continued Haldane. Beatty played it smart, blaming Prince Battenberg of being a spy while elevating himself as a hero, saving the Grand Fleet in the process. Asquith added. That's absurd! Exclaimed McKenna. The Prime Minister nodded. Indeed. If he actually said that he would have been crucified, thankfully, for him, he only implied it, leaving the rest to Lord Northcliffe. In Beresford's situation, it is much simpler. He hates Fisher, and seeing the wave of conspiracies overtaking the population, well, he joined the rabble and decried the Navy compromised, indirectly painting Fisher of all people as the cause. We will have to investigate, if anything, to mollify the public that there's no hidden hand controlling Britain, and make sure what led to such a failure in intelligence gathering. Said Haldane. If there truly is one, then it is up to Churchill to uncover it, with all the consequences that might incur, assuming he accepts the post, obviously. Finished Asquith. Lord Charles Beresford, Admiral and Baron of Beresford, never felt so tense as he walked through the corridors of the Admiralty building. After all, since Beatty's hearing and subsequent investigation, the chances of there being traitors in their midst was no longer a possibility, but a certainty. Everyone he passed by could be a spy, a traitor, just the thought gave his heart palpitations. How else can you explain the existence of 4 15-inch battleships? You simply cannot hide the construction of these behemoths, you would have to build them in the unexplored jungle of the Congo or the Amazon, but even then, how do you transport so much material without detection? There was no other explanation. The intelligence arm of the Navy must be filled with spies, because, it doesn't matter if the pictures get to the Admiralty if the people who are supposed to pass them to their superiors burn the evidence. Everything went bad since Fisher took charge. Lord Beresford leaned against the wall, thankfully no one in sight to have seen him, as he tried to calm his heart and get rid of the lightheadedness that assailed his body. Breathe in, breathe out, and slowly, the ringing in his ears started to fade. Now what was he thinking about? Ah! He remembered. Everything was the fault of Fisher, he betrayed the Navy and the Kaiser. December 20, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Arthur Balfour, new First Lord of the Admiralty, sat with the other lords around the table. "Good morning, gentlemen," began Balfour. "I have been reviewing the goings-on, and I must say, the Germans have been quite surprising in this war. Consequently, there is much to be done. First, I believe, is the question of an admiral for the Grand Fleet. We may not expect a sortie any time soon, but it would be well to name an admiral, so he can get organized. Are there any suggestions? While Admiral Warrender would be the most obvious choice, I believe him to be a poor one," Fisher offered. "His health has been on the decline, and he's near to as deaf as a post. Unfortunate, that," agreed Tudor. "He's a stolid man, a good officer." "What about Admiral Arbuthnot?" asked Admiral Hamilton. "He's a good, aggressive officer, and has a fine devotion to doctrine." Fisher frowned. "Providing that his devotion to doctrine doesn't keep him from making good decisions in battle, I have no real issue with that." Balfour tapped the table thoughtfully for a moment. "How would it be if we assigned to him Admiral Beatty as his chief of staff? It might help some of his more, eclectic qualities of command, as well as lending his experience from his run-in with the Germans." Fisher snorted. "That might stand him in good stead, given the current situation." Note 1. "That of course would open up a post for the commander of the battlecruiser fleet," went on Balfour, "for which I would like to tender the name of Horace Hood." "An excellent choice, a brilliant officer," approved Hamilton. "Indomitable and indefatigable, will be in Rosyth within a week," noted Fisher. "So, he will actually have a command until Lion and Invincible are repaired. Doctrine will need to be rethought," remarked Tudor. "Since our battlecruisers are now outnumbered 2-1, and the Germans apparently have 4 ships with 15 guns. Unfortunately, I see no alternative to being a bit defensive until some of the new ships join the fleet." Fisher said, "I have yet to speak with the yards, but I'm hopeful that the rest of the Queen Elizabeths can be finished in 1915. That would begin to see us on the level with the Germans. Except who knows how many more German 15 ships will have joined their fleet by that time," pointed out Tudor. Balfour's face was very long. "Are things as bad as that?" he asked anxiously. "We don't know," admitted Fisher. "The facts are just strange. If they had these 15 battlecruisers, why did they still build the 12 Königs? The Königs aren't even all in service, yet these ships were somehow out east." "Were they, though?" speculated Hamilton. "What if they were completed here, and simply sailed to join Spee as an escort? Why then did Hipper sail separately?" asked Fisher. "It all makes no sense." "New strategy," puzzled Hamilton, "though it's insane, as it could lead to defeat in detail." "It worked, though," pointed out Balfour. "So, whatever their logic, it isn't insane. There's also word of a German convoy forming up in San Francisco, ostensibly with goods for China. What ships are available to attack that?" The admirals around the table looked at each other, and an uncomfortable silence fell. "The situation in Hong Kong has complicated that theater," Hamilton finally admitted. "I know of the loss of Hong Kong." "What else goes on in the Orient?" inquired Balfour. "Losses continue to be mysterious, and unacceptable," Fisher informed him. "We have only HMS Albion, Natal, Antrim, King Alfred and Leviathan, plus a few other light units in the area." Balfour's long face took more of a look of horror. "The Far East is chewing up ships like the trenches are chewing men. Have we reinforced the area?" "To what point?" asked Fisher irritably. "Hong Kong is lost. Indeed, what we need to be doing is having our units fall back to the Indian Ocean, to better guard against raiders. The Germans continue to regularly visit Surabaya, we could try watching the approaches," offered Hamilton. No. We must be very careful with the Dutch. The Foreign Office is upset enough about our dealings with them currently," Balfour said hastily. "Are those ships sufficient to attack the German convoy?" "Possibly. We'd need to know of the escort, and when they would be returning," allowed Fisher. "It might be well to work with the Japanese in that respect." "What of retaking Hong Kong?" asked Balfour. "A question for Lord Kitchener, I believe," replied Fisher. Balfour shuddered slightly. "Very well. We'll proceed as currently with staff reassignments. I believe that Arbuthnot will require a promotion for the position. We'll get the reorganization done, and I leave the repair and replacement of the fleet in your capable hands, Lord Fisher. December 20, 1914. SMKMS Königsberg. Finally, they were headed back to Tsingtao. Siliox looked forward to another month of empty seas. So he hoped. He had sent a message upon his departure to Admiral Schmundt, to give him ample time to do something to keep the Japanese busy. He didn't fancy taking on Congo-class battlecruisers in his 3 light cruisers. Idly he wondered what the plan was. Despite losses, the Japanese Navy was still formidable, and soon attrition would begin to tell on the Far East Squadron. There could be no help from Germany, and China may have numbers on land, but at sea, they seemed hopeless. That might change in the future, though whether it changed fast enough to help them was quite another matter, and probably not in the cards. He had heard in America that the Royal Navy had been decisively defeated by the German Navy, including, presumably, Admiral Karl's force. The one common thread was that the Grand Fleet had been defeated, though the numbers varied by source. Apparently, the Grand Fleet had lost between 3 and 30 ships, with no differentiation between types. None seemed clear on how many battleships had been sunk, nor on losses suffered by Germany. He had asked Schmundt for details, and depending on what those details were, he'd see about perhaps telling the men as a Christmas present. Note 1, Robert Arbuthnot caused a minor diplomatic incident with Germany before the war, due to a speech he gave. Pacific, December 20, 1914, China Harbor, Hong Kong. The German sailors who survived the sinking of the destroyer Z-13 Erich Kollner now awaited a stay in Hong Kong, where they were to remain for the time being. None of them knew how long their stay in the ghost town would last. Colonel Paul Culloh, now serving as a military attaché on the staff of the Chinese army in charge of Hong Kong, tried to do his best for the destroyer's crew. However, his authority, unlike General Konstantin von Hanneken, who served on the front in Manchukuo and was so far away, was limited. So now there was nothing to do but wait. Most of the Germans were pretty angry with their Chinese allies, not with their naval colleagues, but with the Chinese military. The reason for this hostility was extremely simple. Less than 6 days ago Z-13 Erich Kollner was shipwrecked on the Chinese coast. The original plan to get the ship to the port of Zhuhai did not work out in FKPT. Hans Joachim Gadow with the ship had to land on a beach, north of this port, otherwise Z-13 would have sunk. At least that's what everyone initially believed. It later turned out that the Germans had gotten lost during the battle and headed much further south than they had originally thought. Their absolute ignorance of the area and the damage to the technology they relied on exclusively didn't help matters much either. When Z-13 ran aground, the destroyer was already a wreck. Radio communications on the flagship went down shortly after the crew sent their last battle report. Early around 6:20, Gadow ordered the ship's crippled wreck to be abandoned. He wanted to head to some Chinese town or village and contact the local military or police authorities and report the situation to them. As dawn broke, the Chinese soldiers who belonged to the Beiyang army, at least officially, appeared very soon. And it was at that moment that the dispute between the Germans and the Chinese began about what would happen next. China coast, approximately 40 miles south of Zhuhai, December 14, 1914. The wreck of what had been a modern destroyer less than a day ago rested on the beach. And all around were Chinese soldiers looking at him with interest. However, none of them had yet plucked up the courage to board it. Fregattenkapitän Hans Joachim Gadow and Korvettenkapitän Gottfried Ponitz and their Chinese interpreter Lieutenant Jun Dong, accompanied by several sailors, tried to negotiate with the Chinese commander. He arrived on the beach with more than 200 soldiers. The German commander deliberately took some of his men with him as a bodyguard. Each of the guards had an MP-40 submachine gun, and in addition, he chose sailors who really commanded respect with their stature. Gadow tried to be calm and patient. His efforts to convince the local commander that Z-13 was a wreck that could not be repaired in the current conditions did not exactly succeed. The Chinese clearly insisted that the destroyer try to reach Zhuhai. It is said that orders have already been issued for some Chinese ships to come to the beach and to tow Z-13 from it to Zhuhai. Gadow wanted to save his ship, but he was a realist, knowing that Z-13 would never sail again. June, please explain to your countryman how things are. What he is asking of us is impossible. Gadow. Sir, I'm trying, but he's an idiot. Not only that, he's an arrogant idiot. And they are the worst of all. In addition, he says that if we don't want to save our ship, then we should leave. He and his soldiers are said to be able to get the destroyer to Zhuhai even without our help. Jun Dong. Tell him to get in touch with his superiors and wait for their orders before attempting any madness that will end in disaster. Gadow. The interpreter spoke to his compatriot, who became more and more irritable. It was already looking like a physical conflict between the two men would occur when another Chinese unit arrived on the beach. They were soldiers on horseback and were commanded by an officer with the rank of colonel. The infantry captain, who had been conducting the conversation until now, literally shrunk, and it was clear that he was afraid of the man who had just arrived. The colonel called out to this officer, and they talked together for a while, then he turned to the interpreter and conversed with him alone. Sir, Colonel Chiangguo is ordering us to hand over our warship to him when we have no interest in saving it. They claim that this area is under the jurisdiction of the Beiyang army. Jun Dong. Let that arrogant fool jerk off, it's our ship, nobody's going to take it from me. Gottfried Ponitz. Captain, please, Colonel Chiangguo is certainly not the type of person who is willing to discuss anything. We should abandon our ship and leave. I don't want to prophesy anything bad, but that man could take the warship by force. Jun Dong. You're telling me he'll risk the lives of his soldiers and fight against his ally just so he doesn't lose face? This is idiocy without equal. Gadao. Sir, this person is not used to being contradicted. His own men fear him, and apparently with very good reason. Jun Dong. The two Germans looked at the infantry captain who was negotiating with them before his superior arrived. It was clear that the person would prefer to be somewhere else entirely, just not in the presence of Colonel Chiangguo. Okay, tell that chubby son I need 2 hours to leave the ship. I also want him to get me some wagons. I have 27 wounded and 41 dead and I won't leave them here. I can bury the dead somewhere if absolutely necessary, but the wounded are in no condition to walk on their own. Gadao. Sir, 10 of the wounded are Chinese. Jun Dong. Your people are part of my crew, they fought and died with us, I make no distinctions in that respect. 8 of your people are also among the dead, I will not let their bodies be thrown away like garbage. Gadao. The interpreter bowed slightly to Gadao and then spoke to the colonel again. When their conversation ended, Colonel Chiangguo looked at the German officers and said something in Chinese, then pointed towards the wreck and then raised 2 fingers. Sir, the colonel says we have 2 hours to leave the ship, we may take our personal belongings. In the meantime, he will try to get transport for our wounded. In return, he expects the Chinese sailors to remain on the ship as a goodwill gesture. Jun Dong. Well shit, all my men I command will leave. Tell that shit clearly I'm not leaving without you, that is, the Chinese members of my crew. If he wants conflict here, he should have it. Plus there are a lot of Chinese sailors in the area who will be much more loyal to him than those under my command. Gadao. Sir, are you sure I should tell him this? It will make him angry, Jun Dong. Do you and your people want to stay here or leave with us? Are you Z-13 crewman Eric Kolner, or a servant of this arrogant scum? Gadao. The interpreter didn't answer, instead he started talking to Colonel Chiangguo again. The colonel began to look rather angry, finally waving his hand and turning to the infantry captain present. He said something to him and the captain quickly ran away with several men. Chiangguo then finished his conversation with the interpreter, and without looking again at the 2 Germans present, he went to his horse and rode away. Sir, the colonel has finally accepted your request, we can all leave, but if we don't make it in 2 hours, he will throw us off his ship, Jun Dong. So you say from his ship, oh well. We have 2 hours, we pack our things and get out. Gottfried, see to it that all the electronics are destroyed. Nothing modern on the ship must remain functional. I will take it upon myself to destroy the Enigma encryption machine. And also all our code. I prefer to do this in person. Jun, you prepare your people, everyone take a personal weapon and food for at least 3 days. I am not sure about the hospitality of your countrymen. I guess you're not from around here. Gadao. Unfortunately no sir, I'm from the north, I don't know how the situation is here, Jun Dong. There's nothing you can do about it, try to find out if any of the Chinese crew on the ship are from this area. He will then serve as our guide, I don't want to just rely on Colonel Chiangguo. He didn't make a good impression on me. Gadao. When the officers returned to the ship, an evacuation was already underway. Gadao went to the radio room, had a large hammer brought, and personally used it to smash the Enigma to pieces. He did the same with the cylinders and all encryption keys. Then he burned all the codes and orders for this mission. Instinct told him that he must not leave any of this to the Chinese. He then went to his cabin and took his personal belongings, but they couldn't have been many. He wanted to destroy the rest, but in the end he didn't, they had no military value and so there was no reason to do so. He looked at his small library, yes he would miss the books but he couldn't take them. Hopefully they will make some educated Chinese happy. He closed the door to his cabin and headed to the armory to get a weapon for himself. Sometimes time drags terribly, but sometimes it flies by very quickly. The 2 hours ran out for the Germans before they were quite ready to abandon their ship, but Gadao did not risk another conflict to buy more time. The Chinese were already waiting for him and he didn't want to give them any excuse to do something stupid that could have fatal consequences. When the deadline passed, he stood with his men in front of the wreckage of his flagship and officially handed it over to Colonel Chiangguo. Then his 231 able-bodied and heavily armed sailors, together with 27 wounded men, set off towards the coastal road. They also had 41 dead with them, which Gadao refused to leave on the ship. Another 11 sailors of the destroyer's crew were missing during the battle, 9 Germans and 2 Chinese. The vast majority of the German sailors present were Narvik veterans, so they had experience of combat on land. There were 160 of them. The remaining Germans were replacements for the dead and wounded from the battle that took place on August 31, 1914, when the destroyer was seriously damaged, and they came mostly from the heavy cruiser Blücher. The Chinese were now 55, including 10 wounded, commanded by Lt. Jun Dong. As soon as the destroyer's crew left the beach, Chinese soldiers swarmed the ship. Colonel Chiangguo was one of the first on board, immediately ordering the vessel to be searched. Most of the German vessel's main guns were either destroyed or damaged during the battle, but one of the rear 127mm guns was still operational. This weapon caught his attention the most. Chiangguo was not an idiot, he knew that without experienced sailors the ship could not be saved, but he didn't think it was important at the moment. He saw only that he had obtained for his superiors one of the modern German war vessels of whose power he had already heard so much. Now he had one under his control, soon the Chinese ships would arrive and tow the warship away. He was angry with the German for not keeping the Chinese sailors here, but it was still a small concession. He stood on the deck of this modern ship and felt like a winner. When the German and Chinese sailors, accompanied by about 50 soldiers, arrived at the coastal road, there were several wagons waiting. Some were drawn by horses, others by oxen, not as many as Gadao would have liked, but fortunately enough for his wounded. The problem was with the dead, he didn't want to bury them on the beach, he finally decided to do it by that road. He didn't know how long the journey would be to the nearest civilization, and it wasn't practical to take them with him. Together with his men, he dug 41 graves and had them all marked with a cross with a name. He took part of each dead sailor's dog tag. He had no clergyman on the ship, and he himself had not believed in God for some time, despite the fact that he had gone back in time. So he left Corvetang Captain Gottfried Ponitz to say goodbye to the dead. After all he was the captain of Z-13. When the ceremony for the dead was over, the crew set out for the nearest town. Gadao did not trust the Chinese soldiers accompanying them and wanted his subordinates to be vigilant throughout the journey. Fortunately, this concern was unnecessary and the soldiers who accompanied the sailors never gave him reason to feel animosity towards them. Among the Chinese sailors, there were a few locals who had at least a general idea of how to navigate the region. It will take almost 5 days for the crew of Z-13 to arrive in Hong Kong. The last 2 days of the trip they have already taken advantage of the comfort of the train ride. It was very fortunate that none of the wounded died during their anabasis. December 21, 1914. Rosyth. Admiral Robert Arbuthnot was bursting with pride as he read the letter from the Admiralty. Requested and required to take command of the Grand Fleet, with the rank of a full admiral. There was so much to do. His manual on a battleship commander's order book would need to be expanded to cover this and provided to the fleet. He'd need to meet with his new chief of staff, who was supposed to be on his way to Rosyth. He needed to pick a new flagship. HMS Queen Elizabeth was going to join the fleet tomorrow and seemed like a fine choice. Certainly, she needed to work up, but that would be fine. He could mold the ship and crew into his own image. The Grand Fleet was temporarily based in Rosyth while rebuilding after the disastrous Battle of the Banks, which was somewhat inconvenient. Scapa Flow had room for gunnery practice and some maneuvers, Rosyth had none. That would have to be arranged. Morale had suffered after the defeat, that would have to be remedied. There was nothing like a bit of discipline to bring morale back up. Daily exercises would help as well. After all, he himself exercised on the decks daily, rain or shine, and he and his officers would start by setting an example of physical and spiritual health to the men before enforcing it on them. The men would likely love to see a boxing bout or two between officers. Yes, a fortnight of the officers setting a good example with exercise and discipline, then the men would jump right into it. He hoped his new chief of staff was going to be punctual. The man would have a lot of work to do. David Beatty had been assigned, most gratifying. The man was bold, a real fighter, and after he had a little discipline, he'd be a most enjoyable assistant. Well, first things first. He'd have his things removed from HMS Orion and prepared to be shipped aboard HMS Queen Elizabeth. In the interim, he had fleet orders to write up. He left orders for his chief of staff to join him at his hotel room as soon as he arrived. December 21, 1914. A train, between London and Rosyth. Admiral David Beatty seated as the train clattered towards his new appointment. After having an independent command so long, being directly under the command of another annoyed him immensely. Especially Arbuthnot. He was a joke in the service for his zeal for discipline. Not exactly the type of man that he would enjoy serving under. He'd always stayed as near to the edge of discipline as possible. That was unlikely to be possible with Arbuthnot. He sighed to himself. This was only a temporary setback. He'd have to toe the line for a little while, until he could get command back. Even a squadron command in the Grand Fleet would be preferable to being the direct toady for someone else. Things could yet be fine. Perhaps all that discipline would be fatal for Arbuthnot. Bullying a full fleet might well cause more issues for him than a mere squadron. One could always hope. Then, as man on the scene, who would be a more logical choice for Admiral of the Grand Fleet than David Beatty? Yes, he'd have to ingratiate himself and serve, for now. He cheered a little. He would be the go-between the Admiral and the rest of the staff. He could work with this, but he'd have to be careful. He also had to get his things from HMS Lion, where no doubt, Horace Hood would be taking up residence as soon as she was ready for sea. Beatty resented that patrician stooge taking over his command. Though perhaps that wasn't all bad. In the wake of the battlecruiser force would be severely restricted, as being no match for the current German battlecruisers. There would be little chance for independent command for the battlecruisers in the very near future. December 21, 1914. 11 Downing Street. David Lloyd George smiled as he read his latest request from the Ursine First Sea Lord. Victory. Fisher had given up on his battlecruiser wish list and had instead requested only 6 units of a much cheaper class. Oh, it was still expensive, at £4 million estimated a unit, but it was expected that no additional infrastructure was needed, so that should be all. Fisher had promised to revisit the question of new infrastructure after the war, but that would be someone else's problem. In the meantime, he had to get this approved and returned to the First Sea Lord so that he could get this construction going. The public needed to know that the Royal Navy was rising to the challenge offered by the Germans. It wouldn't do to be the man seen to be keeping the Navy from doing what it needed to do at this time. He hurriedly wrote down his response and dispatched it with a courier. December 21, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Fisher chuckled as he read the response from the Exchequer. The man was practically thanking him for reducing the necessary expenditure for the Navy. Well, this was only step 1. Next the drafters had to finish up the new design. That shouldn't take long, not with it being a modification of an existing design. Then orders had to actually be written up. Once he knew what yards would be receiving the orders, he had additional work to do. These new ships would be completed as quickly as humanly possible. If that meant round-the-clock work, so be it. Anyone who stood in the way of that happening, well, there was no hole deep enough to hide from his wrath. Well, first things first, on to the drafters. He could also see the progress on those Keene-class ocean-going light cruisers. Those might well be useful in the near future. Note, Admiral Arbuthnot was indeed a fanatic for discipline. The order book referenced was a 300-page manual, in addition to standing Admiralty orders. Most captains added a page or two. That he was more than once accosted by disciplined sailors says a lot about the man. That said, he was also an expert boxer. On one occasion, he was jumped by 3 of his men seeking vengeance. He hospitalized 2 of them. With his bare hands. Alone. He was also known to invite crewmen who had an occasion for grief against him into the boxing ring. December 22, 1914. Rosyth. Admiral Arbuthnot watched with pleasure as HMS Queen Elizabeth eased into the anchorage. She was magnificent. Huge, dangerous, powerful. Certainly, a shakedown and workup still needed to happen, but that was really the best time to take such a command. He'd get to know every little thing about his flagship. Somewhat less pleasing was the fact that Admiral Beatty had not yet arrived. It was really to be hoped that he would have been there already. There was much to do, especially for his new chief of staff. Well, it was a long way from London. If he wasn't here by this evening, then there might be some issues. Admiral Arbuthnot proudly boarded his new flagship, and watched as the Admiral's pennant was hoisted. That would be all of his leisure time for today. He needed to get his cabins arranged, an office ready, then he'd get to feel the movement of the deck under his feet again. December 22, 1914. Train station at Rosyth. David Beatty stepped off of the coach onto the platform, feeling quite exhausted. The train ride had taken quite a bit longer than anticipated. He should have been here last night, but the train had broken down en route, and he'd been obliged to spend an uncomfortable night in a coach, waiting for a new engine. He was painfully aware that his uniform was appallingly rumpled and hoped to have an opportunity to change before meeting with Admiral Arbuthnot. He needed a shave, a change of clothes, and some coffee before facing down his new commander. Nowhere to do that here. He'd need to get to the docks. He would need to get a room to perform all of that. Perhaps a bath as well. December 22, 1914. HMS Queen Elizabeth. Docks at Rosyth. Admiral Beatty is here at last. Admiral Arbuthnot asked, looking up from his desk, where he was busily writing out fleet orders. Excellent. Send him in at once. Yes sir, reported Lieutenant Cuthbert. He was seen entering a hotel. What? This is no time for him to waste time there. He can do anything he needs to do here on the flagship. Fetch him at once, ordered Arbuthnot. Not long after. Admiral Arbuthnot examined Admiral Beatty with a bit of distaste. His uniform coat was not only in a horrible state but was clearly non-regulation. His hat was on all wrong. He'd obviously just shaved, and his cheeks were bright pink. "Admiral Beatty, I'm surprised to see you in such a state," he said, reprovingly. "Apologies, sir," David Beatty said, his tone indicating quite the opposite. "I was aboard train all night to get here, and was interrupted before I could make myself more presentable." "Well, see that you're more punctual, please. Per your coat, it is non-regulation. Note 1, also, see that you straighten your hat in the future." Beatty gritted his teeth. "Yes, sir. I'll see to it." "Excellent." Arbuthnot said agreeably. "I've taken the liberty to have your things transferred from HMS Lion. Take 2 hours to get your cabin arranged, and make yourself look like a king's officer, and not a vagabond. After that, we'll go over what I expect from you as my chief of staff. As such, I expect you to set a good example to the men, with appearance and discipline." Beatty saluted and turned from Admiral Arbuthnot to go put his cabin and himself in order. 2 hours later, bridge, HMS Queen Elizabeth. "Ah, Admiral Beatty. Looking much better," began Arbuthnot enthusiastically. "Per your duties as Chief of Staff, this should cover it." He handed Beatty a thick sheaf of papers. "If you require any clarification on any of that, don't hesitate to ask. I'm also only too happy to improve any areas that you think might need more details." The ship jerked somewhat under their feet and began slowly moving away from her berth. A gaggle of destroyers hovered protectively around. "In addition to all that, as part of my program to enhance crew morale and discipline, I want all off-duty officers to join me at sunrise for exercises on deck. It will be most invigorating, will box, run, and otherwise build up the body and the mind." Arbuthnot went on cheerfully. Beatty hid his horror at this news behind a service face. "Up at sunrise? To cavort around the deck? In front of the crew? How long do you anticipate doing that, sir?" Beatty asked, suppressing his concerned tone. "Oh, the officers will set an example for 2 weeks, then we'll have the off-duty men join in. It will be glorious. We'll have contests between the officers to get them excited to join in. Boxing matches, races, rowing competitions. All for physical and spiritual health." Arbuthnot continued, looking out of the bridge. Admiral Beatty sighed. Perhaps he'd died in that battle, and this was hell. December 22, 1914. SS Berlin, auxiliary cruiser. Captain Fundheller looked at a chart in front of him. He really didn't have a good chart of British coastal towns, but he'd work with what he had. He wished to make a repeat of his previous raid, only this time a little more destructive. Most small towns would likely have a post office, but nothing else of note. While stealing a few sacks of mail along with burning the post office would certainly annoy the Royal Mail Service, it would accomplish little else. However, bothering too large of a target would increase the odds of running into serious resistance, which he was not prepared to deal with. Well, no need to make a decision just yet. The grey, windswept seas made spotting difficult but would also make it difficult to spot him as well. The blockade line was still a concern, even with the Grand Fleet defeated, though Tirpitz had intimated that it wouldn't be a concern for terribly much longer. Fundheller looked forward to that day. Note 1, Beatty wore his coat with only 6 buttons, rather than the regulation 8, and wore his cap at an angle. Overall, he was a master of presenting a certain image, like Patton or MacArthur. However, a strict disciplinarian like Arbuthnot isn't going to stand for that sort of thing.